Upon hearing the voice of the Heavenly Dao, the world of cultivation was thrown into disarray. Synopsis. One fateful day, Su found herself transmigrated into the realm of cultivation, embodying the very essence of the Dao. What Su envisioned the Dao to be, above all, exercising boundless authority. The reality of the Dao, the previous master fled, leaving her with a fragmented and chaotic mess. Gazing at the myriad of urgent repairs needed within the cultivation realm, Su fell into silence. Chapter 1. Truly, the Chung Tian sect lives up to its reputation. The inauguration ceremony of the new sect leader is equivalent to the entire annual expenditure of our Wanjian sect. A disciple of the Wanjian sect remarked enviously as he observed the recently concluded ceremony, casting a wistful glance at his empty storage pouch. Indeed, retorted a sword cultivator beside him, curling his lip in disdain. Every sect present here is far wealthier than our Wanjian sect. In the vast expanse of the cultivation world, who could dare to compare their poverty to that of a sword cultivator? The first speaker cleared his throat, nonchalantly shifting the topic. Why hasn't our senior brother appeared? Isn't he the one who relishes such gatherings? It is said that he intended to attend, but encountered some unforeseen circumstances. What unforeseen circumstances? How could I possibly know? The sword cultivator rolled his eyes at the sudden spark of enthusiasm in his companion. Our senior brother is the most gifted direct disciple of the sect leader. His matters are not for us, mere outer disciples, to inquire into. That's true after all. We cannot even enter the Tian Hall. Inside the Tian Hall, the newly appointed sect leader of Chung Tian sect sat at the highest position at the front, while representatives from various sects occupied the sides, each accompanied by several promising young talents nurtured by their sects. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, filled with a palpable tension as everyone exchanged glances. Finally, the sect leader of Chung Tian ventured cautiously, "Could it be that you all?" His voice was akin to a droplet of water plopping into a hot oil pan, igniting a fervor within the hall. "It seems that sect leader Jiang is also. I thought it was only us from the Shunqian sect. I did not expect. The Tianji sect is likewise affected." Each statement trailed off, shrouded in ambiguity, yet it was evident that the assembly understood one another's implications. Indeed, starting from half a month prior, all cultivators at the Golden Core stage and above suddenly began to hear a voice from beyond the heavens. No one could ascertain the origin of this voice, nor predict when it would manifest. They only knew that it disclosed numerous previously concealed secrets, the most alarming of which had been verified as truth. Moreover, even those of the highest cultivation could not divulge the existence of this celestial voice to others, let alone discern its source. The sole consolation was that the voice had a limited range. Those beyond a certain distance could not hear it. Otherwise, the secrets of various sects would be laid bare. The sect leader of Chung Tian bore a grave expression as he regarded the leader of the Tianji sect, his gaze heavy with concern. "Even you cannot ascertain the identity of that individual?" The leader of the Tianji sect stroked his graying beard, extending a hand and pointing solemnly at the sky. A look of astonishment washed over the assembly. Could this celestial voice be related to the Dao? At that moment, a voice, familiar to the point of evoking tears, floated through the air. So many people. With their thoughts momentarily stilled, the gathering of esteemed cultivators swiftly composed themselves. The prominent figures sat upright in their seats, expressions solemn, bodies stiff, fearful of attracting the attention of the otherworldly voice through any misstep. "Last time, we should have heard the Tianji sect. Let us continue this time." A collective sigh of relief swept through the hall, with some discreetly patting their chests. Such stimulation was unprecedented for these cultivators. The sole outlier was perhaps the leader of the Tianji sect, whose smile was more akin to a grimace than joy. He raised his gaze slightly, taking in the expressions of those present, before his attention settled on the sect leader of Chung Tian, who was raising a wine cup to his lips as if to wash down a secret. The leader of the Tianji sect snorted in disdain. Were it not for the occasion of attending the inauguration of Chung Tian sect's new leader, would he be present here? Adhering to the principle of better to perish with a friend than to die in poverty, he lifted his cup, preempting the celestial voice, and toasted to the sect leader of Chung Tian, diverting attention. Indeed, sect leader Jiang is a prodigious talent. At merely 600 years of age, he has ascended to lead the foremost sect on the continent. I raise my cup to you. Sect leader Jiang, at this juncture, he cast a suggestive glance around. This was an opportune moment. Did they not wish to uncover why the previous leader of Qingtian's sect abruptly stepped down? Why the seemingly overlooked Jiang Minglin, who lacked the prowess of other direct disciples, emerged victorious in the end? Was this not more thrilling than the secrets of an old man like him? Having taken the initiative, he left the rest to the other sects. The timing and location of the celestial voice's appearance were beyond anyone's control. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Representatives from various sects brightened at this revelation. Who could resist such curiosity? The sect leader of Shun Qian promptly raised his cup, wearing a genial smile. Indeed, sect leader Jiang's exceptional abilities will surely elevate Qingtian's sect to new heights. The other representatives echoed in agreement. Absolutely, sect leader Jiang is wise and formidable. The position of sect leader is rightfully yours. I have long discerned the extraordinary fortune and talent of the sect leader. It is a blessing for the sect to be under your guidance. Indeed, I too raise my cup to sect leader Jiang. Listening to their congratulations, Jiang Minglin barely managed to maintain a placid fawd, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Thank you, esteemed friends, I shall remember your kindness." This group of people has no sense of others' feelings. Can they not see the new sect leader's face is dark as a storm cloud? His ascension to sect leader has nothing to do with ability. Everyone leaned in attentively, fearing they might miss something. It seemed the selection of Jiang Minglin as the new sect leader of Qingtian indeed held some secrets. Good heavens, it turns out no one in Qingtian's sect wished to be sect leader. As soon as the previous leader announced the selection of a successor, everyone vanished in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. In truth, it does relate to ability. Had he not been the slowest runner with the weakest magic power, how could he have ended up last, directly receiving the sect leader's seal from his master? The expressions on the faces of the representatives from various sects were a mixture of amusement and intrigue, while some disciples in the back row struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces contorted. Who would have thought the selection of the new sect leader of Qingtian would be so comical? Yet, did the disciples of Qingtian truly lack ambition for power and prestige? Could it be that they would so readily relinquish a position of such importance? The celestial voice remained undeterred by their thoughts, continuing unabated. Why is the position of sect leader in Qingtian so undesirably? I see. We at Qingtian sect, in fact. The sect leader of Qingtian's attempt to draw attention was utterly drowned out by the celestial voice. Oh, has Qingtian sect truly fallen to such depths? In a shocking revelation, it was discovered that the leader of the sect had to personally finance the sect's deficits, even covering the expenses for the succession ceremony from his own pocket. Yet the gifts from various sects were still to be recorded as debts of the sect. How could anyone endure such a situation? It is no wonder that the previous leader was quick to depart as soon as he was eligible to resign. Within the Tian Hall, everyone was animatedly listening, except for the leader of the Qingtian sect, whose heart felt as if it had turned to ash, displaying a visage of utter despondency. How could this be? The Qingtian sect is so impoverished. How they managed to endure until now? And not a whisper of this is leaked out? As these thoughts crossed the minds of the onlookers, a sense of dread began to creep into their expressions. If memory served correctly, could it be that the Qingtian sect has been surviving solely on borrowed funds? To date, they owe Shunqian sect 47 million spirit stones and Tiangong sect 23 million spirit stones. Remarkably, they have even borrowed 620,000 spirit stones from Wanjian sect. The previously desolate crowd lifted their heads in astonishment, casting incredulous glances at the leader of Wanjian sect. How could the Qingtian sect be so brazen as to borrow from a sect of sword cultivators? In contrast, while their own loans were painful, at least the foundation of their sect remained intact. The leader of Wanjian's sect seemed oblivious to the scrutiny, his hand trembling as he held onto his cup. It was well known that Wanjian's sect was among the poorest in the cultivation world, with each sword cultivator reluctant to part with even a single spirit stone, saving every last coin for their life swords. When the previous leader of Qingtian sect had approached him for a loan, promising exorbitant interest, he had succumbed to temptation and lent out all the sect's reserves. After all, the Qingtian sect was one of the 6 major sects of the cultivation world. If they dared to borrow such a sum, surely they would be able to repay it. Right? He repeatedly reassured himself in his mind. Given the current state of the Qingtian sect, repayment seemed impossible. The mere act of ceasing to borrow money would be a revelation of their conscience. The last string of hope tethering him to the leader of Wanjian's sect snapped. He slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger to demand an explanation from the leader of Qingtian's sect. Qingtian's sect is deceiving. Suddenly, an external voice pulled him back to reality. He extended his trembling hand, lifting his cup and gritting his teeth. Qingtian's sect maintains a cordial relationship with Wanjian's sect in the future. Please do visit more. Often, indeed, the two poorest sects in the cultivation world would certainly have endless topics to discuss. The leader of Wanjian's sect's temples twitched as he took a deep breath, suppressing all emotion as he resumed his seat. His expression darkened. It was fine. Once this external voice departed, he would have a thorough discussion with the leader of Qingtian's sect. Perhaps due to his earlier unusual actions, the external voice shifted the topic to Wanjian's sect. Speaking of Wanjian's sect, shocking. The eldest disciple of Wanjian's sect actually harmed himself with his life sword, infuriating the sword spirit that had just manifested. It turns out that for sword cultivators, regarding their swords as wives is not merely a metaphor but a statement of fact. Cough, cough. Wow. These sword cultivators appear so righteous, yet behind the scenes, they engage in such frivolity. The leader of Wanjian's sect sat in stunned silence, grappling with the words that had just been uttered. His eldest disciple was renowned in the cultivation world as a prodigy, having achieved golden core cultivation at merely 100 years of age, and was a paragon of virtue for countless disciples. How could he possibly engage in such behavior with his life sword? Wait, what else had the external voice mentioned? Sword spirit. Chapter 2. Wow. The leader of Huanhe sect is still entangled with those three. Su Li reclined languidly in her chair, idly observing the scenes projected on the cloud mirror, which resembled a cinematic experience. Beside her lay a book radiating a soft glow, its cover boldly inscribed with the words Book of Celestial Principles, a tome chronicling every significant affair within the cultivation realm, serving as an invaluable source of gossip. Upon reading about the romantic entanglements of the leader of Huanhe sect in the Book of Celestial Principles, her eyes brightened and she sat up straight, engrossed in the tale. Truly, the leader of Huanhe sect manages to navigate so many relationships without a hitch. She is indeed a model for our kind. Let me see, the elder of Qingtian sect, TSK, at 800 years old, still a pure-hearted virgin. And oh wonder the Qingtian sect has borrowed so many spirit stones from various sects but has never reached out to Huanhe sect. The atmosphere in Tian Hall grew increasingly peculiar. The elder of Qingtian sect, whose name had been mentioned, bore an expression of restrained fury and shame, his silver hair flowing without wind, emanating an intimidating aura. And the leader of Wanjian sect, who appears stern and unapproachable, is surprisingly vulnerable when it comes to matters of the heart. Oh, it seems he turns crimson at the slightest provocation when interacting with the leader of Huanhe sect. What a hypocrite. The members of Wanjian sect stared at the leader of Huanhe sect in disbelief, wholly unconcerned with what the external voice had said, even oblivious when wine spilled onto their garments. The Buddhist disciple from Qianfu sect, who waited thousands of years for his chance, has also succumbed to the charm of the leader of Huanhe sect. Among the many Buddhist practitioners, the disciple clutched his prayer beads, his eyes half-closed, seemingly unaffected. Yet, only those familiar with him would know that his frequency of bead manipulation had markedly increased. Wow. There are countless secret admirers of the leader of Huanhe sect, including the leader of Qingtian sect and the chief disciple of Qianji sect, TSK, in the entire cultivation world, who can resist the allure of a beauty. Others gazed on in a mix of shock and curiosity. These three individuals were towering figures in the cultivation realm, akin to untouchable blossoms on a high peak, who would have anticipated such scandalous gossip surrounding them. Three men entangled with one woman. It was no wonder that the elder of Qingtian sect, who seldom participated in sect affairs, would appear within the grand hall. It was no wonder that the elusive disciple of Buddha, known for his unpredictable travels, would silently attend the succession ceremony of the leader of Qingtian sect. This was clearly an ulterior motive at play. Of course, the center of attention remained the focal point of it all, the leader of Huanhe sect, Yan Fei. With one hand raised, holding a crystal-clear cup, the light refracted through the glass, accentuating her delicate fingers, which bore a hint of subtle red on her nails, casting a mesmerizing hue into the hearts of all who beheld her. She appeared as if she were entirely unconcerned with the external voice's narrative, elegantly sipping her drink. What captivated everyone most were her deep, ink-black eyes, perpetually exuding an enchanting allure, seemingly unfazed by the multitude of gazes upon her. With a slight arch of her brow and a gentle smile, she rendered many flush with embarrassment, unable to meet her gaze. The entire Tian Hall fell into an eerie silence, until a single remark shattered the stillness. Fortunately, they are unaware of each other's feelings otherwise. It would surely be a battlefield. Upon hearing this, the elder of Qingtian's sect could no longer contain the fury swelling within him. He pounded the table and stood up, exclaiming, "Yan Fei, did you not claim that you most enjoyed being with me? Why then are you entangled with others? Did you deceive me with all those sweet nothings you once spoke?" Yan Fei let out a soft sigh, stepping forward to stand before the Grand Elder, her enchanting eyes fixed upon him as. Her voice carried a hint of lamentation. "How could I deceive you? Every word I utter is from the depths of my heart." The Grand Elder's expression softened slightly at her words. Yan Fei continued, "I merely thought you understood me, yet I did not anticipate your narrow-mindedness. As the leader of the Hehuan sect, I possess a heart full of love. There are so many lovers in this world, how could I confine my affections to one and disregard the feelings of others?" The Grand Elder of the Qingtian sect was taken aback, as were the others present. What a remarkable individual! Even while adorned with a green hat, she spoke with such refreshing elegance. Observing the fury etched on the Grand Elder's face, Yan Fei retracted her radiant smile and furrowed her brow. "It seems you truly refuse to accept this. What do you intend to do for revenge?" She stepped closer, revealing her delicate neck. "Shall you kill me?" The Grand Elder's hands crackled with lightning as he gritted his teeth. "Do you think I would hesitate? Do not. Wait." In that split second, countless weapons and shields appeared before Yan Fei, steadfastly protecting her. The Grand Elder had merely intended to feign aggression. He never truly wished to harm Yan Fei. Yet the swift actions of those around her solidified the impression that he meant to strike. He hurriedly retracted his threatening gesture. Disappointed, Yan Fei gazed at the Grand Elder. "Since you care so much, let us part ways." The Grand Elder, observing her icy demeanor, felt a pang of panic and blurted out, "I do not care." The crowd gasped in astonishment. The typically righteous Grand Elder had actually compromised. However, someone discreetly glanced towards the Hehuan sect leader. Yan Fei appeared unfazed by the Grand Elder's response, her gaze slightly downcast, her profile breathtaking enough to take one's breath away. In that moment, the onlookers were entranced, suddenly finding it understandable that such a mesmerizing celestial being might simply adore multiple individuals. The conflict dissipated into thin air. Suli, having witnessed the entire scene, nodded in admiration before turning her gaze back to the Book of Heavenly Dao. Such mastery. No wonder. Wait. What? The Hehuan sect leader is actually a man in disguise. Impressive, indeed. Truly, men understand men best. Exciting. Huh. The Tian Hall erupted once more in agitation. How could this be possible? The crowd stared, dumbfounded, at the direction of the Hehuan sect leader. Even having gazed countless times, they remained astounded by her beauty. How could such an alluring figure possibly be a man? The leader of the Wanjian sect's face turned ashen, his lips quivering, clearly struck by a blow. "Yan Fei, you actually..." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the leader of the Tianji sect. The Tianji sect leader, aware that prolonging this matter would arouse suspicion, stroked his white beard and feigned foresight. "I have heard that the Hehuan sect's prized artifact, the Qianqing hairpin, not only refines one's cultivation but also seems to blur the lines of gender." Yan Fei chuckled lightly. "You are quite knowledgeable, sect leader." The Tianji sect leader was momentarily entranced by her smile, quickly diverting his gaze. No, I should not have spoken so freely. You should focus on others." Upon hearing their exchange, the leader of the Wanjian sect grew increasingly despondent, trembling as he spoke. "Yan Fei, you truly are a man." Yan Fei gracefully glided to his side, removing her hairpin, her inky black hair cascading down. Some of her masculine features gradually became apparent. The perfect blend of androgynous strength and allure shone through as she lifted her gaze, her eyes radiating charm yet concealing an almost imperceptible sharpness. She appeared even more captivating than when disguised as a woman, exuding a unique charisma. As the onlookers beheld the scene, regardless of gender, they instinctively gulped. Yan Fei, seemingly oblivious to their gazes, spoke in a voice slightly huskier, yet more alluring than before. Does it truly matter whether one is male or female? Noticing the Wanjian sect leader's lingering disbelief, she reached out, gently tilting his chin upward, her body drawing close yet maintaining a subtle distance as she whispered. In his ear, moreover, did you not enjoy it? Boom. The Wanjian sect leader's entire visage flushed crimson, his mouth opening and closing, at a loss for words. Though her voice was soft, all present were of considerable cultivation and heard her words clearly. The expressions in the room grew increasingly complex as they connected her statement to the earlier mention of how sword cultivators could attain sword spirits, many casting knowing glances towards the Wanjian sect leader. So the Wanjian sect leader actually? Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. The Wanjian sect leader felt humiliated and infuriated. He had not engaged in such acts, yet his embarrassment rendered him speechless, watching helplessly as his lifelong reputation crumbled. Yan Fei rested her chin upon her hand, her gaze sweeping across the assembly. At that moment, no one dared to meet her eyes. No one wished to end up like the Grand Elder, exposed before the multitude, with their dignity forever tarnished. No one dared to challenge the Hehuan sect leader any longer. Yan Fei elegantly returned to her seat. Su Li watched in awe. What an effortlessly resolved scene of chaos. Truly, the Hehuan sect leader is remarkable. Having witnessed all this, the Wanjian sect leader has truly become the unluckiest of souls. His prized disciple harbors indescribable interests. With affections spread across 3 boats, each vessel distinct in its allure, none less than his own. His beloved, disguised as a woman, has deceived his youthful heart for centuries. Exposed for love's sake, at this point, Su Li could not help but shed a tear of sympathy for him. Thank goodness he is unaware that the Chengtian sect cannot repay its debts of spiritual stones otherwise. With each of her jests, the Wanjian sect leader's complexion paled further. Eventually, as if coming to his senses, he abruptly lifted his head, directing his gaze towards the front of the palace, one hand gripping his faded sword, his voice dark and foreboding. Leader Jiang, the Chengtian sect owes the Wanjian sect 620,000 spiritual stones. It is time to repay. Now, the one whose face had turned pale was the leader of the Chengtian sect, who had been merely observing. He forced a smile that was more pained than sorrowful. Today has been rather unfortunate. Before he could finish, a voice filled with sorrow and anguish interrupted him. Turning, he beheld the Tianji sect leader's wrinkled face. Our Tianji sect endures great hardship. Each divination risks revealing the secrets of the heavens and earns us only meager gains. The Tianji sect leader lamented, simultaneously playing the victim and issuing a veiled threat. The Chengtian sect is one of the 6 major sects. Leader Jiang, being young and capable, would never resort to the disgrace of defaulting on spiritual stone debts. Thus, the Chengtian sect's debt of 23 million spiritual stones to the Tianji sect must be settled today, correct? As the largest creditor of the Chengtian sect, the leader of the Shunqian sect feared that any delay would leave the Chengtian sect with nothing. He hastily interjected, as the saying goes, debts should be repaid if the Chengtian sect truly cannot repay the 40 million. A partial payment can be made first. Chapter 3. Su Li gazed at the pale-faced leader of the Chengtian sect reflected in the mirror of clouds. He appeared resigned, reminiscent of those debtors in modern society who refused to repay their loans. With a shake of her head, she clicked her tongue, remarking, given the Chengtian sect leader's demeanor, he likely wishes to atone with his life. How naive are those in the realm of cultivation. In the Tian Hall, upon hearing the voice from beyond, the stooped figure of the Chengtian sect leader slowly straightened, his eyes gleaming with renewed determination. Indeed, the Chengtian sect was already impoverished. As long as he lived, he could still repay a fraction of the spiritual stones owed. Should he perish, chaos would surely ensue within the sect, leaving the creditors to revel in their misfortune. With this thought, the Chengtian sect leader adjusted his outer robe, suppressing the urge to smirk, and solemnly clasped his hands to the assembly, declaring, esteemed friends, the Chengtian sect is indeed in dire straits. We are on the verge of being unable to distribute even the monthly allowances to our disciples. I am truly powerless regarding the debts owed to various sections. From the moment the voice from beyond had spoken, the expression of the Wanjian sect leader turned a deep shade of anger. Upon hearing the Chengtian sect leader's response, he slowly drew forth his life sword, inch by inch. So, you mean to say that the Chengtian sect has no intention of repaying? The Chengtian sect leader, sensing the tension, closed his eyes and took a step forward, exuding an air of arrogance that challenged. Come at me if you dare. The Wanjian sect leader trembled with rage, yet his grip on the sword remained steady, its blade gleaming menacingly as it surged towards the Qingtian sect leader. Qi sect leader, this is unwise. The head of the Tianji sect interjected, quickly restraining his hand. The others, realizing the gravity of the situation, urged, Qi sect leader, please remain calm. With so many of us present, sect leader Jiang would not resort to the actions of a scoundrel who shirks his debts. Indeed, the various sects had business dealings with the Qingtian sect. It was unlikely that sect leader Jiang would act short-sightedly and deplete his resources. The consensus among the assembly was that, despite their anger, they had no means to compel the Qingtian sect leader. Those without shoes fear not the barefoot. Should things fall apart, it would be the creditors who would suffer. Observing the restrained fury of the others, the Qingtian sect leader felt a pang of guilt. He too was at an impasse, with over 100 million spiritual stones owed. Even if he drained the sect entirely, it would not suffice to repay even a fraction. For the sake of the sect, he had no choice but to betray these creditors. He straightened his posture, his once noble visage now appearing cunning. Rest assured, esteemed friends, as long as the Qingtian sect endures, and as long as I, Jiang Minglin, draw breath, I shall endeavor to repay the spiritual stones owed to all of you. The head of the Tianji sect, standing beside the Wanjian sect leader, slowly released his grip, his chest heaving with agitation. So, not only must we forfeit our spiritual stones, but we must also protect the Qingtian sect and Jiang Minglin? He mentally urged himself, 23 million spiritual stones. If Jiang Minglin is killed, we lose everything. We cannot act. The others shared similar sentiments, trembling with rage, yet striving to maintain a facade of calm. Dear friends, please remain composed, urged the hapless creditor, the Shunqian sect leader, gritting his teeth to mediate. He turned towards the Qingtian sect leader, forcing a smile. Sect leader Jiang, with all present here, surely you must provide us with an explanation? We cannot return empty-handed. Indeed, echoed the Tianmen leader. The Qingtian sect leader pondered momentarily, his mind racing. The Qingtian sect was devoid of spiritual stones. The ancient spiritual treasures could only be claimed by the sect's deserving disciples. With sincerity and gravity, he continued, let us do this. As the leader of the Qingtian sect, I promise that henceforth, all spiritual stones earned by the sect, after covering essential expenses, will be allocated to repaying our debts. A suffocating silence filled the air. Prior to today, his promise might have garnered some faith, but now, who could be sure Jiang Minglin would not obstruct this? Even if he swore an oath. The potential for deceit in managing a sect's expenditures was vast. Surveying the silence that enveloped the assembly, the Qingtian sect leader felt a pang of sorrow. Do none of you trust me? As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of those present turned complex. They wished to believe him, yet how could they? Given the events of the day? I naturally trust sect leader Jiang, the Shunqian sect leader interjected, seemingly inspired. On another note, my direct disciple shares a profound connection with the Qingtian sect. Thanks to the guidance of a disciple from the Qingtian sect, she successfully discerned the path to cultivation. Before the Qingtian sect leader could finish, he was interrupted by the Shunqian sect leader. Xiaqing has always been grateful and wishes to repay the kindness of the Qingtian sect. If sect leader Jiang has no objections, I would like to leave Xiaqing within the Qingtian sect at your service. Though my disciple can only refine 4th grade elixirs, she would still be of some assistance. 4th grade elixirs. The Qingtian sect leader swallowed his refusal, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Of course, I have no objections. You are most welcome. The representatives from the other sects, having listened to the exchange, internally scoffed, recognizing the cunning nature of the Shunqian sect leader. Leaving a disciple in the Qingtian sect was ostensibly for assistance, but effectively served as oversight. Yet, the Shunqian sect had provided the Qingtian sect with precisely what it needed most, ensuring Jiang Minglin could not refuse. Though the ploy was indeed clever, the head of the Tianji sect waved his sleeve, adopting a friendly demeanor. Speaking of which, my disciple has long held aspirations for the Qingtian sect. The Wanjian sect leader chimed in, indeed, my sect has disciples as well. Thus, when the representatives of the various sects returned, not only did they leave empty-handed, but they also cheerfully left behind several of their direct disciples. After arranging for the disciples from various sects to remain at the Qingtian sect, the Qingtian sect leader returned to Yuanqing Peak, his face alight with joy. He was well aware that these disciples were there to oversee the sect's financial situation. Yet, they failed to consider that if mere frugality could yield spiritual stones, would the Qingtian sect have accrued such substantial debts? Let them supervise as they pleased. If the sect managed to save even a single spiritual stone each month, he would consider it a loss. Perhaps witnessing the Qingtian sect's struggles firsthand would prompt them to lend more spiritual stones. At that moment, the Qingtian sect leader suddenly closed his eyes. A surge of energy converging around him. The bottleneck that had plagued him for so long began to loosen at that instant. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, a fleeting spark of brilliance crossing them. He truly owed gratitude to that voice from beyond. Had it not been for the reminder, he might still be ensnared by the debts of the Qingtian sect, with his mindset clouded, thus unable to break through his limitations. However, while this time had proven fortuitous, the next may not be so. He sat cross-legged on a stone, a contemplative expression crossing his features. Ever since the voice from beyond had manifested 2 weeks prior, he had exhausted numerous methods, yet found no trace of it. The timing and location of this voice were utterly inscrutable. Sometimes it lingered within the Qingtian sect, and in the next moment, it would be thousands of miles away. In the entire realm of cultivation, it seemed there was no place beyond its reach. Every secret she reveals leaves others utterly bewildered. Sometimes it's about the grand affairs of powerful beings, and at other times, it's the intricate love-hate relationships among the outer sect disciples. Could this mysterious voice from beyond truly be related to the Heavenly Dao as the master of the heavenly mechanism suggests? The master of Shenqian's sect stands shoulder to shoulder with the master of the heavenly mechanism, his gaze fixed ahead, his expression grave. I am not so sure. The Heavenly Dao nurtures all things, bestows abundant blessings, yet since then, the cultivation world has been rife with fear and chaos. How could it be as you claim? The master of the heavenly mechanism stroked his grizzled beard and chuckled, shaking his head. Master Lu, your discontent clouds your judgment. Over the past half-month, numerous schemes have been unveiled, and the cultivation world has certainly calmed down, has it not? Calm? I fail to see it. The master of Shenqian's sect waved his sleeve in frustration, asserting that if the heavenly master is so certain, let us see how composed you remain when your turn comes. I only hope it stays as far from our sect as possible. He turned and strode forward, asserting that Shenqian's sect is thriving and does not require interference. The focal point of the dispute lay languidly on a chaise lounge, staring vacantly at the dilapidated roof. Su Li had been in this world for half a month. Just a fortnight prior, she was merely an industrious and kind-hearted individual from modern society, enamored with gossip. Following an unforeseen incident, she had arrived in this peculiar realm, assuming the role of the Heavenly Dao. As the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao, she possessed omniscience and omnipotence. She could acquire anything she desired and engage in whatever pursuit she wished, impervious to harm from any being, an exhilarating existence indeed. Alas, at that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar, causing yet another tile to tumble from the already crumbling roof. Here it comes again. Su Li, feeling vexed, rolled over on the chaise, burying her head in the cushions to shield herself from the chaos. In this world, an inexplicable calamity had occurred, resulting in numerous flaws that required the Heavenly Dao's restoration. This manifested in her little domain as intermittent thunderstorms, after which the roof of the small house would become even more dilapidated. If this continued into the afternoon, the house would soon be deemed unsafe. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I am not being lazy. Must I endure this daily torment? She sat up with a stern expression, reminding herself that there is still a millennium ahead. Why the rush? I have been preparing diligently, yet you display no patience whatsoever. Just as she finished her thought, a section of the roof loosened ominously, appearing ready to collapse. Fine, I suppose shall descend. She sighed deeply, having grown weary of her perch. Watching a movie is far less tiresome than merely spectating. In order to mend those flaws, she had utilized the Book of Heavenly Dao, which granted her knowledge of all affairs within the cultivation world, along with the cloud mirror, which allowed her to observe all scenes. To grasp the current state of the realm over the past fortnight. The gossip was merely a side endeavor. It is time to descend into the cultivation world and repair the breaches. As she casually picked up the Book of Heavenly Dao set aside, preparing to close it, she suddenly noticed the text within. Chapter 4, 10 days later. Shenqian's sect's herbal field. As Su Li sensed the potent spiritual energy and Heavenly Dao power within the herbal field, she blinked in confusion. Why is the spiritual energy here so thin? Yet the potency of the medicinal herb so formidable? Is this an unusual secret realm? It was no wonder she harbored such doubts. Each time the terms Heavenly Dao and directionally challenged were mentioned together, it invariably led her to teleport to either a millennium-old secret realm or the core of a spiritual vein, never to her desired destination at Shenqian sect. At that moment, a quarrel erupted near the herbal field, and Su Li's eyes sparkled with interest as she headed towards the sound. Just then, the Book of Heavenly Dao in her consciousness flickered twice, as if urging her to hasten the repairs. What is the rush? I have just arrived. Su Li unhesitatingly summoned her well-practiced procrastination mantra, promising to address the breaches once she finished this piece of gossip. As she adeptly calmed the Book of Heavenly Dao, she approached the edge of the herbal field, hands clasped, ready to watch the unfolding drama. Bai Ziyun, have I been too indulgent with you? Qiyu gripped Bai Ziyun's chin, his previously handsome face now marred with ominous malice. How dare you venture into the inner sect? Do you wish to embarrass me further? I merely went to deliver medicinal herbs. I had no intention of seeking you out. Bai Ziyun's frail frame trembled slightly, her pale face bearing the marks of illness. Delivering medicinal herbs? Qiyu's fury intensified. He seized her hair with his other hand, forcing her gaze higher, his voice dripping with icy disdain. Is there no one else in the outer sect? Why must it be you? Besides, the herbs you cultivated are in my possession. Whose herbs are you delivering? Releasing his grip on her chin, he feigned gentleness as he wiped the blood from her lips, asking, Or have you been hoarding herbs? I have not. Bai Ziyun shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. A recent batch of herbs had matured, and I went to help with the harvest, then received a task to deliver them to the inner sect, even though she had grown accustomed to Qiyu's demeanor towards her. His mistrust still pierced her heart with pain. Realizing belatedly that the outer sect disciples had been subtly instructed to treat Bai Ziyun with utmost care, he recognized that sending her to harvest herbs beyond her capabilities had a clear motive. Noticing the depleted spiritual energy within her, he slightly eased his grip on her hair, tenderly stroking her tresses. Yun, in the inner sect, I possess no influence. I am vulnerable and cannot allow anyone to exploit my weaknesses. Your low cultivation and social ineptitude mean that even if my adversaries capture you, it is unlikely anyone would come to your aid. I do not wish for you to be harmed. I understand. Upon sensing Qiyu's gentleness, Bai Ziyun's initially aggrieved eyes filled with guilt. It is my fault. I should not have gone to the inner sect. My cultivation is too low. I am unworthy of my current senior brother Qi. He is so burdened, yet continues to think of me, and his anger is justified. It is not your fault. You had no choice but to comply when asked to go to the inner sect. Upon hearing her response, Qiyu subtly lifted the corners of his lips. His efforts to alienate and intimidate Bai Ziyun's companions had paid off. She was now utterly alone, coupled with the prolonged oppression and manipulation he had exerted over her. She would accept whatever he did with gratitude. He wrapped an arm around her waist, his mood lifting. Thanks to the herbs she cultivated, he had successfully caught the attention of the master of Yaodan Peak, becoming his sole disciple. However, if she were to venture into the inner sect again, he could manage the outer sect but had no control over the inner sect. The herbs she tended were far too valuable. He could not allow her to slip from his grasp. Contemplating this, his gaze darkened, yet his touch remained gentle. But Yun, should someone demand that you leave the outer sect for a task again, I would be powerless to intervene in the inner sect. Yun, I possess a soul-restraining nail. If planted within your consciousness, it would confine your movements to the outer sect. Thus, no one would have any reason to send you away. Upon hearing his words, Bai Ziyun looked up in shock, her expression filled with panic. Within my consciousness? She shook her head in fear, looking at him imploringly. Senior brother Qi. There must be another way, right? The consciousness is far too crucial for a cultivator. Tampering within it could prevent me from advancing in my cultivation ever again. Yun. Qiyu gently tightened his grip on her hand, his voice laced with a hint of pressure. Your cultivation has stagnated at the 4th level of Qi refining for over a decade. It would be quite difficult for you to make any further progress. The soul-connecting nail will not affect anything. Consider it a favor to me, so that I won't be distracted worrying about you in the future, alright? As he toyed with the soul-connecting nail, he tenderly reassured her. Bai Ziyun gazed at him dreamily, having long since become accustomed to her boundless compromises for him. Her cultivation had remained stagnant for quite some time, and if this could alleviate his worries about her, she slowly closed her eyes, a silent tear falling. Alright. Suli observed Qiyu's smug demeanor as he was about to take action and glanced at the frail Bai Ziyun, who was willing to sacrifice her life for love. Filled with almost bewildering confusion. Had she missed something? How could this man claim the outside world was dangerous only to then prepare to implant a soul-connecting nail? Moreover, the woman seemed entirely unconcerned about resisting. Did she not feel there was something amiss with this plan? Suli propped her chin on her hand and sincerely asked Bai Ziyun, "You agreed to this?" The sudden voice startled the two by the tree. Qiyu turned abruptly, encountering an unfamiliar figure. She was strikingly beautiful, her eyes radiating sincere curiosity, and her gentle demeanor naturally elicited affection. No one knew how long she had been standing there. As he sensed her cultivation, the tension in his expression gradually eased. She was merely a disciple at the 3rd level of Qi refining. Even if she heard him deceiving Bai Ziyun, what could it matter? Did she dare question a foundation establishment cultivator? Can't you see I'm discussing sect matters with junior sister Bai? Qiyu waved his hand authoritatively, but before he could finish, he noticed her stepping forward. Leisurely, yet exuding an inexplicable pressure. Instinctively, he took a step back, the word "get lost" dying on his lips. Suli paid him no mind. All her attention was on the tearful Bai Ziyun, who looked at Qiyu with longing. She walked past Qiyu without a sideways glance and approached Bai Ziyun, her gaze filled with admiration. What level of endurance do you possess to tolerate this? She tilted her head, casting a glance at Qiyu in the distance, and thought of a descriptor. Scum? Upon hearing her voice, Bai Ziyun turned in shock, meeting Su Li's profoundly sincere gaze. Instinctively, she defended Qiyu. Friend, you misunderstand. Senior brother Qi is not a bad person. He is only worried about me today, which is why. Qiyu's expression darkened menacingly. Since entering the inner sect as the sole disciple in charge, no one had dared to mock him like that. Watching Su Li so readily dismiss him while engaging with Bai Ziyun, he could no longer contain himself. He unleashed his spiritual energy, rushing forward to teach her a lesson. However, just as he was within arm's reach of Su Li, it felt as if a great weight pressed down upon him, rendering him helpless on the ground. Su Li seemed oblivious to his predicament, still curiously looking at Bai Ziyun. You think he worries about you? Bai Ziyun's attention was entirely captured by the fallen Qiyu. She stepped forward in a fluster, wanting to help him up. Su Li took a step closer, conveniently blocking her view, her voice laced with curiosity. Do you truly believe he wants to implant a soul-connecting nail out of concern for you? Without hesitation, Bai Ziyun nodded. Of course. My cultivation is weak, and leaving the outer sect might expose me to danger. Staying here is the safest option. Senior brother Qi is only looking out for my well-being. Indeed, I only wish to protect her. Qi Yu, still on the ground, strained to raise his head, attempting to justify himself in light of Bai Ziyun's words. I see. Su Li nodded thoughtfully upon hearing their responses. She turned and walked directly towards Qi Yu. If I am not mistaken, your cultivation is still at the early stage of foundation establishment. With such a level, you will undoubtedly face danger outside the sect. Hearing these familiar words, Qi Yu stiffened, terror filling his eyes. Su Li continued, this will only cause those who love you to worry. She reached Qi Yu's left side, gently extracting the soul-connecting nail from his hand. But it's all right. Once the soul-connecting nail is implanted, all problems will be resolved. Please no. Qi Yu's voice cracked in panic. Please no. Bai Ziyun exclaimed, her face a mask of worry. Upon hearing their simultaneous protests, Su Li looked confused. Did you not both say that planting this nail is for your own good? Why are you now pushing this away? Bai Ziyun froze for a moment, opening her mouth as if to defend Qi Yu. Meanwhile, Qi Yu felt Su Li's hand gathering spiritual energy around the soul-connecting nail. Before Bai Ziyun could speak, he hastily confessed, I was wrong. I should not have used such a wicked object on Yunu. I swear I will never do it again. As he wept and apologized profusely, he secretly expended all his spiritual energy to activate the life-saving talisman left by his master. Upon witnessing the energy from the talisman, he struggled to raise his head, glaring fiercely at Su Li. Do you know who my master is? He is coming to save me right now. Let me go. And I might still persuade him to spare your life. Otherwise, your master is Su Li, who opened the book of Heavenly Dao in the Sea of Consciousness with her divine sense, right? Liang Qianzhong, the head of the inner sect at Yaodin Peak. As soon as her words fell, the imposing figure of Liang Qianzhong appeared before the three. Master, you finally came, Qi Yu exclaimed, filled with excitement as he struggled to shout, Master, please save your disciple. This which wants to kill me. Liang Qianzhong glanced at his fallen disciple and then at Su Li, waving his sleeve. The pressure of his golden core cultivation surged towards her. Chapter 5. Qi Yu gazed at Liang Qianzhong, who was spitting blood and glaring furiously, overwhelmed with emotion. His master had always maintained a composed demeanor. Today, he was so enraged by his disciple's plight that he bled. How could he have ever doubted that his master was using him? This was utterly unwarranted. That which was doomed to face the wrath of a golden core cultivator. As Qi Yu envisioned the grim fate awaiting Su Li, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy hurtled towards him. Stunned, he was struck by the energy, creating a human-shaped crater in the ground. Master, you must have struck the wrong person. Su Li, pulling the still-dazed Bai Ziyun back, swiftly retreated a few steps, allowing ample space for the two to converse. She contemplated Qi Yu's pitiful state, reveling in his misfortune. Is this really happening? Has Liang Qianzhong sensed the treasures in Qi Yu's storage bag? Cough, cough. Many of those were contributed by his wife. Indeed, not only did he steal a person, but he also collected numerous treasures. No wonder Liang Qianzhong is furious. Let me see. Their SMO Shuanggrass, the 9-containing shield, and the 5th-grade condensation pill that Liang Qianzhong painstakingly refined a few days ago. Goodness. Qi Yu might even be wealthier than his master now. Unable to hold back any longer, Liang Qianzhong struck Qi Yu again with a heavy palm. You wretched creature. He used his spiritual energy to snatch the storage bag from Qi Yu, and after obliterating its spiritual mark, he gazed at the contents within, trembling with rage. Among them was the snow jade ring he had seen his wife wearing just yesterday, now appearing on Qi Yu. Upon witnessing the opening of the storage bag, Qi Yu seemed to suddenly realize something, his body shaking like a tattered cloth in the cold wind, stammering, that is. Liang Qianzhong had no intention of granting him the opportunity to speak. He transformed his spiritual energy into a palm and struck Qi Yu repeatedly with tremendous force. How dare you deceive your master? So exhilarating. Su Li covered her eyes with her hands and peered through her fingers, excitedly watching the scene of the scoundrel being pummeled. If Liang Qianzhong were aware that every time Qi Yu visited his wife, he was rewarded with treasures that even he was reluctant to use, he would surely be even angrier. Wow, every time they were in bed, he even whispered sweet nothings to his master. Isn't Liang Qianzhong puzzled as to why he has been quarreling with his wife lately? It's because his disciple is stirring trouble in bed. As the voice from beyond continued to remark, Liang Qianzhong's blows upon Qi Yu grew increasingly forceful. Qi Yu, oblivious to the commentary from afar, had no idea that his secrets had been thoroughly exposed. He was uncertain of how much Liang Qianzhong had discovered regarding his relationship with his master, and thus hesitated to explain, allowing the master to continue his onslaught. As he felt the faint cracks forming within his dantian, he trembled uncontrollably, fearing he would be rendered incapacitated. Master, I was wrong. I won't dare again. He could no longer weigh the pros and cons, bursting into tears as he pleaded. Please spare me. Enduring the intense pain coursing through his body, his mind raced, suddenly recalling the spiritual herbs cultivated by Bai Ziyun. It was because of those herbs that he had become Liang Qianzhong's disciple. Master, whatever you desire in the future, I shall strive to obtain for you. Qi Yu cried out in panic before Liang Qianzhong's fist could descend upon him. Liang Qiancheng's spiritual energy faltered momentarily, regaining a semblance of rationality. He could not kill Qiyu just yet. The spiritual herbs he had offered, though of slightly lower grade and seemingly indistinguishable from others, possessed excellent spiritual energy and efficacy. Using these herbs would yield a high success rate for alchemy, with effects surpassing those of similarly graded pills. He had been intending to research new elixirs, and Qiyu still had utility. Contemplating this, Liang Qiancheng's expression darkened as he lowered his hand, deciding to spare him for the time being. Upon witnessing Liang Qiancheng cease his assault, Su Li expressed her dissatisfaction. Is that all? Just a few slaps to scare the child? Redirecting her focus back to the book of Heavenly Dao, she mused. Is Master S' wife so disdainful towards Liang Qiancheng merely because his skills are lacking and not enduring enough? Indeed, Su Li's excitement surged as she read the text. Liang Qiancheng hasn't tea-bathed for hundreds of years. Not a single bath. Liang Qiancheng furrowed his brow and waved his sleeve dismissively, his face a mask of indifference. I have used dust cleansing techniques. Why bother with bathing? It would be a futile endeavor. Isn't it better to refine another batch of pills instead? After the last batch exploded, it stank for a month, and the dust cleansing technique doesn't eliminate odors. Goodness, it must have suffocated his wife for an entire month. Lady Liang, what are you truly after? Liang Qiancheng was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, Liang Qiancheng even enjoys picking his feet. Not just that, he actually... With a voice from beyond still gleefully dissecting his shortcomings, Liang Qiancheng could no longer contain himself. He seized the injured Qiyu and flew towards his residence. He could not afford to continue the assault. If any observers were to hear the commotion, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Once back in the hall, he would settle the score with his wayward disciple. Is that it? Are we leaving already? Su Li glanced at Liang Qiancheng's retreating figure, regretfully closing the book of Heavenly Dao in her consciousness and shifting her attention back to the person beside her. Bai Ziyun, previously intimidated by Liang Qiancheng's cultivation, was unclear about the events that had unfolded, only vaguely recalling Qiyu receiving a few punches from the master. She gazed longingly in the direction Qiyu had departed, her eyes brimming with concern and affection for him. Sensing the gaze upon her, she abruptly turned her head, as if finally coming to her senses. Her voice a blend of concern and barely concealed indignation. Why does the master treat senior brother Qi this way? Isn't he his only disciple? She did not expect Su Li to respond, comforting herself with the thought that senior brother Qi was strong and would surely be fine. Observing Bai Ziyun's deeply affectionate expression, Su Li recalled how she had been threatened by Qiyu with a soul anchor nail earlier, pausing for a moment before speaking sincerely. Do you have some profound task involving the scoundrel that you must fulfill? My friend, you must be mistaken, Bai Ziyun replied earnestly, her expression one of disbelief at the insinuation against senior brother Qi. Today was simply an unfortunate incident. You may not know, but senior brother Qi has always treated me particularly well. Such as? Su Li inquired, feigning innocence. Bai Ziyun's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her voice laced with shyness. Senior brother Qi is very attentive, frequently asking if I feel unwell. Just asking? Bai Ziyun clenched her fists slightly, her voice rising. When he learns I'm unwell, he insists I rest properly and drink plenty of hot water. Just that? Bai Ziyun's voice grew louder and more urgent. Even when he's busy, he finds time to visit me. Just visiting? Bai Ziyun tightened her fists. Senior brother Qi, he even gifted me a stone tablet inscribed with my name. Oh. You mean that tablet with no spiritual energy? You could carve a whole room full of stones yourself. Bai Ziyun's face flushed crimson as she desperately sought a retort to Su Li's jibe. Unperturbed by her thoughts, Su Li strolled leisurely ahead, lamenting. The cultivators in this realm are truly naive. They inquire about one's well-being 3 times a day, meet once every half-month, and present a trivial gift every 6 months. In this light, senior brother Qi is quite conservative. If it were me, I could juggle 100 relationships. Upon hearing Su Li's musings, Bai Ziyun's expression shifted multiple times, ultimately settling on unwavering trust. That stone tablet was personally carved by senior brother Qi. She hurried after Su Li, passionately defending Qiyu. Every stroke signifies his profound affection for me. Although he has only gifted me a stone tablet, and it may not seem valuable in your eyes, she clutched her chest, her face radiant with emotion. His sentiments are priceless. As Su Li lamented the ease with which scoundrels thrived in the realm of cultivation and how easily female cultivators could be deceived, she heard a voice filled with heartfelt emotion beside her. How could he only give you a stone tablet? Without a moment's thought, she retorted. Didn't he just give you a soul anchor nail? Quite expensive, over 500 spiritual stones. A blow to the heart. Bai Ziyun found herself at a loss for words, her mouth opening and closing without sound. After a moment, she seemed to convince herself, her voice resolute. Indeed. Senior brother Qi is willing to spend so many spiritual stones on me. He must like me. That amounts to over 500 spirit stones. It's equivalent to several years' worth of monthly salary for an outer sect disciple. Su Li, do you still believe that he planted the soul fixation nail for your own good? She halted her steps, gazing at Bai Ziyun with the look one might reserve for a fool. Bai Ziyun replied without a moment's hesitation, of course. My friend, think carefully. Why did senior brother Qi only plant the soul fixation nail on me, and not on anyone else? She continued, "It's because I am special to him. He must really like me. Su Li, I can't comprehend, but I am utterly astonished." She blinked and asked curiously, "What if you discover that your senior brother Qi is a fickle womanizer?" "Impossible. How dare you slander senior brother Qi?" Bai Ziyun's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with fury. "He is kind-hearted, sincere, brave, cares for his fellow disciples, respects his teachers, and is unwaveringly loyal." After a long string of adjectives, she concluded with conviction, "He treats others so well. What he said must be a misunderstanding. Otherwise, you are deliberately slandering him." Observing Bai Ziyun's unwavering determination and deep affection, as well as glimpsing the scene in the book of Heavenly Path where Qiyu was being ruthlessly beaten by his master, Su Li suddenly perked up. She beckoned to Bai Ziyun, her voice brimming with excitement. "Come, come. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. I shall take you to witness your kind and loyal senior brother Qi." Upon hearing her words, Bai Ziyun's eyes widened in shock. To find senior brother Qi? But that's the inner sect. How can we possibly enter? Before she could ponder further, the world spun around her, and in the next instant, they found themselves within an entirely unfamiliar palace. Chapter 6 Woo Woo Woo. Why is this happening? Senior brother Qi clearly promised he would love only me. Is he not the one who respects his teachers? Su Li listened to Bai Ziyun's tearful accusations, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She smirked, eagerly watching the two individuals in the hall, accompanied by music, the sound of crying. This is even more delightful. Within the barrier, their voices were completely isolated, unheard by anyone. Inside the hall, Liang Qianchong sat at the highest seat, his expression dark as he glared at Qiyu, who knelt on the ground. Though he had suppressed Qiyu's cultivation, ensuring he could never advance, the mere thought of Qiyu's actions filled him with uncontainable rage. And then there were those words spoken from outside. How could his disciple dare to bewitch his wife? It was utterly absurd. With this thought, he transformed his spiritual energy into a palm and struck Qiyu fiercely across the face. Bai Ziyun instinctively halted her sobs, stepping forward in concern. She then turned to Su Li, her expression conflicted. Is senior brother Qi truly willing? With Madame Liang's formidable cultivation, if she were to force him, he would have no means to resist. Inside the hall, Qiyu felt his foundational cultivation teetering on the brink. Ignoring his pain, he crawled to the foot of the master's platform, presenting his storage bag before Liang Qianchong. "Master, considering I still hold some value, please spare me this time." As he spoke, he obsequiously began to empty the spirit stones and treasures from his storage bag. Various tiers of spirit herbs, dozens of spirit talismans, and all manner of magical artifacts. Su Li observed the treasures scattered around Qi Yu and nodded dismissively. Yes, you're absolutely right. These were all forced upon him by Madame Liang. Wait, there are also many other spirit treasures sent by different ships. At this point, Su Li rested her chin on her hand, sincerely admiring. To have tricked so many treasures, this Qi Yu is truly talented. Bai Ziyun could no longer hear any sounds around her. Her gaze was fixated on one direction. There lay a third-tier spirit herb, the three-leaf sacred lotus, which had just tumbled from Qiyu as storage bag. Compared to other treasures, this spirit herb could even be deemed inexpensive. Bai Ziyun stared at the familiar bite mark on the leaves of the three-leaf sacred lotus, her hands trembling uncontrollably. That was the sacred lotus she had nurtured with painstaking effort for 17 years, cultivating it from a single leaf to 3 leaves. When it had only 2 leaves, it was accidentally bitten by a pest, causing her sleepless nights filled with heartache. Yet now, it lay discarded on the cold, unfeeling ground. Bai Ziyun's heart ached as she gazed at the 3-leaf sacred lotus, not far away, tears streaming down her face. Though it was within reach, it felt as distant as the ends of the earth, an unreachable chasm. In the next moment, the 3-leaf sacred lotus, which she longed for, suddenly appeared before her. "Are you admiring this?" Su Li, noticing the movement beside her, followed by Ziyun's gaze, raised her left hand and silently summoned the 3-leaf sacred lotus into her grasp without drawing anyone's attention. Bai Ziyun stared blankly at the 3-leaf sacred lotus, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. She turned in confusion to where the lotus had been and then glanced at the oblivious duo in the hall. Bai Ziyun, in a daze, exclaimed, "How did you get it?" Su Li, with my hand?" She slightly lowered her gaze, curiously toying with the 3-leaf sacred lotus in her hand. "This spirit herb, aside from being a bit more abundant in spiritual energy, does it possess any other undiscovered benefits?" At that moment, a gentle hand reached out, trembling as it brushed over the 3-leaf sacred lotus, the movement almost reverent. Su Li lifted her head, observing Bai Ziyun's teary, excited expression, her voice laced with confusion. "Isn't this just a 3rd-tier spirit herb? Why are you so emotional?" Bai Ziyun's gaze remained fixed on the 3-leaf sacred lotus. She choked out, "This is the 3-leaf sacred lotus that I painstakingly nurtured." If others were to discover that Bai Ziyun, a 4th-layer Qi practitioner, had cultivated a 3rd-tier spirit herb, their immediate reaction would likely be astonishment, disbelief, or even suspicion. However, Su Li only sensed the thrill of gossip. She subtly moved a couple of steps closer to Bai Ziyun, her eyes sparkling with interest. How did your spirit herb end up in Chiyu's storage bag? Did you give it to him? Of course not. Bai Ziyun's teeth ground together. Her voice filled with indignation. How could I possibly give away the 3-leaf sacred lotus I nurtured for 17 years? Chiyu stole it. Suli blinked. Inching closer to Bai Ziyun, her voice tinged with excitement. Please, elaborate. Bai Ziyun instinctively glanced down at the 3-leaf sacred lotus, her eyes brimming with profound nostalgia and affection. When I first joined the outer sect of Shunqian sect, each person could claim a spirit herb, and by the time I arrived, only this single-leaf sacred lotus remained. For 17 years in the outer sect, it was my sole companion. Most of my monthly salary was spent on its care, and finally, in the 7th year, I nurtured it to 2 leaves. By the 17th year, it blossomed into 3 leaves. And then it was stolen. As she spoke, Bai Ziyun's voice faltered, laced with pain. At that time, I was despondent, feeling as if there was no hope left for the future. Just then, Chiyu appeared beside me, showering me with concern and comfort. She clenched her hands, her voice thick with unending resentment. Thus, I fell for him, seeing him as my salvation. I fell in love with the thief who stole my cherished possession. Su Li succinctly summarized the situation. Bai Ziyun found her words abruptly choked back, her anger momentarily stifled. Taking a deep breath, she replied, Indeed. Later, Chiyu, aware of my sorrow over the 3-leaf sacred lotus, went to great lengths to procure 2 1-leaf sacred lotuses as gifts for me. Gritting her teeth, her voice filled with righteous indignation, she asserted that since I was able to cultivate the first 3-leaf sacred lotus, I would undoubtedly succeed in growing the 2nd and 3rd. In hindsight, it appeared he was not content with merely 1 theft. He intended to wait until I had nurtured them well before stealing again. Listening to Bai Ziyun, Su Li was struck by a sudden thought. Wasn't it true that the leaves and grades of the sacred lotus were predetermined at birth? How could Bai Ziyun speak of upgrading a 1-leaf sacred lotus so lightly? However, she quickly redirected her focus. Recalling Bai Ziyun's infatuation with Chiyu, she pondered. Does he even need to steal? Isn't it merely a matter of persuasion? Bai Ziyun fell into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, Liang Qianzhong remained oblivious to the sudden disappearance of the 3-leaf sacred lotus. With one hand grasping the storage bag presented by Chiyu, his anger began to wane. This Chiyu was somewhat useful, yet he was merely a foundation establishment disciple. Should he desire, he could easily crush him. Liang Qianzhong waved his hand dismissively at Chiyu, signaling him to leave promptly. Feeling relieved by the gesture, Chiyu bowed his head and began to retreat on his knees, inching toward the door. As he focused on the ground, observing the seemingly shifting patterns beneath him, a dark cloud of despair enveloped his heart. After this incident, not only had his cultivation suffered a severe blow, but his resources had also been entirely depleted. Oblivious to the presence of others around him, he remained unaware that Bai Ziyun had uncovered his secret and harbored deep resentment towards him. In this moment, all his hopes rested upon Bai Ziyun. Fortunately, he still had her. She cared for him deeply and was the easiest to deceive. The spiritual herbs she cultivated were exceptionally valuable, and those 2 1-leaf sacred lotuses had already matured to 2 leaves. With a little more time, she would surely succeed in nurturing them to 3, 4, or even 5 leaves. At that point, even if Liang Qianzhong sought to harm him, he would have to think twice. Yes, as long as Bai Ziyun remained by his side, he could always make a comeback. Chiyu was nothing more than a thief. Meanwhile, Bai Ziyun, brought back to the medicinal field by Su Li, was silently shedding tears while softly cursing Chiyu, thief, scoundrel, vermin, and beast in human guise. Even in her utmost fury, her voice lacked true aggression. It dwindled to a whisper, and eventually, her head hung low as she lamented. Indeed, Chiyu's feelings for me are nothing but feigned. In this world, no one has ever genuinely cared for me. With her gaze cast downward, tears fell drop by drop onto the 3-leaf sacred lotus. Yes, I am so weak and of such poor character. How could anyone ever care about me? Having just slapped the Dao book due to its blinding brilliance, Su Li instinctively interjected. How could that be? Chiyu cares for you deeply. He offered you a soul-connecting nail worth over 500 spirit stones without a second thought. Bai Ziyun's sorrowful demeanor was abruptly interrupted, her expression momentarily blank. She opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Turning her head slightly, she gazed into Su Li's sincere and clear eyes. And all her self-pitying thoughts suddenly faltered. My friend, you have been working tirelessly. You must be weary. She glanced at the modest, thatched cottage not far away, awkwardly shifting the conversation. If you don't mind, please consider resting at my humble abode. We can enjoy some spirit tea and a light meal, and take a moment to recuperate. Su Li, already satisfied from her earlier gossip, instinctively began to refuse. No, I don't have much expertise in spirit cuisine. Only a few delicacies like jade pastry, linglong cake, and oil cake. Bai Ziyun softly added, hoping her friend would not find them lacking. Su Li exclaimed, Then I shall intrude. With only a few steps remaining, Bai Ziyun hurried ahead and pushed open the slightly dilapidated door. The small courtyard appeared simple yet tidy, with a pale gray stone table beneath a jade maple tree, surrounded by 2 stone stools serving as seats. The thatched cottage emanated a rustic elegance, harmonizing beautifully with the courtyard. Su Li surveyed her surroundings, silently marveling at how it surpassed her own dilapidated dwelling, which had lost half its roof. Bai Ziyun, believing she had carefully gauged Su Li's expression, felt a wave of relief wash over her upon noticing that she displayed neither disdain nor contempt. Friend, please take a seat for a moment. She cautiously guided Su Li to the stone stool. Then she quickly fetched a vase, reverently placing the tri-leaf sacred lotus inside and utilizing all her accumulated spiritual energy to cast the rejuvenation technique upon it. Chapter 7. In that moment, Su Li suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she observed the furious expression of Song Yongping as he questioned Bai Ziyun. Seizing the opportunity, she thought, better to act than to ponder. She hastily stuffed the snacks from the table into her storage bag and dashed towards the two confronting individuals, pulling them towards the exit. Words alone are insufficient. Let us visit your medicinal field right now. Song Yonging only noticed Su Li pulling Bai Ziyun towards him, and before he knew it, he was being uncontrollably dragged along. After a brief moment, Su Li came to a halt, and beside her, Song Yongping and Bai Ziyun were left gasping for breath. Finally regaining control of his body, Song Yongping took a deep breath and was about to voice his reproach when he noticed Bai Ziyun, with an innocent expression, pointing behind him. Following her gesture, Song Yongping's gaze fell upon a figure in the medicinal field that was all too familiar. He froze in shock. It was his younger brother. The person in the medicinal field had his head bowed, slowly pouring gray liquid from a bottle in his hand. With each droplet that fell, the surrounding spiritual herbs lost their vitality, the leaves beginning to yellow ominously. The spiritual herbs were the foundation of the outer sect disciples of Yaodan Peak. Should the entire patch be destroyed, he would face reprimand from the overseer, and worse, risk losing his disciple status and being demoted to a servant of the outer sect. Song Yongping advanced step by step into the medicinal field, feeling the rapid depletion of spiritual energy. His voice trembled. Song Yongla, what are you doing? Startled by his voice, Song Yongla dropped the bottle in his hand. Turning around in fright, he met the disappointed gaze of Song Yongping, who had unexpectedly appeared. Wasn't he supposed to be confronting Bai Ziyun? Why was he here? I only saw you worrying about the medicinal field, he stammered, forcing himself to remain calm. Discreetly shifting his foot, he stepped on the broken bottle. Once the evidence was destroyed, he finally lifted his head, feigning sincerity. So, I wanted to alleviate your worries. Song Yongping, incredulous, retorted, you mean to say that you spilled this potion to ease my concerns? This is a spiritual liquid I purchased from a rogue cultivator, costing me a significant number of spirit stones, Song Yongla replied, glancing at the shattered remnants of the bottle, relieved that there was no longer any evidence. He raised his head, adopting an innocent expression. Brother, are you so upset because there is something wrong with this spiritual liquid? At this point, a hint of remorse crept into his voice. I saved for a long time to buy this. As you know, I am only at the first level of chi refinement. With such meager spiritual energy, I truly cannot discern the efficacy of these herbs. Hearing his words, Song Yongping's anger suddenly dissipated. He gazed at Song Yongla's sincere expression, feeling a pang of guilt within him. His younger brother had always been under his protection, unaware of the treachery of the world. It was only natural that he had been deceived into purchasing the wrong spirit herb. Yongla had only wanted to help him. How could he have begun to doubt his brother without first seeking the truth? He took 2 steps closer to Song Yongla, intending to apologize, when suddenly a voice filled with sincerity and confusion pierced the air. Recently, has there been a trend in the cultivation world for spirit herbs to turn yellow? Song Yongping abruptly halted, turning towards the source of the voice. He suddenly became acutely aware of a question he had long overlooked. Song Yongla also turned, his eyes betraying a subtle malice. Su Li, oblivious to their scrutiny, curiously extended her hand, and the fragments beneath Song Yongla silently glided toward her, gradually returning to their original form. By Ling Ku, she read aloud from the bottle, her voice laced with confusion. Why did the spirit herb have a name that sounded like poison? Bai Ziyun gasped in astonishment at Su Li's actions and instinctively replied, because it's poison. The venom of Bai Ling Ku was well known among outer disciples. A single drop could devastate the root system of any spirit herb. Even Song Yongla, no matter how naive, should have been aware of this. Song Yongping, fully cognizant, fixated on the bottle, where the words Bai Ling Ku stood out glaringly. Song Yongla, now terror-stricken, stared at the bottle that had returned to its original state, glancing at the fragments that had mysteriously vanished, his body trembling involuntarily. Why would there be disciples in the outer sect capable of restoring spirit-infused items? Slowly, Song Yongping turned his head, his gaze filled with restrained disappointment. The evidence is right here. What more is there to say? It's not me, I didn't do it, Song Yongla gritted his teeth, refusing to admit guilt. Yes, someone forced me. It wasn't my own desire. Indeed, it was those who oppose you who compelled me to act. It has nothing to do with me. Someone forced you? Song Yongping inhaled deeply, suppressing his compassion, and questioned each word. Who is that person? When did they force you? How did they do it? And why didn't you tell me? Should I take you one by one to inquire? Song Yongla's face turned pale at the interrogation. Realizing he could not easily deceive Song Yongping this time, he rapidly made a decision. I was wrong. He crawled to Song Yongping's side, embracing his leg. Weeping as he apologized, I was momentarily bewitched, which led me to such thoughts. Many people mocked me for being inept, claiming I merely had a good older brother. I was influenced by their words. As he slapped his own face, tears streaming down, he continued, "They said you were favored by the outer sex overseer and would soon enter the inner sect, and that we would have to part ways. We have never been apart since birth." Song Yongla was brutal with himself, and soon his entire face was swollen. "I feared you would leave me behind in the outer sect. I was afraid you would disdain my weakness and not want to stay by my side, which led me down the wrong path. I just care too much about you. Brother, enough." Song Yongping's eyes softened as he halted his brother's self-inflicted punishment. Sensing his brother's compassion, Song Yongla quickly seized the moment. "Brother, do you remember our childhood? Back when mother was still here." At 3 years old, Song Yongping suddenly recalled scenes from their childhood when Song Yongla would sweetly call him brother, sharing his favorite treats with him. They had grown up together, sailing through 50 years of storms, supporting one another. With that thought, his gaze gradually softened. Yongla has merely taken a wrong turn this time. Just then, an astonished voice from the edge of the herb field shattered his reverie. "Is this the legendary if you love someone, you must destroy them?" "How thrilling!" Suli exclaimed, munching on her snacks while watching the drama unfold. Her voice, brimming with a reckless excitement, drew the attention of all present. Just as Song Yongping was about to forgive his brother, just as Song Yongla, who thought he had deceived his brother, was feeling triumphant, and just as Bai Ziyun had been secretly observing, Suli interrupted the halted drama in the herb field, bewilderedly asking, "Why have you all stopped? This is just like an advertisement," pausing at the most thrilling moment. Song Yongping fell silent for a moment, turning back to gaze at his still pitiful brother. He opened his mouth, but the words of forgiveness failed to come forth. An eerie silence enveloped the air. Since Suli had spoken, Bai Ziyun had avoided meeting their gazes, feeling uncomfortable. Observing those around her remaining entirely unfazed and still eager, she coughed lightly, attempting to ease the awkwardness. So, it turns out the herb field was ruined by senior brother Song's younger brother. Not just that, Suli seized the moment of silence. Casually flipping through the book of heavenly principles in her consciousness, her expression one of astonishment as she exclaimed, "I have never witnessed such profound brotherly affection. This time, he merely ruined the herb field. His brother has already inflicted enough punishment upon himself." The last time his brother had played a trick, causing Song Yongping's cultivation to falter, he had cried for less than an incense stick's duration before he forgave him. Song Yongping looked at Suli in shock. How did she know about this? Were there others present at that time? Yet, he instinctively defended Song Yongla. Yongla was simply too frightened. Didn't he do it on purpose? Bai Ziyan stared blankly, murmuring, "Can anyone really believe this? Senior brother Song is too easily fooled." The resolute trust on Song Yongping's face suddenly stiffened. Suli, with a bemused expression, turned her head. "You, who willingly let a scoundrel control your heart, how dare you ask such a question?" After withdrawing her gaze, she cast another glance at the book of heavenly principles, her admiration deepening. Once, when Song Yongping was deceived by his brother and beset by spirit beasts, his first reaction upon escaping was to comfort his dear brother. Enraged, Song Yongping retorted, "That was merely an accident. Why must you slander him? This Song Yongla is indeed audacious. He still has the powder for attracting spirit beasts in his storage bag," Suli remarked. And only then did she belatedly lift her head. "What did you just say?" Song Yongping's defense abruptly ceased. He turned stiffly to look at the still kneeling Song Yongla. Song Yongla instinctively clutched his storage bag tighter. "Brother, I didn't how could I harm you? I am your blood-related brother. How can you trust a stranger over me? Brother, have you forgotten? When you were besieged by spirit beasts and injured, I risked defending the inner sect brothers to plead for you." His face bore the hurt of suspicion, tears welling as he defended himself. "If it weren't for me, if it weren't for you, your brother would have long received that inner disciple-esque compensation." Suli, observing the book of heavenly principles, wore a face of bemusement as she completed his sentence. "Goodness. Your trip turned that compensation into a month of confinement." She's talking nonsense. Song Yongla had not anticipated Suli would know of this matter, and cold sweat began to pour down his back. "Brother, you wouldn't believe such absurdity, would you?" Song Yongping, gazing at his brother's hands still clutching the storage bag, recalled his senior brother's sudden change in demeanor, and he began to believe Suli's words to some extent. Before he could respond, Suli's persistent voice rang out once more. What an unparalleled good brother this is. He actually divulged his brother's weaknesses to his adversary, leading to his brother's disastrous defeat. Astonishingly, he even schemed against his brother, undermining his brother's relationships with others. Bai Ziyun's expression had shifted from initial shock to a state of numbness. What kind of exceptional grudge-bearer is this? Chapter 8. Song Yongping staggered back 2 steps. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, his voice trembling. "Song Yongla, did you truly?" Song Yongla had grown up alongside him, well aware of what mattered most to him, and even more cognizant of his somewhat rigid character. He gritted his teeth, refusing to admit. "Of course not. TSK. The number of victims is truly considerable." Upon hearing this, Suli glanced up at him, leisurely reciting a few names. Yu Xiaoqiu, Feng Ansong. Song Yongla's complexion turned ashen. How could that woman know so much? Song Yongping felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, unable to move. Each name Su Li uttered had suffered severe setbacks during a certain period. Some had stagnated in their cultivation, while others had their medicinal fields damaged. It turned out all of this was related to his brother. Realizing this, he could no longer contain himself. Delivering a sharp slap to Song Yongle, how could you commit such heinous acts? Hearing the commotion, Su Li, slightly exhilarated, lifted her head from the book of Heavenly Dao. Wow, the devoted brother is actually resorting to violence against his sibling. Is he about to enact familial righteousness? At this moment, Song Yongle was deaf to any sounds, feeling an unprecedented pain surging through him. In disbelief, he looked up. You actually hit me? For decades. No matter his misdeeds or the troubles he caused Song Yongping, he had only ever received a few reprimands. Yet this time, his brother had struck him so fiercely. I am your brother. He gritted his teeth, words spilling forth uncontrollably. You would strike me for those worthless outsiders. Song Yongle. It is my failure to have educated you properly. Song Yongping gazed at him with a ruthless expression devoid of guilt, his voice laden with unprecedented weariness. I will accept the punishment from the law enforcement team for allowing Kin to harm fellow disciples. You are old enough to take responsibility for your actions. With a motion of his right hand, he crushed the talisman, notifying the law enforcement team. Watching his action, Song Yongle's eyes widened in shock. Song Yongping, have you lost your mind? That is the law enforcement team. Do you wish to see me perish? He crawled forward on his knees, clutching at his brother's clothing. Knowing Song Yongping was more susceptible to soft pleas than hard threats. I truly see my errors. I can apologize. I can make amends. Just don't let the law enforcement team come. Brother, I beg you. Su Li, thoroughly enjoying the unfolding drama, shook her head, her voice ringing with clarity. If apologies were effective, why would we need the law enforcement team? Song Yongping's momentary softness turned to stone. On the brink of collapse, Song Yongle could no longer hold back. He pulled out an explosive talisman and hurled it at her. This is all your fault. If it weren't for your words, none of this would have happened today. His expression was venomous. Die. Upon hearing him shout, Song Yongping turned in panic, reaching out to stop him. Just as his hand extended halfway, a gentle breeze swept in. The explosive talisman that should have soared towards Su Li was instead blown back softly, exploding beneath Song Yongle with a resounding bang. Song Yongle was left ragged, staring at Song Yongping's outstretched hand, mistaking it for a form of attack. His madness intensified. Song Yongping, how dare you treat me this way? I knew all along your kindness was merely a facade, a ploy to maintain a good reputation. I merely dealt with a few inept fools, and you can no longer pretend to be supportive? Song Yongping's hands trembled in anger at his utter lack of remorse. He delivered a sharp slap. Those are your fellow disciples, and you remain unrepentant. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I repent? Song Yongle's eyes were bloodshot. They looked down on me first. They dared to ignore me when I approached. They hid what I wanted. Is this all you consider those who look down upon you? Su Li inquired earnestly, propping her chin on one hand. I'm curious, but it seems there aren't many in the sect who regard you highly. The three members of the law enforcement team, just arriving, could not suppress their laughter. It was evident that Song Yongle bullied the weak and feared the strong. His earlier claims were merely excuses to oppress other disciples. Leading the team, Yulin, at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, approached the trembling Song Yongle, gently sealing his spiritual veins with a light touch. He then turned to the pale-faced Song Yongping, offering a comforting pat on the shoulder. He had overheard part of the earlier conversation. Having such a brother is indeed a trial meant for you, Song Yongping. Finally coming to his senses, Song Yongping took a deep breath, his voice filled with remorse. Brother, I will bear the consequences of Song Yongle's actions. It is my failure to guide him properly. The law enforcement hall will provide a fair judgment. Yulin nodded, choosing not to say more. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his two companions to restrain Song Yongle and prepare to take him back to the law enforcement hall. Song Yongle trembled in fear, unable to resist due to his sealed spiritual veins. He looked at Song Yongping with pleading eyes. Brother, I understand my mistakes. Please let the law enforcement team spare me. I truly know my errors. His voice grew increasingly desperate. Have you forgotten what mother said before she passed? She entrusted you to take care of me. Seeing his brother, Song Yongon, with closed eyes and a resolute expression, Song Yongle recognized that the situation was irreparable. He succumbed to madness. Song Yongping, you are a heartless hypocrite. Do you think by sending me to the law enforcement hall, you can find peace? Dream on. The entire second-tier medicinal field has been destroyed. Do you believe that shifting the blame onto me will absolve you? Dragged away, his face twisted with deep-seated hatred. He gazed at the diminishing spiritual energy of the medicinal fields, laughing maniacally. Ha ha, Song Yongping, I await you in the law enforcement hall. Upon hearing his words, Yulin's attention finally shifted to the surrounding medicinal fields. He observed the yellowing leaves, realizing that if not tended to, they would wither in a matter of days. Frowning, he understood that the roots of these spiritual herbs had suffered severe damage. Even a golden core cultivator would require specialized high-grade spiritual liquid to assist in their recovery. Thinking of this, he cast a glance at the tightly pursed lips of Song Yongping, letting out a soft sigh. This was second-tier spiritual medicine, and the damage seemed to be related to Song Yongping's brother. He would undoubtedly face shared accountability from both the inner and outer sections. If the situation were serious, He might even lose his status as an outer sect disciple. Placing a hand on Song Yongping's shoulder, he offered consolation. I will explain to Master Liang on your behalf. Striving for leniency. Song Yongping forced a weary smile, his voice heavy. It is my failure to educate my brother, and I should face punishment. He slightly bent down, trembling as he caressed the leaves, ultimately collapsing to his knees, tears cascading onto the spiritual plants. I have failed to care for them. He lowered his head deeply, uncertain whether he spoke of the medicinal fields, his brother, or both. Just then, a familiar voice pierced through his thoughts. What are you crying about? This matter cannot simply be resolved with a rejuvenation technique, can it? As Su Li's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, so profound that the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Moments later, Yulin was the first to regain his composure. His brows furrowed tightly. The rejuvenation technique merely addresses superficial issues with spiritual plants. How could a low-tier rejuvenation technique possibly remedy problems involving root damage? How could there be disciples with such a fragile foundation in the outer sect? Just as he contemplated reprimanding this outer sect disciple for her ignorance, Song Yongping, kneeling beside him, suddenly lifted his head. He recalled the earlier scene where Su Li effortlessly restored a vial of spiritual essence with a mere wave of her hand. His voice tinged with a tremor of hope. Senior, can you use the rejuvenation technique to heal this medicinal field? Yulin and the other disciples of the enforcement team were taken aback by his question, doubt etched on their faces. Had Song Yongping been overwhelmed by too many shocks today, leading him to madness? Why would he place hope in an outer sect disciple whose cultivation barely reached the third level of chi refinement? Oblivious to their thoughts, Song Yongping gazed at Su Li with hopeful eyes. I cannot, Su Li replied without a moment's hesitation. To repair these plants, there was no need for any rejuvenation technique. It was merely a matter of waving her hand. Upon hearing her response, the light in Song Yongping's eyes shattered instantly, and his previously straightened posture slumped. He suddenly recalled Su Li's mocking words when he had explained to his brother. She clearly had no intention of helping him, merely wanting to witness his embarrassment. His eyes reddened, each word heavy with sorrow. Why must you mock me with the medicinal field? Mock you? Su Li blinked in confusion, her voice sincere yet puzzled. Can your rejuvenation technique not achieve even this? At this point, she turned her head, looking towards Bai Ziyun, who had been standing quietly beside her. But she can do it. Upon hearing Su Li's peculiar words, Yulin cast a glance at Bai Ziyun, who was timidly unable to raise her head, his expression a mix of frustration and disappointment. Though your cultivation is low, can you not discern such evident root damage? Have you wasted your time in the course on spiritual botany? How could the rejuvenation technique possibly save them?
Cannot.
Su Li looked at Bai Ziyun with confusion. She remembered the three-leaf holy lotus she had saved, whose root damage was far more severe than that of these spiritual herbs. Bai Ziyun blinked nervously. A similar doubt reflected in her eyes. Could it? The previous spiritual herbs of mine were all saved using the rejuvenation technique. Su Li nodded, having anticipated her response, and pointed towards the medicinal field before her. Then why not give it a try? Bai Ziyun flusteredly waved her hands, her voice soft. My seniors possess such profound cultivation. If they cannot do it, how can I? However, when she met Su Li's clear and sincere gaze, devoid of any contempt, her words faltered abruptly. Having seen enough of this farce, Yulin gestured to the disciples controlling Song Yongla behind him and prepared to leave. Before departing, he disdainfully warned, the Shunqian sect holds high standards for the conduct of its disciples. You two junior sisters should reconsider this habit of deceit. Bai Ziyun, initially inclined to retreat as per her usual habit, felt compelled to step forward upon hearing his slanderous words against Su Li. Chapter 9. Thank you, junior sister. Song Yongping raised his head, wiping the tears from his face, and bowed deeply to Bai Ziyun. From this day forth, should you require anything, I will exert my utmost effort. Upon hearing Song Yongping's voice, Yulin finally opened his eyes, still in a daze. So, it was not a dream. Unrelenting, he extended his hand, meticulously inspecting a spiritual herb with his spiritual energy, his astonishment growing. These spiritual herbs not only had their damaged roots restored, but their vitality had returned to its peak. He turned to Su Li, who wore an expression of nonchalance, and then slowly shifted his gaze to the still head down Bai Ziyun, who looked utterly at a loss. In the next moment, his eyes sparkled as he rushed in front of her. Junior sister, how on earth did you accomplish this? The enforcement disciples who had just regained their senses perked up their ears in unison. Bai Ziyun, startled by his sudden approach, stepped back a few paces, refraining from answering his question. Instead, she mustered her composure and looked earnestly at Yulin. Senior, neither I nor the senior has lied. Yulin recalled his earlier mocking remarks, his face flushing with embarrassment. He quickly clasped his hands in apology to her and Su Li. I have been ignorant and arrogant, misunderstanding the two junior sisters. I truly did not know the rejuvenation technique possessed such capabilities. At this juncture, he leaned closer with a conspiratorial glint in his eyes and lowered his voice. Junior sister, do you have any secret methods? Qiyu, having just healed the injuries inflicted on him by Liang Qianchong, hurried to find Bai Ziyun in the outer sect. After searching for a while, he finally arrived at the medicinal field, and upon hearing Yulin's words, his heart gradually sank. Had they discovered Bai Ziyun's uniqueness? However, He quickly adjusted his mindset. Bai Ziyun harbored deep feelings for him. She would heed his every word. What could these people do if they knew? With this thought, he donned a charming smile, his voice gentle. Yunyan, I have searched for you for so long. It turns out you are here. As he took a few steps toward the medicinal field, he greeted the enforcement disciples with a nod. Are you all here as well? What has transpired here? Yulin's smile faded upon seeing him. He straightened his posture, lazily stating, the enforcement hall is merely performing its routine duties. It appears that junior brother Qi has quite a bit of leisure time to be here in the outer sect. Qi smiled slightly at the remark, turning his gaze back to the still head down Bai Ziyun. I have come to find Yunyan. He then coldly directed his gaze at Bai Ziyun. Yunyan, why are you not coming over? Bai Ziyun stood rooted in place, her body trembling slightly. Qiyu's voice stirred painful memories within her. Orphaned at a young age and lacking talent, she had been bullied by other outer sect disciples due to her low cultivation and inability to articulate herself. Until she met Qiyu. Initially, he treated her with kindness, a warmth she had never experienced, and she had devoted her heart to him. However, gradually, Qiyu grew distant, especially whenever she failed to provide the spiritual plants he desired. He would speak to her coldly, belittling her, forcing her to admit her worthlessness. She longed to deny it, yet she could not bear to relinquish the warmth Qiyu had offered. Especially after she nurtured the spiritual plants he needed, he would embrace her, tenderly professing his love and dependency on her. Deep down, she had a vague awareness that something was amiss. Yet, she had been mired in this quagmire for far too long, unable to extricate herself. Qiyu, noticing Bai Ziyun's reluctance to obediently return to his side as she usually did, darkened his expression. Are you ignoring my words? Without me, no one would even glance your way. With your low cultivation and introverted nature, only I would take notice of you. Have you forgotten how you once sought to escape me, only to be deceived by those outer sect disciples and nearly lose your life? Only I can tolerate you, protect you. The outside world seeks only to exploit you. His words ensnared Bai Ziyun like silken threads, dragging her deeper into the mire, until she heard a sudden burst of laughter. Bai Ziyun jolted awake from Qiyu's words, looking towards the source of the laughter, where Su Li stood. Qiyu cast a fierce glance in her direction. It's her again. This enchantress deceived Bai Ziyun and nearly ruined his prospects. Su Li, propping her chin with one hand, spoke with admiration. This is what they call living off someone else's hard work. With such audacity, it's no wonder she reaps so many benefits. Qiyu's expression faltered, his tone laced with feigned authority. What nonsense are you spouting? He then turned to Bai Ziyun. Do not heed the provocations of these untrustworthy individuals. Only I, yet Bai Ziyun, who usually obeyed him and was gentle and considerate, now glared at him like an enraged lioness. I will not allow you to speak ill of my senior. Qiyu. Bai Ziyun, have you lost your mind? Bai Ziyun pressed her lips together tightly. She knew her own ordinariness and timidity. No matter how Qiyu insulted her, it mattered little to her. But he could not belittle her senior. The senior had shown her an entirely different world. She confronted Qiyu, revealing his pitiful demeanor, and even helped her reclaim the three-leaf holy lotus she had painstakingly nurtured. When she was misunderstood by senior brother Song, her senior helped her clarify the truth. Although they had not spent much time together, Bai Ziyun had silently regarded her as both a friend and a mentor. Gritting her teeth, she spoke almost word by word. My senior is the kindest person in the entire cultivation world. She has selflessly aided me time and again. She does not care about my low cultivation level, nor does she disdain my indecisiveness. She is unlike you.
Su Li blinked in confusion.
Hadn't she merely eaten some melon seeds? Observing the expression on Bai Ziyun's face, her heart swelled with emotion. This was the essence of her senior, quietly aiding others. Whether it was for her or senior brother Song, she could not tolerate Qiyu's deception, yet she refrained from lecturing him. She merely guided Bai Ziyun to see Qiyu's true nature, hoping that she could break free from the shackles he imposed and find her own way out of the mire. How fortunate she was to encounter such a gentle and kind senior. With this thought, she summoned her courage and looked at Su Li. Rest assured, senior. I will remember your teachings and will never again be deceived by Qiyu. Her eyes sparkled with determination, her former timidity gradually fading away, as if a diamond was slowly shedding the dust that obscured its brilliance. Su Li observed her sincere and almost focused gaze, and something shifted in a corner of her heart. Nearby, Qi was incredulous at Bai Ziyun's words. He assumed that she had merely witnessed him being taken away by Liang Qianzhong that morning, and that Su Li had concocted a fabrication to deceive her. Suppressing his fury, he explained, Yunner, you think today's attitude from Master is due to my minor shortcomings. At times, Master can indeed be quite strict. But this is merely a reflection of his regard for me. Otherwise, upon hearing this, Bai Ziyun turned to mock Qiyu. Had it been in the past, she might have believed him and even concocted justifications for him. But at this moment, the fog that had enveloped her was lifting, and she clearly saw his vile character. Clenching her fists, she scoffed. So, you seduced the matriarch to repay Liang's favor? Just after contacting Master to hasten his arrival to accept disciples. Yulin had not yet put down the communication talisman when he heard this explosive news. His ears perked up with excitement. What do you mean? Chi Yu's eyes widened, his voice tinged with a hint of unrecognized panic. He had revealed nothing that morning. How could Bai Ziyan possibly know? Indeed, she could only be making an educated guess. Could she have witnessed it firsthand? Chi Yu forced himself to calm down. Feigning a furious demeanor, "How dare you slander me and the matriarch?" He observed Bai Ziyan's unwavering stance, accumulating his spiritual energy while threateningly saying, "Do you know what the penalty is for defaming an inner disciple and a golden core practitioner?" Yulin interjected. Noticing Chi Yu's intent to strike, with a smile, he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Ziyan. "Chi Shidi, what is this?" "You Shi Xiang." Chi Yu gritted his teeth. "This has nothing to do with you." Yulin lightly patted his shoulder, uttering words that changed Chi Yu's expression dramatically. "How could it not involve me?" He recalled the scene of Bai Ziyan using her technique to revive the spirit herb, his face brimming with pride. "Bai Shimi is a disciple personally chosen by my master. She is my direct junior sister." Chi Yu's hands clenched tightly, his face paling. "Shi Xiang, do not jest. How could Elder Wu possibly take on a disciple with low cultivation and poor talent? Elder Wu is renowned for his protectiveness. If Bai Ziyan were truly accepted as a personal disciple, how would he maintain control over her? Moreover, if Liang Qianzhong discovered that those spirit herbs were all cultivated by Bai Ziyan, and she was taken under the wing of his arch-rival, Wu Wenyuan, then he would find himself in grave peril, with Liang Qianzhong seeking retribution for any perceived betrayal. Are you joking? Yulin was entirely oblivious to Chi Yu's current panic. He disdainfully withdrew his hand from Chi Yu's shoulder and continued with a mocking tone. "If Bai Shimi is deemed talentless, then you would surely be labeled as worthless." Chi Yu furrowed his brow, not even considering Yulin's remarks. If Liang Qianzhong were to accept Bai Ziyan as a disciple before Wu Wenyuan, it would be the best option to minimize losses and maximize his own benefits. With this thought, Chi Yu gradually relaxed his brow, sweeping his sleeve with a hint of urgency. "You Shi Xiang, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Yulin watched Chi Yu's departing figure with surprise before turning back to don a beaming brotherly demeanor. "Bai Shimi." After sensing his gaze, Bai Ziyan lowered her head even further, her voice soft. "Thank you, Shi Xiang, for coming to my aid." "Sister, why are you being so polite?" Yulin replied with a hearty laugh, revealing his bright white teeth. "As fellow disciples, isn't it natural to help one another?" Bai Ziyan raised her head in astonishment, staring at him blankly. Wasn't he just making up reasons to fend off Chi Yu? Chapter 10. Born under the auspices of heaven. Capable of cultivating 9th grade elixirs. Able to save Shen Qian's sect from peril. If the rumors from beyond the heavens are true, then becoming Bai Ziyan's master would surely yield an endless supply of high-grade spirit herbs. Furthermore, as her master, one might even gain a touch of heavenly fortune, potentially elevating their own cultivation. Bai Ziyan was no ordinary outer disciple. She was a treasure capable of bringing innumerable benefits. In an instant, all the elders and peak masters gathered by the medicinal fields reacted, eagerly pressing forward towards Bai Ziyan. Fearing they might startle this favored child of Providence, they contained their excitement, maintaining a respectful distance. "Ziyan, I am the peak master of Yao Dan Peak. Do you remember me?" The peak master squeezed through the throng of powerful figures to reach the front, grinning as he sought to bond with Bai Ziyan. "I saw you when you first entered." The grand elder clapped him aside, his previously serious face now adorned with a warm smile. "When it comes to teaching disciples, I say second to none. If you take me as your master, I guarantee your name will resound throughout the cultivation world." The third elder found himself trapped behind a wall of people, forced to cast aside his dignity and loudly proclaim, "I also excel in the cultivation of spiritual herbs. If you take me as your master, I shall impart all my knowledge to you." The second elder, decisive and unyielding, stood nearby. Though his tone was gentle, it bore an unmistakable hint of superiority. "Bai Ziyan, you must have heard of my reputation. Therefore, consider your response carefully." Lu Jinhui, the sect leader of Shen Qian's sect, gazed darkly as his prized apprentice was on the verge of being snatched away by these individuals. Many among them were elders of the sect, leaving him utterly powerless. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to mediate the situation. "Respected elders, the choice of a master should, of course, be left to Ziyun herself." With that, he stepped forward, positioning himself at the center, his countenance softening as he looked at Bai Ziyun. "Ziyun, whom do you wish to choose as your master?" Bai Ziyun stood rooted in place, unable to provide an answer. Had this scenario unfolded prior to today, she might have been overjoyed, unhesitatingly selecting a master for protection. However, after encountering numerous events today, she maintained a sense of calm amidst this unexpected windfall. She observed the myriad eyes fixed upon her, each harboring profound calculations and avarice. Uncertain as to why these powerful figures sought her as an apprentice, she nonetheless perceived echoes of Chi within them. Must she make a choice? Her hands clenched tightly, a cold sweat trickling down her back. She realized that if she disregarded these thoughts and simply selected a master, she could ascend to become a favored disciple of a powerful figure, gaining high status and boundless resources. Yet, she was merely a chi-refining disciple. What could these eminent individuals possibly gain from her? The concerns that plagued her might not even materialize. However, ever since she entered the outer sect, She had relied on Qi Yu, remaining under his control. If she truly became a disciple of an elder, how would that differ from her previous state? The predecessors had painstakingly revealed Qi Yu's true nature to her, desiring to prevent her from being deceived, from becoming a mere puppet. With this thought, she instinctively glanced at Su Li beside her. Initially intrigued by the unfolding events, Su Li, upon sensing Bai Ziyun's gaze, blinked at her. Curiosity about her choice evident in her eyes. Bai Ziyun met Su Li's clear and untainted gaze, slowly closing her eyes. Her predecessor was unlike anyone else. From the beginning, they sought nothing from her and had helped her time and again. They surely did not wish for her to remain confused and adrift, living without clarity. Upon reopening her eyes, the indecision within them gradually faded. With a slight tremor in her voice, yet unwavering resolve in her gaze, she addressed the sect leader and the elders. I wish to know why you all desire to take me as your disciple. For reasons unknown. After mustering the courage to ask this question, Bai Ziyun felt the fog that had enveloped her begin to dissipate, her mind becoming increasingly clear. She articulated with precision, May I choose no one? This time, she sought to heed the voice of her own heart. As her words fell, a gentle sound resonated from the depths of her consciousness, a tender green sprout slowly emerging. Instantly, her mind was filled with vibrant greenery. In that moment, she felt the shackles that had once bound her dissolve completely, a multitude of pale green lights emanating from her, swirling around the unhealed spiritual herbs in the medicinal field, which instantly rejuvenated, even elevating half a grade. Everyone stood frozen in shock, staring at the spectacle. Even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. Bai Ziyun opened her eyes, revealing a pear filled with vibrant vitality. She extended her hand, and a recently restored second-grade ice blossom grass appeared in her grasp, a gentle green aura wafting from it. The once pale green leaves deepened in color, and white frost patterns gradually emerged on the central leaf. Lu Jinhui's eyes widened in disbelief. This is... The first elder gazed incredulously at the frost patterns. 3rd grade? 4th grade? No, it's still rising. 5th grade. 6th grade. Before the astonished eyes of all, the white frost patterns continued to flourish, nearly covering the entire ice blossom grass. It was just a hair's breadth away from reaching 7th grade. And a 7th grade ice blossom grass was no longer an ordinary herb. It was revered as the immortal iceling grass. In an instant, the air was filled with the chilling essence of 6th grade ice blossom grass, and ethereal frost flowers materialized around them. Many low-level disciples, merely brushing against the frost flowers, felt their cultivation levels surge significantly. This was an extraordinary phenomenon. The first elder finally regained his composure, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? Any cultivator with even a modicum of knowledge in herbalism knows that the grade of a spiritual herb is a divine gift. To elevate it requires relentless refinement or a fortuitous encounter to improve by 1 or 2 grades. Yet Bai Ziyun merely moved her hand and transformed a 2nd grade herb into a 6th grade one. This is a 6th grade spiritual herb. Ordinary loose cultivators might search their entire lives and never find a single one. Others mirrored his astonishment, their faces reflecting a blend of bewilderment and shock. Especially Lu Jinhui, whose expression appeared dreamlike, disbelief mingling with uncontainable joy. Such talent, such ability in a disciple, has not graced Shunxian's sect in millennia. A prodigy, an unparalleled genius. Ancestor. Do you see this? Shunxian's sect has a successor. As the sect leader of Shunxian, Lu Jinhui quickly regained his focus, contemplating the future of the sect. With Bai Ziyun's extraordinary capabilities, she could easily become a sought-after guest elder among the 6 major sects and hundreds of mid-tier sections. Thus, the most pressing issue was to devise every possible means to retain Bai Ziyun, ensuring that this prodigious talent did not slip away to another sect. As for taking Bai Ziyun as a disciple, he knew he was unworthy, and so were they all. Bai Ziyun remained oblivious to the astonished expressions around her. Her attention solely fixated on the 6th grade ice blossom grass in her hand. From that moment, it seemed she had acquired a unique ability. Whenever she beheld a spiritual plant, she could intuit its essence, efficacy, and latent potential. With a soft sigh, her long lashes fluttered slightly as she spoke. Alas, my spiritual power is too meager. I can only elevate this ice blossom grass to its pinnacle. Lu Jinhui, unable to contain his excitement, his hands trembling, declared with unwavering conviction, You are a genius. The unparalleled genius of our sect. Indeed, echoed the others, nodding in agreement. In a fervent effort to retain this prodigy for the sect, several high-ranking elders, who were accustomed to being revered, strained their minds to extol Bai Ziyun's virtues. They praised her celestial presence, her unmistakable potential, and her status as the future backbone of the sect, their accolades reaching dizzying heights. To an outsider, this scene might have appeared akin to a recruitment event in the realm of cultivation. Mere flattery was insufficient. Lu Jinhui, well-versed in the art of talent retention, generously promised countless benefits. Ziyun, with your capabilities, you could easily become a guest elder of Shunxian sect. Rest assured, once you become an honorary elder, the sect shall impose no tasks upon you. You may pursue whatever endeavors you desire. As he spoke, he began to contemplate his own little treasury.
Ziyun.
I understand you have a fondness for spiritual plants. I happen to possess several 6th and 7th grade specimens. Do these appeal to you? He continued, retrieving a plethora of spiritual treasures from his storage bag. There are also 7th grade talismans and 6th grade artifacts. The Grand Elder, following closely behind, eagerly sought to ingratiate himself, exclaiming, "Indeed, I possess numerous spiritual treasures as well. These can transform 2nd grade spiritual herbs into 6th grade marvels, and in the future, they may even yield 9th grade elixirs. If we can keep her within the sect, even a mere fraction of her essence would leave many nascent soul and transformation stage cultivators yearning for more." As others observed, they too joined the fray, and in that moment, many treasures that once seemed rare became as commonplace as cabbages, dazzling all with their abundance. Moreover, powerful figures brandished treasures while making countless promises. Any handsome disciple at your disposal, all cultivation concerns addressed by me, and some even boldly offered the position of sect master of Shunqian. As all eyes turned expectantly toward Bai Ziyun, hoping she would choose to remain with Shunqian's sect, Bai Ziyun, without hesitation, gazed to her side. Her eyes fell upon Su Li, akin to one beholding a deity, her voice imbued with almost reverent trust. "Senior, how would you have me decide?" In that moment, no one doubted that even if Su Li commanded her to depart from Shunqian's sect, she would comply without hesitation. Listening to the voice of Bai Ziyun, filled with respect and trust, the crowd turned in astonishment to the previously overlooked Su Li. Here was merely a qi refining stage disciple. Why did Bai Ziyun hold her in such high regard? Despite the differing thoughts of the onlookers, they all maintained a facade of hope, wishing Su Li might persuade Bai Ziyun to stay at Shunqian. As the embodiment of the Dao, Su Li cast a dismissive glance at the treasures they clutched. How pitiful. Nevertheless, Shunqian's sect was not without its merits. She languidly remarked, "Being an honorary elder is tolerable." Upon hearing her response, Bai Ziyun turned without a moment's hesitation. "I wish to become an honorary elder of Shunqian's sect. Your discernment is commendable." Lu Jinhua's eyes glistened with tears of joy. He had finally secured the genius Bai Ziyun for the sect. Fearing delay might lead to misfortune, he hastened to finalize Bai Ziyun's honorary elder status. "Ziyun, I shall return today to prepare for your elder ceremony." He paused, shamelessly plotting his own benefits. "Ziyun, no. I mean Elder Bai, which peak would you prefer for your abode?" "I believe Shenyao Peak is splendid, abundant in spiritual energy and rich in spiritual plants. That is where my own residence lies. If you desire, I shall grant you half the mountain." The master of Yaodan Peak perked up, aware that although his cultivation was lesser than the elders, he could establish a connection with Bai Ziyun. "Elder Bai, you have spent much time at Yaodan Peak. You must be accustomed to it. Otherwise, with so many disciples, it may become too crowded." The Grand Elder subtly edged him aside, cheerfully promoting his own peak. "In my view, Huafan Peak is the most suitable." Bai Ziyun paid no heed to their squabbles, instead turning once more to Su Li. Her voice tinged with anticipation. "Senior, where do you prefer to dwell? If you have a favored spot in Shunqian's sect, would you not linger a while longer by my side? Residence?" Su Li suddenly recalled a place she had seen long ago in the Book of the Dao. Was there not a peak named Luoshu in Shunqian's sect? "I find that place agreeable. Then I shall choose Luoshu Peak." Bai Ziyun replied without a moment's thought. In a corner, a few disciples from Luoshu Peak, who had come to observe, were struck dumb by the unexpected fortune that had befallen them. Since the events of several years prior, Luoshu Peak had been scorned by all powerful beings, and no elder had wished to reside there, leaving only these unanchored disciples behind. Unable to depart, at last, had their fortunes turned? The leading disciple, eyes brimming with tears, approached Bai Ziyun, bowing deeply with reverence. His voice quivering with barely contained excitement. "Elder Bai, rest assured, we shall ensure Luoshu Peak is scrubbed clean, not a speck of dust shall remain." "Indeed," echoed the disciples behind him, eager to pledge. "Elder Bai, whatever you need, do not hesitate to command us." Bai Ziyun regarded the disciples of Luoshu Peak, her expression wavering. Should she not present them with a gift? Contemplating this, she rummaged through her modest storage bag and produced a first-grade spiritual plant. The Luoshu disciples watched in bewilderment as the plant transformed from first grade to second, then third, finally settling at fourth grade. Bai Ziyun extended the fourth-grade spiritual plant to the leading disciple, who, taken aback and unsure of what to say, simply stated, "A gift of introduction." The leading disciple, unable to believe his eyes, rubbed them in disbelief before tremblingly accepting the plant. Following suit, Bai Ziyun bestowed fourth-grade spiritual plants upon each disciple. Why is it Luoshu Peak and not Huafan Peak? The Grand Elder could no longer contain his envy and indignation. Bai Ziyun had not merely presented fourth-grade plants, she had unveiled a multitude of benefits that lay beside her. Today it was fourth grade. But who could say that next time it would not be eighth grade plants or the legendary ninth grade elixirs? The other peaks could not possibly compete with the customs of Yaodan Peak. The Grand Elder was not the only one to feel envious. The master of Yaodan Peak hastened to speak up. "Elder Bai, you." Just as the crowd began to quarrel over Bai Ziyun's choice, a familiar voice echoed ominously.
"Oh."
How audacious for the Grand Elder to stand forth amidst Huafan Peak's numerous scandals. Upon hearing the name Huafan Peak, Su Li felt an eerie familiarity. Glancing at the tales inscribed in the Book of the Tao, she could not help but exclaim, truly, the higher the cultivation, the thicker the skin. Why has this voice returned? The Grand Elder's countenance darkened upon recognizing the familiar tone, allowing disciples to oppress other inner disciples, secretly watering the spiritual plants of competitors. And what of the Grand Elder's son? Using his status as the son of an elder to bully and intimidate, committing countless misdeeds, even imprisoning talented disciples as his slaves? So the Grand Elder has been aware of these matters all along? How just and fair! Lu Jinhua furrowed his brow at the words of the voice from beyond, regarding the Grand Elder with scrutiny. If the claims made by the voice were indeed true, then, even at the risk of offending the Grand Elder, a thorough investigation of Huafan Peak was warranted. The Grand Elder wore an expression of indifference. He recalled the disciple in question, scarred, with low cultivation, yet honest enough to be deserving of remaining by Shuhua's side. The world of cultivation revered strength. Aligning oneself with the powerful was a means of survival. Once he returned, he would offer ample compensation to silence the matter. As Su Li mused and turned the pages, she grew suddenly exhilarated upon reading the text. The Grand Elder's son is a father complex. The world of cultivation certainly knows how to entertain. Chapter 12. A father complex. All who could hear the voice from beyond froze, questioning their sanity. In the realm of cultivation, it is indeed surprising that a practitioner harbors such peculiar inclinations, especially when this individual is the son of the esteemed and just elder. It is well known that the voice from beyond has never uttered a falsehood. This led many to cast significant glances toward the elder, whose complexion fluctuated through shades of red, white, and blue, embodying a kaleidoscope of emotions.
How could this be?
His son, Jiang Shuhua, was always obedient and ambitious, holding him in high regard. Surely, his son's feelings for him were rooted in affection, and could never be as sordid as the external voice suggested. As these thoughts coursed through the elder's mind, his breathing gradually steadied, and he coughed, inadvertently speaking aloud for all to hear. My son has grown up by my side, showing immense filial piety and great reliance on me. However, his statement was abruptly interrupted by the laughter of the voice from beyond. Haha, such immense filial piety indeed.
Su Li remarked.
Her voice resonating with the words inscribed in the Book of Heavenly Dao. Is it the kind of filial piety where one secretly hides their father's personal belongings and gazes at them nightly? The revelation of such an edible inclination sent shockwaves through the assembly, compelling them to regard the elder with astonished eyes. The second elder, known for his discord with the first elder, could not resist expressing his genuine admiration. The progeny of the elder is indeed remarkably dutiful, deserving of great respect. The elder's countenance darkened ominously, anger coursed through him, his hands trembled, and he forced out a few words through clenched teeth. I have pressing matters to attend to, and shall take my leave. It appeared that his excessive indulgence toward Jiang Shuhua had bred such profound disrespect. In an instant, the elder's mind was flooded with violent thoughts of how to make Jiang Shuhua deeply regret his actions. Just as he raised his foot to depart, the voice from beyond resonated once more. Oh, so Jiang Shuhua is not the elder's biological son? The elder stood frozen in disbelief.
What?
Jiang Shuhua was not his true offspring? The onlookers, equally stunned, strained to catch every word spoken by the voice from beyond. Initially enthralled by the scandalous affair, Su Li's interest waned upon this revelation. A false father-son relationship could not rival the thrill of a genuine bond. She glanced at the text in the Book of Heavenly Dao, succinctly concluding, it turns out that a rival took advantage of the elder's absence to swap his newborn son with an impostor, endowing the latter with his true son's bloodline and spiritual vein. No wonder the elder has been oblivious to this for so long. The elder suddenly recalled the circumstances surrounding Jiang Shuhua's birth, having just returned from a mission to learn of his wife's early delivery. In hindsight, numerous inconsistencies surfaced. His wife, a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, was typically robust. Why had she given birth prematurely? Furthermore, at that time, the sect of Shun Qian was preoccupied with the succession ceremony of the sixth elder, and most disciples on Hualan Peak were assigned tasks away from the peak. The more he pondered, the paler his complexion became. If Jiang Shuhua truly was not his son, then where was his biological child? Had misfortune befallen him? His heart tightened, his consciousness roiling, and bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. The higher a cultivator's prowess, the rarer their progeny, which explained his doting nature towards Jiang Shuhua. If his true son were indeed. How fortuitous. His biological son is currently also in the sect of Shun Qian. The elder's heart lightened, his clenched fists relaxing, as long as he was safe. Moreover, he successfully established his foundation and ascended to the inner circle of the Yao Dan Peak, becoming a disciple of the inner sect. Even deprived of his spiritual vein, without his father's support, his son still managed to lay his foundation by the age of 100. This was his true offspring. The elder raised his head, pride gleaming in his eyes. Just as he held his breath in anticipation, eager for the voice from beyond to reveal his biological son's whereabouts, it sounded once more. What a coincidence. His son is also named Jiangshen, and coincidentally resides on Hualan Peak as well. Currently he,
Su Li,
glancing at the text in the Book of Heavenly Dao, continued with a strange tone, because he bears a slight resemblance to the elder. Jiang Shuhua has destroyed his spiritual roots, marred his appearance, and confined him as the elder's substitute?
Goodness.
Is this false son using the true son as their father as stand-in? The bizarre nature of the scenario left the crowd momentarily numb, their minds overwhelmed. It seems the elder has witnessed his false son bully his true son on numerous occasions. Could this be considered self-inflicted misery? The elder stood rooted in place, a dawning realization washing over him, his expression marred by uncontrollable regret. His true son had been bullied right beneath his nose for so long, and he... Let me see, Jiang Shen is currently being mistreated by Jiang Shuhua. Unable to contain himself any longer, the elder's eyes flared with rage as he soared towards Hualan Peak. Su Li raised her gaze from the book of Heavenly Dao, perplexed by his hasty departure. Why is he in such a hurry? Is there fire at home? The crowd, hearing her musings, finally regained their composure. The third elder, shaking off his shock, regarded the direction of the elder's departure with sympathy. This is even worse than a house fire. On Hualan Peak, Jiang Shuhua had been cautiously concealing his disrespectful thoughts toward his father, ensuring no one detected his feelings. He understood his obsession was wrong, yet he felt utterly powerless. From a young age, his mother had been in seclusion, leaving his father to care for him. His father was handsome, accomplished, powerful, and exceedingly kind, granting him anything he desired and clearing obstacles from his path. Just the other day, he casually mentioned wanting a 6th grade elixir, and his father had readily provided it without a second thought. How could one not be enamored by such a figure? Jiang Shuhua gazed at Jiang Shen's face with a mixture of fascination and jealousy. From the moment he first laid eyes on Jiang Shen, an inexplicable familiarity washed over him. Though they bore only a slight resemblance, Jiang Shen's demeanor and essence consistently evoked thoughts of his father. Thus, without hesitation, he confined Jiang Shen, who had entered Hualan Peak. By his side, he adored Jiang Shen's visage, yet simultaneously loathed it. As merely an ordinary disciple, how could Jiang Shen deserve to resemble his father so closely? Perhaps out of jealousy, or perhaps to prevent others from noticing Jiang Shen's resemblance to the elder, he ruthlessly marred Jiang Shen's face, sealed his cultivation, and kept him close. Jiang Shen, you are but a dog by my side. Jiang Shuhua gazed at the face, even marred, still holding traces of similarity to his father's. His eyes gleaming with a twisted satisfaction as he reveled in the power he wielded over that individual, even if Jiang Shen was merely a substitute. You desire the 4th grade Huaxiao Dand to save your adoptive mother? He crouched down, smiling as he inflicted another wound upon Jiang Shen's battered face. If you relinquish your status as a disciple of Shen Qian's sect, I might consider rewarding you. His words had barely escaped his lips when a gust of spiritual energy burst through the door, revealing Jiang Junming's furious figure. Father. He stood up in surprise. And before he could utter a word, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy hurtled towards him. Jiang Shuhua was directly sent flying, rendered utterly immobile. Blood spilled from his mouth as he stared in shock at Jiang Junming. In an instant, he recalled everything he had done during this time, yet still discovered nothing. He knew Jiang Junming was most susceptible to his sentiments, and suppressing his rising panic, he feebly asked, Father, have I done something wrong? Jiang Junming did not even glance at his gravely injured son. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Shen, who knelt on the ground. Seeing Jiang Shen's destroyed spiritual roots and countless wounds, he trembled as he approached, half kneeling before him, his voice hoarse, My son. Chapter 13. Upon hearing Jiang Junming's words, an uncontrollable wave of panic surged within Jiang Shuhua. Jiang Shen bore such a striking resemblance to his father. Could it be true that he was indeed the son of Jiang Junming?
Impossible.
He shared blood with his father, inherited the spiritual lineage. He was the true son. Someone must have deceived his father. Surely, someone had misled him. With this thought, his confidence surged. He raised his head, observing Jiang Junming kneeling before Jiang Shen with a look of careful concern, a hint of jealousy uncontrollably coloring his eyes as he struggled and shouted, Father, I am your son, your only son. How can you favor an impostor? Jiang Junming gazed at the myriad scars marring Jiang Shen's familiar face, his eyes burning with fury. This was his son, who should have been under his protection, living in abundance and nurtured by spiritual herbs, not in this lamentable state. Hearing Jiang Shuhua's voice, he turned, his eyes ablaze with rage. You dare call me father? He raised his hand and struck Jiang Shuhua fiercely with spiritual energy. Jiang Shen is my only heir. You are but an usurper. For a powerful being, the essence of lineage was paramount. From the moment he heard the truth spoken from beyond, all privileges Jiang Shuhua once held had vanished. Despite having cherished Jiang Shuhua for a century, without this bloodline, his talent rendered him of lesser significance than a mere dog at Hualan Peak. This impostor not only usurped Jiang Shen's place for 100 years, but dared to act thus after Jiang Shen entered Hualan Peak. Jiang Junming's gaze turned frigid as he looked at Jiang Shuhua, akin to gazing at a corpse. Upon hearing Jiang Junming's words, Jiang Shuhua, despite the sharp pain coursing through him, struggled to crawl forward, his eyes filled with terror. Father, you must be mistaken. I am Jiang Shuhua, your son. Surely, someone has deceived you. Father, do you not remember? I am your most beloved son. You once sacrificed so much for me. Enough. Jiang Junming's fury intensified at his words. Had someone not exchanged you for my true son, how could I have been separated from Shen for so many years? He cast a cold glance at the still struggling Jiang Shuhua, indifferent as he turned back, his expression softening with guilt as he looked at Jiang Shen. Shen, I am your father. He cautiously stroked Jiang Shen's rough hair, his voice unusually gentle. On the day you were born, someone switched your identity with Jiang Shuhua, causing our separation for 100 years. Thankfully, the heavens have revealed the truth to me. For the first time, he felt gratitude towards that voice from beyond. Without it, he might have remained deceived longer, and Jiang Shen might have suffered even more. From now on, Father will compensate you doubly, ensuring you never face any grievance again. Jiang Shen, numb to the commotion around him, showed no flicker of emotion despite the possibility of being Jiang Junming's son. His time spent alongside Jiang Shuhua had taught him the art of silent endurance, biding his time until he was no longer perceived as a threat before pursuing his desires. Upon hearing Jiang Junming's promise, a trace of derision flickered in his dark pupils. Did Jiang Junming truly not understand what kind of person Jiang Shuhua was and how he had treated him? Back then, Jiang Shuhua had looked down upon him, blatantly ignoring his pleas for help, scarcely glancing in his direction. To Jiang Junming, he was merely an ant, easily crushed. Jiang Shuhua was both foolish and malicious. Yet Jiang Junming was by no means a virtuous man. However, he was no longer the impassioned youth he once was. The character of Jiang Junming mattered little now. What held significance was what he could gain from this identity. Jiang Junming observed Jiang Shen, who lowered his head, unresponsive. Filled with tenderness as he glanced at the lamenting Jiang Shuhua, his voice imbued with a cruel gentleness. Shen, now that Jiang Shuhua has treated you this way, do you wish to cripple his cultivation or simply take his life? In his eyes, Jiang Shuhua had become indistinguishable from the dead. His sole purpose now was to serve as an outlet for Jiang Shen's anger. Jiang Shuhua had yet to accept that he was not Jiang Junming's son when he heard the latter's words. Terrified, he raised his head, his speech disjointed. Father, you cannot treat me this way, father. At this moment, Jiang Shen finally raised his head, his dark eyes sweeping over Jiang Shuhua before settling on Jiang Junming. His voice was hoarse. Are you certain I am truly your son? I am certain. Jiang Junming replied with unrestrained joy upon hearing Jiang Shen finally respond.
I have only 3 requests.
Jiang Shen recognized that Jiang Junming felt the greatest guilt towards him now. He was still too weak to confront anyone and could only leverage this moment for his own gain. Speak, and I shall grant you whatever you desire. I wish for a 4th grade Huashao Dan to save my adoptive mother. Regardless of the grade of the spiritual herb, if I possess it, you may have it. Hand Jiang Shuhua over to me for my own reckoning. Not a problem. Whatever you wish to do with him, I will support you. Jiang Shen paused momentarily. His voice hoarse as he added, I also wish to continue my cultivation. He sensed the emptiness of his dantian and the desiccation of his sea of consciousness. Tempering his expectations as he calmly inquired, can my spiritual roots be restored? A sudden pang struck Jiang Junming's heart. His son, who should have been extraordinarily gifted, now lay in ruins due to Jiang Shuhua's actions. He cautiously probed Jiang Shen's physical condition with his spiritual sense. Though his face remained calm, his heart sank. If it were merely the destruction of his spiritual roots, he could expend more spiritual energy and elixirs to restore them. However, Jiang Shen's spiritual veins had been switched at birth, activated with inferior roots, leading to underlying issues post-foundation establishment. Now, with his roots destroyed, he lowered his gaze, concealing the profound hatred in his eyes. When he discovered who had exchanged Shen, he would ensure that they would suffer endlessly. Is there no way? There is. Jiang Junming gritted his teeth and promised, as long as I acquire an 8th grade Huashao flower, I can refine a top-tier Tsuyuan Dan. With the Tsuyuan Dan, I can mend all your hidden injuries. Yet Jiang Junming was acutely aware that since the cataclysm 500 years ago, the 8th grade Huashao flower had vanished without a trace. The highest grade of Huashao flower had remained at 6th grade. Not a single 8th grade Huashao flower existed in the entire realm of cultivation. If someone were to say, indeed, Bai Ziyun, since she can elevate the 2nd grade ice blossom grass to the 6th grade, she naturally can also raise the 6th grade Huashao flower to the 8th grade. Upon this realization, Jiang Junming abruptly rose. I shall seek the medicine immediately. Su Li observed the unfolding narrative regarding the true identity of the Grand Elder's son within the Book of Heavenly Ways, and couldn't he help but exclaim, this Grand Elder is truly ruthless. It seems Jiang Shuhua's future days will be quite challenging. The onlookers, thoroughly entertained, nodded in agreement. However, it is quite easy for the Shun Qian sect to be exploited. Is it really that simple to swap a child here? At that moment, most individuals started to grasp the gravity of the situation, their expressions turning somber. The Grand Elder held a position of immense significance within the Shun Qian sect. If his son could be so easily replaced, then the sect would undoubtedly face far more issues. Many began to contemplate a thorough investigation of the affairs within their respective domains. As the atmosphere grew heavy with tension and solemn faces, an external voice seemed to lose interest in the Grand Elder's matters, redirecting its focus elsewhere. Let me see who else stood up just now.
Ah,
the peak master of Yaodan, is it?
ha ha ha.
Before the voice could finish its laughter, the peak master of Yaodan, with a pale face, excused himself. I suddenly remembered I have matters to attend to at Yaodan Peak. I must take my leave. Who would have thought the peak master of Yaodan has a penchant for viewing Spring Palace paintings? Ha ha ha, a solitary cultivator for centuries, still retaining his virginity. Yet his greatest hobby is viewing such paintings. The distant peak master of Yaodan stumbled mid-flight, nearly plummeting from the sky. The solemn expressions on the faces of the crowd vanished in an instant. The realm of cultivation is indeed filled with peculiarities. There are many individuals with unique tastes. Let me see. Suddenly, panic overtook the smiles on their faces. I just remembered I have a furnace still refining medicine. I must take my leave. My spirit pet has suddenly become hungry. I must go feed it. My wife is looking for me. I cannot stay. An urgent matter has arisen within my peak. Before long, the area was left entirely empty, with only Lu Jinhui standing desolately before Bai Ziyun and Su Li. He silently cursed their lack of loyalty. But upon realizing only Su Li and Bai Ziyun remained, he felt somewhat relieved. After all, they lacked the cultivation to hear anything the external voice might say. With this in mind, he straightened his attire and kindly inquired of Bai Ziyun, "Elder Bai, what spiritual plants do you prefer to cultivate beside your cave dwelling? I shall prepare accordingly." Without a moment's thought, Bai Ziyun turned to Su Li, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Senior, what type of spiritual plants do you favor?" Su Li, upon hearing this, closed the book of heavenly ways within her consciousness, pondered for a moment, and succinctly replied, "Delicious ones." Upon hearing her response, Bai Ziyun turned back to Lu Jinhui with utmost seriousness. "I would like cloud fruits and manu grass." After speaking for a brief while, she hesitated and looked at Lu Jinhui. "Are there any other delectable spiritual plants or fruits in the realm of cultivation?" Lu Jinhui recalled the sex storeroom and replied with a blank expression, "There should be none left." He took a deep breath, maintaining his amicable demeanor. Then, "Elder Bai, do you have any particular preferences for decorations or spiritual treasures?" Bai Ziyun once again turned to Su Li. "Senior, what kind of decorations and spiritual treasures do you like?" Lu Jinhui thought to himself, what kind of enchantment has this cultivator cast upon Bai Ziyun? Chapter 14. Lu Jinhui, undeterred, continued to inquire about Bai Ziyun's preferences. Unsurprisingly, Bai Ziyun directed each question towards the wandering cultivator, and he had now learned all her lifestyle preferences, housing needs, and environmental requirements. Yet, who truly cares about the likes of a chi-refining wandering cultivator? He aimed to please Bai Ziyun. With a silent sigh, he hopelessly asked one last question. "Aside from spiritual plants and alchemy, do you have any other hobbies, Elder Bai?" Upon hearing his question, Bai Ziyun finally ceased looking at Su Li and, somewhat bashfully, blinked her eyes. "I enjoy making some spiritual snacks." Lu Jinhui's expression instantly brightened at her admission. "Cooking spiritual food is wonderful. I shall have my disciples prepare the necessary utensils and ingredients for you." As he retrieved a communication talisman, he eagerly added, "I believe 4th grade artifacts may not suffice. I will have Ningxi Peak forge you a batch of 5th grade tools, ensuring you enjoy your culinary endeavors." Once he finished notifying his disciples, he turned to find Bai Ziyun gazing at Su Li with sparkling eyes. "Senior, I recall you enjoy tea snacks. Once we arrive at Luoshu Peak, I will continue to prepare them for you. Do you have any other favorite spiritual foods? I can learn to make them quickly." Su Li, deep in thought, rested her chin on her hand. She hasn't mentioned wanting to reside at Luoshu Peak, has she? Having fully absorbed the gossip regarding Bai Ziyun, and knowing her future prospects were bright, she felt there was little point in lingering here. It would be far better to explore other places, not for gossip, but to mend the gaps. "Senior, do you prefer yundo rolls, sueju and milk cakes? Or, do you favor gobin long crabs and cashew deer tips?" Without hesitation, Su Li replied, "I like them all." Coming to her senses, she blinked innocently. "How about we eat first before leaving?" Having observed the entire exchange, Lu Jinhui numbly released his grip on the communication talisman. He was genuinely curious about what Su Li had done to earn Bai Ziyun's trust over him, the leader of the Shun Qian sect. Su Li's influence over Bai Ziyun was profound. Lu Jinhui discreetly scrutinized Su Li. With a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refining, her roots were indiscernible. But her cultivation level suggested her spiritual roots were likely not exceptional. Her attire was plain and unremarkable. The only notable aspect was her unique aura. He lowered his gaze. Musing, Bai Ziyun's exceptional talents and abilities are indeed rare in this world. This wandering cultivator, having forged such a close bond with Bai Ziyun, who seems to heed her every word, must have ulterior motives. With this thought, he raised his head, his tone remaining amicable, yet subtly pointed. "Elder Bai, your gifts are extraordinary, and you must be cautious of those who approach you with ulterior motives. Some may appear innocent and harmless, but one can never know their true intentions. They may even cause you harm at some point." Bai Ziyun nodded thoughtfully in response. Seeing that she had absorbed his warning, Lu Jinhui felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to say more, he noticed Bai Ziyun cautiously positioning herself in front of Su Li. Subtly increasing the distance between them, the atmosphere descended into an oddly tense silence. At that moment, the Grand Elder's figure suddenly appeared before the three. Beside him stood a quiet, slender youth. Dressed in freshly laundered garments, beneath his ornate robe lay a pair of beautiful yet lifeless eyes. Upon seeing the three, The Grand Elder disregarded Lu Jinhui entirely, advancing directly towards Bai Ziyun. He halted before her, his voice filled with respect and anticipation. Elder Bai. In the past, despite his hopes for Bai Ziyun to reside at Hualan Peak, his demeanor had been lofty and condescending, never truly regarding her as his equal. Yet now, he bowed his head, shedding all traces of his former arrogance. My son has been separated from me by the machinations of vile individuals for a century. The elder weeps with every word, and when I finally locate him, his entire essence and roots are utterly destroyed. Only the 8th grade Huaxiao flower can save him. Yet, in the entire realm of cultivation, the highest grade of Huaxiao flower available is merely at 6, with none attaining the coveted 8th. He bowed his head, his voice rendered mute, for only you possess the capability to elevate the grade of spirit plants. I implore you to assist my son. The elder gazed at Bai Ziyun with eyes reddened by grief, his voice a blend of tenderness and sorrow. If you agree, I, Jiang Junming, shall be at your service. Jiang Xin stood quietly to the side, his gaze calm, yet harboring a deeply concealed hope. Bai Ziyun, uncertain of the unfolding events, shook her head with a hint of helplessness. Elder, if what you seek is a 6th grade medicinal herb, I might succeed with all my might. However, surpassing the 6th grade, even by a mere half grade, is akin to crossing a chasm. She glanced at Jiang Shun's frail figure, her eyes tinged with guilt. Yet, achieving an 8th grade spirit plant would require me to reach the golden core stage first. The elder understood that such a feat was exceedingly difficult for Bai Ziyun at present, yet he had no other recourse but to place his hopes in her. I can provide countless high-grade medicinal herbs and treasures. I possess an 8th grade minion flower. As long as Elder Bai consents, I. The elder, aware of the rarity of 8th grade spirit plants, was interrupted by Lu Jinhui, who, though sympathetic to the elder's plight, could not allow any harm to come to Bai Ziyun. He reassured, Elder, our sect has many outstanding alchemists who will surely find a means to save your esteemed nephew. The elder staggered back, the flicker of hope in his eyes slowly dissipating. As a top-tier alchemist, he knew all too well the gravity of Shen's condition. Even with Bai Ziyun's exceptional talent, the transition from the 4th level of qi refining to golden core would demand at least a century. Yet, Shen's current state would only allow him a lifespan of slightly over 50 years, and they had only just recognized each other. He had not yet had the opportunity to care for him or witness his growth. Jiang Shen, standing beside him, silently bowed his head. His already dark pupils appeared even more sinister in that moment. Jiang Shen had long accepted that no miracles would manifest in his life. It was a journey marked solely by darkness and suffering. Even if light were to appear, it would only serve to plunge him into a deeper abyss. In the past, despite enduring pain, he held a flicker of hope for his future. Yet now, even beneath the sun, with the title of the Elder as Son, he felt an unrelenting chill. Indeed, darkness was his true domain. No one noticed the tendrils of black mist emerging from his once dry sea of consciousness. Just then, a clear and lively voice pierced the air. An 8th grade Huaxiao flower? Suli rummaged through her extensive storage bag, casually pulling out a spirit plant. Is this it? Of all the spirit plants and fruits in her possession, this one was the least appealing. Chapter 15. Everyone turned in shock to gaze at Suli. She held the spirit plant with casual ease, as a gentle breeze caused it to sway helplessly in her grasp. An 8th grade spirit plant appeared, as if it were mere roadside weeds. This is truly the 8th grade Huaxiao flower. Lu Jinhui was the first to react, staring at Su Li in disbelief. Hadn't he, the 8th grade Huaxiao flower, been extinct for centuries? This was no ordinary rogue cultivator, but rather a prodigious child of fortune from some noble family. He completely forgot that just moments ago, he had regarded Su Li as a scheming villain. Now, he could only marvel at Bai Ziyun, the true child of destiny, for effortlessly befriending someone so extraordinarily affluent. The elder stood at a distance, staring intently at the 8th grade Huaxiao flower in Su Li's hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. Fearing this was merely a figment of his desperate imagination. Just moments ago, he had felt utterly hopeless, and now, fortune had smiled upon him. He regarded Su Li as if she were a savior, his gaze filled with joy and reverence. Su Li paid no heed to their expressions, dismissively shaking the spirit plant in her hand. Is this what you seek? Yes, yes. The elder, alarmed by her actions, hurried forward to prevent the spirit plant from being harmed. This is an 8th grade spirit plant, a relic thought lost to the ages. Shouldn't a normal person treat it with the utmost reverence and care, placing it in a special jade box for safekeeping? Why did it seem in Su Li's hands like a common cabbage? Unaware of his thoughts, Su Li nonchalantly tossed the spirit plant towards him. Here you go. The elder vanished from sight, swiftly catching the airborne spirit plant with trembling hands, carefully placing it in a designated jade box. Once he completed this task, he raised his head, his eyes brimming with excitement and gratitude. Thank you, dear friend. I possess several 7th grade spirit plants, as well as an 8th grade celestial herb, along with many high-grade medicinal pills. Before he could finish, Su Li uninterestedly interrupted. I lack for nothing. At that moment, Jiang Xin finally lifted his head. He gazed intently at Su Li, the dark energy that had once surrounded him now dissipated. He looked into her clear, untainted eyes, devoid of greed or desire, and was momentarily taken aback. Such purity evoked an involuntary sense of inferiority within him. Jiang Shen, fully aware of the rarity of 8th grade spirit plants, felt even more grateful for Su Li's selfless offer. Without her, he might have resigned himself to a life of waste or plunged deeper into despair. Never favored by fortune, he was at a loss for how to respond. Pressing his lips together, he solemnly vowed, "From this day forth, whatever you desire, I will strive to obtain with all my might." Su Li observed his unwavering determination, reflecting on the myriad pitfalls within the realm of cultivation, and replied wistfully, "I desire world peace." Lu Jinhui paused momentarily, as if suddenly enlightened, admiration flooding his eyes. "Truly, you are a person of high integrity." This impossible task is clearly a jest by Su Li to uplift Jiang Shen's spirits. To produce an 8th grade spirit plant while asking for nothing in return is indeed a rare state of being. Before Lu Jinhui could finish his praise, Jiang Shen responded with unwavering resolve, "Very well." In that moment, the Jiang Shen destined to fall to darkness in the near future sowed a seed of righteousness and hope for peace within his heart. Su Li, observing his expression, felt a stir of emotion, yet the countless pitfalls of the cultivation world reminded her to remain realistic. She offered a perfunctory encouragement. "Then, dear best." Bai Ziyun, watching Jiang Shen's earnest gaze fixed upon Su Li, felt a flicker of trepidation. Could it be that Jiang Shen wishes to vie for her affection? As she contemplated this, she hastily took 2 steps forward, perfectly obstructing Jiang Shen's figure, her voice tinged with a hint of vying for attention. "Senior, having been busy all day, you must be weary. Upon our arrival at Luoshu Peak, I shall prepare some food for you. Do you prefer your meals light or rather robust?" At this juncture, she cast a comparative glance at Jiang Shen, not waiting for Su Li's response before continuing. "I shall prepare both, and you may choose which you prefer." Jiang Shen, undeterred by her provocation, silently noted the preferences Su Li inadvertently revealed through her words. Coincidentally, he had some time before he could restore his spiritual roots. Perhaps, during this interval, he could learn to cook? The Grand Elder remained blissfully unaware of her son's burgeoning culinary aspirations, gazing at Su Li with palpable emotion. The group stood together, exuding an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. Most disciples residing at Luoshu Peak were those overlooked, lacking a proper mentor. Due to the absence of formidable masters within the peak, the disciples were relegated to the lower echelons of the Shun Qian sect. This time, upon learning that an elder was willing to oversee Luoshu Peak, the resident disciples were elated, striving to ensure that the entire peak was spotless and devoid of dust. A divine figure named Ming Feng, engaged in bestowing spiritual rain upon the spirit plants, turned to her companion with a conspiratorial tone. "Xiaoyu, do you realize how formidable Elder Bai, who is coming to our Luoshu Peak, truly is? Do you know?" Xiaoyu perked up, leaning closer. "I heard that Elder Bai is merely an ordinary outer sect disciple. How could that be true?" Ming Feng retorted without hesitation. "You have no idea. The elders and peak masters implored Elder Bai to join them. Furthermore, I heard from a senior present at the time that Elder Bai's talent is unparalleled in the entire cultivation realm." With pride, she continued, "It is said that Elder Bai gifted each disciple present at Luoshu Peak with a 4th grade spirit plant. Each disciple received a 4th grade spirit plant." Xiaoyu's eyes widened with envy, for to them, as marginal inner sect disciples, even a 3rd grade spirit plant was a treasure, let alone a 4th grade one. "If only I had attended as well. Once Elder Bai arrives, if we diligently cultivate and fulfill our tasks, we are sure to receive rewards." Ming Feng clenched his fists. His spiritual energy, while bestowing rain upon the spirit plants, noticeably heightened. Yet, upon noticing a fellow disciple tending to the spirit plants nearby, his expression soured instantly. His voice laced with disdain. "Luoshu Peak has languished for so many years due to the presence of a certain traitor who harms her own kind." Xiaoyu too noticed her and frowned in disapproval. "I hope she remains composed and does not tarnish Elder Bai's impression of Luoshu Peak. If I were her, I would have no face to remain in the sect. Do you think someone capable of such deeds would possess any sense of shame? Not far off." Zhao Linyuan overheard every word spoken, yet her face remained impassive as she diligently completed her task. After enduring a life of exclusion and disdain for 7 years, she had grown accustomed to it. However, in the face of such widespread condemnation and accusations, there were moments when she would momentarily falter. Was it truly her that caused her senior sister's demise? Yet, in the next instant, clarity would return. She had never committed an act that harmed her peers. "Look, there is the sect master's golden vessel." A disciple exclaimed with excitement. "Elder Bai is aboard." Zhao Linyuan lifted her gaze, silently watching the vessel soaring towards the peak. Even with an elder arriving at Luoshu Peak, it was likely that it would only add another formidable figure who despised her. Would she still have a future? In the main hall of Luoshu Peak, Bai Ziyun, seated in the principal position, suddenly grasped the reality that she had indeed become a guest elder of the Shun Qian sect, truly the master of a peak. Yet, did she truly deserve it? She merely possessed some knowledge about spirit plants. However, upon seeing Su Li seated comfortably beside her, a sense of tranquility enveloped her heart. If her senior believed in her potential, then she could certainly succeed. Moreover, Only by attaining a sufficiently elevated status could she ensure her senior's comfort at Luoshu Peak and prepare ample ingredients to delight her senior's palate. Resolute in her thoughts, she vowed to return and cultivate diligently, leaving no opportunity for anyone to usurp her position as elder. Lu Jinhui, seated at the side, surveyed the hall's high-quality decorations with satisfaction, nodding in approval. It was worth the advanced preparations he had made. At that moment, high-ranking cultivators from the Shunqian sect received news of Bai Ziyun's arrival at Luoshu Peak, hastily bringing their families to congratulate her. Some brought their personal disciples, while others brought their offspring and relatives, eager to leave a favorable impression on Bai Ziyun. Only Liang Qianzhong's entourage was distinctly different. He carried a disciple who was disheveled and pale, clearly bearing severe injuries. Many looked at him in bewilderment, unsure of his intentions. Liang Qianzhong cast a glance at Qiyu, internally chastising him repeatedly. Had Qiyu informed him of Bai Ziyun's capabilities sooner, she would have already been his disciple. And he would have garnered far more from her current achievements. It was bad enough that Qiyu had withheld such information, but he had also managed to offend Bai Ziyun beyond repair. How could Qiyu still dare to plead for mercy, claiming he could continue to manipulate Bai Ziyun? He ought to consider Bai Ziyun's current status. With a mere word from Qiyu about controlling her, the sect leader would be inclined to scatter their ashes together. With these thoughts, he carefully adjusted his expression, adopting a sycophantic tone. Elder Bai, I have brought this miscreant to apologize on your behalf. It is my failure to properly discipline my disciple, who has committed numerous wrongs against you in private. I have brought him here, for your judgment. Bai Ziyun observed the pitiful Qiyu kneeling before her, a sense of unexpected calm settling within her. Once, Qiyu had loomed before her like an insurmountable mountain. But now, he knelt there, insignificant as a speck of dust, dispelling any remnants of fear within her. Chapter 16. Upon hearing Fu Tianjuan's voice, Qiyu, who had resigned himself to despair, suddenly lifted his head. Now, he is hope. Fu Tianjun was the only daughter of the Huafu Peak's master. What could Bai Ziyun, a guest elder, do against her? With this thought, he felt rejuvenated. Though restrained by Liang Qianzhong and rendered voiceless, his longing gaze remained undeterred. Upon hearing the voice from beyond, Fu Tianjun instinctively turned her head toward Qiyu. Observing his swollen, unrecognizable face and somewhat greasy eyes, she felt her breath catch. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, suppressing her discomfort and internally convincing herself, how could Qiyu ever be unfaithful to her? He cares for her so deeply that he risked his own cultivation to protect her from a fifth-grade snake, nearly suffering a setback. He even carved a sacred lotus flower, which she adored, leaving numerous scars upon his hands due to her casual remark. Indeed, Qiyu could never harbor feelings for another. Upon contemplating this, Fu Tianjun raised her head, imperiously addressing Liang Qianzhong. You should release my brother Qiyu at once. I trust him. He would never. Before she could finish, an external voice interrupted. So that's why Fu Tianjun appears so infatuated. She has been moved by Qiyu's self-staged act of heroism. What expression would Fu Tianjun wear if she discovered that the fifth-tier serpent was meticulously prepared by Qiyu?
Fu Tianjun su dell'ifrosa in place.
Her face still bearing the remnants of trust and emotion. The external voice continued its mockery. Oh, look, Qiyu is actually flirting with her friend Zhao Lian. How ambiguous. Cough. The majority of their conversation revolves around disparaging Fu Tianjun. Fu Tianjun clenched her fists, her teeth grinding audibly, as her gaze towards Qiyu transformed from affection to a fierce desire to confront him. So, it was he who orchestrated the snake attack against her.
Zhao Lian,
her sole friend on Huafu Peak, who always remembered to share her spiritual talismans, had unknowingly led her astray. No wonder every time she mentioned Qiyu, Zhao Lian's eyes seemed peculiar, constantly urging her to cherish him. How blind she had been to regard these two as her dearest friends. With an icy stare, Fu Tianjun contemplated the retribution Qiyu would face to assuage her anger. Nearby, a fatherly figure from the 100 Beasts Peak sighed, shaking his head. When raising a daughter, one cannot merely provide her with resources and treasures to enhance her cultivation. It is equally vital to impart lessons on humility, respect, and kindness. Just as he felt a sense of pride in his parenting, the external voice rang out once more. Oh. It turns out that Qiyu's serpent and antidote were acquired from another vessel without spending a single spiritual stone. Let me see. This unfortunate soul is the daughter of the 100 Beasts Peak's leader, Yun Xiaolan. The leader of 100 Beasts Peak exclaimed. What? His daughter was deceived by this scoundrel? Impossible. He had always raised Lanner so well. Su Li looked at the words on the Book of Heaven with disdain, her voice dripping with contempt. Is it true that such parents exist in the cultivation world, who solely seek to blame their children, regardless of their actions? No matter how well Yun Xiaolan performs, she receives no words of affirmation or praise. It is no wonder Qiyu could easily win her heart with mere flattery. Poor Yun Xiaolan, to have such parents. The 100 Beasts Peak leader's face turned pale at the external voice's remarks. He involuntarily recalled moments with his daughter, and his previously resolute heart began to waver. Could it truly be that he was in the wrong? Ultimately, amidst the relentless gossip from the external voice, the initial visit to Luoshu Peak concluded pleasantly. Meanwhile, Qiyu, under Bai Ziyun's tacit approval, was escorted out of Luoshu Peak by the leaders of Hundred Beasts Peak and Fu Tianjun, each grasping an arm. Soon after, news emerged of Qiyu venturing to the wild mountain to mine for spiritual ore. Subsequently, Zhao Lian, who had been taken under the wing of the Huafu Peak leader due to Fu Tianjun, was inexplicably expelled, becoming an ordinary disciple within the peak. It was said that due to past grievances with several inner disciples, her life at Huafu Peak became exceedingly arduous. At Hundred Beasts Peak, upon seeing Yun Zhaoming, Yun Xiaolan instinctively lowered her head, an uncontrollable sense of anxiety rising within her, fearful of inadequacies in her actions. With her head bowed, she softly spoke. Father. Yun Zhaoming observed her timid demeanor and recalled her association with the scoundrel Qiyu, instinctively inclined to scold her. Yet, before he could speak, he remembered the external voice's words. He swallowed his impending reproach and chose instead to acknowledge her efforts. Lana, the spirit beasts you care for appear particularly lively, quite commendable. Yun Xiaolan looked up in astonishment, believing she had misheard. How could her father praise her? Yun Zhaoming, noticing the joy and surprise in her eyes, felt a stirring in his heart. Shedding his strict demeanor, he smiled gently. Lana, haven't you always wished to meet the Minghua Phoenix at Hundred Beasts Peak? I happen to have some time today. Let us go meet it. Yun Xiaolan's eyes widened with excitement, but soon she calmed herself, murmuring, But father, didn't you say I couldn't withstand the Minghua Phoenix's pressure and advise me to cultivate before meeting it? As long as I am by your side. It cannot harm you, Yun Zhaoming reassured, gently ruffling her hair. But you must never go meet the Minghua Phoenix alone, understand? Yun Xiaolan nodded enthusiastically, her voice brightening. I will prepare immediately. Watching her spirited retreat, Yun Zhaoming felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps he was indeed mistaken. Thankfully, it was not too late to change. At Shunyao Peak, upon hearing the news of a celestial phenomenon triggered within Shunqian sect, Lu Jinhai had just returned to the hall when he received a communication talisman from the master of Tiangong. Listening to the master's probing, he smiled broadly, showing no displeasure at the inquiry. Master, your information is truly impeccable. Tiangong, upon hearing his tone, realized that Shunqian sect had achieved significant gains. He stroked his beard, humorously complimenting. To provoke such a celestial phenomenon, it would be hard not to know. Congratulations, Sect Master Lu. Lu Jinhai's eyes sparkled with delight. Likewise, congratulations. Bai Ziyun. Recognized as an individual of great fortune by the Heavenly Path, capable of saving the sect from peril and possessing exceptional talent, would undoubtedly lead Shunqian's sect to prosperity. Just the thought of this made him unable to maintain his composure, yearning to laugh heartily. The master of Tiangong's voice returned with a hint of envy. The recent fortune of Shunqian's sect is truly enviable. Hearing the underlying envy in his tone, Lu Jinhai's smile widened into a narrow slit. Of course, I did not discover Bai Ziyun's abilities without cause. It was through the guidance of the Heavenly Path and the external voices associated with it that I recognized her talents. Did the external voices assist other sects?
No.
Only Shunqian sect. What does this imply? It signifies that the Heavenly Path favors Shunqian's sect exceptionally. No matter how the Tiangong attempts to unravel the heavenly secrets, do they have the favor of the Heavenly Path?
No.
With this thought, Lu Jinhai's posture straightened considerably. Just then, the master of Tiangong's amused voice echoed. Then I wish Sect Master Lu fulfillment of his desires, free from disturbances, allowing the sect to remain stable and peaceful. You must not speak carelessly. Lu Jinhai's smile vanished, his expression resolute as though facing ancestral spirits. What disturbances? How can you call that a disturbance when it is clearly divine music? What do you mean by wishing me fulfillment of desires? He clutched his chest, asserting emphatically. My desire is simply to listen to the divine music. Tianzhu pondered over the days gone by, recalling how Lu Jinhui, in his disdain for the voice from beyond, had resolutely declared that it should keep its distance, leaving him momentarily silent. As long as you are happy. Lu Jinhui, gazing at the severed communication, lifted his head with pride. Jealousy. He is indeed envious. Just then, something caught his eye, and he swiftly moved to the entrance of the hall, firmly tearing down a piece of paper that had been affixed there half a month prior. How could such a mundane entity tarnish the eyes of the voice from beyond? The torn paper prominently displayed several prohibitive rules. Those who delight in prying into other secrets are forbidden entry. Those who revel in stirring up scandal are forbidden entry. Those who indulge in feasting and merriment are forbidden entry. In the main hall of Luoshu Peak, Bai Ziyun, clad in a delicate azure gown adorned with the symbols exclusive to guest elders, with her hair elegantly coiled, exuded an aura of both grace and authority that instilled awe in those who beheld her. Ming Feng, who had come to report on matters concerning Luoshu Peak, felt the weight of her presence and wore an increasingly respectful expression. Had he seen Bai Ziyun just a few days prior, he might have harbored a trace of disdain. For despite her exceptional talent, her cultivation level was merely at the qi refinement stage, leaving much to be desired. Yet, yesterday, upon Bai Ziyun's arrival at Luoshu Peak, he had witnessed numerous elders and peak masters vying to offer their congratulations. Some powerful figures, whom he might never meet in his lifetime, were treating her with such friendliness, even reverence. How could a mere ordinary disciple of Luo Shupeik dare entertain any disrespectful thoughts towards her? Bai Ziyun took her seat at the main table, entirely unconcerned with Ming Feng's thoughts. She glanced at the list of congratulatory gifts, each more exquisite than the last, and let out a soft sigh. None of these items seemed capable of endearing her to the esteemed elder, while the other elders regarded her with solemnity. Bai Ziyun's mind was preoccupied with pondering what the elder truly cherished. Although the elder appeared to enjoy the spirit food she prepared, with his cultivation level, surely he could have whatever he desired. Moreover, her culinary skills were quite ordinary, hardly comparable to those of the top-tier gastronomes. The elder's apparent fondness must surely be a means to reassure her. With this thought, Bai Ziyun's gaze grew resolute. It was indeed her current lack of cultivation that held her back. Once her powers ascended, she would be able to present the elder with whatever he wished. There would be no need for him to feign appreciation for her simple spirit food out of concern for her cultivation. Meanwhile, on the other end, the ethereal and disinterested Su Li languidly reclined on a sunlit chaise, gazing at the ling fruit in her hand with a hint of regret before placing it back on the jade table beside her. The table was scattered with several empty plates, and the jade vase beside it contained only a thin layer of the remaining spirit brew. This was indeed the essence of life. Su Li reminisced about the small, dilapidated abode she had occupied for half a month in the small realm, unable to suppress the bitter tears that welled up within her. Who would have thought that the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao could lead such a miserable existence? She surveyed the distant pavilions and lush spiritual plants surrounding her, relishing the moment as she closed her eyes. Had she known that life in the lower realms would be like this, she would not have endured that half-month in the small realm. But had she forgotten something? It seemed a thought struck her, and she abruptly opened her eyes, a hint of guilt flickering within them. The loopholes in the realm of cultivation cannot be rushed. Can they? She casually glanced into her consciousness to assess the state of the cultivation world. Where were the loopholes? What had happened to the numerous, vast gaps within Shun Qian's sect? Su Li stared, bewildered, as nearly half of the loopholes within Shun Qian's sect had vanished. Had she inadvertently done something during these past few days? Could it be due to Bai Ziyun? But how could one person possibly cause such extensive damage to an entire sect? Regardless, as long as the loopholes were repaired, that was all that mattered. After contemplating for a moment, Su Li peacefully closed her eyes again. I ought to grant myself an extended holiday. Just then, she caught faint whispers from some disciples nearby. The fourth elder has actually come to Luo Shupeik. Hasn't the fourth elder been in seclusion for quite some time? I heard he just emerged from seclusion to seek out Elder Bai. I recall the fourth elder's personality. Seems a bit. Su Li opened her eyes. Curiosity piqued. The fourth elder, that name sounds familiar. If she recalled correctly, this individual had quite a few stories associated with him. She glanced at the nearly emptied plates and promptly rose, making her way toward the main hall. Inside the hall, the fourth elder sat on a side seat, emanating an air of haughty superiority. He briefly assessed Bai Ziyun's cultivation level with disdain, merely a low-tier female cultivator with a slightly unique talent, unworthy of such fanfare. The sect leader, clearly aging and lacking foresight, had conferred upon Bai Ziyun the status of guest elder. He recalled overhearing his disciples discussing her upon his emergence from seclusion. A flicker of barely concealed irritation crossing his features. How could this Bai Ziyun even be compared to me? With that thought, he set down the spirit tea in his hand and mockingly remarked, Elder Bai, your hospitality seems rather lacking, serving such low-tier tea. Upon hearing his words, Bai Ziyun remained oblivious to his jibe. Instead, she suddenly perked up, her expression serious as she inquired, what kind of spirit tea does the fourth elder usually drink? The elder seemed to have a particular interest in tea, presenting an opportunity for her to seek advice. The fourth elder, sensing an opportunity to boast, replied with a hint of pride, the spirit tea I serve to guests is the rare longevity tea from the cultivation world. Fragrant and capable of calming the mind and enhancing focus. The entire Shun Qian sect only possesses a few taels each year. Before he could finish, Bai Ziyun produced a communication talisman and decisively stated, Sect leader, I would like some longevity tea. Upon hearing Bai Ziyun's request, Lu Jinhui felt an unexpected surge of delight and promptly agreed, I will have a disciple deliver it to you. When Bai Ziyun heard his reply, her brow relaxed slightly as she recalled the 2 spirit plants she had catalyzed to the 5th tier the previous night, declaring without hesitation, Sect leader, I have a freshly catalyzed 5th tier frosty grass that I will send over to you. She had chosen 2 edible spirit plants for catalysis, not anticipating that the frosty grass would taste so poor that the elder would not enjoy it at all. It was perfect to send to the sect leader. After all, he wouldn't mind. Elder Bai, you are too polite. Lu Jinhui's tone grew increasingly jovial as he replied, I fear a pound of spirit tea may not suffice. So, I will have my disciple send you 5 pounds. If that is not enough, feel free to ask for more. The fourth elder sat there, seething with irritation. 5 pounds? That must deplete the entire sect stock. He inwardly scorned Lu Jinhui. How could the sect leader be so generous over merely a 5th tier frosty grass? While it is indeed somewhat rare, it hardly warrants such flattery from a sect leader. Yet, on the other hand, Bai Ziyun's abilities were undeniably commendable, and she seemed well deserving of the attention from the L family disciples. With this thought, he cleared his throat and regarded Bai Ziyun with a scrutinizing gaze. Elder Bai, You are nearing 50 years of age, and cultivating alone can indeed be quite lonely. Observing the delicate features and graceful figure of Bai Ziyun, he nodded in satisfaction and continued, in the perilous realm of cultivation, Elder Bai, being a woman of low cultivation, how will you manage in times of danger? Coincidentally, I have a nephew who is of similar age to you. Upon hearing his words, Bai Ziyun's gaze gradually turned cold. Those words were all too familiar, reminding her of the years she spent under Qi Yu's control, where the only companions she had were his belittlement and oppression. The fourth elder paid no mind to the expression on her face. Bai Ziyun was merely a female cultivator with slightly better innate abilities. Lacking any foundation in the cultivation world, their Lu family had been a prominent lineage for a millennium. Marrying into their family would be a blessing for her. Much like his wife, who, despite being a peerless genius in the cultivation world, simply submitted to him and managed the household with grace. My nephew is exceptionally talented. He has already reached the foundation establishment stage and has been dutiful and sensible since childhood. Moreover, the protective treasures I possess are comparable to those of a transformation realm master. After everything that had transpired, Bai Ziyun was no longer the outer disciple who relied on others, afraid to retort lest it provoke anger. The presence of Su Li had bestowed upon her boundless courage. She must not disappoint her elders. She could no longer allow herself to be exploited as before. Taking a deep breath, she addressed the fourth elder, whose cultivation was far superior to hers, with unwavering determination. If the fourth elder has no further matters, I kindly request you to leave Luo Shu Peak. Impudent. The fourth elder, furious at her audacity to reject him, slammed the table. And the overwhelming pressure characteristic of a transformation realm cultivator immediately radiated from him. The protective talisman on Bai Ziyun sensed the threat and emitted a dazzling light. At that moment, a voice echoed, one the fourth elder had heard during his seclusion. Isn't that fourth elder remarkably familiar? He is none other than Lu Zhuangji, who is notoriously inept yet has taken 7 concubines. As Su Li strolled toward the hall's entrance, she perused the book of Heavenly Dao within her consciousness, laughing, haha. After such a long seclusion, it turns out he was trying to expel the excess pill toxins from the Zhuang Yuan Dan. No wonder he needs to retreat so frequently in Shun Qian sect. As the Lord of the Beast Peak and a disciple who came to present longevity tea to Bai Ziyun arrived at Luo Shu Peak, they overheard the fourth elder's scandalous secrets. They were astonished to learn that the fourth elder, with countless concubines, harbored such hidden ailments. They couldn't help but perk up their ears, their eyes shimmering with gossip. How could he endure so many concubines for even a moment? Wait, what did I just see? The fourth elder's wife has an affinity for women. Goodness. She is entangled with every one of the fourth elder's concubines. The audacity. They are currently indulging in intimate exchanges. This is far too thrilling. Chapter 18. Upon hearing the external voice, the fourth elder's pressure awkwardly flickered. Even knowing that Bai Ziyun couldn't hear the external voice, he felt his face flush with embarrassment, anger flashing in his eyes. Who said he was inept? He was merely a man of simple desires, unwilling to let carnal matters overly affect his cultivation. The external voice was slander. As he fervently refuted the external voice in his heart, the next words caught him off guard, rendering him momentarily dumbfounded. His anger and confusion intertwining in his expression, making him appear foolish. The fourth elder's wife has an affinity for women. Goodness. She is involved with every one of the fourth elder's concubines. What was the external voice insinuating? His wife was having an affair with his concubines? Impossible. Bu Wan clearly adored him. Even with comparable cultivation, she still managed the inner peak and took excellent care of Qianzhuan Peak. Under her watch, his many concubines coexisted harmoniously, never causing a scandal of jealousy. It was precisely because of Bu Wan's presence that he could afford to remain in seclusion for so long. Yet, no matter how much the fourth elder reassured himself, doubts about Bu Wan began to creep into his heart. Though he had secluded himself for a long time, he was aware of the existence of the external voice and its connection to the Heavenly Dao. Since its emergence, it had never spoken in error. Moreover, upon reflection, it seemed that his concubines maintained good relations with Bu Wan. For instance, his most favored third concubine had recently mentioned Bu Wan frequently. The more the fourth elder recalled, the darker his expression became. Now his wife is entangled with his third concubine. What a thrilling affair this is. The external voice's words were like the final straw, prompting him to stand and hastily fly toward Qianzhuan Peak. Just as Su Li reached the hall's entrance, she caught sight of the fourth elder hastily departing. She closed the book of Heavenly Dao in her consciousness, curiosity piquing as she turned to the person beside her and inquired, "Why is the fourth elder in such a rush? Is there a matter at home?" The Lord of the Beast Peak glanced at Su Li's cultivation, understanding dawning in her eyes, and nodded knowingly. With your Qi refinement stage, you cannot hear the external voice, so naturally, you are unaware of the happenings. With a friendly demeanor, she leaned down and mysteriously revealed, the fourth elder's backyard is on fire. He is rushing to catch a betrayal. This fourth elder had always looked down upon female cultivators. Now that his backyard was ablaze, it was truly a cause for celebration. The Lord of the Beast Peak straightened up, her eyes brimming with gossip, unable to contain herself from sharing such significant news with every friend she could reach. Upon hearing the Lord of the Beast Peak's revelation, Suli nodded in understanding, realizing that the fourth elder was not as oblivious as he thought. He had noticed something amiss with his wife and concubines. Resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such juicy gossip was best experienced live. Adhering to her principle of not missing out on first-hand excitement, Suli swiftly appeared at Qianzhuan Peak. At that moment, the fourth elder stood at the entrance. His eyes filled with shock at the betrayal, his body trembling with rage. Inside, Buwan donned a dark red nightgown, her hair elegantly tied up, her striking brows and eyes radiating boundless affection. Unperturbed by the commotion caused by the fourth elder, she gently and steadily adorned the brows of the person in her embrace. Once finished, she observed the pale complexion of her companion and tenderly placed a kiss on her forehead, soothingly whispering, "Do not be afraid." Witnessing her series of actions, the fourth elder, standing at the door, was incensed, clutching his chest, speechless. "You both." Buwan turned to her companion. Casting a cold, reproachful glance at the fourth elder, Lu Zhuangji, "Restrain your pressure. Can't you see you frightened Linga? How could you treat her so kindly?" Anger surged within the fourth elder, accompanied by a tinge of unacknowledged grievance. He had always assumed Buwan to be aloof and disinclined to engage in merriment, believing that even when she went to great lengths for him, she remained oblivious to how to please him. He had even privately criticized her for lacking charm. Little did he know, she was well aware, she simply directed her affections elsewhere. "Are you done making a scene?" Buwan frowned at his accusatory tone, dismissively waving her hand. "If you're done, then leave." Zhuangji gazed at the love bite revealed on her neck due to her movements, his eyes instantly turning crimson, rendering him deaf to all sounds. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, filling the surroundings with a violent aura. Suli observed Zhuangji channeling his energy for quite some time and noted that Buwan remained unscathed, even managing to comfort her concubines with an air of ease. She shook her head in disdain, pondering how this fourth elder seemed utterly inept. Just as she uttered these thoughts, a hand laden with sunflower seeds from the cultivation world reached over, its owner nodding in agreement. "Your insights are indeed remarkable, my friend." Turning her head, Suli beheld the recently arrived master of the 100 Beasts Peak, who was watching the unfolding drama with amusement, deftly shelling sunflower seeds with her other hand. As Suli reached for the seeds in the master's grasp, she suddenly became aware of the numerous onlookers around them, all wearing expressions brimming with excitement. Eager for the spectacle. Indeed, the cultivation world was rife with shared interests. Zhuangji, too, noticed the crowd and, struggling to regain his fleeting rationality, was about to urge them to disperse when he saw his fifth concubine, Hua Qing, rushing towards him with a worried expression. His demeanor softened slightly as he reined in his energy, adopting an air of authority, anticipating Hua Qing's embrace. However, to his astonishment, she bypassed him entirely, heading straight for Buwan. Hua Qing cupped Buwan's face in her hands, her eyes shimmering with undeniable concern. "Madam, you're not hurt, are you?" Buwan gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and retrieved a cloak from her storage bag, carefully draping it over Hua Qing's shoulders. Her voice laced with a hint of exasperation. "Your health is delicate. Do not rush so recklessly." Furrowing her brows, Hua Qing wrapped the cloak around herself. And upon confirming Buwan's safety, she managed a faint smile. "As long as Madam is unharmed, that is all that matters." At that moment, Suli, brimming with curiosity, eagerly opened the book of Heavenly Principles. "Let me uncover the nature of their relationship." After a moment of reflection, she discovered that Buwan had once saved Hua Qing, prompting the latter to willingly become Zhuangji's concubine to stay closer to her savior. Lo and behold, Zhuangji has not laid a finger on Hua Qing, yet has supported a rival for over a decade. She mused. In this light, Zhuangji is indeed a benevolent soul, allowing lovers to unite. Meanwhile, Zhuangji's wooden board disintegrated into ashes in his grasp, his eyes burning with indignation at being mocked. Despite the commotion, Buwan remained unfazed, casting a resigned yet affectionate glance at Hua Qing. Zhuangji's fury intensified. "Buwan, Hua Qing. How dare you?" Before he could finish, a voice from beyond interrupted. What a surprise. None of his concubines genuinely care for Zhuangji, remaining only due to Buwan. Indeed, with Zhuangji's fleeting moments of attention, who could genuinely develop affection? Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhuangji unleashed his full spiritual energy towards Buwan. With a mere flick of her hand, she effortlessly returned his energy. Suli had anticipated an exhilarating clash, yet was taken aback when Buwan, while shielding Hua Qing and Ling Er, subdued Zhuangji within a mere cup of tea's time. Observing his beaten state, she silently lamented. Zhuangji is truly feeble. The elders and peak masters watching from Qianzhuan Peak nodded in unison, realizing that they had underestimated the fourth elder, who had relied heavily on his family as support and medicinal aids to reach his current level. They had assumed his lack of depth was merely a consequence of inadequate cultivation, not recognizing the extent of his frailty. Given Buwan's prowess, she could easily ascend to an elder's position in the Shun Qian sect. Why then would she willingly become the fourth elder's wife? As the onlookers pondered these questions, Zhuangji found himself sprawled on the ground, one hand clutching his injuries, struggling to comprehend how Buwan had managed to so thoroughly defeat him. Trembling, he gasped, "Buwan, how dare you harm me?" I shall divorce you. While coughing blood, he brandished a communication talisman, threatening, once I notify the L family, my father will surely take my side, and you shall await your demise at their hands. While Buwan tended to the frightened Hua Qing, she paid no heed to his threats. In a fit of rage, El Zhuangji crushed the talisman and shouted into it, Father, Buwan has harmed me. The voice on the other end emanated authority tinged with an almost imperceptible impatience. It is normal for couples to have disagreements. Just endure it. El Zhuangji was taken aback by his father's unexpected response, left speechless. Was he not his father's favored child? Regaining his composure, he quickly pressed on. Father, Buwan is unfaithful. She has entangled herself with my concubines. Hearing his son complain about domestic matters, his father could no longer conceal his annoyance. You are all family.
What is unclear about that?
If it were not for the assistance he had once offered to Buwan, would she even have considered him? Given his lack of talent and frivolous pursuits? Just because you received a few blows and have some peculiar preferences can you not endure? This child has indeed been spoiled. Chapter 19. El Zhuangji stared incredulously at the communication talisman, questioning whether he had misheard. Hadn't Buwan treated his concubines in such a manner? His father was claiming there was nothing amiss? Father, I mean Buwan is having an affair with my concubines. He clenched the talisman, his voice filled with anguish. They have all betrayed me. In his lifetime, he had never endured such a profound humiliation. Father, you must avenge me. Upon hearing his son's obstinacy, his father had completely lost his patience. Avenge you? He should be secretly reveling in Buwan's defense instead. You are one. What difference is there between you and Buwan? Reflecting on his son's inability to advance in cultivation and his penchant for indulgence, he bluntly stated, regardless of Buwan's preferences, support her wholeheartedly. Do not disturb me with such trivial matters again. The onlookers, initially concerned for Buwan, were taken aback by El Zhuangji's father's words. The voice from beyond brimmed with admiration. So, this is what it means to be one as a couple. El Zhuangji's father possesses a mindset that is light years ahead of the cultivation world. El Zhuangji could no longer hear anything, staring blankly at the severed communication talisman. Unable to process what had just occurred, who truly belonged to his father, him or Buwan? Why did she so blatantly disregard her marital vows? While his father displayed no anger whatsoever, Su Li, equally intrigued, noted with a hint of regret in her voice, I had thought it was a case of mistaken identity. But it appears El Zhuangji is indeed his father's true son. Moreover, it is rare to find a first elder who has nurtured a fake son for so long. The eldest elder, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly felt a sharp pang of discomfort. Upon hearing the voice from beyond the heavens, El Zhuangji's initially flustered heart was instantly calmed. He was the biological son of his father. Buwan had merely basked in his glory to attain a modicum of status in their father's eyes. With this thought in mind, he could not help but raise his head, his gaze toward Buwan brimming with pride. Buwan, you should apologize to me now. Observing Buwan as she cautiously fed Dan medicine to Hua Qing, his pride was swiftly replaced by fury. Then cast aside the one in your arms. And I might spare you this once. Otherwise, shall you continue to seek your father? Su Li glanced at the text in the Book of Heaven, raising her head to cast a pitying look at El Zhuangji. Your father finds you utterly inept upon learning that Buwan favors women. At this moment, he is busy poring over the L family genealogy, searching for suitable daughters or granddaughters to match Buwan. It turns out that it was the L family who aided the severely injured Buwan, and in gratitude, she chose to ally with the L family through marriage. Though the L family is a millennia-old lineage, the quality has declined since El Zhuangji's generation. The best course is to strengthen the family through marriage alliances. As for why Buwan chose El Zhuangji, it is because he is the most foolish and the easiest to manipulate.
Indeed.
It is thanks to Buwan's existence that El Zhuangji has received so many resources from the El family. El Zhuangji lay there in a daze, his expression of pride appearing particularly ludicrous at that moment. Everything he had once held dear had been overturned. How could it be? He was clearly his father's most cherished son. Yet, recalling the words his father had just spoken, uncertainty gripped him. Could it be that all he had today was truly due to Buwan's choice of him? El Zhuangji lifted his head to gaze at Buwan. Even now, she paid him no heed, her arm around Hua Qing, her expression filled with a tenderness and affection she had never bestowed upon him. El Zhuangji's eyes brimmed with tears. He resentfully glanced at the communication talisman in his hand, and under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, he coldly returned it to his storage bag. As a man, how could he stoop to quarrel with a woman? Whatever Buwan did, she remained his wife. They were united in glory and in loss. This time,
He would forgive Buwan.
should there be a next time? El Zhuangji clenched his teeth, contemplating for a moment, and ultimately flicked his hand in frustration. Let us speak of it next time. El Zhuangji rose to his feet, gazing at the throng gathered at Qianzhuan Peak. His face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment at the thought of everything that had just transpired being witnessed by them. Why have you all come to Qianzhuan Peak? He gritted his teeth, his voice strained as if forced from his throat. Is it not too rude to intrude uninvited? What words were these from the fourth elder? The master of the Beast Peak sauntered forward a couple of steps, appearing to be on amiable terms with the fourth elder. As if to say, I merely came to see you because I missed you. As fellow members of the Shun Qian sect, the fourth elder should not speak so formally. I heard from the disciples that the fourth elder has recently emerged from seclusion, so I came to pay a visit. The first elder cleared his throat, also feigning concern. The fourth elder wouldn't mind, would he? El Zhuangji surveyed the crowd, who seemed to revel in his misfortune, yet all feigned concern for him. The grinding of his teeth audible. Now that you have paid your visit, should you not take your leave? It appeared the fourth elder had matters to attend to. Thus, he would not impose further. The master of the Beast Peak surveyed the entire scene, her mood exceptionally buoyant, seemingly unconcerned by El Zhuangji's tone. After she departed, the others followed suit, leaving behind only the seventh elder, adorned in flamboyant attire. He glanced at Buwan, who had already left with her concubine, and patted El Zhuangji's shoulder sympathetically. Cheer up, you can always take in new concubines. The world of cultivation is not limited to just a few women. El Zhuangji's face was a mask of apathetic indifference. Take in new concubines, only for them to fall for Buwan again? I am no matchmaker for her. The seventh elder looked on in confusion as El Zhuangji strode away. Where are you going? To cultivate, El Zhuangji declared. From this day forth, he would sever ties with love and desire, dedicating himself to rigorous training, determined to earn the respect of his father and Buwan. In a corner, Ning Yi furrowed his brow. As El Zhuangji's direct disciple, he understood his temperament well. Thus, when El Zhuangji first emerged from seclusion, he casually revealed some information about Bai Ziyun, and as expected, El Zhuangji boldly made his way to Luo Shu Peak. This allowed him to ascertain that the voice from beyond the heavens was indeed particularly concerned about Bai Ziyun. Bai Ziyun was truly a woman of extraordinary fate, capable of stirring the sect and capturing the erratic voice from beyond the heavens. With this thought, he furrowed his brow even tighter. If he could win Bai Ziyun's affection, he could transfer her immense fortune to himself. At that point, with such fortunes, he could ensure his family's prosperity for a century without worry. Although the sect had gone to great lengths to erase Bai Ziyun's past, he had still managed to glean some insider information. No matter how exceptional her talents, she was merely a woman under 100 years of age with low cultivation. With his means, winning her heart would be a trivial matter. The troublesome factor was not Bai Ziyun, but rather the voice from beyond the heavens. If he were to attract its attention, all his past deeds. Greetings, Senior Brother Ning. While he contemplated on his descent from the peak, a voice tinged with admiration rang out. Ning Yi swiftly adjusted his expression, nodding gracefully at the newcomer. His demeanor elegant, his voice laced with an imperceptible warmth. Lu Qing. Lu Qing's cheeks flushed slightly as she summoned her courage to inquire. Senior Brother Ning, do you have matters to attend to? Ning Yi averted his gaze, subtly shaking his head. I merely wish to visit Luo Shu Peak. Lu Qing paused. Then, as if recalling something, cautiously added. Are you going to see Senior Sister Yuan? Lu Qing, I have matters to attend to, Ning Yi gently interjected, stepping ahead. Lu Qing watched his graceful retreat, her eyes filled with a mix of sympathy and envy she was unaware of. Ever since Senior Sister Yuan passed 7 years ago, Senior Brother Ning seems to have withdrawn into himself, his heart devoted solely to her. Such devotion was truly enviable. Meanwhile, as Ning Yi turned away, his eyes were filled with agitation. No one knows when the voice from beyond the heavens will lose interest in Bai Ziyun. I fear that during this time, someone may seize the opportunity. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Ning Yi halted. If memory serves, Bai Ziyun seems to have a close relationship with a female cultivator of qi refinement. There are even rumors that this female cultivator can influence Bai Ziyun's decisions. With this realization, his furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Since the voice from beyond the heavens is so interested in Bai Ziyun, I can bypass her and target those around her. It is one thing for the voice to be fixated on Bai Ziyun. Surely, it cannot extend its gaze to her companions? After all, she is merely a qi refinement cultivator. With a flick of my fingers, I can easily draw her in without much effort. That female cultivator, if he recalled correctly, was named Su Li. Chapter 20. Luo Shu Peak. After emerging from the main hall, Ming Feng reflected on the elders and peak masters who had visited in recent days. His face alight with joy and excitement. With Elder Bai's presence, the atmosphere of Luo Shu Peak has indeed transformed dramatically. Nowadays, when he undertakes tasks at other peaks, the disciples there greet him with warmth and kindness, a stark contrast to their previous demeanor. However, despite the bustling activity at Luo Shu Peak these past few days, Elder Wu has yet to set foot here again since 7 years ago. 7 years prior, Yun Xiao was one of the most gifted disciples of the Shunqian sect, able to inscribe 4th-grade spirit runes upon establishing her foundation, which caused quite a stir within the sect and earned her Elder Wu's favor. During that time, Luo Shu Peak's status within the sect rose correspondingly. It seemed that Yun Xiao would soon become Elder Wu's sole direct disciple. Yet, all of this was shattered by Zhao Linyuan's jealousy. In a fit of envy, she deliberately ignored Yun Zhao's cries for help, leading to the tragic attack by a demon beast that claimed Yun Zhao's life. The loss of his beloved disciple, compounded by the fact that the perpetrator, although punished, remained at Luo Shu Peak, caused Elder Wu to forsake this place entirely. The once vibrant Luo Shu Peak fell into silence after that. Reflecting on this, Ming Feng felt an even greater disdain for Zhao Linyuan. The repercussions of Zhao Linyuan's actions extended beyond Elder Wu and the disciples of Luo Shu Peak. They also affected a lovesick individual, Ning Yi. At that time, Ning Yi and Yun Xiao shared a deep affection for one another. Ever since Yun Xiao's untimely demise, Ning Yi has not smiled, and he has been left without companionship. He even planted a grove of jade maples, Yun Xiao's favorite, on Luoshu Peak. For 7 years, he has visited this grove during his leisure, mourning Yun Xiao. Ming Feng shook his head in melancholy. Such love is exceedingly rare. Evoking a sigh from those who witness it, he hoped that Ning Yi would soon find solace. At that moment, Ning Yi stood before the jade maple grove, enveloped in a faint air of sorrow. Although his gaze was fixed ahead, he remained acutely aware of the movements behind him. Upon noticing a figure approaching from a distance, he instinctively straightened his posture, his sorrow deepening, and his voice tinged with an inescapable nostalgia. Su Li, having thoroughly enjoyed her time at Qianzhuan Peak, decided to leisurely explore Luoshu Peak. After walking for less than half a stick of incense, she spotted a white-clad figure standing not far away. The individual muttered about a beauty lost, leaving only sorrow for the sorrowful, and reminisced about years gone by, now left alone. When he turned to her with what he believed to be a charmingly melancholic wink, Su Li silently set down the spirit fruit she had been nibbling on. For some reason, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Ning Yi, observing Su Li's overt disdain, momentarily faltered in his heartfelt reminiscence, but quickly regained his composure. His voice soft yet tinged with lingering sadness. "Are you a disciple of Luoshu Peak, junior sister?" Su Li replied coldly. "No, just passing through, and I'm leaving now." Ning Yi was momentarily taken aback. How could a mere cheer-finding female cultivator speak to him in such a manner? He was a golden core cultivator, under 300 years of age, with exceptional talent. Did she truly believe that Bai Ziyun could shield her from consequences, allowing her to act with impunity? Or was she merely feigning indifference? A flicker of realization crossed Ning Yi's eyes. With his talents, cultivation, appearance, and lineage, a mere cheer-finding female cultivator should not be able to withstand him. In the past, he would have turned away from such petty tactics without a second thought. Yet, now that Su Li could be of use to him, he chose to tolerate her little schemes. "You remind me of someone dear to me," Ning Yi sighed, fixing his gaze on Su Li with focused nostalgia. "It has been a long time since anyone evoked such feelings in me. Would you care to hear a story?" Su Li, taken aback by the overly sentimental expression on Ning Yi's face, felt a shiver run down her spine. Without hesitation, she shook her head, resolutely stating as she walked away, "I am not interested." Ning Yi, astonished by her firm dismissal, finally realized she was genuinely disinterested in him. What had gone awry? This tactic had always worked for him before. Contemplating Su Li's potential, he took a deep breath, quickened his pace, and attempted a different approach. "Since you are not a disciple of Luoshu Peak, you might not be familiar with it here. Allow me to guide you."
Su Li,
noticing his oily demeanor blocking her path, felt a strong urge to strike him. At that moment, a hidden flash of lightning streaked across the previously clear sky. Unnoticed by anyone, just as the lightning prepared to strike, a voice filled with surprise rang out nearby. "Senior, you are here."
Bai Ziyun rastu breathlessly to Su Li's sida.
Her initial fear and concern dissipating the moment she saw her. Taking a deep breath, she finally relaxed. Thank goodness, Senior has not left. Su Li observed the tears still glistening in Bai Ziyun's eyes and felt a stir of compassion. She withdrew her hand from summoning the lightning and gently patted her shoulder. "If I were to leave, I would certainly inform you." Bai Ziyun momentarily stood in stunned silence. She had always sensed that her senior did not wish to linger at Shunqian sect, that she could depart without a trace at any moment. She never expected that today her senior would offer her such a promise. How kind of her senior. Coming back to herself, she nodded vigorously. All right. Behind her, Lu Jinhua watched the entire exchange with envy, ultimately sighing in bitterness. Elder Bai and this Su Daoist share a truly special bond. It is a relief that they found Su Daoist. Clearing his throat, he spoke gently, ensuring that Elder Bai would feel at ease. Behind him stood the master of Yaodin Peak and several elders and disciples who had come to Luoshu Peak to study the 5th grade frost grass. Previously, the highest grade of frost grass in the cultivation world was only 4th grade. Enhancing it by 1 grade could significantly elevate its efficacy and potentially improve the level of alchemical concoctions, which required verification. Thus, several capable individuals had been secretly vying for it for some time. Bai Ziyun finally turned her attention to the crowd behind her, recalling their earlier search for her. She felt a bit embarrassed and expressed her gratitude in her familiar manner. "I will catalyze a few more frost grass plants tomorrow." The master of Yaodan Peak beamed with joy. That would be wonderful. Before he could finish, he was silenced by Lu Jinhua's penetrating gaze, quickly adding, "I mean, if catalyzing the frost grass will not tire Elder Bai, it won't. I will have someone deliver the frost grass to you all tomorrow." Ning Yi, observing the crowd's attitude toward Bai Ziyun, clenched his fists tightly. Bowing his head, his eyes gleamed with ambition. With such talent, if it were to be bestowed upon him, who in the entire cultivation world could rival him? Contemplating this, he took a deep breath and greeted the esteemed figures, Sect Master, Second Elder. At that moment, Lu Jinhua and the others finally noticed Ning Yi. His talent was above average within the Shunqian sect, and as Elder C's direct disciple, Lu Jinhua had some impression of him. "Ning Yi, is it? I thought you were supposed to be at Qianzhuan Peak. What brings you to Luoshu Peak today?" Ning Yi kept his head bowed, his voice respectful, yet laced with sorrow. I merely wished to visit Luoshu Peak. Lu Jinhui recalled events from 7 years ago, when Yun Zhao's extraordinary talent left a profound impression on him. Back then, Yun Xiao and Ning Yi were merely children. Nowadays, even his most trusted disciples occasionally recounted Ning Yi's unwavering affection for Yun Xiao. He sighed, lamenting, what a lovesick child. The elders and disciples behind him shared expressions of agreement. Lovesick? Their judgment seems rather flawed. With a face that clearly suggests success, how could he possibly be associated with such sentiment? Su Li, with a look of skepticism, opened the book of the Heavenly Path and read aloud. Her voice resonating. Is it a true declaration of love when one says, I still cannot forget her, after a night spent together? Let me see. He has seduced more than a dozen people by feigning deep affection? No wonder he looks so depleted. Chapter 21. All of Lu Jinhui's remaining praises were abruptly silenced by an external voice. He struggled to suppress his astonishment, scrutinizing Ning Yi from head to toe before finally furrowing his brows and averting his gaze. How could this external voice discern his pretense? Wasn't he rather robust? Yet, it truly exemplified the adage of knowing a person's appearance but not their heart. Who would have thought that this Ning Yi was actually? The peak masters and elders beside Lu Jinhui now regarded Ning Yi with a demeanor devoid of the initial kindness, replaced by a subtle chill. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount and romantic entanglements are of little significance. Had Ning Yi not presented himself as a lovesick fool, they might have merely lamented his lecherous nature upon discovering his indulgences. However, he should not desire a commendable reputation while simultaneously engaging in deceitful and immoral acts. The expressions of the disciples behind them were markedly clearer, displaying shock and bewilderment. They had been indoctrinated for 6 or 7 years with the love story of Ning Yi and Yun Xiao. Whenever a disciple entered the peak, the first lesson was the peak rules, followed closely by their love story. Even now, some disciples were so moved by their romance that they privately penned tales about them. To learn of Ning Yi's true nature was a thunderbolt from the blue, particularly for some of the female disciples. Even with his head bowed, Ning Yi could still feel the piercing gazes of those around him. His complexion turned ashen, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Bai Ziyun would arrive just as the external voice followed suit. Did this external voice have nothing else to attend to? Su Li, wholly absorbed in the words of the book of the Heavenly Path, remained oblivious to the expressions of those around her. So this scoundrel's first words after each encounter are, I mistook you for someone else. He even goes so far as to accuse the other party of deliberately wearing Yun Zhao's clothes to mislead him. Apologizing to Yun Xiao? Goodness, they are all clearly wearing the sex disciple robes. How could there possibly be a wardrobe malfunction? The gazes directed at him transformed into sheer disdain. To have such a disciple in the Shun Qian sect was a misfortune indeed. Feeling the increasingly tangible scrutiny around him, Ning Yi continuously reassured himself. Ultimately, these are merely my private morals. What does it matter if they find out? After all, it was just a matter of sharing a bed with women, and I have never compelled any of them. None can hold me accountable. The external voice persisted. Now I understand why he is so addicted to acting. It appears he has reaped considerable benefits from it. In times of uncertainty, he speaks of Yun Xiao. In the presence of strangers, he brings up Yun Xiao. When encountering spiritual treasures, it's always about what Yun Xiao likes. Those in the know are aware that Yun Xiao was his ex-girlfriend, while those oblivious would think she is his ancestor. Let me see, even the fifth elder, who initially intended to take Yun Xiao as a disciple, has bestowed numerous valuable gifts upon Ning Yi. One disciple snapped back to reality, realization dawning as they regarded Ning Yi. Initially, they thought Ning Yi merely sought to cultivate a reputation for deep affection, but upon reflection, it was evident he had gained much more than mere fame. On multiple occasions during missions, female disciples, upon learning of Ning Yi's identity, had provided him with various conveniences. The fifth elder, renowned for her mastery of talismans, possessed formidable skills. A single talisman from her could draw countless admirers. Yet, the fifth elder was notoriously reclusive and had high standards. Apart from Yun Xiao, no one else could capture her interest. Ning Yi, through his feigned devotion, had managed to forge a connection with the fifth elder. Just as the crowd began to condemn Ning Yi, the external voice seemed to take an unexpected interest in his relationship with Yun Xiao. Does Ning Yi truly care for Yun Xiao? I cannot perceive it. Let me investigate. Ning Yi's complexion instantly drained of color, panic flickering in his eyes as he raised his head. Sect master, esteemed elders. I suddenly recall urgent matters at Qianzhuan Peak. Yun Xiao was actually harmed by Ning Yi. The crowd gasped. The fifth elder, who had recently been persuaded by the disciples and had suppressed her grief over the loss of a disciple to come to Luoshu Peak, was equally stunned. 7 years prior, Yun Xiao and Zhao Linyuan had simultaneously entered a small secret realm. While exploring separately, Yun Xiao was ambushed by a spirit beast. In her dire moment, she sent a distress signal to Zhao Linyuan. Given the spirit beast's capabilities at the time, had Zhao Linyuan and Yun Xiao united, they could have at least escaped unscathed, even if they could not defeat it. However, out of jealousy, Zhao Linyuan ignored Yun Zhao's plea for help, resulting in her severe injuries, followed by a relentless assault from multiple spirit beasts, leading to her demise. Ning Yi had no part in this. How could he be responsible for Yun Zhao's death? The external voice, with a tone of regret, elucidated the crowd's confusion. It turns out that the first person Yun Zhao contacted was Ning Yi. When Ning Yi was brought to Yun Zhao's side by a companion talisman, he did not rush to rescue her. Instead, he harvested the 7th grade spirit fragrance orchid guarded by the spirit beast. Upon sensing the disturbance, the spirit beast became violent. Ning Yi, desiring to monopolize the spirit orchid, allowed Yun Zhao to fight the spirit beast to a mutual destruction. Ultimately, he resorted to scattering a frenzy-inducing powder on Yun Zhao, attracting countless spirit beasts to devour her. During her struggle against the spirit beast, she sent a rescue talisman to Zhao Linyuan but was intercepted by Ning Yi. Unaware of the distress signal, Zhao Linyuan became his scapegoat. Su Li could not help but exclaim, "How unfortunate for the Shun Qian sect to be afflicted with a scoundrel like Ning Yi, who has crossed all moral boundaries." After consuming enough gossip, she finally lifted her head, recalling Lu Jinhui's earlier lament and the consensus of the crowd. Her gaze was particularly complex. "Do you truly believe he is a lovesick individual?" The crowd shook their heads in unison, with Lu Jinhui emphatically declaring, "Certainly not. His face is the very picture of a scheming, wicked little man. The Shun Qian sect could not possibly harbor such a traitor who harms his fellow disciples." Hearing this, Su Li glanced at him, a barely perceptible nod indicating that they did not seem as foolish as she had presumed. Just then, a surge of spiritual energy, as if capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, surged towards Ning Yi. Upon hearing the external voice recount Ning Yi's misdeeds, the 5th elder almost instantly pinpointed Ning Yi's location, unleashing a powerful talisman aimed directly at him. Many present could withstand such an assault, yet not a single soul intervened. The master of Yaodan Peak watched regretfully as the high-tier talisman Ning Yi bore nullified the attack. The 5th elder's fury intensified. The talisman Ning Yi had used to counter her attack was precisely the one she had gifted him. She gritted her teeth and spoke to Ning Yi word by word. "It was you who caused Yun Zhao's death, the demise of my most cherished disciple." Ning Yi raised his head. Since the voice from the heavens had revealed his deeds, there was nothing left for him to fear. Even if they knew, what difference did it make? 7 years had passed, and he had wrapped up the matter so neatly that they could hardly find any evidence. With this thought, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to adopt an expression of complete innocence, his voice trembling slightly. "Elder Wu, I do not comprehend what you are implying. Though you hold the esteemed title of elder, surely one cannot wrongfully accuse a disciple without evidence." Straightening his posture, Ning Yi stood tall. The Ning family was one of the newly ascendant clans in the realm of cultivation, having formed a powerful alliance through marriage with the prestigious L family. As a scion of the Ning family and a direct disciple of the 4th elder, he believed that without concrete evidence, even if the voice from the heavens had accused him, the Shun Qian sect would not dare offend both the Ning and L families over a disciple who had perished 7 years ago. Elder Wu's face turned ashen. When she first learned of Yun Zhao's death, she had employed a top-tier retrospection talisman to witness the scene of her demise. In that vision, she had seen Yun Zhao being devoured by a spirit beast, with a used communication talisman lying nearby. Thus, the sect had attributed one of the causes of her death to Zhao Linyuan, who had failed to come to her aid. With a cold expression and a voice laced with icy disdain, she remarked, "Isn't there evidence after a soul search?" What was she attempting to do? Upon receiving the news, the 4th elder had abandoned his diligent cultivation and hastily arrived. How could he allow a soul search on his disciple without justification? Everyone knew that such an act could severely impact one's consciousness, possibly hindering their cultivation for life. He was aware of the situation, yet maintained an air of arrogance, declaring that without evidence, no one would touch his disciple. After speaking, he beckoned to Ning Yi, "Come, return with me to Qianzhuan Peak." His father had instructed him to protect this child of the Ning family. Otherwise, how could he have taken Ning Yi as his disciple in the first place? Lu Jinhua wore a stern expression. 7 years had passed, and the sect had found no anomalies at the time. How could they possibly uncover evidence now? Faced with the formidable Ning and L families, it was indeed impossible to take action against Ning Yi without proof. At that moment, Su Li, who had been watching with keen interest, seemed to suddenly remember something. "I recall that there should be a Millennium Spirit-returning herb on Luo Shu Peak. This herb can condense the souls of the departed, cannot it? Is there any evidence more direct than the words of the victim herself?" Elder Wu's eyes brightened, but soon dimmed again, as the expressions of the others mirrored her disappointment. The spirit-returning herb was exceedingly rare, even more so the Millennium variety, which had gained sentience, could move, disguise itself, and even create spaces to hide within. Even a powerful cultivator might not detect it. How else could it have remained undiscovered on Luo Shu Peak for nearly 1,000 years? Lu Jinhua sighed helplessly. The feeling of hope being so near, yet so far, was particularly distressing. The others wore similar expressions, brows furrowed in frustration. Were they truly going to let Ning Yi, the one responsible for a fellow disciple's death, continue to evade justice? Just then, unbeknownst to anyone, a leaf resembling a common weed cautiously and affectionately brushed against Su Li's ankle. Chapter 22. The 4th elder, observing the disheartened and indignant crowd, declared triumphantly, "Since you cannot present any evidence, I shall take my disciple and leave." He glanced provocatively at Elder Wu. Despite both being elders, Elder Wu always regarded him with a frosty demeanor, never offering a greeting, as if she were oblivious to her own lineage. Was it merely a matter of superior talent? What else could she compare with him? He aimed to make her aware that, even if everyone knew his disciple had erred, she could do nothing about it. Just as the fourth elder, brimming with arrogance, prepared to leave with Ning Yi, Su Li bent down and furrowed her brow, pulling a weed from the ground. As soon as she grasped it, the weed excitedly entwined around her hand, its pale yellow core affectionately brushing against her fingertips, and its concealed spiritual energy revealed itself, swirling around her in circles. Everyone stood in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. The fourth elder, who had just begun to leave, stubbornly rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The spiritual energy of this weed resembles that of the legendary spirit-returning herb. Who was this female cultivator? Able to unearth the spirit-returning herb hidden for a millennium on Luo Shu Peak with but a gesture? What extraordinary fortune! Unaware of their thoughts, Su Li gazed at the weed that was incessantly rubbing against her, letting out a soft sigh. This herb clearly appears unpalatable. And my storage bag is already filled to capacity with this intrusive spiritual treasure. I simply cannot accommodate it. She lifted her head and waved the herb before the crowd. Spirit-returning herb. Who among you desires it? Elder Wu, trembling slightly at her actions, extended her hand. Daoist friend, I wish to use the spirit-returning herb to see my disciple. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Li tossed the spirit-returning herb to her. Ninki, whose face had just regained color, instantly turned pale again. Isn't the spirit-returning herb exceedingly rare? Why does it appear at this moment? Yet no amount of cursing in his heart would change his fate. As Elder Wu channeled her spiritual energy, a pale green vortex of energy surrounded the spirit-returning herb, and a figure gradually materialized within. Yun Zhao's memories lingered at the moment before her death. Upon seeing her unfamiliar surroundings, she raised her head in confusion, only to find Ning Yi's ashen face staring back at her. Remembering his actions, her eyes filled with the bitterness of betrayal. Ning Yi. The crowd, witnessing her expression, could confirm Ning Yi's guilt. Lu Jinhua, observing the dissipating spiritual energy of the spirit-returning herb, was the first to speak. Yun Xiao, what truly transpired back then? Who was responsible for your death? Master? Yun Xiao, hearing his voice, turned in shock, sensing her intangible and empty form. Suddenly, she seemed to grasp something, her gaze shifting from confusion to determination. She articulated Ning Yi's transgressions, recounting the details of how he had caused her demise. The newly arrived disciples of Luo Shu Peak, upon hearing Yun Zhao's words, glared at Ning Yi with seething fury. So it was this heartless wretch who caused Yun Zhao's death, leading to Luo Shu Peak being scorned by all the elders. How dare he feign deep affection for her? Some disciples cast guilty glances at Zhao Linyuan, who stood alone at the side. We have wronged her all along. It was truly not she who caused Sister Yun Zhao's demise. In the center of the spiritual energy, Yun Xiao, feeling her soul grow increasingly frail, resolved not to waste her remaining time on hatred. She turned to Elder Wu with gratitude in her eyes. Although I have never formally performed the disciples' rites, you have been like a master to me, teaching me so much. Thank you, Master. Elder Wu, unable to suppress her sorrow, nodded in acknowledgement. Good disciple. The sincerity in Yun Zhao's smile was particularly profound. She then cast her gaze towards Zhao Linyuan, who was not far away. Upon noticing her tattered garments and stagnant cultivation, she momentarily fell into a daze. Junior sister? Feeling the increasingly frail essence of her soul, she smiled with a hint of resignation. It seems I must break my promise. I will not be able to accompany you into the next minor secret realm. Observing her once amiable junior sister, she sighed softly. You must take good care of yourself from now on. Do not neglect your health while cultivating as you did before. Zhao Linyuan wiped the tears from her face, her voice trembling. I will. At that moment, the crowd suddenly remembered that Zhao Linyuan had once been a rare talent of the Shun Qian sect. Had it not been for Ning Yi, both Yun Xiao and Zhao Linyuan would likely have risen to become the finest disciples of the sect. After Yun Zhao's spiritual form dissipated, the onlookers, now regained their senses, glared furiously at Ning Yi. The fifth elder gathered spiritual energy in his hands, declaring coldly, there is no need to spare the disciple who has harmed a fellow sect member. Ning Yi trembled in fear, his legs shaking, seeking assistance from the fourth elder. However, the fourth elder merely wore an expression of indifference, responding, why the urgency, fifth elder? Ning Yi has erred, but how he should be punished is not solely for you to decide. He stepped forward, implying, such a significant matter should be discussed collaboratively by the Shun Qian sect and the L family. As his words hung in the air, a flash of spiritual light surged forth, the oppressive aura of a core formation practitioner spreading unchecked. I have heard that a young descendant of the Ning family has caused considerable trouble for your sect. Ning Sheng spoke with a facade of amicability, yet the underlying tone elicited frowns among the listeners. I shall take him back and teach him a proper lesson. What sort of lesson does the Ning family intend to impart? Lu Jinhua raised his hand to shield all disciples, his expression darkening as he retorted. Indeed, Ning Yi's actions had been indefensible. Ning Sheng sighed, his voice tinged with disappointment. Once I return to the Ning family, I shall confine him to the back mountain for several years, allowing him to repent thoroughly. Lu Jinhua's expression darkened further. How is that any different from no punishment at all? Confinement for years? The fifth elder's voice was icy, his presence equally imposing as Ning Sheng's. To have caused the death of a fellow disciple, and the Ning family only wishes to confine him for a few years to settle the matter? The gazes of the others were filled with ire towards Ning Sheng. Despite the Ning family being among the newly rising families in the cultivation world, they could not contend with the Shun Qian sect. If they wished to resolve the matter in such a manner, they must consider the sect's stance. What does the fifth elder propose? A commanding voice interrupted abruptly. Lu Jinhua's countenance grew more serious as he turned to acknowledge the figure appearing in the distance, Xuanzhang Zhao. Grandfather. The fourth elder looked at the newcomer with surprise. Father. Ning Sheng respectfully greeted the arrival, appearing more assured, his back straightening considerably. El Zhao cast a brief glance at the two before turning to Lu Jinhua, nodding apologetically. The Ning family and El family should reconcile swiftly. Now that I have heard of the wrongdoing committed by the Ning family's descendant. He recalled his deceased daughter and the deep affection Ning Sheng had harbored for her, reflecting on his daughter's solitary life. He sighed and added, the Ning family has always suffered from dwindling progeny, with few collateral branches. Would sect master Lu kindly grant me this favor and spare Ning Yi this once? Lu Jinhua's expression darkened significantly. Xuanzhang Zhao was a formidable figure in the El family, holding a high position in the cultivation world. Even the Shun Qian sect had to show him some deference. Now that he had lowered himself to plead for Ning Yi, Lu Jinhua found it difficult to refuse. Yet, contemplating Ning Yi's misdeeds and the talented Yun Xiao who had fallen victim to him, he remained silent for a long while. Yun Zhao's talent had been only slightly inferior to Bai Ziyun's current potential. As the atmosphere grew thick with tension, a clear voice rang out again. Why does this Ning person refer to El Zhao as father-in-law? Su Li remarked succinctly after reading the text from the book of Heavenly Dao. Oh, so he is the son-in-law. El Zhao's daughter Elwei. Where's she now? Dead? She has been dead for 300 years? Ning Sheng has been alone since the passing of his wife Elwei, often lost in mourning and memories. His infatuation has moved many, further deepening his father-in-law's sense of guilt, leading him to assist Ning Sheng on multiple occasions. Why does this situation feel so familiar? Chapter 23, a triad El Zhao, listening to the voice from beyond, felt a flicker of confusion. What does it mean that this situation feels somewhat familiar? He only knew that the Ning family's descendant had erred and inadvertently caused the death of a fellow disciple. Beyond that, he had little interest in the specifics. To him, this incident was merely a trivial matter, not worthy of concern. Had it not been for his sense of obligation towards the Ning family, and the fact that Ning Yi was the only noteworthy descendant among the collateral branches, he would not have appeared here at all. Reflecting on Ning Sheng's current state of having no descendants, he felt a twinge of consolation. His daughter had not chosen wrongly. However, observing the reactions of those who knew of Ning Yi's actions, their expressions grew complex as they regarded El Zhao's affectionate gaze towards Ning Sheng. Pondering the implications of the earlier remarks, in this light, Ning Yi and Ning Sheng's infatuation does seem remarkably similar in every aspect. Could it be that Ning Sheng's devotion is merely a facade? As the crowd's thoughts diverged, the voice from beyond continued. It turns out that hundreds of years ago, the Ning family was merely an ordinary clan in Luoxing City, with the highest cultivation among their ancestors being merely at the nascent soul stage. How could the Ning family at that time have any connection to the El family? In the El family's main residence, El Zhao recalled events from the past, his eyes carrying a hint of melancholy. At that time, the Ning family was just one of countless insignificant families, unable to be compared with the 1,000-year-old El family. Moreover, Ning Sheng's talent could only be considered average. His daughter was the most gifted descendant of the El family, and with diligent cultivation, her future was boundless. Thus, when he learned that his most exceptional daughter had fallen in love with a disciple from an ordinary family and was determined to marry him, he had been furious and confined Elwei for several years. Yet, how could any loving parent withstand their child's wishes? Furthermore, Ning Sheng had performed admirably, displaying neither subservience nor excessive reliance on the El family's assistance, ultimately achieving the golden core stage through his own efforts. In the end, he consented to the marriage. Ning Sheng treated his daughter well, and their bond was deep. They often brought treasures of heaven and earth to honor him. Though, as a tribulation-transcending expert, he lacked any need for such offerings, he was nonetheless touched by their filial piety. Reflecting on this, a smile graced El Zhao's lips, softening his previously stern expression. However, as he contemplated the subsequent tragedies, the smile faded, replaced by sorrow. During the once-in-a-millennium event of the Thousand Calamities secret realm, Elwei had entered the realm with El family disciples, only to face an attack and ultimately perish, while protecting them. No matter how powerful he was or how high his cultivation, he could do nothing to prevent the disaster that befell his beloved daughter. As he pondered this, the fragment of his spirit gazed at Ning Sheng's pallid hair, shaking his head with a sigh. Since learning of Elwei's death, Ning Sheng had turned white-haired overnight. Even in the depths of sorrow, Ning Sheng persevered, offering solace to the elderly man daily. Regardless of the tumultuous emotions swirling within El Zhao, the voice from beyond continued to narrate the history of the Ning family's rise to prominence. Suddenly, it paused, as if struck by a revelation. How curious that this ancestral figure of the Ning family also had a deeply devoted wife who has long since passed away. Is the Ning family cursed with a legacy of widowhood and unrequited love? Originally, They were merely an ordinary family of wandering cultivators. But after the death of this ancestor's wife, they ascended to become one of the local gentry. A chilling realization dawned upon those present. El Zhao's expression of compassion froze on his face. The others who could hear the celestial voice began to ponder. If this were the case, each time a Ning man lost a wife, he seemed to gain considerable advantages. Initially, they thought Ning Sheng merely feigned his deep devotion to El Wei. But it now appeared that he was not like Ning Yi. Perhaps his actions led to El Wei's demise in the secret realm. After all, who would suspect a beloved partner of treachery? Yet, could Ning Sheng truly dare to act against El Wei in secret, knowing her family's influence? Lu Jinhuai, observing El Zhao's stunned expression, cautiously inquired, "Are you aware of Ning Yi's actions in the Shunqian sect?" El Zhao subtly furrowed his brow. Didn't he accidentally cause the death of a fellow disciple? Lu Jinhuai shook his head. No. It was a calculated act that resulted in the death of his most cherished female cultivator, while simultaneously earning him 7 years of adoration and countless favors from her master. As El Zhao absorbed this information, his expression grew increasingly grim. Ning Sheng, eavesdropping on their conversation and the incessant revelations from the celestial voice, felt a fleeting sense of panic. Yet he quickly regained his composure, reassuring himself that he had played no part in those past events. Otherwise, he would not have withstood El Zhao's scrutiny. Even if the celestial voice were omniscient, it could not fabricate accusations against him. After all, he had performed his role for centuries. Would El Zhao truly condemn him based on mere conjecture? El Zhao scrutinized Ning Sheng, noting his calm demeanor before withdrawing his gaze. Though his consciousness remained firmly fixed upon him, Ning Sheng was correct. El Zhao could not convict him solely on the basis of the celestial voice's words. However, what he did not realize was that, in El Zhao's eyes, without El Wei, Ning Sheng held no weight in his heart. For one of El Zhao's profound cultivation level, the wrongful death of a single individual was hardly a grave matter. As the crowd pondered whether Ning Sheng was responsible for El Wei's death, the celestial voice shifted its focus. How odd. One female cultivator losing her sight might be understandable, but how is it that the Ning family consistently encounters blind female cultivators? Moreover, each one possesses exceptional talent and noble lineage, and intriguingly, after each of their deaths, the Ning family ascends even further. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. The celestial voice continued, "I observe that the talents among the Ning family are rather mediocre. By all accounts, Ning Sheng's talent should have peaked at the nascent soul stage. Yet, he has inexplicably reached the fusion stage." Many turned instinctively towards the fourth elder standing nearby. El Zhuangji, deeply engrossed in the celestial voice's revelations, appeared bewildered. Unable to contain himself, Ning Sheng stepped forward, eager to divert the crowd's attention, but was instantly silenced by El Zhao's command, unable to utter another word. El Zhao cast a cold glance at him, devoid of any remaining affection, now filled with a subtle menace. A cold sweat broke out on Ning Sheng's back as he frantically sought a way to extricate himself from this predicament. While the celestial voice mercilessly unveiled the Ning family's darkest secret. "Ah, it is the love lock ring." What is the love lock ring? Confusion spread among many. Yet those in the know turned pale. The love lock ring is a cursed artifact banned and destroyed in the cultivation world a millennium ago. This malevolent object compels its target to fall madly in love with someone unrelated, even to the point of losing their very identity. The most terrifying aspect was that it could transfer the victim's fortune entirely to its master, undetected by anyone. Thus, the extraordinarily fortunate Yun Xiao encountered peril in the secret realm. The exceptionally gifted El Wei stagnated at the god transformation stage, and upon entering the secret realm, she faced an unprecedented wave of spirit beasts. No matter how the El family investigated, they would only perceive El Wei's death as a tragic accident, attributing it to her misfortune. But how could someone so blessed, a true prodigy, perish simply due to bad luck? El Zhao abruptly closed his eyes. Threads of spiritual energy binding the Ning family members present, drawing blood from Ning Sheng's body. Ning Yi could not suppress a cry of agony, only to have his tongue severed in an instant, silencing him forever. Witnessing the grim fate of the two Ning family members, the disciples of the Shunqian sect understood that the Ning family would never rise again. Their audacity in committing such heinous acts would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Contrary to what many expected, El Zhao did not immediately incapacitate the two, but instead kept his eyes shut, forcing himself to continue listening to the celestial voice. Su Li, observing the more detailed accounts in the book of Heavenly Path, spoke with disdain for Ning Sheng. Ever since Ning Sheng learned that El Wei intended to venture into the Thousand Calamities secret realm, he accelerated the siphoning of her fortune. The Thousand Calamities secret realm was a grave prepared by Ning Sheng for his wife. No matter how anyone investigates, they will never uncover that he was the mastermind behind El Wei's demise. Why does Ning Sheng harbor such hatred for El Wei? Did not the El family provide substantial assistance to the Ning family? Is it because he perceives El Wei as aloof and domineering, looking down on him? Does he believe that the treasures bestowed upon him by the El family are mere charity, proof of their disdain for him? Su Li's face was a canvas of questions, echoing the thoughts of all. With such pride, why did you accept their gifts? No, it's not just for that. Perhaps he sought to eliminate El Wei early to clear the path for his beloved, Bai Yueguang? Ning Yi, though ostensibly a branch of the Ning family, is actually the offspring of Ning Sheng and that Bai Yueguang. No wonder he rushes to aid Ning Yi at every turn. With each revelation, the threads of spiritual energy tightened around the two Ning family members, causing them to tremble in agony, yet they remained immobilized, powerless to escape their torment. At this moment, even in the absence of concrete evidence against Ning Sheng, and despite the Ning family's substantial influence, they were utterly helpless. As long as El Zhao willed it, he could obliterate them and the Ning family at any moment. Raising her gaze from the book of Heavenly Path, Su Li beheld the pitiable state of the two Ning family members. Oh, weren't they just so arrogant a moment ago? How did they suddenly find themselves in such a plight? She glanced at El Zhao, resting her chin on her hand. Could it be that he has uncovered Ning Sheng's misdeeds? Indeed, having reached the level of tribulation transcending, it would be impossible for him to remain oblivious to any issues. Chapter 24. As the crowd recovered from the shocking revelations from the heavens, they had barely processed the existence of Qi Huan's elusive white moonlight before witnessing Lin Yan, who had merely uttered a disparaging remark about this figure, being struck by Qi Huan's palm. He now lay on the ground in disbelief. This scene was undeniably delightful to behold. The master of Yaodan Peak, observing Lin Yan's plight, stroked his beard to suppress a smirk of schadenfreude. Beside him, Lu Jinhui shook his head in pity, believing the slap had been too light. It should have been more severe. He remarked that Qi Huan, with her discerning eye, could hardly have genuinely taken a liking to someone as obviously morally deficient as Lin Yan. He was merely a stand-in. Lin Yan, in his disheveled state on the ground, finally regained his composure once Qi Huan released the oppressive pressure binding him. Blushing under the scrutiny of the powerful figures around him, he reflected on how he had never suffered such indignity since Qi Huan had entered his life. He had always been flattered and revered by those who sought her favor. The realization that the source of this humiliation was Qi Huan, the one who had always catered to him, was unbearable. Qi Huan, how dare you strike me? He exclaimed, clutching his chest, his gaze filled with the disdain reserved for a treacherous servant. Struggling to rise, he pointed accusingly at her, his voice dripping with venom. Have you looked at that discouraging face of yours? I've tolerated you for so long, and you dare treat me this way? Have you forgotten how you pleaded for me to stay by your side? In his fury, Lin Yan's words were as offensive as they were unrefined, akin to a dog, though even a dog would not be so shameless as to curry favor with high-grade elixirs. Thus, he was, in fact, slightly inferior to a dog. Those who heard him could scarcely contain their fists, their eyes filled with the desire to strike him repeatedly. At that moment, Lin Yan was oblivious to their expressions. His gaze fixed with malevolence on Qi Huan. Observing her unperturbed demeanor only fueled his madness, and he continued to curse her. Then, as if struck by a sudden epiphany, he ceased his vitriol and grinned maliciously. A person like you will never be loved by anyone. That person you fancy must loathe you profoundly. His laughter echoed. Just a dead man, and he dares to make me feel inferior. Before he could finish, a sword of condensed spiritual energy appeared at his throat, severing a few strands of hair that floated away with the wind. Lin Yan was rendered speechless, his gaze fixated on the undisguised murderous intent on Qi Huan's face, his legs trembling uncontrollably. It dawned on him that Qi Huan was unlike the servants in his household. She was a formidable being at the transformation stage, capable of ending his life with a mere flick of her wrist. Witnessing the unfolding drama, Su Li nodded in satisfaction, resuming her indulgence in the tales of the past. Let me see what transpired between Qi Huan and her white moonlight. She recalled a time when Qi Huan was merely an ordinary loose cultivator, her talent in alchemy remarkable. Yet she lacked even the means to purchase spiritual herbs. Qi Huan reflected on her past, closing her eyes in silence to conceal her emotions. Back then, she was of low cultivation but possessed an indomitable spirit that defied authority, offending the local aristocracy and finding herself on the brink of death. It was at that moment that Gu Yanji rescued her. The Gu family was one of the most prestigious clans in the region, and Gu Yanji, as its head, was someone she could only admire from afar. It was he who negotiated with the other families to lift the bounty on her head. He who exhausted countless spiritual herbs to save her when she was merely at the foundation establishment level. And it was he who recognized her talent in alchemy and facilitated her entry into the Alchemist Association. Without him, she would have perished that night. At that time, Gu Yanzi shone like a brilliant moon, powerful and gentle, yet forever out of her reach. He had saved countless lives, and she was merely one among the many. Later, when she had finally risen to become one of the most gifted alchemists in the cultivation world, she returned only to receive the news of his demise. Unbeknownst to her, when he saved Qi Huan, Gu Yanji was already afflicted by a chilling poison that had corroded his meridians. He, burdened with illness, had negotiated with the noble families, ultimately paving a path for Qi Huan. It's no wonder that someone like Qi Huan is unforgettable. Listening to the narrative from the heavens, Lin Yan's heart swelled not with anger but with dread. Qi Huan truly harbored no affection for him. Her kindness was solely due to that deceased man. Clenching his fists, he felt the chill at his throat and dared not utter a word against Gu Yanji. In that moment, he fully comprehended that should he utter even a single disparaging word about Gu Yanji, Qi Huan would not hesitate to end him. He consoled himself in silence. It mattered not that Qi Huan did not care for him. As long as he retained his looks, she would not dare harm him. Despite his outward displays of disdain towards Qi Huan, leading others to believe she had compelled him to remain by her side. Deep down he understood that he was the one unable to sever ties with her. Without Qi Huan, he would merely be an ordinary child of the Lin family, likely incapable of even reaching the foundation establishment level. It was her elixirs that had elevated him to the golden core stage. And it was she who provided everything he needed: spiritual treasures, talismans, connections. He convinced himself that if today's events could be erased, their relationship could return to what it once was. Indeed, after calming himself, Lin Yan raised his head, his voice trembling slightly. Qi Huan. He turned to present her with the profile she adored, summoning the courage to ask, "I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Where is the room you've arranged for me?" Lu Jinhui observed Lin Yan attempting to gloss over the day's events and frowned. Elder Qi, some individuals harbor ill intentions. Keeping them close could lead to unforeseen troubles. Indeed, the master of Yaodan Peak echoed, having such a person nearby is akin to inviting perpetual danger. Right. The second elder now stepped forward, his gaze toward Lin Yan frigid. This man must not be allowed to remain. Qi Huan regarded Lin Yan's profile. Her lips pressed tightly together as she slowly closed her eyes. She understood that the sect leaders were acting in her best interest, yet Lin Yan noticed her demeanor and a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. As long as he retained his looks, Qi Huan would never abandon him. He smiled triumphantly, ready to speak, when the voice from the heavens reappeared, lingering ominously. "Ah, this Lin Yan has an elder brother named Lin Yu. From this image, Lin Yu bears a closer resemblance to Gu Yanji than Lin Yan." Qi Huan's eyes snapped open. Su Li, observing the text in the Book of Heavenly Principles, regarded Lin Yan with contempt. This Lin Yan is truly a scoundrel. Lin Yu had always treated Lin Yan well, yet Lin Yan, in his greed for family resources, caused Lin Yu, the most gifted among them, to suffer a debilitating injury to his meridians, forever stalling his cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. Fearing Lin Yu's potential resurgence, he secretly conspired to have the Lin family suppress Lin Yu, diminishing his resources. Lin Yan's eyes were filled with panic. How could it be possible? Lin Yu was actually similar to Gu Yanji. If he was not the only one resembling Gu Yanji, would Qi Huan abandon him? No, absolutely not. They had been together for 20 years. How could Lin Yu's mere appearance outweigh his presence? Yet, no matter how much he tried to reassure himself, the turmoil in his heart showed no signs of dissipating. Regardless of his thoughts, the voice from the heavens continued. Alas, Lin Yu is a pity. His spiritual vein is gravely injured, and coupled with insufficient recuperation, his body cannot endure much longer. Su Li glanced at the plump Lin Yan, raised by Qi Huan, and sighed. Good people do not live long. Calamities linger for 1,000 years. Just as she finished her lament, Qi Huan, at the center of everyone's gaze, suddenly withdrew the spiritual energy in her hands, turning to look at Lu Jinhui with a hint of urgency in her voice. "Sect Master, I have urgent matters to attend to outside the sect, and may not return for several days." Lu Jinhui quickly waved his hand. "You must leave at once." After saying this, as if recalling something, he rummaged through his storage bag and handed a fast speedboat to Qi Huan. "Your spirit tool is too slow. Use this. It is much faster." The nearby head of Huafu Peak also hurriedly produced a stack of speed talismans. "Indeed, add some speed talismans. Do not delay the important matters." Lin Yan watched Qi Huan's departing figure, his eyes filled with fear. He almost shouted in madness. "Qi Huan, look at my face. Have you forgotten? We have been together for 20 years. I am the one you cherish the most." Qi Huan did not turn back, merely waved her hand, and a flash of spiritual energy sealed Lin Yan's mouth, rendering him incapable of uttering another word. She slightly turned her head towards Lu Jinhui and said apologetically, "Please have someone from the sect take care of Lin Yan for now. We will decide how to handle him upon my return." Elder Qi nodded in reassurance, and Lu Jinhui responded with a smile. Once Qi Huan departed, everyone in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Qi Huan abandoned Lin Yan as a substitute, everything would be fine. As for anything else, every powerful cultivator harbors a few obsessions in their hearts. T just about finding a substitute? It's not as if it is an egregious matter. Not to mention the countless elixirs and various grades of spiritual treasures that could serve as substitutes for Qi Huan. That would be a blessing accrued over several lifetimes. At this moment, in the Lin family of the border city, Lin Yu, who should have been ground to death by Lin Yan, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope in his fate. In the main hall of the Falling Cloud Peak, after arranging a place to imprison Lin Yan, Lu Jinhui looked at the crowd lingering in the hall, eager to know what would happen next, and shook his head helplessly. The voice from the heavens said it had long since departed. Even here, you may not be able to wait for Qi Huan's news. Yet, despite this thought, he did not move from his spot. What if? He too was curious about Qi Huan's reaction upon seeing Lin Yu. Did Lin Yu truly resemble Gu Yanji? More so than Lin Yan? Feeling the eerily quiet atmosphere in the hall, Lu Jinhui stroked his beard and smiled. Currently, among the guest elders, only Si Xia has yet to return to the sect, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall instantly lightened. The second elder gently brushed his sleeves, his face adorned with a doting smile. Si Xia is young and kind-hearted. Perhaps she is performing good deeds on her way back to the sect. Chapter 25. In the dimly lit chamber, a figure lay helplessly in the center. surrounded by a dense array of runes that coalesced into a formation, trapping her firmly within, unable to move. Liang Feng stood at the edge of the dark room, his gaze towards Xia tinged with guilt and reluctance. Although he had approached Xia with ulterior motives from the very beginning, over time, her beauty, vivacity, and kindness had captured his heart, leading him to reconsider his plans to harm her. However, Liang Feng turned his head to glance at the pale figure standing beside him, whose brow was furrowed with a hint of sorrow, and his gaze grew resolute. Yu Ying's condition could not be delayed any longer. Years ago, Yu Ying had severely injured her spiritual root to save him, and after all this time, not only had her cultivation stagnated, but she also suffered the harshness of frost regularly. Now, her body had weakened to the point where she could not even harness spiritual power. If her current spiritual root was not replaced, she could not hold on for much longer. Yu Ying had transformed into her current state to save him. He had to save her. With this thought in mind, he cast an apologetic glance at Xia. Xia was the person he had found over the years whose spiritual root matched Yu Ying's best. Moreover, it was not only their spiritual roots that were compatible. More importantly, Xia came from a humble background. No matter what he did to her, he would not have to bear any consequences. During their time together, he had tested her countless times. Xia, having grown up without parents in a declining sect, had been raised in such an environment. While people can lie, their subconscious reactions and behaviors cannot deceive. Remembering the scene where Xia bought gifts for the elders of the sect from street vendors, a wave of faint pity washed over him. After he replaced Yu Ying's spiritual root, he would make sure to compensate Xia well. He would never allow her to suffer as she did before. He would present her with the finest things. In fact, he could even take her as a concubine. His rightful wife would always be Yu Ying, but in his heart, he would reserve a corner for Xia. At this moment, he believed that Xia, with her damaged spiritual root and lack of background, would have to rely on him for survival. Being able to marry him as a concubine would be an enormous blessing. The Liang family was one of the 3 great families of Qihua City, and he was the most gifted descendant of the Liang family. Xia, always intelligent and deeply affectionate towards him, naturally knew how to choose. Just then, the person trapped in the formation stirred awake. Xia, feeling her sealed spiritual veins, flashed a hint of panic in her eyes, but quickly composed herself, discreetly observing her surroundings. Upon seeing Liang Feng and Jiang Yuing standing not far away, she suddenly recalled the scene just before she fainted. The cup of wine Liang Feng had given her was suspicious. Since she met Liang Feng, he had always treated her well. They shared common interests and personalities. After months of interaction, she had lost her previous wariness towards him and even developed some fondness. This time back to the sect, she had even considered bringing Liang Feng along to introduce him to the sect master and others. Xia slightly lowered her gaze to conceal her emotions. She needed to ascertain why Liang Feng had imprisoned her. With this thought, she raised her head, her eyes reflecting the confusion of someone just awakening. Liang Feng, what are you doing? She struggled to move her body, but found herself unable to budge. Offering him a resigned smile, is it really necessary to retaliate against me just because I won in drinking once? Upon hearing her words, Liang Feng took a step forward. Unable to suppress his compassion, his eyes filled with sorrow. Xia, He had yet to finish speaking when Jiang Yuing, standing beside him, frowned and coughed uncomfortably. Yuing, has your cold poison relapsed again? Liang Feng asked instinctively, turning to gently pat Jiang Yuing's back with a worried expression. Is it too cold in this chamber for your current body to endure?
Fine.
Jiang Yuing carefully stepped back a little, raising her head with a trace of sadness and sighing. Brother Liang Feng, do you really have feelings for sister Xia? What nonsense are you talking about? Liang Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that his tone had grown overly serious. He quickly softened his voice, declaring, You are my favorite person. Jiang Yuing shook her head, biting her lip as she replied, If it weren't for me, you would surely feel much lighter. Brother Liang Feng, you wouldn't have to go to such lengths to find a suitable spiritual root for me, nor would you have to harm Sister Xia, as you do now. At this point, she lifted her gaze, adopting a strategy of retreat to advance, and said, Brother Liang Feng, I believe I am fine as I am now. She cast a vague glance at Xia, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy flashing in her eyes. When she turned back to Liang Feng, she assumed a delicate and innocent demeanor, pleading, Please do not harm Sister Xia. Xia, upon hearing her words, lowered her gaze slightly to conceal the sarcasm in her eyes. Jiang Yuing had revealed the true purpose behind their binding her, making it clear that there was no possibility of her release. It seemed that Liang Feng had approached her solely for the sake of her spiritual root. She realized that her naivety had led her into such a predicament.
Now,
with her storage bag and protective talismans taken by Liang Feng, she found herself ensnared by the formation, utterly powerless to resist. However, she still possessed a protective talisman left by the sect leader, which would shield her in life-threatening situations and notify the leader. Yet, the extraction of a spiritual root could hardly be classified as a life-threatening crisis. Moreover, even if the sect leader received the message, there was no guarantee he could arrive in time. While Xia pondered her escape, Liang Feng was tenderly comforting Jiang Yuing. Yuing, if it weren't for your efforts to save me back then, you wouldn't be in such a state now. He gently caressed Jiang Yuing's pale cheek, vowing, No matter the cost, I will heal you. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Sijia, resolute and unwavering, with a wave of his hand. The formation on the ground emanated a dim golden light, which coalesced into strands of golden thread, tightening around Sijia. Sijia, once I have replaced your spiritual root, I will treat you well and ensure you never suffer harm again. Under my protection and affection, you shall live a tranquil life. As he spoke, he mercilessly urged the formation onward. Just as it began to constrict further, preparing to delve into Sijia's spiritual root, a surge of violent spiritual energy erupted, shattering the entire dark chamber. Liang Feng and Jiang Yueying were flung backward, crashing heavily against the wall. In midair, Lu Jinhua observed Sijia ensnared by the formation. Alongside his anger, he felt a flicker of relief. Fortunate was he to have received the external warning that alerted him to Sijia's peril, allowing him to rescue her before her spiritual root could be extracted. Otherwise, he could scarcely imagine the horror of Sijia's spiritual root being taken. Lu Jinhua raised his hand, ready to destroy the formation, when a flash of spiritual light appeared, and the second elder's figure swiftly materialized before the formation. He extended his hand, dismissing the formation as if it were nothing, and pulled Sijia up, his voice laden with concern. My little Sijia, you have suffered greatly this time. As Sijia stood, the formation instantly disintegrated into ashes. She blinked in confusion. Second elder, sect leader, how did you? Before she could finish her question, the omnipresent external voice responded. This Liang Feng certainly knows how to choose his targets. After much deliberation, he finally selected the beloved guest elder of Shunqian's sect to extract his spiritual root. Why doesn't he directly confront the sect leader of Shunqian's sect instead? After all, the consequences of both actions would yield no difference. Liang Feng, having been slammed to the ground, was momentarily stunned. Sijia was a guest elder of Shunqian's sect? How could this be? He had tested her several times, and she had clearly seemed like a mere disciple of a small sect. Hearing the commotion, members of the Liang family rushed to the scene. What have we just heard? They were aghast at Liang Feng's audacity to extract the spiritual root of a guest elder from Shunqian sect, the sixth major sect in the cultivation world. They could obliterate the Liang family with a mere flick of a finger. Lu Jinhua hovered in the air, casting a cold glance at the Liang family. His voice steady and stern. The Liang family of Qihua City dares to employ extrajudicial punishment to extract a cultivator's spiritual root for the benefit of another? Such malevolence cannot be tolerated in the cultivation world. The family head of the Liang family, upon hearing Lu Jinhua's condemnation, fell to his knees in terror, wailing in explanation. Sect leader, we were completely unaware of this matter. We had no idea that such a scoundrel as Liang Feng existed in our clan, bold enough to commit such a heinous act. It is our failure in discipline that allowed such a villain to fester within our ranks. He glanced at Liang Feng, unhesitatingly declaring, Sect leader, we shall execute Liang Feng and Jiang Yueying on the spot to rectify the Liang family's reputation. Liang Feng, still reeling from the revelation of Sijia's identity, heard the family head's words and looked up incredulously, exclaiming, Family head, I am Liang Feng. I am the most gifted disciple of the Liang family, the future of our clan. Silence. The family head regarded him with the disdain reserved for a sworn enemy, asserting, No matter your talent, the Liang family cannot harbor someone so cruel and treacherous. After speaking, the family head turned to Lu Jinhua with a fawning expression, Sect leader. From this moment forth, Liang Feng is no longer a member of my Liang family. Dispose of him as you see fit. Lu Jinhua then turned to Sijia, instinctively softening his tone. Sijia, how do you wish to punish Liang Feng? Sijia rose from the embrace of the second elder, her gaze fixed on Liang Feng's disheveled figure amidst the ruins. Liang Feng looked at her with desperation, as if she were a lifeline. Sijia, we've been together for so long. I've long fallen in love with you. I was forced into this by that poisonous woman Jiang Yueying. In a moment of life and death, he unhesitatingly pushed Jiang Yueying aside, exclaiming, Yes, I love you. We should have lived happily together. It is Jiang Yueying who has ruined us. Liang Feng. Jiang Yueying glared at him with malice. I forced you? You were the one who looked at Sijia from the start, intending to cripple her spiritual root to control her. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, like dogs fighting each other. The second elder frowned and remarked, Shall we first cripple them before executing them? Nearby, the peak master of Yaodan Peak nodded in agreement. Su Li, lying in bed, having found the scene too distant, returned to Luoshu Peak to observe the aftermath through the cloud edge mirror. Upon hearing the second elder's words, she shook her head meaningfully. Chapter 26, 2-in-1.
Impossible.
Disciples enamored with Jiang Mian sought to justify his actions in their hearts. The ninth elder excels in beast taming and formations. He treats spiritual beasts exceptionally well. Thus, it is entirely normal for him to sleep together with the spirit snake. This is merely affection for a spiritual beast. After all, he is the most handsome and virtuous ninth elder of Shunqian sect. It is inconceivable. Regrettably, the subsequent words from the external voice shattered their hopes to pieces. The crimson falling sunset snake slithered up his body, and with every movement, the red hue on his skin spread like a stain. Su Li recited the words from the book of heavenly principles in her mind. her expression a mix of bewilderment and numbness. She had thought that after witnessing so many events and learning about so many extraordinary secrets, nothing would shock her anymore. But who could remain unshaken by this? This was a human-snake hybrid. The bed version, no less.
Indeed.
The realm of cultivation is a place where extraordinary beings exist beyond comprehension. As she gazed at the silhouette of the falling sunset serpent depicted in the tome of Heavenly Dao, resting her chin on her hand, she surprisingly began to acclimate to the unique trends of this world. In truth, this scene appears quite harmonious. Harmonious. When Xiuyu's gaze turned vacant as she beheld Jiang Mian's striking profile, completely forgetting her original intention for seeking him out. Surely, she had lost her senses today, for she found herself captivated by Jiang Mian and the spirit serpent, overwhelmed by the profound musings of celestial origins. It took her a moment to regain her composure, her lips trembling, yet incapable of uttering a single word. Others around her mirrored her astonishment, their expressions blank and dazed. Jiang Mian regarded the awestruck assembly with a calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the revelation of such intimate matters. Instead, his eyes conveyed a sense of resignation and acceptance. Su Li remained oblivious to the tumult within the hearts of those present. Her curiosity about this cross-species affection was insatiable. What could have befallen this individual in his youth to result in such a bond? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she sighed inwardly. So, that is how it is. Nearby, Lu Jinhui listened intently. The surrounding elders and peak masters wore perplexed expressions. The throng of disciples encircling them was equally bewildered. What is this revelation? Speak up. Just as the crowd fidgeted with anticipation for the continuation, the celestial voice continued unhurriedly. Jiang Mian is also a pitiable soul. In his youth, the Jiang family inadvertently acquired a 6th-grade spiritual treasure, attracting the covetous eyes of rogue cultivators, who not only sought the treasure, but also slaughtered 13 members of the Jiang family. At that time, Jiang Mian was merely 7 years old, indulging in play outside, and when the rogue cultivators aimed to silence him, it was the falling sunset serpent, which he had once saved, that sacrificed its own ascension to offer him a glimmer of hope. After the escape of both man and serpent, they were relentlessly pursued by the rogues, and in the process, the serpent sustained numerous hidden injuries. Despite Jiang Mian's efforts to heal it with countless rare materials, he could not fully restore its health. As for ascension, that hope was forever lost. To merely prolong its life for a few hundred years was already a testament to Jiang Mian's relentless endeavors. Su Li shook her head in sorrow. No wonder it is widely known in the cultivation world that Elder Jiao of the Shunqian sect tirelessly seeks treasures that could allow spirit beasts to ascend. He must wish for the serpent's companionship to endure a while longer. After all, the falling sunset serpent cannot hold on much longer. At this thought, Su Li abruptly halted. Why was she lamenting? Within her spatial pouch lay a plethora of treasures capable of aiding spirit beasts in their ascension. This was a matter easily resolvable with a mere gesture. With this realization, her tone brightened, and she smiled. No wonder Jiang Mian harbors such deep affections for the falling sunset serpent. After all, a debt of life is one that warrants eternal loyalty. Listening to the celestial voice, Jiang Mian cast a gentle glance at the spirit pendant by his side. This pendant, a rare find in the realm of cultivation, could heal the serpent's hidden injuries and provide it with the rest it so desperately needed. Years ago, when Ji was gravely injured, she could only awaken for about an hour each day. Thus, whenever she roused from her slumber, he indulged her every whim, permitting her to do as she pleased.
Indeed.
He had been somewhat indulgent during this time. However, the mere thought of her hidden wounds rendered him incapable of denying her any request. Had she not saved him back then, with her innate talents, she might have long since ascended to become a crimson sunset serpent, perhaps even achieving human form, rather than being confined to the pendant for recuperation. At that moment, when Xiuyu observed the tenderness in his eyes, her own reddened gaze averting from him, her heart aching with confusion. Did you not take the spirit conch? Jiang Mian finally shifted his focus from the pendant, his voice imbued with a hint of melancholy. The spirit conch indeed possesses the capacity to elevate the status of spirit beasts. However, forcibly enhancing their rank would inevitably inflict harm upon them. Aware of this, I have never contemplated utilizing the spirit conch on Jiyu. Upon hearing his response, when Xiuyu clenched her hands tightly, a tumult of emotions swirling within her, and she spoke slowly, it appears to be truly unrelated to you. So, who could it be? Drawing in a deep breath, she calmed herself and began to analyze. Could it be that someone has transformed into your likeness to deceive me? Reflecting on her interactions with the impostor Jiang Mian during this period, she gradually closed her eyes and articulated each word. To understand my preferences so intimately and to deduce the whereabouts of the spirit conch from my casual remarks. This individual must be well acquainted with me, having spent a significant time together. This individual is none other than your dear sister. When Xiaoyu's eyes shot open in shock. How can this be possible? When Xiaoji, her biological sister, had grown up alongside her, gentle and kind-hearted. She could never fathom that this incident could involve her in any way. Despite her unwavering support for Wen Xiaoji, striving to elevate her cultivation, how could she? Recollecting their shared moments, she pressed her lips together, forcing herself to absorb every word spoken by the celestial voice.
Su Li.
contemplating the words in the tome of Heavenly Dao, recalled encountering Song Yongla, who had harbored malice towards her own brother, shaking her head in resignation. Indeed, jealousy breeds calamity. When Xiuyu is among the most gifted disciples of her family, raised close to the family head, with countless resources at her disposal, whereas when Xiaoji possesses only moderate talent, receiving education akin to that of other family heirs. It is no wonder that her own sister, blessed with such exceptional gifts, would be met with envy, especially when every treasure she received was shared with her. Yet another fool who believes that gifting others treasures is an act of boasting. The eavesdroppers around them exchanged disdainful glances. What a foolish ingrate, oblivious to the fortune she possesses. If someone were to bestow upon them such treasures, they would hold that person in the highest regard. A sympathetic disciple cast a glance at Wen Xiuyu. To encounter such a treacherous sister is truly a misfortune. With her head bowed, her emotions concealed from view, only her tightly clenched hands and slightly trembling form betrayed her turmoil. This Wen Xiaoji is indeed cunning, enlisting someone to impersonate Jiang Mian to ensnare Wen Xiaoyu and pilfer the treasured spirit conch of the Wen family. In doing so, Wen Xiaoyu, by placing her trust in others, has lost her family's prized possession and will undoubtedly face the family's repercussions. Moreover, once deceived, Wen Xiuyu shall surely confront Jiang Mian at the Shunqian sect, thus incurring their ire. Even if the family head is reluctant to part with such a gifted heir, she will likely have her status as an heir stripped away. A masterstroke of a plan, striking two birds with one stone. Listening intently, Lu Jinhui furrowed his brow. Indeed, if Elder Zhou cannot provide evidence of his innocence, the Shunqian sect and the Wen family will inevitably engage in negotiations. While it may not lead to enmity, their relationship would surely suffer. As he pondered, the celestial voice continued. Indeed, Su Li's expression was one of confusion. What benefit does this hold for Wen Xiaoji? If her sister loses her status as an heir, it would hardly benefit her. After losing the resources of the Wen family, wasn't Wen Xiaoshu left with no treasures as well? This truly serves to harm others without benefiting oneself. The crowd eavesdropping nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment. Hearing the voice from beyond, Wen Xiuyu finally lifted her head. As one of the heirs of the Wen family, she quickly regained her composure. It was her misplaced trust in others that led to the patriarch's punishment, a consequence she accepted. However, her immediate priority was to locate the whereabouts of the Yulingsheng. With this thought, her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, as if she were speaking to herself. If it was indeed someone close to me who orchestrated this, then is the Yulingsheng now in their possession? The voice from beyond predictably answered. Of course it is. When Xiaoshu had never encountered such a precious treasure, having finally obtained it, she would certainly want to wield it. Yet, it seemed that the spiritual artifact did not recognize her, and it was likely that soon she would bestow this treasure upon another. Before Su Li could finish her thought, she noticed Wen Xiaoyu hurriedly bowing to Jiang Mian. Elder Jiang, I have urgent matters to attend to, and will certainly return to seek forgiveness another day. Jiang Mian gently sidestepped the bow. There are reasons for this. Miss Wen is also a victim. At this moment, Lu Jinhui, the sect leader of Shunqian sect, also stepped forward. The Wen family must swiftly establish good relations with Shunqian sect, as the Wen family is one of the largest families under our jurisdiction. This situation requires a thorough explanation. The matter of the impostor posing as Elder Jiang must also be addressed with the consent of Shunqian sect. Otherwise, anyone could misuse our name to deceive others. With this in mind, he nodded slightly to Wen Xiaoyu. Young lady of the Wen family, I shall accompany you to investigate this matter. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to impersonate an elder of Shunqian sect. Upon hearing his voice, Wen Xiuyu quickly turned and bowed. Sect leader, it is my oversight. Lu Jinhui waved his hand slightly, interrupting her words, and a flying artifact materialized from the air, gradually enlarging. He leapt onto the flying vessel, his voice commanding, let us depart. Wen Xiuyu respectfully replied, yes. Chapter 27. Even Su Li, seasoned by numerous battles and experiences, paused for a moment at Bai Ziyun's words. A clear heart and desire-reducing pill? She blinked in bewilderment. Does such a thing exist in the realm of cultivation? Moreover, the name of this pill evokes a sense of purity and tranquility. Bai Ziyun carefully placed the vial in Su Li's palm, her eyes shimmering with eager anticipation. She refrained from mentioning the tireless days and nights spent concocting the pill, nor did she allude to the challenges faced in refining the spiritual herbs. Instead, she simply beamed at Su Li, her voice melodious. Esteemed senior, this is the new pill I have developed over the past few days. Didn't you lament the excess of those consumed by love in the realm of cultivation? Her gaze towards Su Li brimmed with respect and admiration. I believe you are absolutely correct. Thus, I dedicated several days to create this vial of clear heart and desire-reducing pills. As Su Li regarded her, feeling the cool and smooth texture of the jade vial in her palm, a flicker of emotion stirred within her. Observing the exhaustion she tried to conceal, Su Li lowered her gaze and gently patted her shoulder, her voice tinged with a sigh. You have worked hard. Not at all. Bai Ziyun felt the weight on her shoulder, and her spirits instantly lifted. Shall we discuss the effects of this clear heart and desire-reducing pill?
Suliacet her movements.
A smile emerging in her eyes, one she hadn't even realized was there. She weighed the vial in her hand, her voice laced with curiosity. Is it a pill that can sever all emotional ties? Bai Ziyun's confidence grew as she spoke of the pill. The clear heart and desire-reducing pill does not completely sever emotional ties like the severing emotion pill. Rather, it clears all distractions from a cultivator's mind, particularly those concerning love, allowing them to focus solely on their cultivation. Once a cultivator ingests the clear heart and desire-reducing pill, the moment they hear the word love or feel a flutter in their heart, the effects will activate, compelling them to immediately cast aside any distracting thoughts of love and concentrate on their practice. Furthermore, after taking the pill, a cultivator's speed of cultivation can increase by 3 to 4 times compared to usual. She paused briefly before continuing. Even if someone attempts to bypass emotions for fleeting pleasures, they will find their desires diminished. Reflecting on the many instances she had witnessed since arriving at Shun Qian sect, where countless devoted individuals were deceived by scoundrels, Su Li seriously nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "What a marvelous creation! With such a pill, cultivators in the realm will surely be able to focus on their training." As the embodiment of the Tao, she envisioned a flourishing future for the realm of cultivation and couldn't help but smile serenely, feeling a sense of contentment washing over her. Upon hearing Su Li's praise, Bai Ziyun's eyes sparkled with reverence. "Esteemed senior, you truly prioritize the future of the cultivation realm. I must strive harder to keep pace with you." As if recalling something, Bai Ziyun lowered her head slightly, her voice tinged with hesitation. "However, I am uncertain whether the clear heart and desire-reducing pill might affect cultivators who are genuinely in love. If it does affect them, it indicates they lack sincerity." Without a second thought, Su Li replied, "Therefore, this pill poses no issue whatsoever." Bai Ziyun had never doubted Su Li's words. She nodded vigorously. "In 3 days, it will be my succession ceremony. I will refine more clear heart and desire-reducing pills and distribute one to each guest attending the ceremony. Free gifts are seldom cherished by those who receive them." Su Li, resting her chin on her hand, suddenly recalled certain promotional tactics from modern society. She gazed at the vial in her palm and mused, "This pill enhances one's mindset and significantly boosts cultivation speed, right? Let us advertise that aspect. Furthermore, mention that you have only produced 10 pills, ensuring that every recipient keeps it discreet." Bai Ziyun blinked in confusion. "Is 10 pills not a bit too few?" Su Li patted her shoulder meaningfully. "You don't understand. This is a strategy of scarcity marketing. The actual number of pills distributed will far exceed this figure." Although Bai Ziyun was unsure why this approach was necessary, she never questioned Su Li's words. "All right." Su Li lazily took a couple of steps forward, as if recalling something. She shook the vial in her hand and asked curiously, "How long does the effect of this pill last?" Bai Ziyun pondered seriously. "If made from ordinary materials, the effects would last only a month or 2. However, since I use top-tier spiritual herbs, the effects should last several decades." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Su Li's eyes, and she expressed her satisfaction. "Excellent. Just one pill can ensure decades free from romantic distractions in the cultivation realm. The thought alone brings joy to the Tao." After a moment of contemplation, as if struck by an idea, she lifted her gaze towards Bai Ziyun, her expression softening. She gently waved her hand, and an imperceptible mark of the Tao was impressed upon Bai Ziyun's forehead. "This matter might offend some cultivators in the realm. I find it necessary to ensure Shun Qian's sex protection. Naturally, I shall safeguard my friends. In 3 days, the succession ceremony for the guest elder of Shun Qian's sect will take place. Numerous city lords and family heads under the jurisdiction of Shun Qian's sect will gather to witness the event." Upon arriving at Shun Qian sect, Lord Tian of Tianyang City observed the bustling crowd and nodded with a smile towards a nearby head of the Xie family. "Head Xie, I have heard that Elder Bai possesses extraordinary talent, particularly in the art of alchemy." Head Xie responded with a slight nod, affirming, "Indeed. Shun Qian sect is truly blessed to have such a gifted guest elder. It is a source of envy for us all. I recently learned that Elder Bai has been developing a type of elixir known as the Serenity Pill." As they walked side by side, Lord Tian mentioned that it was rumored this potion was exceedingly difficult to concoct, requiring rare herbs that had never before been seen in the cultivation realm. Only Elder Bai could catalyze such ingredients. With a light chuckle and a shake of his head, he mused, "I wonder to whom these 10 pills will ultimately belong?" Recalling the words of Sect Master Lu from a few days prior, Head Xie restrained a smile and reassured, "Though there are only 10 Serenity pills this time. With Elder Bai's talent, I believe it will not be long before they become more abundant. At that time, both our families will surely benefit." Lord Tian, remembering the materials needed for the Serenity Pill, felt a hint of derision cross his gaze. Those materials are so rare that even the entire Tian family might struggle to procure a single specimen. The 4th-grade rice lotus flower is scarce, but the 6th-grade variety is virtually unattainable in the entire cultivation world, aside from Bai Ziyun. Who else could so casually utilize such a resource? Given the difficulty of crafting the Serenity Pill, it is unlikely that they will be produced in greater quantities. Nevertheless, recalling Sect Master Lu's promise from the previous day, he feigned agreement, saying, "Indeed, Head Xie, your foresight is commendable. With Elder Bai's brilliance, I am confident that we will soon witness the effects of the Serenity Pill." Inside the Ming Palace, Su Li sat comfortably in her chosen corner, observing the crowd around her in search of some gossip-worthy antics. Resting her chin on one hand and lazily munching on a spirit fruit with the other, her initially languid demeanor abruptly shifted when something caught her eye. Following her gaze, one could see a striking young woman in red, utterly captivated and somewhat brazenly focused on a handsome, well-built disciple of Shun Qian sect. Not only was her gaze inappropriate, but her hand also wandered towards the disciple. Feeling an unexpected touch at his waist, Yulin turned sharply, bewildered, to confront the instigator. "Miss Tian, what are you doing?" Tianmin glanced at her right hand with a hint of regret. "I hardly felt anything." She then looked at him, her attraction apparent. "You are a disciple of Shun Qian sect, aren't you? As the daughter of the lord of Tianyang City, if you agree to accompany me, I can bestow upon you countless spiritual treasures." Yulin's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misinterpreted her intentions due to his own modesty. How could anyone be so forward upon first meeting? However, as Tianmin reached out to touch his eyes, realization dawned on him. He stepped back sharply, raising his voice. "Miss Tian, please conduct yourself with dignity." His exclamation drew the attention of many onlookers. The Grand Elder, noticing the commotion, approached, brow furrowed. What has transpired? Yulin, blushing and stammering, gathered his courage and, under the increasingly impatient gaze of the Grand Elder, finally exclaimed, "Miss Tian has ill intentions towards me." As soon as the words left his mouth, numerous curious eyes turned towards the scene. The Grand Elder paused in shock, then scrutinized Tianmin with a frown. Before he could speak, Tian Rongshu, her father, arrived and stood beside her. Apologetically, he addressed the Grand Elder, "Esteemed Elder, my daughter has been rather willful and has offended your disciple." He then turned to Tianmin, his tone turning stern manner. "You must apologize at once." "Why should I apologize?" Tianmin exclaimed incredulously at her father. "I merely asked him a few questions and touched him lightly." "Tianmin, apologize." Tian Rongshu's voice was laced with irritation. Witnessing her usually indulgent father scold her for such a trivial matter left her bewildered and aggrieved. "Did you not say I am your daughter, of noble status, free to do as I please without worry?" Tian Rongshu's expression hardened, abruptly cutting her off. "Apologize. Fine. I will apologize," Tianmin said, wiping away her tears angrily. Without sparing Yulin a glance, she snapped, "Sorry, is that sufficient?" After uttering those words, she fled from the hall. Tian Rongshu turned back to the Grand Elder, his expression one of regret. "My daughter has become spoiled, and I apologize for the disturbance." He then bowed again. "I extend my apologies on behalf of my daughter to your esteemed disciple." Holding out a vial of elixir, he gently offered it to Yulin. "I hope young brother will not hold this against her." The Grand Elder observed his gesture, his initial severity softened. Yet his impression of Tianmin had plummeted to a new low. Chapter 28. The head of the Qiao family stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Behind him, all the Qiao family members, except Qiao Yanzi, stood transfixed, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief, like silent statues. How could this be? They must have trained too hard and lost their minds, conjuring illusions. Yes, it must be an illusion. That is a guardian of the Qiao family for a millennium. Who would dare commit such an affront? The reactions of the others in the hall mirrored those of the Qiao family members. The event was so sensational that everyone struggled to regain their composure. It was the seasoned Grand Elder who first snapped back to reality, awkwardly coughing into his hand to mask his astonishment. Despite his efforts to conceal it, the shock in his voice was evident through the tremors of his cough. The lord of Tianshuang City, hearing the Grand Elder's cough, finally returned to his senses. He instinctively closed his gaping mouth, still reeling from the shock. In his mind, he repeatedly shouted, "That is a pseudo-divine beast." Even with the prefix pseudo, its abilities are about 1/5 those of a true divine beast. Many transformation stage cultivators may never even encounter one in their lifetime, and Xiao Yanzi dares. At that moment, he suddenly recalled, pseudo-divine beasts cannot assume human form, as their immense divine aura would overwhelm any human body. This realization dawned not only on him but also on the head of the Yun family beside him, their eyes reflecting not just shock but a hint of fear. The size of and the turbulent spiritual energy it exuded compelled them to gasp involuntarily. In a corner, Su Li wore a look of utter astonishment. She had thought that after her experiences with human snake romance and the Serenity Pill, nothing could surprise her again. How wrong she was. She had underestimated the depths of absurdity in the cultivation world. Regaining her composure, she took a deep breath and, driven by curiosity, reopened the book of Heavenly Dao. Gazing at the silhouette depicted in the book of Heavenly Principles, she fell silent for a moment, then raised her head. Her eyes filled with admiration for Qiao Yanzi. Even though the inked jade qilin had diminished in size, it still loomed twice as large as Qiao Yanzi. The disparity in size and the stark contrast of black and white were truly astonishing. After expressing her awe, Su Li stole another glance before reluctantly turning the page. In just a few breaths, she had fully embraced the notion of this human-beast connection. Indeed, it was not the humans who were at fault. Rather, it was the heavenly way's extraordinary capacity to accept new things. Ah, is the texture of the inked jade qilin's horn truly that pleasant to the touch? Why does Qiao Yanzi seem to caress it so frequently? Oh, not just caressing, he has even kissed it. The celestial voice, initially filled with astonishment, had lost its shock value, yet the members of the Qiao family remained utterly unsettled. They had barely come to terms with the fact that Qiao Yanzi had seduced a divine beast, only to learn of his further actions towards it. The horn of the Qilin was a focal point of its spiritual energy, a symbol of nobility and authority. While it was already scandalous for Qiao Yanzi to have lured the divine beast, to dare to desecrate it in such a manner was beyond comprehension. Every member of the Qiao family, including the patriarch, glared at Qiao Yanzi with a fury that could have pierced him with 1,000 daggers. Unfazed by the commotion within the hall, Su Li was wholly absorbed in the text of the Book of Heavenly Principles. Oh, it appears that whenever the Qiao family encounters the ink jade Qilin, they adopt a demeanor of utmost reverence, scarcely daring to utter a word, merely bowing and departing. Under the pretext of not disturbing the divine beast's cultivation, they even sealed off the rear mountains, forbidding anyone from causing a disturbance. Such respect they show. Yet they fail to consider the psychological state of a long single divine beast. The expressions of the Qiao family members froze. Their minds blank. Wasn't the divine beast averse to being disturbed? This regulation against bothering the divine beast had been upheld by the Qiao family for a millennium. The celestial voice continued. No wonder Qiao Yanzi, who was overlooked by the Qiao family and deemed lacking in talent, found himself entwined with the ink jade Qilin's heart after merely spending some time with it in the rear mountains. Who could resist the charm of a human who could run, jump, and speak, bringing joy after 1,000 years of solitude? What's more, this human did not abandon the Qilin after gaining something from it. After Qiao Yanzi became the young master of the Qiao family, the ink jade Qilin believed he had achieved his goal and would no longer seek it out. It even hinted to Qiao Yanzi that he could leave the rear mountains at any time and not return. Yet, unexpectedly, Qiao Yanzi grew even more attached after becoming the young master, often presenting the spiritual treasures gifted by the Qiao family to the ink jade Qilin. Thus, the Qilin truly could not resist last night. As Su Li read the words in the Book of Heavenly Principles, a subtle smile graced her face, her voice rippling with emotion. So this is the divine beast, and its little darling. Qiao Yanzi has truly earned the title of young master of the Qiao family by his own merit. The ink jade Qilin has protected the Qiao family for a millennium. With its presence, the family's prosperity will remain unshaken, no matter the circumstances. What of the position of young master? Is it wrong for it to seek some benefits for its beloved? The tone of the celestial voice was so self-evident that everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards Qiao Yanzi. Currently, he had merely reached the foundational stage of cultivation and could not hear the celestial voice. He leisurely settled into his seat, noticing many glancing at him furtively, and responded with a puzzled expression. Why were they staring at him so intently? The onlookers, witnessing his proud demeanor and haughty bearing, turned their eyes away, teeth clenched in frustration. Although they internally condemned Qiao Yanzi's actions, a hint of envy flickered in their eyes, unbeknownst to them. In the realm of cultivation, strength was revered above all. Many cultivators had engaged in unspeakable and even repulsive actions to enhance their abilities. Qiao Yanzi's affair, when laid bare, could merely be viewed as a casual dalliance between a cultivator and a divine beast. Reflecting on this, some silently resolved, it was merely a matter of offering oneself. Could it truly be so significant? Meanwhile, some young members of the Qiao family clenched their fists, as if steeling themselves for a decision. Once all members of the Qiao family were seated, feeling the awkward atmosphere, the elder cleared his throat a couple of times and began to exchange pleasantries with the gathering. Assuming the role of elder from the Shun Qian sect, everyone quickly masked their inappropriate expressions, responding with smiles and agreement. The atmosphere within the hall transformed into one of harmony, just as the majority of the family lords and city masters had gathered. A figure that had entered and exited the Ming sect hall several times caught Su Li's attention. The head of the Sun family glared at his unworthy son, his frustration boiling over as he hissed, "Do you not realize the gravity of this occasion? One more step out that door, and I will break your legs." Sun Su casually nodded, seemingly unfazed by his father's words. "Understood, father." Seeing his son's nonchalant demeanor, the Sun family had inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger. "Sit properly. Elder Bai's succession ceremony is about to commence." Sun Su recalled his earlier conversation with Ruo Qing through the communication talisman, casting a disdainful glance around the hall. He scoffed quietly. "It's not my succession ceremony. I'm truly wasting half a day here for no reason." At this point, he glanced at his father, lowering his voice even further. "Father, why not let my elder brother accompany him instead? Why must I be here?" He had originally arranged to enjoy the moonlight by the lake with Ruo Qing. Upon hearing her name from his son's lips, the Sun family head's face darkened with rage. "Be silent." After all, as the head of a prominent family, he could not utter excessively harsh words. Instead, he coldly remarked, "The Ruo Qing you speak of is known for her flirtations and has countless suitors. How many cultivators have been led to ruin by her charm? Do you think she truly cares for you? She approaches you solely for the resources you possess. Were you not my son, she wouldn't even spare you a glance." Upon hearing such remarks about the woman he cherished, Sun Su's face flushed with anger. "Father, you do not understand Ruo Qing at all. You have no idea how good she is to me, how important she is." He reminisced about their moments together, his voice softening. "You and mother have always been preoccupied with family affairs. Every time you see me, it's all about cultivation. During my lowest moments, it was Ruo Qing who personally prepared a bowl of spiritual porridge for me. At this point, tears welled in his eyes. It was the most delicious spiritual porridge I have ever tasted. Ruo Qing showed me what warmth and love truly are. Hearing his words, the Sun family had once again experienced the suffocating sensation of anger, his voice trembling. The Sun family has provided you with countless resources, elevated you to a high status. And you base your feelings on merely a bowl of porridge? As Suli delved into the pages of the Book of Heavenly Principles regarding Ruo Qing's romantic history, her interest piqued. She flipped through 3 pages without reaching the end. Just as she was about to marvel at Ruo Qing's prowess, she was struck once more by Sun Tzu's thunderous proclamation regarding spiritual porridge. What a quintessential case of romantic obsession. Because of a bowl of spirit porridge? Surely, even poison porridge cannot possess such an effect. By the way, does Sun Tzu know that Ruo Qing is not only with him, but also entangled with several young heirs from prominent families? Oh, among these people, could it be that Sun Tzu's nephew is included? Upon hearing the voice from beyond, the head of the Sun family looked at Sun Tzu with anticipation. The voice from beyond has never been mistaken. Now that Sun Tzu has heard Ruo Qing's actions firsthand, he would no longer be deceived by her. Sun Tzu, of course, had heard the voice from beyond. He recalled Ruo Qing's fragile and helpless demeanor. His eyes filled with compassion. Ruo Qing comes from a humble background and is often pressured by many. She is simply unable to resist. What pressure? This is clearly mutual affection, a conscious willingness. Sun Tzu's words of exoneration for Ruo Qing suddenly halted. However, whenever he thought of his time with Ruo Qing, of her kindness towards him, and of that bowl of spirit porridge, he could not harbor a single thought of resentment towards her. What does it matter if Ruo Qing is with others? Sun Tzu pressed a hand against his chest, his gaze brimming with tenderness. All I know is that in her heart, I am the most special one. Chapter 29. Beneath the Yulon tree, a male cultivator clad in a crimson robe stood there, exuding an elegant demeanor with a pair of affectionate peach blossom eyes that had charmed countless female cultivators. As he slightly turned his head and caught sight of the person arriving, a ripple of joy surfaced in his gaze. Upon seeing the male cultivator, Su Yuxing gradually halted her hurried steps. She looked at Ning Feng's familiar face and, for some inexplicable reason, her heart was no longer a chaotic flurry, but instead filled with tranquility, even igniting an impulse to ring the bell at the 1000 Buddha sect. She couldn't help but question herself. In such a splendid moment, why was she not cultivating but instead coming here to meet Ning Feng? Ning Feng, noticing Su Yuxing's expression, furrowed his brow ever so slightly. During this time, he had nearly enchanted Su Yuxing to the point where she forgot her own surname. Why did she react this way upon seeing him today? Remembering his task for the day, he suppressed his confusion, allowing a captivating smile to grace his lips as he quickly approached Su Yuxing. Miss Su, you have finally arrived. He stood before her, extending his hand as if to caress her cheek. Su Yuxing began to question her aesthetic judgment from a few days prior. What exactly made Ning Feng worthy of her time, which she could have spent on cultivation? She recalled that she had not practiced at all today but had come out to find Ning Feng, and suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. Stepping back 2 paces with disdain. Today I have urgent matters to attend to. You may explore on your own, she said, her tone casual, yet laced with urgency. Ning Feng sensed the indifference in her words and was filled with confusion. He could not comprehend why, after just a day, without seeing each other, Su Yuxing's attitude had shifted so rapidly. What urgent matter could possibly be more important than meeting me? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yuxing declared, cultivation. Ning Feng was momentarily taken aback. Was her reasoning not a tad too insincere? In the city of Tianlu, who did not know that the third young lady of the Su family detested the tedium of cultivation and preferred indulging in pleasures? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain a deeply affectionate expression. But did not Miss Su say that she would take me to see the Shufeng array today? His gaze lowered slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. I have been looking forward to it for quite some time. Upon his reminder, Su Yuxing suddenly recalled this matter. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Had she truly lost her mind to agree to bring Ning Feng to view the Su family's core formation? Without a moment's thought, she rejected. The Shufeng array is forbidden for outsiders to view, except for the direct descendants of the Su family. Ning Feng looked at her resolute refusal, suppressing the irritation that arose within him, and jested, in due time, my relationship with Miss Su will surely render me no longer an outsider. As Su Yuxing gazed into his seemingly boundless affectionate eyes, her thoughts of cultivation erupted into a blazing fire within her heart. At that moment, she had but one thought: cultivation. Unable to contain herself, she quickly flew towards the direction of the Su family. We shall converse upon my return from seclusion. When will Miss Su emerge from her seclusion? Ning Feng asked through gritted teeth as he watched her retreating figure. 100 years. Alongside Sun Tzu and Su Yuxing, many other cultivators displayed similar behaviors. They were all direct descendants of prominent families, yet due to inadequate talent or lackadaisical nature, their families held little expectation for them. Thus, their daily conduct occasionally strayed from propriety, and their families would not investigate the reasons behind such deviations. However, as direct descendants, They had access to family secrets and treasures that collateral branches could not touch, allowing them to obtain unexpected rewards from their endeavors. Yet now, in a pitch-black chamber, Yi Yan listened to the reports from various regions, his expression darkening to blend with the shadows around him. Another capricious scion seeking to cultivate? Had they lost their senses? What was so appealing about cultivation? It was arduous and exhausting. Was it that he had not provided them with enough beauty, or was their entertainment lacking in thrill? Yi Yan recalled the events of recent times, his dark blue eyes filled with anger and confusion. He had been executing the master's plans flawlessly until now. The Shun Qian sect was the most affected by the influence of the love heaven immortal water, creating chaos without his intervention. The master could extract the fortunes from those misled by love. He had deployed personnel around the cities of Shun Qian, gradually infiltrating the prominent families. If this continued, in a few hundred years, he would fulfill the master's desires, turning the entire Shun Qian sect to naught, transferring all its fortunes to the master. Yet, inexplicably, since some time ago, changes within the Shun Qian sect had led to a significant decrease in the fortunes flowing out, and now there was nearly none. He had not yet investigated the cause when these cities began to spiral out of control. They were supposed to be easily swayed by the influence of the love heaven immortal water. Why now did they exhibit such irrational, loveless behavior? There must be some issue he was unaware of. If the master were to learn of the events of this past month, he would be finished. Remembering the Shun Qian sect that first lost control, his gaze turned cold and resolute. Luo Shufeng. Su Li lay languidly on a reclining chair, gazing at the vast azure sky, letting out a bored sigh. During this time, she had nearly exhausted all the delectable fruits of the Shun Qian sect, even finishing the gossip about the 6th-tier Huayu python's infatuation with the 6th-tier Xiantu crane. The Shun Qian sect had lost much of its allure for her. With her eyes closed, one hand resting on her forehead while the other lazily grasped a spiritual delicacy from the jade table, she took a bite, only to find it lacking in interest and put it down again. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, a thought surged in her mind. Had she forgotten something?
Haha.
The loopholes. Su Li suddenly opened her eyes, assessing the current state of the loopholes within the Shun Qian sect. How had she neglected to pay attention? The Shun Qian sect surely wouldn't have deteriorated to the point of being unbearable to behold. Where were the loopholes? Where were the gaps? She blinked in bewilderment. How did the Shun Qian sect end up with just a large pit in the center and a few scattered small holes? Not long ago, these flaws were as numerous as the stars in the sky, impossible to count. If it weren't for her status as the heavenly path, she might not have even noticed the reduction in flaws. What could have transpired within the Shun Qian sect during this time that she was unaware of? This was also a question lingering in Ning Feng's mind. Disguised as a loose cultivator, he infiltrated the Shun Qian sect, setting his sights on a target. Approaching with an air of carefree elegance. This young lady, he lowered his voice, imbued with a captivating gentleness. The Shun Qian sect is rather vast. I seem to have lost my way. Simultaneously, Ruo Qing had also found a seemingly naive disciple easy to converse with. The nightmares had dispatched numerous individuals to the Shun Qian sect with a straightforward objective, to uncover what had transpired recently within the sect. The Shun Qian sect, steeped in profound heritage and home to the illustrious Yaodan Peak and Huafu Peak, often attracted loose cultivators seeking tasks or alchemical elixirs. Amidst this throng, they blended in without drawing too much attention. However, they remained vigilant within the Shun Qian sect, as it was a millennial-old establishment, teeming with formidable cultivators. A minor misstep could lead to their discovery. Thus, they carefully avoided the main peaks, targeting only disciples of Foundation Establishment or Golden Core levels, who would be oblivious to the issues surrounding them. Contemplating this, Ning Feng looked at the flustered female cultivator, her cheeks flushed and breath quickening, his eyes flashing with disdain. Another one of those female cultivators who would readily throw herself at him with just a beckoning gesture. Yet, it was precisely because of such female cultivators that he found his purpose. Leaning closer to the person beside him, he smiled and asked, "My lady, are we far from Ningling Peak, where the Shun Qian sect issues tasks to loose cultivators?" "Fellow cultivator, please remain calm. We shall arrive shortly," Yun Xiaolan replied, her voice tinged with an anxious urgency. Contrary to Ning Feng's assumptions, her demeanor was not one of shyness. Rather, she was striving to suppress her overwhelming desire for cultivation. From the moment she laid eyes on Ning Feng, her yearning for cultivation surged to an apex. Wishing she could devote herself to practice for 49 days and nights without pause. Yet, she could not proceed just yet. There were more pressing matters at hand. Recalling her erratic reaction upon meeting Ning Feng and his relentless inquiries into the sect's secrets, she took a deep breath to steady herself. She had already sent a communication talisman to her seniors at the 100 Beasts Peak, convening at Ningling Peak. She was uncertain whether Ning Feng posed a threat. Hence she sought the observations of her well-informed seniors. If Ning Feng turned out to be a benign individual, it would be a relief. However, should he harbor ill intentions towards the sect, all her actions today would have been justified. On Luoshu Peak, Su Li, intrigued by the commotion within the peak, stepped outside and seized a disciple, inquiring, "What is happening? Why the sudden uproar?" The disciple's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Senior brother Ming Feng says there are strange individuals in the sect, and we should head to Ningling Peak." "Strange individuals?" Suoli felt a flicker of interest, extending her hand to retrieve a spirit delicacy from the jade table. Then let us go and see. Upon arriving at Ningling Peak, Suoli observed dozens of Shanxian sect disciples discreetly surrounding a few individuals. These individuals, adorned in finery and possessing striking beauty, appeared utterly out of place among the gathering of loose cultivators. The male cultivator at the center seemed to sense something amiss, feigning calmness as he queried his companion. Miss Yun, are there too many disciples at Ningling Peak? Shouldn't it be a place for loose cultivators to collect tasks? At that moment, a voice familiar to all floated through the air. These individuals are indeed suspicious. No sooner had the words been spoken than a series of urgent exclamations erupted. This is a trap. Retreat quickly. Ning Feng's expression turned frantic as he urged everyone to withdraw, bewildered as to how his disguise, so meticulously crafted, had been discerned by this evidently naive female cultivator. Something is amiss. Apprehend them. Suoli, oblivious to the unfolding events, remained puzzled as she gazed at the heavenly path book within her consciousness. Chapter 30. A male disciple of the Shanxian sect who had yet to depart from Ningling Peak. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, a chill coursed through him, and he instinctively tightened his legs, his mind echoing a profound question. Why were their sword cultivators so terrifying? In response, they hastened their escape, their forms contorting as they fled Ningling Peak at great speed. Suoli remained unaware of the situation at Ningling Peak. Instead observing Xiaoxi's calm demeanor, pondering for the first time whether she was perhaps too antiquated to keep pace with the evolution of the cultivation world. What of it? It's merely a matter of enduring a few more cuts. It hardly constitutes a problem. However, reflecting on the reasons behind sword cultivators' obsession with their life roots as gleaned from the Heavenly Path book, her expression grew notably complex. Approaching Xiaoxi, she could not help but take a couple of steps closer, earnestly asking, "Do you not think that this method of acquiring a sword spirit seems rather implausible?" Xiaoxi, sincere in her response, nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, this method is somewhat extraordinary. You are aware of this too." Suoli relaxed momentarily at her answer. "Thank goodness. These sword cultivators are not as foolish as I imagined." Suddenly, recalling something, she regarded the person before her with an odd expression. "Then, do you still?" Xiaoxi's gaze deepened as she looked into the distance. "Since I began my sword practice, everyone has told me that to manifest a sword spirit from one's natal sword, one must possess extraordinary talent, diligent practice, and a deep love for one's sword." Turning to Suoli, her voice bore a hint of solemnity. "Every sword cultivator holds themselves to this standard. For centuries, those who have attained a sword spirit are few and far between, and no one truly knows how they acquired their sword spirits. However, we now understand the reason behind our senior brother's sword spirit's emergence: self-castration." As she spoke, her tones swelled with fervor and unwavering conviction, no matter how extraordinary it seemed. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, we sword cultivators would persist to the end. Xiaoxi's response was so logical and coherent that Suoli found herself at a loss for words. After a long pause, her voice carried an almost imperceptible weight. "Is this sword spirit truly indispensable?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression conveying an incredulous sentiment. "Is there even a need to question such a matter? That is a sword spirit." Suoli gazed at her face, inhaled deeply, and ultimately nodded in silence. "As long as you are content." Within the law enforcement hall, all the elders of the Shanxian sect gathered, their expressions grave. Even the usually jovial seventh elder wore an unusually stern countenance. Standing at the highest point, Lu Jinhui exuded an aura of authority that left others feeling intimidated. He surveyed the 7 infiltrators sprawled in the center of the law enforcement hall, completely unconscious, his gaze filled with solemnity and menace. The Shanxian sect, one of the 6 major sects in the cultivation world, frequently attracted loose cultivators who, under the guise of accepting tasks, sought to glean information or stealthily abscond with elixirs and spiritual herbs. He initially believed that these 7 individuals were no different from others. Thus, he had no intention of exerting much effort, opting instead to leave everything to the enforcement hall. However, as the elder of the enforcement hall began to interrogate them, he suddenly sensed an extraordinarily familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy. Although it was faint enough to seem like an illusion, it nonetheless prompted him to heighten his vigilance immediately. The spiritual energy emanating from these individuals bore an uncanny resemblance to the supreme treasure of Shanxian sect, the celestial water of clear days. This treasure, a divine relic left by the founding ancestor of Shanxian sect, serves as the very foundation of its millennia-long prosperity. Due to its immense value, it has been preserved within a small realm specifically created by the ancestor. Accessing this realm requires the combined spiritual energy of the sect's leader and all the elders. Lu Jinhua's expression darkened significantly. The last time this small realm was opened was nearly 2 centuries ago, coinciding with the time he became the sect leader. Could it be that, during the past century, someone has tampered with the celestial water of clear days? Have their identities been thoroughly investigated? Jiang Mian withdrew the spiritual talisman from his hand, his tone serious, as the soul-searching results indicate. These individuals are merely citizens from various cities under the jurisdiction of Shanxian sect, having resided there for at least a century. The city lords mentioned that they have maintained close ties with the young masters and ladies from various prominent families. According to the third young lady of the Su family, one named Ningfeng even expressed a desire to see the ancestral formations of the Su family through her. The remaining individual's information was not much different. The second elder furrowed his brow. This suggests that for nearly a century, they have been scheming against Shenqian's sect. Unfortunately, we cannot identify the mastermind behind it. The seventh elder, who had always worn a charming smile, now adopted a serious demeanor, stating that these individuals were merely pawns of the hidden mastermind, even with soul searching. We could uncover no trace of that person. The fifth elder tightened his grip on the talisman, unflinchingly pointing out the most pressing issue. Let us set aside the mastermind for the moment. Is it not far more crucial to consider the supreme treasure? The celestial water of clear days? We find it exceedingly difficult to even catch a glimpse of the celestial water, so how could these individuals possess its spiritual aura? The grand elder, with his eyes closed, focused on the faint spiritual fluctuations in his palm. Suddenly realizing something, he opened his eyes wide. This is not the celestial water of clear days. The others looked at him in astonishment, and the second elder could not help but voice his doubt. How is that possible? Although I have only seen the celestial water once, there is no way I could misidentify it. The grand elder shook his head, furrowing his brow. This is the water of emotional days. These two types of celestial water share the same origin and possess remarkably similar spiritual auras. Moreover, the energy they wield is exceedingly weak. Had it not been for my deep familiarity with the celestial water, I would not have detected it so easily. The water of emotional days can be described as a tainted version of the celestial water, unlike the latter's pure clarity. It draws upon emotions to evoke desires for love within cultivators, ultimately leading them to become completely ensnared, with all their cultivation and fortune serving as nourishment for the water of emotional days. Lu Jinhua also realized the implications of this revelation, and rather than appearing relieved, his expression grew even graver. Elders, do you not think that in the past century, there have been far too many cultivators of Shenqian's sect ensnared by love? Yun Xiao, Xia, Sun Su. These individuals all possess extraordinary talent, yet have fallen prey to the allure of love, with some even losing their lives because of it. The grand elder, too, grasped the gravity of the situation, his eyes reflecting a sudden terror. Sect master, do you mean to suggest that our sect's supreme treasure, the celestial water of clear days, may also have been tainted? Lu Jinhua did not respond but instead regarded all the elders with a grave expression. We must visit the small realm immediately. The elders nodded solemnly, and in the next moment, their figures appeared within the fissures of the small realm. Lu Jinhua pressed the sect leader's seal against the spiritual point at the center of the fissure, while the elders gradually infused their spiritual energy around the seal. A brilliant light flashed, and in the next instant, they found themselves within the small realm. Upon entering, they were enveloped by an overwhelming density of spiritual energy, which had coalesced into mists within the small realm due to its abundance. Lu Jinhua walked resolutely to the center of the small realm, resisting the impact of the spiritual energy and focused intently on the celestial water of clear days floating in midair. As he sensed the spiritual energy within it, his heart gradually sank. Though exceedingly faint, he still detected a bizarre fluctuation of spiritual energy amidst the overwhelming force, and upon the slightest contact, he felt his mind become unsettled. The grand elder felt it as well, his complexion paling as disbelief filled his eyes. Has the celestial water of clear days really been tainted? He closed his eyes tightly, channeling all his spiritual energy in an attempt to separate the tainted portion of the celestial water. However, within mere moments, his entire supply of spiritual energy was exhausted, and the tainted celestial water showed no signs of change. The second elder supported the grand elder, his eyes filled with concern. This is the foundation of Shenqian sect. Should it become tainted, the sect's 1,000-year legacy could be severed at any moment. The countless losses of gifted disciples serve as undeniable proof of this. More critically, the water of emotional days perpetually incites the desires of fortune-bearing disciples, ultimately siphoning their fortune. If this continues, the celestial water will be utterly corrupted. Yet this celestial water is a divine treasure, and its connection with the water of emotional days is so profound that separating them would require the collective strength of the entire sect, and even then, success is not guaranteed. Furthermore, given the gravity of the situation, it is imperative that we keep this information from others to prevent panic within the sect. At this moment, all were racking their brains for any possible means to separate the two. Yet, none existed. To alter a divine-grade treasure, one would require either an ascended immortal to return, or someone capable of producing a spiritual artifact comparable to a divine-grade treasure, possessing properties that could counteract the water of emotional days. Such a feat is utterly unattainable. The grand elder pushed away the second elder's supportive hand, taking 2 steps forward, and addressed Lu Jinhua with a calm demeanor. Sect master, I must trouble you to look after my son in the future. Upon hearing his words, Lu Jinhua stared at him in astonishment. The grand elder fixed his gaze on the tainted celestial water of clear days. Among us, I possess the deepest understanding and research of the celestial water. Although I cannot separate the water of emotional days, I can suppress it at the cost of my own cultivation. He turned back, smiling gently at the others. My son is stubborn by nature. I hope you all will be patient with him in the future. Regrettably, I have only just reunited with him and have not had the chance to spend more time together. Having made the decision to remain here, he was already prepared to exhaust all his energy and cultivation. To exert influence over a divine-grade treasure, he could only exchange his lifespan. There must be another way. The fifth elder clenched his fists, murmuring. However, everyone was aware that this was already the only solution, a desperate measure that one must take. The third elder approached the grand elder, lightly patting his shoulder with a smile. Then, do your utmost to endure for a few more years. I will devote myself to studying the celestial water during this time, and when I become as familiar with it as you, I will take over for you. Who would have thought that, as a talisman master, I would also need to delve into the study of the celestial water alongside you all? The fifth elder sighed and shook his head. Yet I am exceptionally gifted. I shall surely take less time than you. Alas, having reached the integration stage, I never expected there would still be nights requiring relentless cultivation. The seventh elder shook his light purple robe, his voice regaining its previous relaxed charm. Chapter 31. On the flying vessels, several disciples of the Wanjian sect sat cross-legged in various corners of the flying vessel. Some gazed at the opulent decorations, feeling a tinge of sadness as they adjusted their attire, which seemed so out of place amidst such luxury. It was a well-known truth that few disciples seeking medicine from the Shunqian sect were affluent. Otherwise, they would not find themselves in need of traveling to the source of the Xianyuan pill, as the prices within the Shunqian sect, free from the hands of intermediaries, were within their grasp, albeit with some reluctance. To say they were poor would be somewhat inaccurate. They simply devoted all their spirit stones to their life swords, content to simply exist. However, traveling by flying vessel was indeed far more comfortable than flying on their swords. Xie shared the same sentiments as his fellow disciples. He pleasantly observed the scenery retreating swiftly beneath the flying vessel, his demeanor radiating refreshment. How could he not be happy? His visit to the Shunqian sect had cost him not a single spirit stone, yet he had acquired 10 Xianyuan pills, enough for 10 attempts. And there was the 6th grade spirit herb, the Xianyuan grass, bestowed upon him by Elder Bai of the Shunqian sect. Anyone with even a rudimentary understanding of spirit herbs in the cultivation world knew that the highest grade of Xianyuan grass was merely 4th grade. What did this signify? It signified that as long as he presented this herb, he could command an exorbitant price. Moreover, Elder Bai had gifted him 6th grade elixirs, which were said to be concocted from rare herbs that did not exist in the cultivation realm. As he pondered this, Xie suddenly recalled Elder Bai's instructions before his departure. He glanced at the figure lounging lazily on the imperial couch nearby, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes. This loose cultivator, merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement, appeared unremarkable. Why would Elder Bai place such importance on him? Elder Bai was a prodigy cherished by the entire Shunqian sect, so rare that the sect leader feared for her well-being with every step she took. How could such a luminary show such deference to a mere loose cultivator? But alas, such matters were of no concern to him. Since he had received the spirit herb, he would faithfully adhere to Elder Bai's directives. With this in mind, Xie reached into his storage bag and extracted a spirit fruit. Channeling his spiritual energy, he swiftly peeled and sliced the fruit, arranging the pieces neatly on a spirit plate. These were all gifts from Bai Ziyun, otherwise, as a sword cultivator. How could he have prepared such delicacies? A single fruit was hardly sufficient to satisfy him. As he contemplated delivering the spirit fruit to Su Li, he overheard a conversation among several disciples of the Wanjian sect nearby. Our trip to the Shunqian sect has been incredibly worthwhile. However, being away from the sect for this time has caused me to neglect my training, one disciple lamented, reflecting on his recent practice of less than 6 hours a day. His companion, who had only trained for 4 hours daily, replied, "Brother, perhaps taking occasional breaks isn't such a bad thing." Despite saying this, he still resolved to increase his training time to 8 hours, acknowledging that his recent practice had indeed been lacking. That won't he do? Training is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will regress. The first disciple asserted. As if struck by inspiration, he added with a hint of envy, "Of course. That doesn't he apply to our third brother?" The disciples around him nodded in agreement. Indeed, our third brother is the 3rd disciple of the sect leader, possessing extraordinary talent. He hardly trains yet progresses rapidly in both cultivation and swordsmanship. In our sect's competitions, he is nearly undefeated, only occasionally falling to our eldest brother. Upon hearing their conversation, Xie couldn't help but sigh in envy. Ever since he had encountered the third brother, he had seldom seen him train. He was either admiring flowers or playing chess, entirely out of sync with the industrious spirit of the Wanjian sect. Yet despite his apparent laxity, his swordsmanship and cultivation were on par, if not superior, to those who trained diligently. He had thought it a rare stroke of genius to be apprenticed under his master. Yet the third brother had shown him what it truly meant to be outclassed. At that moment, Su Li lay languidly on the imperial couch, basking in the sun. After departing from the Shunqian sect, she had expected to delight in uncovering new rumors about the Wanjian sect from the Book of Heavenly Principles. However, she found herself feeling lethargic and lacking in spirit. As a faint sense of parting sorrow arose within her, she blinked slowly. This feeling was so unfamiliar, yet oddly not unwelcome. Just then, she overheard the same conversation among the disciples. Isn't the Wanjian sect too competitive? 6 hours of training a day is considered neglecting practice? In the modern world, one could work 12-hour shifts without issue. Thus, upon hearing of a slacker among these overachievers, her interest piqued. Suli stretched, adeptly opened the book of heavenly principles in her mind, and then fell into a peculiar silence. He, a slacker, who doesn't he train? The disciples on the flying vessel were taken aback, their eyes filled with trepidation. Had the voice from beyond returned? Was it truly fixated on the Wanjian sect? Suli paid no mind to the others on the vessel, her attention solely on He, a flicker of respect gleaming in her eyes. If He is considered to be neglecting training, then there isn't a diligent person left in the entire Wanjian sect. Listening to the words from beyond, many disciples were left confused, their expressions blank. Was the voice speaking ironically? How could the third brother be deemed diligent when he spent half an hour merely admiring flowers? Not to mention his tea-tasting, chess-playing, and poetry reciting. He even dared to sleep. As a cultivator, he still indulged in slumber. Anything that did not pertain to training and wasted time, he engaged in. Since joining the Wanjian sect, they had scarcely seen the third brother unsheath his sword. If that was considered diligent, what did that make their 8 hours of daily sword practice? As all the disciples mentally berated He for his laziness, the voice from beyond continued. This He is impressive. He trains 11 hours a day, with the remaining hours spent, performing for everyone, admiring flowers, playing chess, composing poetry. Hasn't anyone questioned why every time they see he is engaged in these activities? Because he is putting on a show for you. Suli glanced at the disciples on the vessel, who had been deceived by He for over 200 years. Her voice tinged with pity. These foolish children of the Wanjian sect have all been completely bamboozled by He, haven't they? On the flying vessel, all were left dumbfounded, with Xia's expression reflecting sheer shock. What? The third brother actually trained for 11 hours a day? Yet they had never witnessed it. The voice from beyond provided an answer. TSK, in order to maintain his genius persona, He carefully avoids others while he trains. He has it tough, always seeking out secluded spots to practice, developing the ability to conceal his sword energy at all times. A substantial investment was made in acquiring a jade pendant specifically for cultivation, allowing for 7 hours of practice each day, while the remaining time was dedicated to seeking secluded locations for further training. Have you ever encountered the Midnight Sword sect? He sees it every day. A disciple, filled with admiration for He, coughed lightly and interjected, "Our third senior brother is quite different from us. I have never seen him resort to any means to obtain a sword spirit. It seems, in this regard, third senior brother approaches cultivation rather casually." Upon hearing this, Suli's gaze softened with a hint of pity. Such a foolish child. If you cannot even detect your senior brother's secret cultivation, how could you possibly discover his self-castration? She examined the details inscribed in the book of Heavenly Dao, her voice tinged with admiration. What a remarkable spirit of inquiry he possesses. He even managed to intoxicate the first senior brother to extract all the details regarding the creation of a sword spirit. From the duration of self-pleasure concerning the destined sword, to the angle and force exerted on the life root. Suli momentarily paused, ultimately letting out an exclamation. Incredible. The atmosphere aboard the flying vessel grew eerily quiet as every disciple of the Midnight Sword sect absorbed the implications of the celestial voice. Their expressions a mix of shock and bewilderment. Some lowered their heads in contemplation, realizing that they had been relying solely on self-castration for their sword spirits, as per the rumors. Yet it appeared that prior experiences were equally significant. The third senior brother's approach was indeed more meticulous. Perhaps they should also intoxicate the first senior brother? At that moment, a communication talisman on Xiayi's person suddenly flickered. He picked it up, sensing the energy emanating from it, and momentarily fell silent, his expression peculiar as he answered, "Third junior brother. Second senior brother. Why does your voice sound so strange? Have you overexerted yourself in your training?" Chihi's voice clearly resonated within the ears of every individual aboard the flying vessel. "I believe you should learn to rest, brother. Balance between work and leisure is the true principle." Xiayi's expression grew increasingly odd. He coughed lightly and casually inquired, "What is the third junior brother currently engaged in?" "I just consumed a rejuvenating pill, and am now lying on my bed, enduring the pain." Chihi's hand holding the talisman froze abruptly. His mind blank for an instant, with a singular thought racing through his mind. His illustrious reputation was ruined. Regaining his composure, he spoke rapidly, devoid of expression. "Brother, Master instructed you to visit Sword Protector City. The Shin family has birthed a pseudo-natural sword body offspring. Master wants you to bring her back to the Midnight Sword sect." Without waiting for Xia's response, he hastily severed the connection. Xia stared at the now-dark talisman, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. A pseudo-natural sword body. The natural sword body is the most coveted cultivation physique. Any cultivator possessing such talent, provided they do not perish prematurely, invariably ascends to greatness. However, this physique is exceedingly rare, with only a few emerging over the millennia. While the pseudo-natural sword body may be slightly inferior, it is still a rare and promising candidate for sword cultivation. Chapter 32. The members of the Shin family stood frozen, grappling with the implications of the celestial voice. Who is Shun Hong's reincarnation? Is it the ancestor's reincarnation? What have they been doing during this time? They unjustly accused the ancestor of stealing his jade pendant, disregarded any explanations, and confined him in a dark prison, allowing the Shin family to abuse him for their own amusement. Suddenly, a cacophony of thuds erupted within the Shun residence. Every member who could hear the celestial voice collapsed to their knees, collectively bowing toward Shun Hong's direction. The ancestor of the Shin family represents an almost divine figure for all Shin family members, revered and untouchable. From birth, every member has grown up hearing tales of their ancestor. Even after a millennium, the now declining Shin family retains a foothold in Sword Protector City, all thanks to the various spiritual treasures left behind by their ancestor. Yet, it was shocking to witness the family head kneeling at the forefront, banging his head forcefully against the ground. Su Li, hearing the commotion, looked up in confusion and, upon seeing the Shin family members kneeling in unison, her eyes reflected surprise. What is happening? Why are they kneeling so uniformly? They could commit acts of betrayal against their own ancestors without flinching. What could possibly compel them to kneel collectively? TSK. Weren't they planning to execute Shin Hong today? To execute their own ancestor? What audacity! No sooner had she spoken than a majority of the kneeling Shin family members collapsed to the ground as if devoid of bones. The elder responsible for overseeing the punishments in the punishment hall fainted from the overwhelming shock. The disciples of the Midnight Sword sect, witnessing the celestial voice's piercing words, regarded the Shin family members with newfound sympathy. In the realm of cultivation, anyone daring to betray their ancestors deserves no forgiveness and is met with disdain. Although the Shin family was unaware of Shun Hong's true identity prior, the grievous error had already been made. According to the celestial voice, had the Shin family acted judiciously and uncovered the truth, such a betrayal would never have occurred. Xia Yi silently shook his head. Truly, one reaps what they sow. Observing the Shin family's disarray, Su Li rested her chin on her hand, pondering whether the cultivation world indeed operates on a principle of karmic balance. Attempting to execute one's own ancestor? Is this retribution for their betrayal, or have they finally awakened their conscience? Disdainfully, she averted her gaze from the Shin family's disgraceful display, uninterested in speculating the reasons behind their sudden change of demeanor. Instead, she resumed her perusal of the book of Heavenly Dao within her consciousness, reflecting on the contributions the Shun family ancestor made to their lineage. She shook her head in lamentation. Alas, the ancestor devoted his life to the prosperity of the Shin family, never having a partner, tirelessly cleaning up the mess left for the descendants. At the time of his fall, he possessed nothing but a piece of low-powered Xian Shuang jade. He left all his treasures for the family. Even after a millennium, he reincarnated as a Shin descendant, intending to continue safeguarding them. What profound and selfless intentions. Yet now, unable to contain himself any longer, the Shin family had struck his own face with 2 resounding slaps, the force knocking out 3 teeth. I am truly a beast. He crawled awkwardly to Shin Hong, trembling as he placed the stone tablet bearing Shun Hong's name down. The family head's face was swollen, and due to the loss of teeth, his voice wavered. Old Jew, we were wrong. Shun Hong, covered in wounds, struggled to stand upon being set down, but upon seeing the family head's hand reaching for his arm, he instinctively recoiled, leaning against the stone tablet. At this moment, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for everything related to the Shin family. Without lifting his gaze, the dense lashes cast a shadow beneath his eyes, obscuring the faint mocking glimmer within. His voice held no trace of grievance or anger, merely indifference as he stated, "What sort of farce is the family head performing now?" Upon hearing Shun Hong's words, the head of the Shin family was suddenly engulfed by a myriad of fears. His mouth agape. He maintained the gesture of support he had just offered. "Ancestor, it is we." Before he could finish, the members of the clan, having regained their senses, crawled towards Shun Hong in a panic, each wearing a tearful expression of regret. "Ancestor, we were wrong. We should have adhered to your teachings of justice and integrity, without partiality or corruption. Ancestor, we should not have wronged you. The Xian Shuang jade is undeniably your pendant, yet we dared to, ancestor. You once held me in your arms when I was a child. Have you forgotten? I am..." Su Li, hearing the faint murmurs of the Shin family, blinked in confusion. How did they discover that Shun Hong is the ancestor of the Shun family? However, upon seeing the eyes of Shun Hong as he lifted his gaze, mirroring the portrait of the Shin family's ancestor in the book of Heavenly Dao, she suddenly understood, nodding in realization. No wonder they recognized him. Shun Hong's eyes are identical to those of the Shin family ancestor. Even the gaze is the same. But why did they only realize it now? Where were they before? The elder, gazing at Shun Hong's eyes, could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. "Ancestor, you have truly returned." Indeed. How could he have only just realized it? The rest of the Shun family looked upon him with expressions of reverence and awe, as if they were in the presence of a deity. Shun Hong, observing the gazes directed at him, furrowed his brow, his indifference unwavering, yet growing ever more vigilant. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to coerce me into admitting that I stole the Xian Shuang jade?" The head of the Shin family suddenly knelt before him. "The Xian Shuang jade is indeed your pendant. How could you have stolen it?" It was Shun Qiuyang, that ungrateful wretch who dared to touch your relic before your ascension. Just then, Shun Qiuyang, who had been indulging in revelry, returned to the Shun residence. Observing the commotion, he tucked away the handkerchief he had extravagantly acquired from a beauty and approached nonchalantly. "Grandfather, uncle, what is happening here? Why is everyone kneeling? Have you discovered the treasures left by the ancestor?" Before he could finish, a surge of spiritual energy struck him fiercely. Shun Qiuyang was propelled backward several meters, instantly covered in numerous bruises. Feeling his bones crack, he writhed on the ground in pain. Damn it, who dares to act in the Shun residence? Upon realizing that the one who had struck him was his usually affectionate grandfather, he could hardly believe it and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Grandfather, it is me. Qiuyang, how can you strike me?" The head of the Shin family, his face swollen, showed no mercy. The family's honor outweighed any affection he held for Shun Qiuyang, and the ancestor's legacy was infinitely more precious. As long as he wished, he could father countless grandsons, but the ancestor, he had only one. "You dare to steal the Xian Shuang jade left by the ancestor, and even sell it without permission." The head of the Shin family's gaze was filled with unrestrained fury as he continued to strike. "Disloyal, unfilial, unjust, and brazen. Your crimes are unforgivable." Shun Qiuyang gasped for breath, spotting the family steward not far away. He struggled to call for help from his most favored uncle. "Uncle, grandfather has gone mad.
Please save me."
The steward glanced at him, took a few steps forward, and coldly presented a spiritual whip to the furious head of the family. "Use this. The Hellfire Whip will keep him conscious during the beating, lest he lose consciousness." Shun Qiuyang looked incredulously at the steward, howling. "Uncle, are you mad? Do you want grandfather to kill me?" Recalling the head of the family's earlier words, he quickly added, "How could the theft of the Xian Shuang jade involve me? It was Shun Hong who stole it. Did we not find the Xian Shuang jade on him?" Expecting these words to spare him from calamity, Shun Qiuyang was instead met with the cold, piercing stares of the head of the family, the steward, and all surrounding members of the Shin family. He was utterly bewildered by their expressions, only to see the Hellfire Whip in the head of the family's hand descending upon him with overwhelming force. As his cultivation was merely at the foundational level, he had no means of evasion and could only endure the relentless punishment while howling in despair. Su Li watched this grand spectacle with an air of indifference. The head of the Shin family is quite amusing. Did he not already know that the theft of the Xian Shuang jade was connected to his grandson? Just yesterday, he seemed utterly unconcerned, allowing Shun Hong to take the blame and even contemplating executing him in front of all the disciples of the Wan Sword sect to assert dominance. How interesting. He wronged an ordinary person without hesitation, yet when it came to his own ancestor, he began to make amends? The head of the Shin family abruptly halted his assault with the Hellfire Whip. His gaze fell upon Shun Hong, who leaned indifferently against the stone tablet, and his upright posture suddenly stooped, making him appear a century older. He released his grip, letting the Hellfire Whip clatter to the ground with a dull thud. In the bewildered eyes of the onlookers, the head of the Shin family knelt deeply in the direction of Shun Hong. "I have acted with favoritism, willfully ignoring the evidence, exonerating my grandson Shun Qiuyang while wronging the other descendants of the Shin family. Even later, I failed to repent and sought to execute the wronged members of the clan. I have betrayed the teachings of the ancestor. I am unworthy to be the head of the Shin family." His head struck the ground with force.
"Today,
"I wish to resign from my position as head and accept punishment from the Hall of Elders." Shun Hong observed the kneeling members of the Shin family, listening to the head of the family's heartfelt confession, yet his eyes remained devoid of any emotion. Having not drunk water for too long, his voice came out slightly hoarse. "So, according to your claims, I am the reincarnation of the Shin family ancestor?" The elder kneeling before him nodded with tears brimming in his eyes. "You are our ancestor. Regardless of whether this identity is genuine or not, if I lacked it, I would today face death before your eyes for the crime of theft. Would I not?" Prior to this, every individual here regarded him with disdain and contempt. Even knowing that the theft of the Xian Shuang jade had little to do with him, their gazes remained unchanged. In their eyes, he had merely been a scapegoat. Yet today, he possessed merely an uncertain identity, and these individuals suddenly revered him, swiftly identifying the true culprit of the stolen Xian Shuang jade. Chapter 33. Upon seeing those eyes, Su Li paused for a moment, retracting her steps towards the pavilion, leisurely settling upon a stone stool in the small courtyard. One hand supported the stone table while the other waved casually at the person at the door. "If you wish to enter, feel free." Shun Changhan, lingering at the entrance, was startled upon hearing her voice. She glanced anxiously at the person seated in the courtyard, fearing that her intrusion might displease Su Li. In the Shun family, her low cultivation and lack of parental protection necessitated extreme caution. If she provoked a high-ranking cultivator, even a gentle blow could be beyond her frail body to bear. Thus, she had always exercised great caution. Had she not been eager to meet a disciple of the Wan Sword sect, she would never have taken such a risk. However, upon meeting Su Li's gaze, she found herself frozen. There was no disdain, no contempt, nor any hint of annoyance at being disturbed. Instead, Su Li regarded her with a calm and gentle demeanor, as though she were merely a friend met by chance. Shin Changhan instinctively glanced around to ensure she was alone before finally summoning the courage to step cautiously into the small courtyard. Coming to a halt before Su Li, she hastily performed a respectful bow, saying, "Junior Shin Changhan pays respects to senior." Upon hearing this title, Su Li shook her head with an air of resignation. Reflecting on the similarity of their addresses, the thought of Bai Ziyun, who remained at Shunqian sect, softened her gaze slightly. Initially intending merely to greet Shin Changhan, Su Li shifted her approach and gestured towards a stone stool beside her, saying, "Please have a seat." "Thank you, senior." Although Shin Changhan felt somewhat awkward, she sensed Su Li's kindness and cautiously settled onto the stone stool. Perceiving the occasional sidelong glances directed her way, Su Li raised an eyebrow, pondering why Shin Changhan was behaving as if she were navigating a treacherous pit. When Shin Changhan once again attempted to steal a discreet look at her, Su Li could not help but turn her head, their eyes meeting. Shin Changhan was taken aback and quickly lowered her gaze. "Feel free to ask any questions you may have," Su Li said lazily, stifling a yawn. She found herself far more inclined towards gossip than engaging in conversation. Gathering her courage, Shin Changhan raised her head and asked a question she had long pondered. "Senior, is the Wanjian sect truly a remarkable sect?" She recalled the discussions she had overheard from wandering cultivators in the market, her eyes glimmering with admiration. The Wanjian sect is renowned for gathering the finest sword cultivators in the realm, a coveted destination for countless aspiring sword cultivators, myself included. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she had always felt that she was meant to wield a sword. She envisioned herself training daily, mastering sword techniques, rather than being the current version of herself, unable to even lift a spiritual sword. Consequently, regardless of her busy schedule, she had dedicated a portion of each day for nearly 20 years to practice swordsmanship on the back mountain. Although it was merely a wooden sword and her sword energy could not even slice through a blade of grass if she believed herself incapable of wielding a sword, then she would truly never become a sword cultivator. Su Li, oblivious to the emotions swirling in Shin Changhan's eyes, reflected on the question posed to her. Resting her chin on her hand, she recalled the tales she had encountered in the book of Heavenly Dao regarding the Wanjian sect, her expression growing somewhat inscrutable. "Is the Wanjian sect good?" "Well," she chose her words carefully, "it is rather peculiar. The sect leader has an infatuation with the male-to-female cross-dressing leader of the Hehuan sect, and blindly fell for the tricks of the Qingtian sect, losing their fortune. As for the disciples of the Wanjian sect," she reflected on the numerous male sword cultivators who had undergone castration and the female sword cultivators who severed others' manhood. Silently, she turned away, concluding, "Indeed, everyone in the Wanjian sect is rather unconventional." "Unconventional?" Shin Changhan gazed at her in confusion, and suddenly, as if a light had dawned upon her, her eyes sparkled with understanding. "Senior, does this mean that the people in the Wanjian sect are so diligently devoted to their cultivation that they appear quite abnormal?" She recalled the conversations of wandering cultivators, her eyes filled with admiration. "I have heard that the disciples of the Wanjian sect possess extraordinary talent and are exceedingly hardworking, practicing swordsmanship for more than 6 hours each day." Su Li considered her third senior brother, who trained for 11 hours daily, and after a brief moment of silence, replied, "You speak the truth." She contemplated the abstract tales surrounding the Wanjian sect, then looked at Shin Changhan, who seemed eager to join the sect, and awkwardly shifted the topic. "It's rather late. Shouldn't you be heading home? Won't your parents be worried?" "My parents." Shin Changhan lowered her gaze, her voice tinged with fragility. When she lifted her head, she smiled resolutely at Su Li. "I am old enough to take care of myself." Upon hearing her words, Su Li finally noticed Shin Changhan's attire, an overly tight, patched-up hemp robe, and ill-fitting straw sandals that revealed a small, scarred ankle. She appeared excessively frail, her face pale and weak, yet her eyes burned with an intense fire, vibrant and resilient. Su Li's expression darkened momentarily as a thought crossed her mind. Then, with a slight raise of her brow and a voice devoid of much emotion, she asked, "Are your parents unkind to you?" Shin Changhan, having grown accustomed to her parents' treatment, had no intention of voicing her grievances to others. However, upon meeting Su Li's clear and gentle gaze, an unexpected wave of grievance surged within her. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "They dislike me, or rather, they harbor a deep aversion towards me. I lack the extraordinary talent of my sister, and do not possess a healthy body. They likely wish for my early demise to avoid the burden I represent. They intentionally open my window in the dead of winter. They pretend to forget about me for days, providing no food. They accidentally leave me in bustling streets." Shin Changhan halted, momentarily stunned. She had not truly forgotten but had forcibly buried these grievances deep within. She felt too weak, too insignificant to elicit concern from anyone, let alone to have someone willing to listen to her unfilial complaints about her parents. As Su Li listened to her words, her previously leisurely demeanor gradually shifted to one of seriousness, her brows subtly furrowing. She glanced at the silent Shin Changhan, who had lowered her head, and slowly placed her hand on the storage pouch at her side. Rather than offering comfort, she preferred to provide a straightforward and effective solution. With a flourish, she produced items from her storage pouch and placed them on the stone table, her voice suddenly imbued with vigor. "Take a look, choose whichever you desire." Shin Changhan had anticipated hearing typical admonishments about filial piety and the virtues of parental care, but Su Li's reaction exceeded all her expectations. She stared, bewildered, at the 3 items displayed on the stone table, turning to Su Li with cautious inquiry. "Senior, what are these?" Su Li, explaining from left to right with a light-hearted tone, said, "This is Huangquan Rue, a colorless and tasteless flower core capable of poisoning a cultivator with just 1 petal. If mixed into spiritual food, even a transformation stage cultivator would be oblivious. This is Huanquanji, which can entirely replace a cultivator's blood and bones, transforming them into a completely new person, devoid of any ties to their past." Shin Changhan's expression grew increasingly perplexed. "Are you suggesting?" Su Li supported her chin with one hand, smiling at her. "In the cultivation world, it is frowned upon to take action against one's parents. Regardless of their actions, the weight of parental ties can be both irksome and inescapable. Thus, you may first replace this lineage." Noticing Shin Changhan's nearly depleted strength, she paused for a moment, then added with a light chuckle, "And this Huangquan Rue is a gift for you. You may use it as you wish." She playfully winked. "Whatever you wish to do with it is entirely up to you." Shin Changhan, absorbing her words, gazed at the 2 spiritual treasures on the stone table in a daze. As she pondered, her eyes reflected a newfound sense of warmth and closeness, surpassing the respect she had previously held. "Senior, you truly are different from other cultivators." She realized that Su Li did not look down upon her, nor did she regard her with condescension or pity. Instead, she approached her with a playful jest, easing her burdens and helping her untangle the knots in her heart. Shin Changhan's lips curled into a faint smile. The presence of someone who could comprehend her plight and even wish to defend her brought her immense joy. She did not wish for Su Li to continue worrying about her affairs, so she playfully pointed to the last spiritual treasure, infusing her voice with a rare vibrancy. "Senior, what is this one?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Su Li turned her gaze toward the final treasure, which was a pill. The excitement that had previously colored her voice dissipated, and she languidly remarked, "That? It can grant you sweet dreams, where all your desires manifest, parental affection, countless resources." After speaking, she lazily added, "Do you like it? If you do, take it." Shin Changhan regarded the 3 treasures with a serious expression before shaking her head with a smile. "Senior, these treasures are indeed precious. It would be best for you to keep them." Su Li, hearing her response, glanced at her and replied, "To me, these are no different from weeds." She then questioned, tinged with curiosity, "Do you not wish to use them?" Shin Changhan looked at Su Li and solemnly shook her head. "Senior, thank you, but I believe I truly do not need these." A radiant smile illuminated her face. "Having their bloodline within me is not my fault. I need not squander your treasures for their mistakes. In the future, I wish to regard them as complete strangers, indifferent to their opinions and devoid of resentment for their actions. I will strive solely for my own goals. They are not worth my time." Shin Changhan refrained from mentioning her frail body, which barely allowed her to persist, and instead spoke earnestly of her aspirations. "Once I attain a higher level of cultivation, I shall leave the Shin family, armed only with my wooden sword to venture into the world. Although my talent is lacking, I have heard that comprehending sword intent does not require exceptional aptitude, perhaps." Listening to Shin Changhan's words, Su Li gazed at her with admiration, her voice imbued with awe. "You already possess the heart of a sword cultivator, pure and resilient." Chapter 34. Today marked the day when Shin Yuzhu, a prodigy of the Shin family, entered the Wanjian sect. The high-ranking members of the Shin family gathered inside the hall for the ceremony, while the lower-tier disciples and servants stood outside to observe. They listened intently to the commotion emanating from within, each person's mouth agape in shock, disbelief evident on their faces. What had they just heard? Shin Yuzhu's supposed innate sword body was not an inherent trait but rather transferred from Shin Changhan? How could this be possible? Was Shin Finga a fool? Both were his daughters. Why would he choose to swap the elder sister's constitution with that of the younger? Such a thankless task was not something even a fool would undertake. Yet, witnessing the Grand Elder's furious reprimand of Shin Finga, they could not help but believe it to a degree. If it were false, how could the Grand Elder be so incensed? Many among the crowd furtively glanced at Shin Changhan, who stood in the corner. Observing her tattered garments and frail frame evoked a tinge of pity in their eyes. So, everything Shin Yuzhu possessed, including her constitution, the adoration of the masses, and the family's resources, belonged to Shin Changhan? The disciples who had bullied Shin Changhan wore expressions of panic. If Shin Changhan truly possessed such prowess, once she garnered the elder's favor, she would surely seek retribution. Thus, when they heard Shin Finga declare that the constitution could not be restored, they discreetly sighed in relief. Among the Shin family, only a few lacked parental protection, Shin Changhan being one. Thus, many among those standing outside had previously taken out their grievances on her. As they breathed a sigh of relief, their gazes turned back to Shin Changhan, now laced with mockery. What if she possessed such remarkable talent? Lacking love from her own parents and deprived of her innate gifts, she was now even inferior to the ordinary side branches of the Shin family. Some individuals simply lacked fortune. Shin Changhan overheard all the conversations within the hall. She had once believed her parents had treated her as poorly as possible, that it could not worsen, and thus felt she could accept whatever they inflicted upon her. Yet, she had not anticipated that they had committed such an act. Their favoritism and disdain had existed since her birth. She was the true innate sword body. Clenching her teeth, Shun Changhan's hands tightened into fists, trembling from the exertion. The words exchanged in the hall etched themselves into her heart. The talent that belonged to her could never be reclaimed, and she would have to endure life in this nearly decrepit body. As she listened to the deliberations concerning benefits and detriments, feeling the scornful, pitying, and regretful gazes surrounding her, her heart felt as though it were encased in ice, devoid of any sensation. Gradually, she closed her eyes, allowing herself to be engulfed by darkness. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from within the hall, reaching her ears. Who says their constitutions cannot be restored? Shin Changhan abruptly opened her eyes, bewildered as she turned toward the source of the voice. There stood a figure, casually waving at her, their eyes devoid of pity or regret, calmly observing her. In a voice nearly indistinguishable from the previous day, they simply said, "Come here." Just 2 words. Yet Shin Changhan felt the surrounding clamor fade into silence, the earlier irritating noise evaporating. That was the senior. Without a shred of doubt regarding Su Li's words, Shin Changhan approached step by step, almost reverently, until she stood before Su Li, not casting a glance at anyone else. Her voice brimmed with gratitude and respect, underscored by an indelible trust. "Senior." She looked towards Su Li, while everyone else in the hall turned their attention toward her. This was the true innate sword body. The Grand Elder observed Shin Changhan's patched clothing, her frail form, and the scars visible on her wrists and ankles, turning his head away in compassion. This was undeniably the genius of the Shin family, a prodigy who should have flourished under the adulation of many, nurtured by abundant resources. Yet now, a mere glance was enough for him to discern that Shin Changhan had endured great hardship within the Shin family. Indeed, with parents intent on driving her to despair, a body weakened to the point of being unable to cultivate, and no protection from anyone in the Shin family, how could she possibly thrive? The mere fact that she had survived until now was a testament to her resilient spirit. The Grand Elder sighed inwardly, resigned. Even if Shin Changhan were to reclaim her innate sword body, it would likely have little bearing on the current state of the Shin family. As the Grand Elder lamented, Shin Finga, sprawled on the ground unable to rise, fixed her gaze on Shin Changhan with an intensity that resembled that of an enemy rather than a parent. Regret coursed through her for not having been ruthless enough to eliminate Shin Changhan earlier, while simultaneously she reassured herself. Shin Yuzhu and Shin Changhan's constitutions had long since merged into their very being. No one in the realm of cultivation could possibly restore their original natures. Casting a glance at Su Li, whose cultivation remained at the qi refinement stage, she felt somewhat reassured. She must be merely attempting to garner attention. At this moment, the focus on Su Li and Shin Changhan was not limited to the Shin family. All the disciples of the Wanjian sect were also intently watching the 2 figures, for they were witnessing the rare phenomenon of an innate sword body, an occurrence that transpired only once in a millennium. Among the entirety of the Wanjian sect, aside from the sword master who has been in seclusion, there exists no other individual with such exceptional innate talent. Moreover, upon observing Shin Changhan, one can discern her unwavering determination. Once her talent is restored, her future prospects are boundless. As for Su Li, does she truly possess the capability? Su Li paid no heed to the gazes of those around her. She looked at Shin Changhan's frail figure and instinctively furrowed her brow. The disciples of Wanjian sect, who were constantly observing her expressions, felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that something might go amiss. They then witnessed Su Li placing a spiritual fruit from the table into Shin Changhan's hands, her tone devoid of any tension, instead playfully teasing, "Once your talent is restored, remember to indulge in more delicacies." Shin Changhan stared at the spiritual fruit in her hands, blinking in disbelief, her voice barely above a whisper. "Senior, is it truly possible?" Observing her hopeful yet restrained demeanor, Su Li stood and lightly brushed her fingers across the top of Shin Changhan's head, saying gently, "I never speak falsehoods." However, Shin Changhan had many questions she wished to ask, such as why the senior was willing to assist her, the difficulties associated with the method of exchanging innate qualities, and more. Yet ultimately, she only posed a single inquiry. "Will this cause you any harm?" She bit her lip, gazing earnestly at Su Li, stubbornly awaiting her response. "You overestimate yourself." Su Li chuckled softly, shaking her head, a hint of helplessness in her heart. "Why is it that everyone is so foolish?" Closing her eyes, Su Li's voice took on an unusually gentle tone. Noticing Shin Changhan instinctively complying, she extended her right hand, her index finger slowly and lightly pressing against her chest. Su Li's fingertip gradually coalesced a faint essence of spiritual energy, colorless and formless, yet emanating an overwhelming pressure. She sensed the pulsating sword heart within Shin Changhan's chest, her voice imbued with a softness that spoke of equality among all beings. "Tell me, what is it that you desire?" Shin Changhan felt as though a faint flicker of flame had appeared before her closed eyes. Reflecting on her 20 years spent practicing swordsmanship on the back mountain, she articulated with conviction, "I wish to become a sword cultivator, wielding a long sword to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness." With each word, the radiance surrounding her grew stronger. Not far away, Shen Yuzhu emitted a mournful wail as the attributes not belonging to her, talent, bloodline, spirit veins, began to detach from her body. Shin Changhan felt a warm current flowing through her. Resolutely voicing the deepest desire of her heart, I wish to become the longsword that clears all obstacles for my senior. Wherever you are, regardless of right or wrong, good or evil, only you matter. You are the sole reason I wield my sword. In the past, her life had been sustained solely by the belief in sword practice through the darkness of her existence. However, now, she longed to use her sword to protect those she cherished. As her words concluded, an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted from her body, radiating outward. Even though the gathered individuals were all at least at the golden core stage, they could barely withstand such formidable sword energy with all their might. The violent sword energy spread from the hall, overturning the entire chamber as a stream of spiritual essence cascaded toward Shin Changhan. At the center of the sword energy, Su Li stood leisurely, her right index finger still resting against Shin Changhan's chest, her dark hair gently ruffled by the sword energy before settling softly. All the sword energy and spiritual essence seemed to be her devoted followers, carefully appeasing her. The spectators who struggled to stand gazed at the scene in a daze, feeling that Su Li resembled countless elusive paths, gentle yet omnipresent, yet powerful enough to be blinding. At that moment, the impact Su Li imparted upon them eclipsed even that of Shin Changhan, the one born with the sword body. Who exactly is this Su Li? Not only can she effortlessly restore the innate qualities of both Shin Changhan and Shin Yuzhu, but the overwhelming aura she exudes suggests she cannot simply be a cultivator at the third level of qi refinement. Is she perhaps a revered figure concealing her true prowess? Amid the crowd's confusion, Su Li slowly retracted her right hand. Observing Shin Changhan, who had regained her innate sword body, she recalled the words she had just spoken, exhaling a sigh of exasperation as she thought, why is it that everyone is so stubbornly alike? Senior, Shin Changhan opened her eyes. Still unaccustomed to her newly revitalized body filled with spiritual energy, instinctively, she turned to Su Li. Su Li languidly waved her hand. Go and familiarize yourself with your body. She leisurely returned to her previous seat amidst the gazes of all present, blinking innocently at the silent assembly. What are you all staring at me for? She gestured with her chin toward the center of the hall. Continue on. What is the point of only witnessing the beginning? One must also see the conclusion. Upon hearing Su Li's words, everyone instinctively shifted their gazes away from her, slowly redirecting their attention to the hall's center. Chapter 35. Within the Wanjian sect, all disciples who could hear the voice from beyond were left bewildered, frozen in place. The sect leader secretly drank the spirit wine of the third senior brother? Wasn't he the sect leader, typically the epitome of calmness and dignity? He often instructed them to remain unaffected by external temptations and to practice diligently. Doubts arose within the disciples regarding the authenticity of the voice from beyond. How could the sect leader commit such an act? And frame it onto the senior brother? Yen Su and Qi He, being direct disciples of Qi Ming, had spent hundreds of years with him and were well aware of his true nature. Thus, they did not doubt the veracity of the voice from beyond. This was something their master could certainly do. They collectively ceased their actions, casting sinister glances toward the flying vessel in the sky. On the vessel, Qi Ming glanced left and right, adeptly avoiding the gazes of the Wanjian sect disciples each time. He glanced at Shin Changhan, who was still unaware of his identity, and then at the vessel's owner, Su Li, offering a slightly ingratiating smile. How about we circle a few more times above Wanjian sect? I could introduce you both to the various spiritual peaks. Before he could finish his sentence, the vessel leisurely descended, coincidentally landing before Yen Su and Qi He, who had just ceased their quarrel. Qi Ming shifted his position, clearing his throat awkwardly, and adopted an authoritative demeanor, accusingly stating, as disciples of Wanjian sect, how could you engage in private disputes within the sect? Qi He was entirely unimpressed by this tactic. Duels among disciples were commonplace in Wanjian sect, and now their master resorted to such measures indicated his current unease. After Qi Ming finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and retorted, Master speaks wisely. So could you explain why there is the scent of my spirit wine on you? Beside him, Yen Su also bore a face of suppressed anger. Master, I too wish to know why you specifically instructed me to practice swordsmanship at the location where the third senior brother buried the spirit wine? To steal and frame him for it. This eldest and third senior brother are not fools? They discovered Qi Ming as the true culprit in just one encounter. So the intense battle between them earlier was due to personal grudges? Yen Su and Qi He stood frozen in place, hesitant to utter another word for fear of drawing attention from the mysterious voice from beyond. Particularly Qi He, recalling the words he had heard through the communication talisman that day, turned pale, his complexion a mosaic of hues, white, green, and black, evoking a comical sight. His lifelong reputation, his image as a genius, all gone. Meanwhile, Qi Ming suddenly appeared invigorated, smiling at his two disciples. Just as he was about to speak, a commotion erupted nearby. Yen Su and Qi He exhaled in relief and, without a second thought, declared, Master, there is some noise over there. I shall go investigate. Although Qi Ming regretted missing out on his disciples' secrets, he discreetly sighed with relief, thinking that the matter concerning the spirit wine had likely passed. He waved his hand, restoring the dignity of the sect leader. Go on. After addressing his disciples, he turned to Shen Changhan with a subtly ingratiating expression. Changhan, shall I take you to explore the Wanjian sect? Shen Changhan, having been attentive to Su Li's movements, noticed her curiosity directed towards the source of the quarrel and turned to Qiming earnestly. Sect leader, may I go and take a look? She pointed towards the direction where Yen Su and Qi He had departed. Without hesitation, Qiming replied, then let us proceed there at once. After a brief moment, he observed a figure in the crowd, and his body momentarily stiffened. He turned to Shen Changhan tentatively. Changhan, this seems rather dull. Shall I show you another area instead? Just then, the figure in the crowd raised their voice. Yuan Jian sect disciples have intentionally ruined the spirit sword I forged. Do you comprehend the extent of damage this causes to a craftsman? Once this reputation spreads, my title as a mid-level craftsman, Li Tiniu, will be shattered. A burly craftsman stood among the Wan Jian sect disciples, his rugged face reflecting an incongruous sense of grievance and indignation. Beside him stood an elderly man with white hair, frowning as he explained to the surrounding disciples. Yesterday, a disciple from the Wan Jian sect undertook a trial sword task from the Bai family, only to sever the sword I, Master Li, had forged with a single strike. They then left behind the words this sword is unfit and swaggered away with spirit stones. Hence the recent tarnishing of Master Li's reputation. Upon hearing this, Master Li's expression grew increasingly aggrieved. I have forged no less than 80 mid-level spirit swords, and not one has ever failed. I meticulously examined that broken sword. My craftsmanship is flawless. Clearly, there was an issue with the trial sword wielder. At this, he puffed out his bronze chest and declared loudly, I demand to confront that disciple directly. Su Li, having overheard their conversation, curiously opened the book of heavenly principles in her mind. This craftsman does not appear to be lying. Could it be that a peer disguised as a disciple of the Wan Jian sect sought trouble? Surely, it cannot be that the Wan Jian sect disciples are truly causing this chaos? Which sword cultivator would be so trivial as to do so? I must uncover the truth of the matter. Everyone was taken aback. A voice from beyond? Hasn't that phenomenon been absent for quite some time? A disciple of the Wan Jian sect breathed a sigh of relief. With the voice from beyond present, it can surely vindicate the disciples of the Wan Jian sect. At this moment, none of the disciples noticed the subtly complex expression of their esteemed sect leader. Qiming swiftly stepped forward, adopting a serious demeanor before the voice from beyond could speak. Since this is a matter instigated by the disciples of the Wan Jian sect, it is only right that we resolve it with utmost diligence. Let us discuss this in my cave dwelling. What a troublesome situation. This is actually the doing of the sect leader? Su Li reflected on the rumors she had previously encountered regarding the sect leader. Pausing momentarily, it seems rather unsurprising that he would engage in such actions. The Wan Jian sect disciples, having suffered 2 consecutive blows, were bewildered. How can this be possible? Their sect leader, who is so busy and has no grievances with this craftsman, how could he possibly commit such an act? Yet, recalling the earlier incident of their leader secretly partaking in the spirit wine of their third senior brother, a flicker of uncertainty surged within them. Could it be that their leader truly would not stoop to such levels? Li Tiniu and the steward of the Bai family stood frozen in disbelief. Who did this? The sect leader of the Wan Jian sect? Surely, they must have misheard. Su Li gazed at the words in the book of heavenly principles, exclaiming, Qiming truly has it tough. To cover a deficit of 620,000 spirit stones, he disguises himself as a disciple of the outer sect, taking on tasks for meager rewards. How could it be that others remain unaware of the Wan Jian sect's dire straits? Calculating, I realized that after the previous loss of 1,000 spirit stones, he now owes an additional 2,000. At this rate, in 100 years, the Wan Jian sect's 620,000 deficit would effortlessly swell to 700,000. Truly, he is the epitome of the Wan Jian sect, a role model for us all. The steward of the Bai family and Li Tiniu were utterly perplexed by the implications of the voice from beyond. What deficit? Has the Wan Jian sect fallen to the point where the sect leader must undertake tasks offering mere hundreds of spirit stones as reward? They turned in unison, their gazes towards Qiming imbued with an involuntary nuance. Feeling the peculiar scrutiny from those around him, Qiming nonchalantly brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulder, addressing the steward and Li Tiniu with an air of indifference. Yesterday, I was simply passing time and wished to observe the lives of the outer sect disciples. So I disguised myself as one to accept a task. As he spoke, a hint of apology flickered in his eyes. I did not anticipate causing you such great trouble. I shall take full responsibility and ensure you are duly compensated. Li Tiniu scratched his head in confusion. I still fail to grasp why the sect leader would treat my forged spirit sword in such a manner. Poor child, he is not targeting you at all. He merely clumsily forgot to conceal his own cultivation level, yet overlooked masking his sword intent. When he was asked to test the sword, he struck without a second thought, and that was the sword intent of a being in the integration stage. Although his cultivation was suppressed to golden core, that sword intent could easily obliterate even a high-level spirit sword. The key point is he remained oblivious to the oddity, even lamenting the poor quality of this spirit sword and deriding the craftsman's skills for quite some time. It was only last night during meditation that he suddenly realized something was amiss. After tossing and turning all night, He still hadn't figured out how to amend it when these two came looking for him. As Qiming listened to the unrestrained laughter emanating from the voice beyond, his countenance darkened momentarily. However, accustomed to such missteps, he quickly composed himself. Adopting a congenial demeanor, I simply forgot to rein in my sword energy, believing I was assisting my less capable disciples in their sword trials. Understanding dawned on Li Tinyu, who scratched his head in realization that the sect leader had not acted with malice. Thank you. Qiming nodded in acknowledgement to Li Tinyu, then beckoned to his second disciple. Quickly, go to the storeroom and prepare compensation for the two gentlemen. Then ensure that the surrounding townsfolk are properly informed of the entire situation to clear Master Li's name. He slightly raised his brows and suddenly, an aura of unyielding authority enveloped him. Xia Yi quickly suppressed a smile and responded with a bow, yes. After Xia Yi, along with the steward of the Bai family and Li Tinyu, departed, Qiming dismissed the disciples of the Wanjian sect gathered around, finally summoning the courage to glance at Shun Changhan, who had been observing the entire scene. Shun Changhan seemed hesitant, caught between words, ultimately exclaiming, indeed. What the senior said was entirely correct. The members of the Wanjian sect, even the sect leader, are rather peculiar. Qiming, feeling uncomfortable, rubbed his nose. His voice tinged with awkwardness. Today's unexpected events have been rather numerous. Typically, the Wanjian sect does not behave this way. Before he could finish, a flash of sword light cut through the air, accompanied by a chilling voice that echoed, Sect leader, do you know what I sacrificed to retain the head of the Yun family? I invested the Hao Tian stone that was meant for my life sword. Chapter 36, when Shun Changhan awakened on the spirit bed, enveloped by the abundant spiritual energy and warm surroundings, she momentarily felt disoriented, only to gradually realize that she had left the Shun family behind. No longer was she the Shun Changhan who could be bullied at will. Living in constant fear of death amidst the biting cold, she had reclaimed her innate sword body and successfully entered the Wanjian sect, becoming the sword cultivator she had always yearned to be. However, the memories of the past 30 years were too deeply etched in her mind. Even with her resolute spirit, she could not help but momentarily question, is all of this truly not a dream? This sentiment was very much akin to that of one on the brink of death, harboring the most beautiful yet unrealistic visions of the future. Feeling somewhat flustered, Shun Changhan swiftly rolled out of bed and hurried to the door, only to find, in the courtyard, a figure lazily basking in the sun on a reclining chair. Since the moment she encountered the senior, the latter had always appeared so leisurely and carefree. Shun Changhan pressed her lips together, a slight smile gracing her features, and her frantic heart began to settle. Even if this were merely a dream, as long as the senior was present, it would be a dream that could only progress towards a beautiful outcome. Just then, the languid figure in the courtyard turned to glance at her, speaking in a relaxed tone. What are you doing standing there? Upon hearing the familiar tone, Shun Changhan's eyes sparkled with amusement as she strode quickly to Su Li's side. Just as she was about to speak, she heard several waves of spiritual energy emanating from the entrance. A gentle voice called out, Changhan, may I come in? Shun Changhan, somewhat perplexed, looked towards the door, recognizing the voice as belonging to a certain peak master of the Wanjian sect from the previous day. She pressed her lips together, her gaze towards Su Li losing its softness and instead taking on a hint of cold indifference. Please come in. No sooner had she spoken than the wooden door of the courtyard swung open with a surge of spiritual energy and a throng of individuals poured in. Shun Changhan gazed at the crowded courtyard, astonished. There were simply too many people. Although her time spent with the senior was not extensive, she remembered the senior's preference for tranquility, often desiring solitude. With so many individuals present, the senior must feel quite uncomfortable, she thought. Just as she was about to muster the courage to ask these formidable figures to leave, she caught sight of the uncontainable excitement on Su Li's face. All of Shun Changhan's words were swallowed back, her eyes reflecting a rare confusion. Didn't the senior prefer solitude? Unaware of Shun Changhan's thoughts, Su Li beamed at the multitude of figures in the courtyard, her mood unusually buoyant. That morning, she had been fretting over the vastness of the Wanjian sect and the multitude of sword cultivators, unsure of where to begin her observations. Now, however, with so many ripe opportunities before her, she felt as though she could indulge herself in gossip to her heart's content. As she pondered who to observe first, Qiming was also casting a furtive gaze at the retreating figures, feeling rather uneasy. As the sect leader, he had been unceremoniously pushed to the back by the elders and peak masters. Gritting his teeth, he inwardly cursed. Every time a sect meeting was called, these individuals always had a litany of excuses for not attending: sick children, unwell disciples, sudden moments of enlightenment. Yet now, with the arrival of the innate sword body at the Wanjian sect, none of those issues seemed to matter. They arrived faster than they did for their monthly allowances. Elder Yunqing, who had been traveling for 7 years, Shen Yunan, who had remained in a small secret realm for 50 years, the peak master of Yujing Peak with his family in tow, the peak master of Taihua Peak accompanied by his disciples, and someone unfamiliar. Wait, why does that person look so familiar? Qiming's gaze suddenly fixed on a figure in the corner, whose appearance was rather mundane, and whose spiritual energy was ordinary. Yet his eyes widened in recognition. It was the Sword Elder. Even though he had concealed his appearance and disguised his energy and form, Qi Ming would never mistake that expression of someone indebted to him for spirit stones. With this realization, Qi Ming felt a surge of anger, his voice booming. Sword Elder. It has been nearly 50 years since I last saw you. Today, I finally meet you. Although his words were meant to convey camaraderie, they inadvertently carried an undertone of barely restrained fury, as if he longed to give the Sword Elder a good thrashing. Upon hearing Qi Ming's voice, the Sword Elder was taken aback, instinctively lifting his foot to flee. However, just as his left foot rose, it was elegantly pressed back down by another foot, as Shen Yunan's voice, chillingly gentle, interjected, Elder, what do you intend to do about the spirit stones you owe me from 30 years ago? The Sword Elder coughed lightly, slowly retracting his foot, but when he raised his head, he was met with a dozen pairs of piercing eyes fixated upon him, each one seemingly inscribed with the words, return the spirit stones. A sense of frustration welled up within him. He should have sought out Shin Changhan the night before. With so many people gathered today, the likelihood of being recognized by his creditors had undoubtedly increased. Clearing his throat, he shed his disguise, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Yet, his voice was jarringly sycophantic. It has been too long since I've seen you all. I've missed you greatly. Indeed, we would like to see you. But you only emerge once every 50 years during the opening of the Wanjian tomb. The rest of the time, you are nowhere to be found. Someone interjected. I do make frequent visits to the sect, he replied nonchalantly, but it seems that I and Elder Shen have been fated to miss each other. Is that so? Ha ha ha. To evade his creditors, the Sword Elder disguises himself every time he returns. Last time, he pretended to be a female cultivator seeking a heartless man at the Wanjian sect. Ha ha ha. It turns out that nearly everyone in the Wanjian sect is after the Sword Elder for spirit stones. If he didn't disguise himself, he could be dragged out of his cave in the dead of night. Ha! How many spirit stones does he owe? The forced calm on the Sword Elder's face shattered, replaced by palpable fear. Why is the voice from beyond the heavens here? Hasn't she been in hiding for quite some time? Truly, calamity struck when it rains. At that moment, Qi Ming finally squeezed his way to the front of the Sword Elder, gritting his teeth. So it was you all along. He had harbored suspicions all along but had not anticipated the Sword Elder's audacity to cross-dress. In a fleeting moment of distraction, he had lost track of the Sword Elder. Now, with so many witnesses present, he would see how the Sword Elder could escape. Su Li glanced at the myriad of angry expressions directed at the Sword Elder and felt an overwhelming curiosity. How many spirit stones does he owe these people? They look at him as if he has slain their fathers. Let me see. Owes the sect leader 500 spirit stones? Having accumulated a debt of 800 spirit stones to the master of Taihua Peak? Owing 300 spirit stones to Shin Yuanan? Su Li raised her gaze to the faces of her creditors, etched with profound indignation, and fell into an unusual silence. Previously, in the book of Heavenly Dao, she had encountered debts amounting to hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of spirit stones. 300 or 500. Such trifles barely scratched the surface. Upon unexpectedly discovering debts that did not even reach the 1,000 mark, she found herself at a loss for an appropriate expression. Unbeknownst to these creditors, Su Li harbored her own thoughts. They listened intently as the voice from beyond spoke of the spirit stones owed by the Elder of the Sword, each of them wearing an expression of deep anguish. After all, 300, 500, or 800 spirit stones could easily purchase a gem adornment for their spirit swords. The Elder of the Sword surveyed the tightly packed crowd, realizing there was no escape, and silently prayed that the voice from beyond would quickly lose interest in him. His glance inadvertently fell upon his tattered storage bag. Alas, the voice from beyond did not grant his wish. What do I see? The voice chimed in. This Elder of the Sword has just completed a task escorting a scion of a noble family to the misty forest. The Elder's complexion suddenly paled, and he instinctively covered his storage bag with both hands. TSK, he has earned nearly 10,000 spirit stones. He had his eye on a gilded sword sheath costing 8,188 spirit stones, but has yet to pay. Who says sword cultivators lack wealth? This single task yields thousands upon thousands of spirit stones. The voice from beyond, seemingly recalling something, shifted its tone. The Shun Qian sect, which owes over 100 million spirit stones, is currently thriving, while this Elder of the Sword. Such a paltry sum of spirit stones. This time, he cannot evade repayment. All the creditors present looked at the Elder of the Sword with gleaming eyes. Shun Yuanan, with a friendly demeanor, wrapped an arm around his neck, completely shedding the menacing expression he had earlier donned for debt collection. Elder, will you return the spirit stones you owe? Or shall I take matters into my own hands? Half a stick of incense later, all the creditors, clutching their spirit stones, departed from the Elder of the Sword with satisfaction. Shen Yuanan cheerfully invited him out for drinks. Elder, let us share a drink next time we meet. The Elder of the Sword, ignoring his words, sorrowfully clutched his storage bag, tears welling in his eyes. His beloved sword had endured countless trials by his side for centuries, and now he simply wished to procure a more splendid sheath for it. Little did he expect that he would find himself gazing longingly at his spirit sword, silently resolving, tomorrow, I shall undertake another task. I must acquire that sheath. At that moment, the voice from beyond interjected. The Elder of the Sword still owes numerous spirit stones to various noble families? They seem to have caught wind of something and are hastening here. Master, I suddenly recall I have urgent matters to attend to. The elder of the sword swiftly ascended into the air, exclaiming, "See you in several decades." Yet, barely 300 meters into his flight, he was firmly grasped by a figure. "Elder, it's been a long time." Su Li observed the two in midair, their familiarity bordering on hostility, and coldly remarked, "This individual is a debtor of 999 spirit stones." The Wan Sword sect truly is so stingy with spirit stones that it's disheartening. But speaking of which, what is this gathering about? The disciples of the Wan Sword sect finally regained their senses, recalling their original intention for being there. They had audaciously quarreled about spirit stones right before the innate sword body. However, they were spirit stones after all. They hoped the earlier commotion would not adversely affect the innate sword body as perception of the Wan Sword sect. Meanwhile, Qiming's thoughts were particularly peculiar. Fortunately, Shun Changhan has already joined the Wan Sword sect. Even if he wished to flee, it would be too late. Shun Changhan stood in a daze, having witnessed the dramatic debt collection, his youthful countenance reflecting confusion and bewilderment. Chapter 37. Unyielding in taking Shun Changhan as a disciple after rescuing his disciple. Qiming shamelessly returned. The master of Taihua Peak is not worth mentioning. It's as if misfortune has taken residence in him. His luck has been utterly dismal lately. His eldest disciple, Qiao Tseng, has returned from every task these past few days covered in injuries. It seems many disciples of Taihua Peak have recently encountered a bottleneck? What a coincidence. Listening to the voice from beyond, everyone furrowed their brows, turning their gazes toward Lin Yulwan, each bearing an air of authority and scrutiny. The master of Taihua Peak directed a piercing stare at his particularly favored disciple. At that moment, he disregarded his own recent misfortunes and immediately recalled his second disciple, Tang Qiuyu, who possessed a sword bone. What had initially been a simple task turned into an unexpected encounter with a spirit beast riot, resulting in injuries to her meridians, from which she had yet to recover. As he contemplated this, a fierce fury ignited in his eyes. He glared at Lin Yulwan, questioning with deliberate intensity. "Lin Yulwan, is your sister's injury related to you?" Lin Yulwan, feeling the weight of the powerful gazes from the Wan Sword sect, and hearing the thunderous inquiry from the master of Taihua Peak, felt her legs weaken, crashing heavily to the ground. "Master, what are you saying? I don't understand." She knelt, feigning calmness, yet her voice quivered with an undeniable tremor of panic. "Didn't my sister sustain injuries due to the spirit beast riot? How could it possibly be related to me?" The master of Taihua Peak, upon hearing her continued denial, found no trace of the previous affection in his gaze, which turned icily cold, as if he were facing an adversary capable of drawing his sword. "Lin Yulwan, if my memory serves me right, shortly after Qiuyu was injured, your cultivation level advanced to foundation establishment." As he spoke, a hint of scorn flickered in his eyes. "At that time, I believed you had diligently practiced, breaking through the constraints of your talent, and I took pride in you for quite some time. In retrospect, when has the Wan Sword sect ever lacked diligent disciples?" He gritted his teeth, his voice laced with uncontainable regret. "Did you ascend precisely because you siphoned Qiuyu's fortune? Thus, Qiuyu sustained such severe injuries to her meridians that no matter how many precious materials I used, I could not restore her?" He had failed to realize that he had allowed his second disciple to remain in the presence of such a petty individual capable of stealing fortunes for far too long. Su Li, listening to the master of Taihua Peak, raised an approving eyebrow. This master of Taihua Peak, though seemingly foolish, has suddenly become astute. "Isn't this the result of your good disciple's misdeeds? Originally, though Tang Qiuyu's injuries were severe, with careful nurturing, she wouldn't be unable to wield a sword for decades. Yet Lin Yulwan, with nothing better to do, visited Tang Qiuyu, siphoning her fortune, preventing her recovery, while maintaining a facade of admiration for her sister, earning a reputation for loyalty. TSK, this is the proverbial weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year." The master of Taihua Peak could no longer contain himself and struck Lin Yulwan fiercely, each word dripping with sorrow. "She is your sister. It was she who pleaded with me to accept you as my disciple. It was she who, recognizing your lack of talent, reserved many spiritual treasures for you. It was she who, seeing you struggle to keep up with my teachings, dedicated herself to revising sword techniques with you every day. Your sister has treated you with such kindness. How could you dare commit such a heinous act?" He pointed at Lin Yulwan, his hand trembling with fury. Lin Yulwan covered her face with one hand, raising her gaze to meet the disdainful and contemptuous stares of those around her. She understood that no matter what she said or how she attempted to justify herself, they would not believe her. The panic in her eyes gradually dissipated as she glared at the master of Taihua Peak, her voice laced with malice. "Yes. It was Tang Qiuyu who made me take your name as my master, so what of it? My talents are lacking, and no one respects me, especially you, my esteemed master." There was no trace of remorse on her face. Instead, she shifted all blame onto others. "You all treat Tang Qiuyu like a treasure, showering her with sword techniques and magical artifacts, yet I have been left with nothing. Is it simply because she possesses greater talent while I do not?" Reflecting on Tang Qiuyu, who could only lie in bed now, she laughed maniacally. "What good is having a sword bone if she is now a waste? I am the one who is truly exceptional. Upon hearing her accusations, Suli could not help but shake her head in disbelief, lamenting inwardly. Without Tang Chuyu, Lin Yulwan would struggle to even enter the inner sanctum of the Wanjian sect, let alone become a disciple under the master of Taihua Peak. Truly, the gratitude of a grain of rice breeds enmity over a handful. She then glanced at the words inscribed in the book of Heavenly Dao, her gaze flickering back to Lin Yulwan, curious about the thickness of her skin. You claim to have received nothing? Your master, despite his impoverished state, has still managed to bestow upon you such treasures. How can you assert that he has given you nothing? Though the master of Taihua Peak may lack eloquence, he has indeed treated his disciples well. Even if Lin Yulwan's talent is poor, he has diligently instructed her, striving to enhance her cultivation. What a pity it is to have nurtured such an ingrate. Lin Yulwan listened to the voice from beyond, her face devoid of any guilt or regret, and she retorted angrily at the master of Taihua Peak. I am your disciple. A portion of your treasures is rightfully mine. Yet you always give me the scraps. Xiao Cheng and Tang Chuyu are your favored disciples. Such a cynical and unreasonable character, I cannot help but feel she has committed numerous heinous acts. Suddenly, Lin Yulwan halted her accusations, her previous anger replaced by terror. Could the voice from beyond truly know the long-buried secrets of her past? If they uncovered the deeds she had committed, it would spell her doom. She opened her mouth, desperate to speak, but was silenced by the master of Taihua Peak sealing her voice. Everyone furrowed their brows, eager to learn of the wickedness Lin Yulwan had perpetrated. Hiss, Suli gasped, reading the words in the book of Heavenly Dao, her breath hitching. At the age of 5, Lin Yulwan discovered her unique constitution, causing her brother's death, and subsequently, she unexpectedly came into wealth. After the demise of a dozen children in her village, she awakened her spiritual roots. Ultimately, she set fire to the entire village and was taken to Shuangjin City by a passing rogue cultivator, transitioning from a dilapidated mountain village to a grand city of cultivation. At that moment, she realized she could absorb the fortunes of others without lifting a finger, and she lay in wait, silent. Since then, she has never needed to act directly, yet countless individuals have lost their cultivation, or even their lives due to her actions. The master of Taihua Peak, upon hearing the litany of Lin Yulwan's crimes, could no longer contain himself. Gathering his spiritual energy, he struck down with a palm. You beast. The others glared at her with fury, ready to act. Lin Yulwan had caused the deaths of so many, including her own kin. How could such a disciple, one who employed treacherous means to harm others, exist within the Wanjian sect? A disgrace indeed. As the master's attack bore down on Lin Yulwan, a protective talisman suddenly erupted with brilliant light, shielding her from harm. Qi Ming, observing the scene, furrowed his brow. Is that the protective talisman of the Qin family? Lin Yulwan and the Qin family. Before he could finish his thought, a frantic figure zipped through the air, positioning itself in front of Lin Yulwan and shielding her from harm. Chen Xiao, having sensed that the protective jade talisman gifted to Lin Yulwan had activated its defenses, rushed to her side. Upon realizing that the one attacking Lin Yulwan was her master, the Taihua Peak leader, his eyes filled with shock and reproach. Master, have you lost your mind? Why would you strike so harshly at Wanner? She is your disciple. Qi Ming, taken aback by Chen Xiao's sudden appearance, stepped forward a couple of paces, his brow knitted in confusion. Chen Xiao, what is your relationship with Lin Yulwan? Chen Xiao was the youngest son of the Qin family patriarch and was favored greatly. Logically, he and Lin Yulwan should have had little interaction. Why then did he appear so emotionally invested? Kneeling, Chen Xiao gently lifted the fallen Lin Yulwan, cradling her against him. When questioned by Qi Ming, he did not respond but instead rebuked, Sect Master Qi, how can you, as the leader of the Wanjian sect, allow a disciple to be treated this way? Qi Ming contemplated the recent troubles faced by the Qin family and observed Chen Xiao's intimate demeanor with Lin Yulwan, a suspicion arising in his mind. His expression grew serious. Chen Xiao, do you know of the wicked deeds Lin Yulwan has committed? You are the sect master of the Wanjian sect. How can you unjustly accuse a disciple of the sect without cause? Chen Xiao retorted, his face reflecting indignation on behalf of Lin Yulwan. Wanner is beautiful and kind-hearted. She is always benevolent toward others. It was she who risked her life to save mine. How could such a virtuous girl commit any wrongdoing? Su Li, listening to his heartfelt words, blinked with curiosity. Since Chen Xiao and Lin Yulwan shared such a close bond, she flipped through the book of Heavenly Dao, nodding in agreement with her findings. The Qin family's luck has indeed been rather poor of late. Chen Xiao stood frozen in place. Voice from beyond? How did you come to be in the Wanjian sect? The high-ranking artifact master of the Qin family was eager to recruit departed due to an inexplicable dispute. Recently, the Qin family storeroom was burglarized, with the culprit being a spirit rat. How remarkable that a second-tier spirit rat could bypass numerous formations to reach the storeroom. Upon reaching this point, she glanced up at Chen Xiao. This Chen Xiao has had it worse, having purchased counterfeit goods 3 times from the reputable Duo Bao Pavilion. Oh, and just the other day, he was inexplicably attacked, only for the assailant to realize they had struck the wrong person. Haha. Chen Xiao listened to the voice from beyond, utterly baffled. The Qin family's luck has been somewhat lacking lately, but is that truly noteworthy enough for the voice from beyond to mention? The Qin family is a 1,000-year-old lineage. Experiencing some ups and downs is entirely normal. Once this period passes, fortune will surely return, and they will thrive once more. Feeling the quickened breath of the person in his arms, he pushed all other thoughts aside, leaning down to gaze at Lin Yulwan with deep concern and affection. Chapter 38. The next day, Qi Ming remained undeterred, his desire to take Shen Changhan as a disciple growing ever stronger. After all, he was a natural sword body, the most likely candidate to become the backbone of the next generation of the Wanjian sect. As for the secrets he had inadvertently exposed before Shen Changhan, were not others equally vulnerable? Thus, he commanded that no member of the Wanjian sect should disturb Shen Changhan during her recuperation at Xianlin Peak, while he secretly made his way to the peak himself. Claiming that he would help Shen Changhan familiarize herself with the Wanjian sect. Upon believing he had concealed his presence adequately and descended the peak with Shen Changhan and Su Li, he was met by a throng of people who had been waiting at the foot of the mountain for quite some time. The master of Yujing Peak stood nearby, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Qi Ming. Sect Master, we have strictly adhered to your commands and have not set foot on Xianlin Peak. Nor have we disturbed Chenghen's rest. Even Qi Ming, with his thick skin, felt a blush rise to his cheeks at the mocking expressions of the crowd. However, as the leader of the Wanjian sect, he was accustomed to such grand spectacles. In an instant, he regained his composure, donning an air of authority and calm. He understood that these individuals could not be dismissed, and considering his initial misstep, he sighed silently in his heart and adopted a friendly demeanor. Since esteemed elders and peak masters are all present, might we take this opportunity to accompany Changhan in familiarizing herself with the Wanjian sect? Xin Yun, ever the affable one, readily agreed, as it is the sect master's wish. I shall comply. With that, he cheerfully positioned himself beside Shen Changhan. The others, seeing this, quickly responded and joined in the gathering.
Moments latte.
Qi Ming gazed at the dense cluster of individuals, inhaling deeply to maintain a serene expression before leading everyone in a tour of the Wanjian sect. They ventured into the area where disciples attended lessons, as he walked alongside Shen Changhan and Su Li, amiably explaining the various spirit peaks of the Wanjian sect. As the sect master, regardless of temperament, he possessed a sincere passion for the Wanjian sect. Shen Changhan listened attentively, nodding occasionally. No longer did she fear that everything was merely a dream. In the company of her mentor, she felt an unparalleled sense of peace, no matter what transpired. In her time at the Shin family, her happiest moments were spent listening to tales of the Wanjian sect recounted by wandering cultivators.
Now,
Her joy stemmed from the ability to explore the Wanjian sect alongside her mentor. It was wonderful that her mentor also cherished the Wanjian sect. Just then, she caught sight of a somewhat awkwardly walking swordsman nearby, whose gait seemed peculiar. As their eyes met, the swordsman hastily quickened his pace and vanished from her sight. A flicker of confusion arose within her. Should not a swordsman's foundation be steady? In her moment of uncertainty, Shen Changhan instinctively turned to the leisurely strolling Su Li beside her and quietly inquired, "Senior, what is wrong with that swordsman? Is he unwell?" The faces of those privy to the situation changed in unison upon hearing her question. Such disciples had become a common sight in the Wanjian sect of late, even among some elders and peak masters. Yet how could they explain this to Shen Changhan? At that moment, Su Li lazily glanced at the swordsman she referred to, her expression suddenly shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. By the looks of it, he has likely just undergone castration and taken a rejuvenation pill, cough cough, and is still unaccustomed to his new anatomy. She paused momentarily, then patted Shen Changhan's shoulder. Your time at the Wanjian sect has been too brief. You will understand in due time. Shen Changhan, listening to Su Li's words, blinked in bewilderment. Is this a secret of the Wanjian sect? Why must I wait to learn the reason? However, she had never doubted Su Li's words and nodded earnestly. I shall heed my senior. At her response, Qi Ming and the others from the Wanjian sect subtly exhaled in relief. Although Shen Changhan had witnessed countless secrets since her arrival, the matter of nearly every male swordsman engaging in self-abuse with their life swords was indeed too delicate to broach. Even if Shen Changhan were well-versed in the world, she might struggle to accept such a proclivity. With this thought in mind, Qi Ming feigned calmness and shifted the topic. Changhan, you have now met most of the peak masters and elders of the Wanjian sect. Only 2 elders are currently away on their travels and have yet to return. They are the most distinguished guest elders of the sect, possessing exceptional swordsmanship, with Elder Ji being particularly renowned for his talents. Shen Changhan's attention was piqued, her curiosity evident as she turned to Qi Ming, while Su Li raised an eyebrow, her previously languid demeanor now imbued with interest. Listening to Qi Ming's words, Shen Yun and recalled his friend, a hint of nostalgia and admiration filling his eyes. Elder Ji is one of the most outstanding swordsmen in the cultivation world over the past century. At not yet 200 years of age, his sword skills have reached an unparalleled level. Although his cultivation has yet to reach the divine transformation stage, he can hold his own against even the mightiest of those at that level. In terms of swordplay, few in the Wanjian sect can rival him. The master of Yujing Peak, standing beside him, readily concurred. Indeed, Elder Ji not only possesses extraordinary talent, but also exhibits an unparalleled character. Born in the wilderness, he had no means to access cultivation or swordplay, facing countless hardships in his youth to reach his current stature. A person devoid of lineage and resources, who even struggled to satisfy his hunger, has surmounted challenges that many scions of noble families could scarcely imagine. To merely describe his resolve as steadfast would be a gross understatement. Listening to their discourse, Shin Changhan could not help but feel a burgeoning respect. So, Elder Ji is truly impressive. Is he currently away on his travels? She turned to Qiming, curiosity glimmering in her eyes, wondering when he might return to the Wanjian sect. Upon hearing her question, Qiming shook his head with a hint of helplessness. If Elder Ji does not disclose his whereabouts, it is likely that no one else would know. Is it because Elder Ji ventures into perilous locales? Shin Changhan inquired, a note of perplexity in her voice. He traverses the cultivation world in search of someone. Shen Yun and interjected with a soft sigh, and he has been searching for nearly a century, yet alas, to no avail. Originally finding the tale of Elder Ji somewhat tedious, Su Li's interest was piqued by this revelation. Who is he searching for? His savior, Shen Yun and explained, his tone imbued with a sense of nostalgia. Hearing this, Su Li's interest surged, her excitement barely contained. What savior? Taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm, Shen Yun hesitated for a moment. When Elder Ji was young, he offended a scion and was nearly beaten to death in public. It was a little girl who saved him and helped him heal. Had it not been for that girl, Elder Ji might have perished in that frigid winter. And then? Su Li tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. After Elder Ji acquired the means to protect himself, he sought to find the little girl who once saved him, but her family moved, and no one knows where she is now, Shin Yun succinctly summarized. So, Elder Ji has been searching for a savior for nearly a century? Su Li propped her chin on her hand, deep in thought. It sounds as though this is no ordinary savior. Could it be that Elder Ji developed deep feelings for the girl when he was saved? Not at all. Shin Yun shook his head, clarifying for his friend, Elder Ji seeks the savior not only to repay his youthful debt, but also because of his sword intent. Elder Ji's sword intent, swift in avenging grievances, remains extraordinarily fierce, yet he finds himself indebted to others, hindering his breakthrough. At that moment, everyone sensed a sharp and unrestrained sword aura emanating from above the Wanjian sect. Qiming gazed at the spiritual energy settling on Xianin Peak, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Has Elder Ji returned to the Wanjian sect? The master of Yujing Peak beside him squinted, uncertainly commenting, did I just see a young lady accompanying Elder Ji? The unexpected return of Elder Ji to the Wanjian sect sparked a wave of curiosity among the onlookers, who exchanged glances, filled with gossiping intrigue. Qiming, observing their expressions, cleared his throat and turned to Shin Changhan, tentatively inquiring, Changhan, would you like to visit Elder Ji at Xianin Peak? Shin Changhan instinctively glanced at Su Li beside her, who appeared visibly excited. It seems our senior intends to visit Xianin Peak. Without hesitation, she turned and replied, absolutely. Upon arriving at Xianin Peak, GCI had just descended from his spirit sword, and the disciples gathered excitedly, bowing respectfully. Elder Ji, you have finally returned. Elder, I shall attend to the cleansing of your cave dwelling. At that moment, the disciples of the Wanjian sect noticed the presence of the young lady beside him, curiously asking, Elder, may I inquire about this young lady accompanying you? GCI slightly turned his head, casting a fleeting soft gaze upon her with his otherwise indifferent face. This is the lady I have sought for 100 years, my savior from youth. He raised his gaze, his eyes imbued with a resolute sword intent, addressing everyone with deliberate clarity. She is my life-saving benefactor, whom I have sought for a century. From this day forth, her wishes are my own. A resounding chorus of affirmation echoed from all the disciples at Xianin Peak. Young Master Ji. The enchanting Zheng Yuanning looked at him, her eyes brimming with affection. Is this truly the Wanjian sect? GCI, meeting her vulnerable gaze, felt an unfamiliar sensation arise within him. Was the little girl who once saved him truly of such temperament? Yet, he quickly reassured himself, 100 years can unconsciously change a person, and considering the grievous injuries he sustained at that time, perhaps his memories were slightly distorted. With that thought, he softened his gaze once more. This is the Lingfeng where my cave dwells. Just then, several streams of spiritual energy abruptly halted at Xianin Peak. GCI instinctively shielded Zheng Yuanning behind him. Turning to face the visitors, warmth flickered in his eyes as he clasped his hands in greeting. Sect Master, esteemed elders, and Peak Masters, it has been a long time. Chapter 39. After Shin Yunin extolled Jian Yunzi, his expression gradually sobered, a hint of sighing reflected in his eyes. He tilted his head slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. It is a pity, though, that Elder Jian's life has been fraught with tribulations. Upon hearing his words, the other members of the Wanjian sect fell silent. Observing Shin Changhan's puzzled expression, the master of Yujing Peak shook his head with a sigh, explaining, in his youth, Elder Jian had a devoted wife and a remarkably talented daughter. Alas, due to an unforeseen accident, Elder Jian's hair turned white overnight. Later on, Elder Jian managed to adjust his mindset and took on a disciple. As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly forlorn. He was exceptionally kind to his disciples. But unfortunately, Su Li turned her head, her expression complex. Did this disciple also perish? The master of Yujing Peak averted his gaze, sighing. Jiang Ting was once the most gifted disciple of the Wanjian sect. Countless people anticipated her growth. Sadly, the world of cultivation is ever-changing, fraught with peril, and unforeseen circumstances are bound to arise. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunan's face mirrored a tinge of sorrow. Since Jiang Ting's demise, I have not seen Elder Jian smile again. Su Li cast a faint glance around at the mournful expressions of those nearby, her brows subtly furrowing. His wife and daughter have perished, and now his disciple too? Is Jian Yunzi destined to bring misfortune to those around him? Moreover, she felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. As she contemplated opening the book of heaven to uncover the past, a gentle stream of spiritual energy quietly entered their midst. Sect Master, esteemed elders and peak masters, it has been a long time. Su Li lifted her head at the sound, beholding a figure with flowing, white hair. This individual bore a gentle and composed visage, exuding little aggression, with a serene presence that seemed infused with a sense of tranquility, enhanced by his white hair, which lent him an aura not typically associated with sword cultivators. Yet, she still found something peculiar about him. The others in the Wanjian sect also recognized his presence. Qi Ming stepped forward, chuckling teasingly. Elder Jian, your stealth has become increasingly remarkable. If you hadn't spoken, we might not have noticed your presence at all. Sect Master. You jest, Jian Yunzi replied with a respectful bow. Elder Jian has just returned to the Wanjian sect today. Why not rest properly at your peak? Shen Yunan observed Jian Yunzi's attire, still unrefreshed from his journey, and realized he had come directly upon arriving. He recalled that Elder Jian was one of those who valued appearance greatly. Suppressing his curiosity, he grinned playfully. Could it be that Elder Jian missed me and sensed my presence, prompting you to come find me? Upon hearing his words, Jian Yunzi feigned a look of resignation, his tone gentle. I merely saw the sect master and esteemed elders gathered here upon returning from Yu Jian, and thought to greet you all. In response to his reply, Qi Ming cheerfully patted his shoulder. Your timing is impeccable. Changhan has yet to choose a master and is temporarily residing at your Xianlin Peak. Continuing, he gestured towards Shen Changhan's direction. Changhan, this is Elder Jian Yunzi. Shen Changhan bowed respectfully. Greetings, Elder Jian. Jian Yunzi gently assisted her to her feet with his spiritual energy, pausing momentarily before suppressing all emotion and speaking softly. Good child. Changhan is the newly accepted disciple with a natural sword body, isn't she? He then turned to Qi Ming, though his expression remained serious. His tone lightened with warmth. Could it be that the sect master, seeing my solitary plight, specifically sought out such a talented disciple for me? Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Jian Yunzi and tentatively asking, Elder Jian, are you considering taking on a disciple? Just feeling a bit too solitary. Changhan is already at Xianlin Peak, which might also be fate, Jian Yunzi mused, casting a glance at the tassel on his destined sword. His voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. After all these years, I should attempt to let go. Qi Ming, upon hearing this, shook his head with a sense of melancholy, though I have always wished to take Shen Changhan as my disciple. If Jian Yunzi truly intends to do so, I shall not contest it. After a century, Jian Yunzi finally seemed inclined to accept a disciple, and as the sect master, Qi Ming felt he could not dampen his spirits at this moment. Most importantly, Jian Yunzi's swordsmanship was unparalleled. Should he accept Shen Changhan as his disciple, she would receive dedicated guidance. With that thought, he raised his gaze to the expressions of those present. When he noticed even the master of Yujing Peak, who was most eager to take Shen Changhan as a disciple, nodding in approval, he felt a resolution forming within. Since Elder Jian has expressed the intention to take on a disciple, as the sect master, I shall undoubtedly support him. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qi Ming beamed at Jian Yunzi, yet whether he could become Changhan's master still depended on her consent. Upon hearing this, Jian Yunzi subtly furrowed his brow. It seemed that the Wanjian sect truly valued Shen Changhan, allowing her the choice of a mentor. He quickly masked all emotions with a gentle demeanor and earnestly nodded at Qi Ming, acknowledging his words. Turning to Shen Changhan, he asked warmly, Changhan, would you like to take me as your master? If you agree, you will be my sole disciple henceforth. Though I may appear strict, I am willing to impart all that I have learned. Hearing this, Shen Yunan could not help but chuckle, remarking, Elder Jian, you dare to describe yourself as strict? After accepting Jiang Ting as a disciple, you showered her with affection, often going to great lengths to persuade her to rest when her sword practice extended too long. If you are considered strict, then there wouldn't be a single lenient master in the entire Wanjian sect. Before he could finish, a familiar voice rang out from above. Indeed, there is something amiss with Jian Yunzi. Jian Yunzi's expression momentarily stiffened, and he paused. Had the voice from beyond returned to the Wanjian sect? Sensing the sudden shift in the gazes of those around him, he slowly withdrew his outstretched hand toward Shen Changhan. In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Yet he chose to remain composed, standing still as he prepared to face whatever developments might arise. Beside him, Shen Yunan was taken aback, doubting his own hearing. How could Elder Jian be anything but proper? However, trusting the voice from beyond, he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Shen Changhan. Placing a hand on Jian Yunzi, he casually remarked, Elder Jian, why the haste? Changhan has always been at the Wanjian sect, she won't run away. Jian Yunzi concealed all emotions and feigned a wry smile. I am simply too anxious. having just returned to the Wanjian sect. I will first change my attire at Xianlin Peak, and then we shall celebrate together. He gently shrugged off Shen Yunan's hand and declared, I must take my leave. Just as he lifted his foot, the voice from beyond echoed with shock. Jiang Ting was actually killed by Jian Yunzi. The members of the Wanjian sect gasped in disbelief. Shen Yunan, closest to Jian Yunzi, felt his gaze sharpen, fiercely gripping Jian Yunzi's wrist. Elder Jian should remain here. I wish to reminisce with you. As he spoke, the others from the Wanjian sect subtly fanned out, blocking all potential escape routes for Jian Yunzi. The voice from beyond had never been wrong, and Jian Yunzi's reaction was decidedly suspicious. Su Li looked up, oblivious to the tension in the air. Observing Shen Yunan's familiar posture with Jian Yunzi, she assumed their relationship was amicable. Reflecting on the content she had read from the Book of Heaven, she could not help but exclaim, how truly one can know a face but not the heart. Jian Yunzi has masqueraded as a benevolent master for 50 years, deceiving everyone into believing he regarded Jiang Ting as a daughter. Yet, who could fathom that Jiang Ting did not perish within the secret realm, but rather at the hands of her most trusted master? And then, her master obliterated all traces of her existence. Upon hearing the words of the voice from beyond, all eyes in the Wanjian sect turned fixedly toward Jian Yunzi, with Qi Ming's gaze reddened with rage. Why? Why would Jian Yunzi harm Jiang Ting? She was his disciple, a disciple who revered him as a father. How could he commit such an act? Su Li also pondered the motive behind Jian Yunzi's actions toward Jiang Ting. Could it be that Jian Yunzi was envious of Jiang Ting's talent? Was it truly due to the sword spirit? The realization struck. Jian Yunzi's sword spirit must be compromised. The members of the Wanjian sect instinctively glanced at Jian Yunzi's sword. Presently, only 3 individuals in the cultivation world possessed a sword spirit, one being Qi Ming, the sect leader of the Wanjian sect whose sword was a millennium-old spiritual blade, long dormant and less in dire circumstances. The second was Yan Su, who had recently undergone a self-mutilation by his sword spirit, which also often remained silent. And the last was Jian Yunzi, whose sword spirit had existed for 2 centuries. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed they had never truly observed Jian Yunzi unsheathing his sword, merely catching glimpses from afar without the opportunity for closer inspection. A cold sweat broke out on Jian Yunzi's back as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing escape was impossible amidst the encirclement. What to do? His right hand, clasped behind his back, trembled slightly. Had he known the voice from beyond would focus on the Wanjian sect, he would never have returned. For a mere innate sword body, like Shen Changhan, she was not worth the risk. Elder Jian, we have known each other for many years. I feel I have yet to thoroughly examine your sword, Shen Yunan said, his spiritual energy surging as he maintained a firm grip on Jian Yunzi's wrist, his voice chillingly resolute. Now that we finally meet, I wonder if you would allow me to admire the splendor of your sword spirit. Despite the possibility of breaking free from his grip, Jian Yunzi dared not act. Any movement would equate to declaring war against all present. There was no way he could escape unharmed amidst their onslaught. It is not that I wish to deny you, Elder Shen, but the sword spirit is currently in slumber. How could Jian Yunzi possibly allow you to see his sword spirit? His Huayong sword has no sword spirit. Jian Yunzi's calm demeanor shattered, revealing an edge of madness. How could he have no sword spirit? It has existed for 2 centuries. Chapter 40. Master and disciple. The entire figure of Shi Chang'e froze in place, the broom in his hand turning to ash in an instant. Chinner, is she alive? He opened his mouth, straining with all his might, yet unable to produce a sound. Tears, held back for nearly a century, fell one by one to the ground. His daughter was alive. Chenna was now in the Wanjian sect. The sudden joy rendered him incapable of rational thought. He stood there, frozen, hearing nothing beyond the voice from beyond. After an indeterminate time, he finally regained his composure, his eyes reflecting an almost frenzied joy. In his elation, however, he could not help but berate himself. Chenner is alive. Why did I choose to give up? Why did I settle for a hasty existence in the Wanjian sect instead of desperately searching for her? After Chenner left me, did she suffer greatly? I am not a worthy father. The others at the Wanjian sect mirrored his shock, particularly Qi Ming, whose eyes brimmed with uncontrollable surprise and joy. Although the Sword Sovereign had rescued Shi Chang'e and instructed the disciples of the Wanjian sect to investigate the whereabouts of his daughter, they had all believed she had likely met with misfortune, especially since even the returning source mirror could not reveal her location. They had never anticipated that she was not only alive but had also come to the Wanjian sect. With this thought, Qi Ming clenched his fists, holding his breath in anticipation, eager to hear the voice from beyond reveal where Shi Chang'e's daughter was within the vastness of the Wanjian sect, which was home to countless disciples. The daily influx and egress of individuals at the Wan Sword sect is an elusive figure to ascertain. The expressions of others, mirroring that of Qi Ming, were akin to being cast from the same mold. Despite their mouths agape in astonishment, their ears were perked attentively. Su Li was wholly absorbed in her reading of the Book of Heavenly Dao, entirely oblivious to the expressions of those in the courtyard. What transpired in the past that made Master Yi so invested in his daughter? How did Master Yi and his daughter become separated? In the small courtyard, Qi Ming struggled to catch his breath, his face contorted with disbelief. Shouldn't the voice from beyond elucidate the current state of Master Yi's missing daughter? Why had she suddenly begun recounting events from years past? Master Yi was indeed a commendable man. He and his daughter had once taken refuge in a city, only for a sudden beast tide to erupt. Featuring numerous high-tier spirit beasts. Given Master Yi's prowess, he could have easily escaped with his daughter, yet he chose to prioritize the safety of the townsfolk. After entrusting his daughter to a friend for safekeeping, he bravely joined the fray. Unbeknownst to him, 3 high-tier spirit beasts lurked within the tide, one of which had already attained a humanoid form. Ultimately, Master Yi sustained grave injuries while the city succumbed to the onslaught. When he awoke, although the city had been saved, the casualties among the townspeople were countless. His friend had perished, and he had lost all trace of his daughter. Xin Yuanan had only a vague understanding of the events from that time, never imagining that the reason for Master Yi's separation from his daughter was so tragic. The gazes directed at Master Yi were now laced with a newfound respect. Hearing the lament from beyond, there was not a flicker of emotion in Master Yi's eyes. He was solely consumed by the desire to know the whereabouts of his daughter. Master Yi's daughter had not perished in the beast tide. Rather, she was saved by a wandering physician. Due to the beast poison she had suffered, the physician could only assist her by replacing all her blood. It was no wonder Master Yi could not locate her with the returning source mirror. It was awakened by his blood, and thus required blood to seek her out. Later, once she had recovered, the physician entrusted her to an ordinary family, though sadly, they did not treat her well. A sense of urgency crept into Qi Ming's eyes. While he too wished to know how Master Yi's daughter fared, he was more eager to discover her current whereabouts within the Wan Sword sect. Just as he began contemplating how to instruct his disciples to search for the female disciples who had entered the sect during this period, the voice from beyond finally addressed the circumstances of Master Yi's daughter. Master Yi's daughter has indeed traversed a tumultuous path. When she attempted to locate her father in Tianjin City, relying on the remnants of her memories, she was abducted by the young son of the city. Subsequently, she spent several months as a stand-in for Luo Wan beside Gushu. As the names Tianjin City, Gushu, and Luo Wan echoed in Qi Ming's mind, he suddenly recalled something and urgently turned to Master Yi, exclaiming, "Master, the other day I encountered a newly accepted disciple of Elder Luo, who bears a striking resemblance to you. Has the sect master of Wan Sword finally regained his wits?" Indeed, the newly accepted disciple of Luo Wan, Shi Yanqing, is none other than Master Yi's long-lost daughter. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Master Yi's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. On Konghe Peak, Luo Wan observed Shi Yanqing, who had just completed her sword practice, a smile of approval gracing her features. Shi Yanqing not only possessed exceptional talent, but also exhibited remarkable diligence in her training. Though her exterior appeared somewhat delicate, her heart was resolute and determined. Her strikes were decisive and her swordplay fierce, revealing her innate prowess for swordsmanship. If she had practiced from a young age, lost in thought, a hint of regret flickered in her eyes. "Master." Upon noticing Luo Wan's presence, Shi Yanqing approached with a lightness in her step, her voice brimming with warmth. "You weren't late to the Wan Sword sect meeting this time, were you?" Luo Wan shook her head with a hint of exasperation. Yet her eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. "The sect master is currently preoccupied with accepting disciples, and the meetings, which used to convene every 2 or 3 days, will likely be postponed until after the disciples have been accepted. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would never have believed that the Wan Sword sect had so many meetings to hold." Shi Yanqing, now beside Luo Wan, no longer exuded the prickliness she once did, but instead radiated vitality. "Master, you truly have a hard job. You've only just recovered. Your body still needs nurturing." Luo Wan observed the fine beads of sweat adorning Shi Yanqing's forehead, her tone tinged with concern. "Sword practice must be undertaken judiciously, lest you strain yourself." "I understand." Shi Yanqing blinked lightly. "I merely wish to grow stronger, strong enough to find the one I seek." As a child, she had fallen gravely ill and forgotten many things. Yet, she retained a vague memory of a father who adored her, gently calling her Chunner and lifting her onto his shoulders for rides. In every dream, her father appeared troubled, often injured, and she had never witnessed him smile. She yearned to see a happier version of him. Over the years, she had stumbled through life, striving to elevate her cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, merely to prolong her existence and locate him. "The person you seek is Luo." Wan gazed into Shi Yanqing's determined eyes, her voice softening. "My father," Shi Yanqing declared earnestly. "I must find him." No sooner had she spoken than a tremulous, tear-laden voice called from behind. "Chinner." Shi Yanqing turned, puzzled, only to behold a familiar yet strange figure. She stared intently at the scar on Master Yi's face, a moment of bewilderment washing over her. The figure from her dreams bore a similar scar. Her heart raced uncontrollably, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through her mind until, finally, she hoarsely inquired, "May I ask who you are?" With tears brimming in his eyes, Master Yi gazed at the figure before him, taking in the eyes that mirrored those of his daughter from years past. Unable to contain himself, tears streamed down his face. That was his daughter, the one who had once sweetly called him father, who would embrace him, asking if he was weary, and would cheer him with laughter. "I am your father." His voice was hoarse and strained. Those few words seemed to encapsulate a multitude of heartache and hope. laced with boundless affection. Master Yi took a cautious step forward, fearful of startling Shi Yanqing. "Chinner, do you still remember your father?" Upon hearing his voice, Shi Yanqing froze. Her gaze fixed upon him. Noticing his graying hair and weathered visage, her eyes welled with tears. Drawing a deep breath, she finally managed to articulate, "Wasn't father once the most wise and valiant, so handsome? How is it that now?" Her tears fell freely. "How have you changed to the point that Chinner scarcely recognizes you?" "Father." Upon hearing her call him father, Master Yi could no longer restrain himself. He swiftly stepped toward her, trembling hands brushing against her hair, tenderly caressing it as he had when she was a child. After a few moments, he tightly embraced Shi Yanqing. "It was my fault. I arrived too late, causing my Chinner to suffer." In the warmth of his familiar embrace, Shi Yanqing felt as though all the hardships she had endured over the years had been soothed. She had finally found her father. He was just as she had dreamed, full of love for her. "Father." She rose from his embrace, years of heartache distilled into a simple statement. "In truth, I have fared well these past years. So there is no need for father to worry." With that, she wiped away the tears from her face and gazed earnestly at Shi Zhangyi, asking, "And father, how have these years treated you?" Shi Zhangyi recalled the tales he had just heard about Shi Yanqing's experiences over the decades and stifled the sorrow within. "Father has been well too." A cautious smile graced his lips, his voice slightly hoarse. "He often thinks of our Chinner." Observing the lines of time etched upon his face, Shi Yanqing recognized the lie, but chose not to confront it. Instead, she nodded vigorously. "Father, we must cherish the future." Spotting Luo Wan not far off, she quickly pulled Shi Zhangyi to her side. "Father, this is my master." Master is an elder of the Wan Jian sect, exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship and possesses profound cultivation. Her face radiated admiration for Luo Wan. "Master has helped me immensely." Turning to Luo Wan, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Master, this is my father." Nearby, Qi Ming watched this scene with a heart full of contentment. Ultimately, Shi Zhangyi became an honorary elder of the Wan Jian sect, selecting Yun Xiaofeng beside Luo Wan Kongha Peak as his abode. As for Gu Shu, who had treated Shi Yanqing as a mere substitute, it is said he was taken by the Huang family due to his resemblance to their cherished daughter. According to the Huang family servants, Gu Shu has been preoccupied with mastering the arts favored by the beloved, including but not limited to playing the lute, practicing calligraphy, and composing poetry and paintings. Chapter 41. On the high platform, Su Wen's grip on Ming Ji's hand stiffened abruptly, and in a flurry of panic, he found himself at a loss for words. Struggling to maintain his composure, Ming Ji stood before him, bewildered, unaware of the turmoil on his face. What does Oedipus complex mean? The expressions of the audience below mirrored Ming Ji's shock, unable to comprehend the implications of the celestial voice's words. Surely, Su Wen could not harbor inappropriate thoughts towards his mother. It was simply inconceivable. They must have misunderstood. Such scandalous matters could not possibly exist in the realm of cultivation. Lu Jinhai, the leader of the Shun Qian sect, observed the astonished expressions of the crowd. Unhurriedly, he lifted his cup and took a sip, shaking his head inwardly. Isn't it just an Oedipus complex? This group has very little tolerance. They can't even accept this. They truly need to toughen up. As he pondered this, his eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. Our Shun Qian disciples, even the chance to train has been stripped from them. In such a grand assembly, he could only humbly bask in the ethereal melodies of the celestial voice. Lu Jinhai cast a jealous glance at the leader of the Wan Jian sect, Qi Ming, who displayed an air of tranquility. As a seasoned cultivator, isn't it merely an Oedipus complex? Well, he indeed has not experienced it firsthand. Yet compared to the tribulations we have faced in the Wan Jian sect, this is hardly significant. He cast a meaningful glance at Su's patriarch and his wife. Who would have thought that the Su family, a millennium-old lineage, would be involved in such a scandal? Truly commendable. The Su patriarch felt the weight of bewildered, shocked, and scrutinizing gazes upon him, his face turning a deep shade of anger. Being exposed to such secrets before the public eye was nearly enough to obliterate the Su family's reputation. Thinking this, he shot a vicious look at the person seated beside him. When Yao Mei appeared pale, unable to meet his gaze, her eyes were filled with panic, and her hands clutched her garment tightly beneath the table, her disdain for Ming Ji intensifying. If it weren't for Ming Ji, if not for this marriage ceremony, how could she have been so publicly humiliated by the celestial voice? With her head bowed, her mind raced, seeking a way to mend this situation. Otherwise, she and Wen Er would truly be finished. The Su patriarch, not wishing to provide the audience with amusement, suppressed his fury and bowed to the crowd. Especially towards Ming's patriarch. Wen Er has been raised by his mother, so he is particularly reliant on her. I apologize for any amusement this has caused. Upon hearing the Su patriarch's words, Wen Yao Mei hastily rose, gracefully bowing as well, forcing a semblance of an apologetic smile. Indeed, Wen Er has grown up by my side, and our mother-son relationship has always been strong. He does rely somewhat on me, but once he is a partner, all his thoughts will naturally shift to them. Upon hearing their explanations, many in the audience suddenly understood, so the celestial voice's mention of the Oedipus complex referred to this. They had thought it impossible for a son to harbor inappropriate feelings towards his mother, They must have been overly depraved in their thoughts. The patriarch of the Ming family maintained a stoic demeanor, softening only when he gazed at his daughter on the high platform. At last, Ming Ji regained her composure, looking into Su Wen's eyes, which radiated warmth as if they could weep, and for the first time, she did not respond but took a step back. In that moment, memories of her interactions with Su Wen flooded her mind. It seemed that in every instance, his mother's shadow loomed large. Whether it was gifts he presented in her favorite colors or arguments where he extolled his mother's tenderness and thoughtfulness. A wave of doubt surged within her. Was it truly as Su's patriarch explained? The Su family, thriving in the realm of cultivation, commanded respect, and regardless of belief, others would naturally accord deference to the patriarch. Thus, many below the platform raised their cups in unison towards the Su patriarch, praising, Madame Su's maternal affection is truly admirable. At that moment, Su Li finally swallowed the spirit fruit in her mouth and, unable to contain her laughter at the voice from the celestial mirror, burst forth. Haha. Is it the maternal affection shared each night in bed, sharing heartfelt confessions? Perhaps Su's patriarch never imagined that it was his own son who placed a green hat upon him. Ha ha ha. The cultivation realm certainly knows how to entertain.
Cough.
Just as everyone took a sip of the toasting wine, they were caught off guard by the explosive revelations from the celestial voice, choking on the spirit wine. A chorus of coughs erupted from the audience. To their shock, it truly was this Oedipus complex. And even the well-versed leader of the Shun Qian sect couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at the Su patriarch, who was now fuming. Before today, the Su patriarch was a respectable figure, yet after today, he surveyed the guests below, his eyes glinting with a hint of schadenfreude. It seems his reputation is irrevocably tarnished. The cap in the Ming patriarch's hand had turned to ashes. He could never allow his daughter to marry someone as morally reprehensible as Su Wen. Just as he prepared to scold the Su family on the high platform, Ming Ji's trembling voice suddenly rang out. Su Wen. She gazed at Su Wen, who appeared panicked and uncertain of how to explain himself, her eyes brimming with anger and betrayal. Once, she had genuinely liked Su Wen, admiring his vast knowledge and his genuine concern for her. She truly did not anticipate that he could commit such an act. If he indeed had an affair with his mother, how genuine was his affection for her during their time together. Clenching her hands tightly, she confronted Su Wen, enunciating each word. Did you ever genuinely like me? At that moment, she still harbored a flicker of hope for him. Of course I like you. He certainly does not like you. Upon hearing Ming Ji's words, Su Li blinked in astonishment. She could enhance their intellect simply by glancing into the mirror of clouds? How could she discern the truth so effortlessly? She was truly remarkable. With a buoyant spirit, she gazed at the words in the book of heavenly principles, only to have her smile gradually fade. Unable to restrain herself, Su Li lifted her head, casting a sympathetic glance at Ming Ji. Su Wen's approach, his deceit, is solely at the behest of his mother, Wen Yao Mei. You are the most cherished daughter of the Ming family. Marrying you equates to securing the support of the Ming family patriarch. Although Su Wen is ostensibly the son of the Su family head, both he and his mother are devoid of his favor. Since becoming involved with Ming Ji, their status has remarkably ascended. What a cunning scheme. Upon hearing the voice from beyond, the flicker of light in Ming Ji's eyes was extinguished. So, your approach was merely a strategy to seize the power of the Ming family. She staggered back 2 steps, her eyes reddening. Su Wen, you never truly liked me. Not at all. Ming Ji must be curious as to why every gift from Su Wen resonates with her heart, why his every word brings her joy. This is all due to his mother's guidance. Let me see. When Yao Mei exhausts herself daily studying what Ming Ji likes, while simultaneously despising her for vying for Su Wen's attention, yet scheming to win her over. Sometimes, right after advising Su Wen on Ming Ji's preferences, she would berate her for her temperament, claiming she is unworthy of Su Wen. It seems she is on the brink of a mental breakdown. Wait, what do I see? When Yao Mei has already planned how to torment Ming Ji once she marries into the Su family? Upon reaching this realization, Su Li's sympathy for Ming Ji intensified. Being deceived into marriage was one thing, enduring daily humiliation was another. A young lady of high standing, upon marrying into the Su family, would have to endure Wen Yao Mei's biting sarcasm and fulfill her every whim. Just the thought of it was disheartening. On the high platform, Ming Ji's expression had turned completely frigid, devoid of any affection for Su Wen. Raised in pampered comfort, she had never anticipated such repugnant behavior in the cultivation world. Individuals like Su Wen and his mother were not worth her sorrow. Observing Su Wen's terrified and helpless demeanor, she exerted a slight pressure, causing the jade, token used to swear the heavenly oath to dissolve into ashes. Those witnessing the scene comprehended that Ming Ji had irrevocably abandoned Su Wen. Indeed, encountering such a revolting mother-son duo, it was commendable that Ming Ji had refrained from physically assaulting them. Many cast furtive glances at the other protagonist, Wen Yao Mei. At that moment, the color had drained from Wen Yao Mei's face. She slumped onto a cushion, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the voice from beyond continued. In the future, should Ming Ji quarrel with Wen Yao Mei, Su Wen will undoubtedly side with his beloved mother, easily branding Ming Ji as lacking in manners and disrespectful to her parents. It seems that in the realm of cultivation, families place considerable emphasis on this matter, does it not? What a clever scheme. Even if Ming Ji has the Ming family backing, the overt threat is easy to dodge, while the covert ones are insidious. With someone so aligned with his mother, Ming Ji will have ample opportunities for suffering. Observing the fleeting look of guilt in Su Wen's eyes, Ming Ji recognized the truth in the voice from beyond. If Su Wen could engage in an affair with his mother, what would he not do for her? Grasping the crimson wedding gown at her neck, she exerted force, causing the gown woven from countless spiritual threads to shatter into fragments. Su Wen, from this day forth, our betrothal is hereby nullified. In this moment, her feelings of anger at being deceived were overshadowed by a sense of relief, grateful for the existence of the voice from beyond. Had it not been for that voice, she would have never uncovered Su Wen's true nature, and her life in the Su family might have turned out far worse than described by that voice. During her time with Su Wen, she would merely consider it an expenditure of spirit stones for a charming companion. Su Wen, witnessing the unprecedented coldness and disdain on Ming Ji's face, was utterly at a loss. He instinctively glanced at Wen Yao Mei below the platform, time and again. She had resolved his dilemmas. Chapter 42. A corner of the Su family garden. A chubby, fair-skinned child clad in luxurious garments mercilessly kicked and struck the frail figure on the ground, his expression imbued with malice beyond his years. As he beat him, he spat venomous curses. It's all your fault that father didn't take me to sixth brother's betrothal ceremony. You filthy monster. Why do you still linger in the Su family? Why don't you just die? Even though he knew none of his other brothers were qualified to attend Su Wen's ceremony and that his father was merely showing the Ming family some favor, it did nothing to temper his aggression towards Su Mo. In the Su family, Su Mo had no maternal protection, and his father held a particular disdain for his existence. Anyone could trample upon him. Thus, to Su Yan, Su Mo was merely a punching bag. Even if he were to beat him to death, his father would not utter a word of reproach. Perhaps he would even worry about Su Yan's hands hurting. With that thought, he grew ever more reckless in his assault. His servants, sharing his sentiments, watched with concern not for the nearly lifeless Su Mo, but rather for Su Yan, fearing he might not be satisfied with his beating or hurt himself in the process. Su Mo curled up on the ground, desperately trying to shield his vital areas. Such beatings were a daily occurrence. This time, just as he had in previous instances, he gritted his teeth and attempted to endure. However, the agonizing pain within his abdomen became unbearable, and he could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this, Su Yan did not falter in his assault. Instead, he intensified his efforts, channeling even more spiritual energy. How disgusting, you've sullied the garden's ground. Su Mo felt the escalating intensity of the blows, and in despair, he closed his eyes. Mother, he has endured for so long. This time, he might truly not survive. Just as Su Yan was about to deliver a final blow with all his might, a hand struck him, sending him flying 5 meters away. Su Yan's face instantly swelled, and as he opened his mouth, 3 teeth fell out. Struggling to lift his head, he sought to identify the audacious individual who dared to treat him so in the Su family, only to behold the Su family patriarch rushing anxiously towards Su Mo. Clutching his face, he stared blankly at the patriarch. Father? The patriarch had no time to attend to Su Yan, his attention wholly captured by the sight of Su Mo lying on the ground. This is my most gifted child. This is the future of the Su family. He trembled as he crouched down, lifting Su Mo with tears brimming in his eyes. My son, you have suffered. Behind him was a throng of guests, drawn by the spectacle. They first witnessed the ruthless actions of the young Su Yan, then heard the heartfelt concern of the Su family head for Su Mo, their expressions shifting to something quite complex. The leader of the 10,000 sword sect stood at the forefront, observing Su Mo's tattered clothing and the numerous wounds on his body, his brows furrowing in sympathy. Though the Su family appears resplendent on the surface, it is rotten within. Su Mo was merely a teenager, the son of the Su family head, yet here he was, subjected to such humiliation by his own brother. How could this occur without the tacit approval of the Su family head? Had he not learned of Su Mo's talents from the celestial voice, Su Mo might have perished here unnoticed. At the center of everyone's gaze, Su Mo leaned against the Su family head, devoid of any emotion of gratitude or yearning for a father's affection, instead filled with wariness. He had once hoped that the Su family head would praise him like a father, embrace him, and teach him the ways of cultivation. Yet, time and again, the disdain in his father's eyes made it clear that he was merely a source of shame. Su Mo gritted his teeth against the pain, curling up like a wounded animal, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. Not far away, Su Yan, who had just been slapped, finally regained his senses. Upon seeing the tenderness with which the Su family had treated Su Mo, his face contorted with jealousy and anger. Father, why are you so kind to that little beast? Did you not despise him before, wishing to see him not at all? The Su family head, his heart pained by the sight of Su Mo's injuries, looked up sharply at Su Yan, his gaze fierce, raising his hand to strike him again. Nonsense. Moer is my son. How could I not cherish him? Moer is your elder brother. How dare you show such disrespect? The Su family head's teeth clenched as he scolded mercilessly. You ungrateful wretch.
Susan.
Unable to move from the blow, struggled to lift his head, his voice laced with grievance. Father, did you not hate Su Mo the most? Last time when I struck him, You praise me for it. Why are you speaking such absurdities now? The Su family head, upon hearing Su Yan's words, instinctively cast a guilty glance at Su Mo, who remained unresponsive in his arms. He then turned back to Su Yan, his expression icy as he declared, I have always taught you to love your brothers and prioritize family. I never anticipated you would commit such a vile act today. Contemplating the celestial voice's words that Su Yan was not truly his progeny, a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. He did not wish for this matter to become public knowledge. It was an opportune moment to eliminate Su Yan under the pretext of attacking Su Mo. With a cold countenance, he addressed the gathered Su family members with righteous indignation. Su Yan has conspired against his elder brother and shows no remorse. Take him to the dark prison for reflection. As for what might transpire in the dark prison, it was unnecessary for others to know. Master. A voice, filled with longing, called out before a figure with a graceful demeanor and sorrowful eyes appeared. Jing Yunmiao gazed at the severely injured Su Yan, her eyes filled with compassion, tinged with resentment towards the Su family head. However, turning her gaze, she quickly adjusted her expression, tears streaming down her face as she spoke to the Su family head in a voice that was heartbreakingly delicate. Master, Yener is still but a child. He has angered you, and it is right for you to strike and scold him, but why must your hand be so heavy? The Su family head, looking at Jing Yunmiao's tear-streaked face, uncontrollably recalled her betrayal, releasing Su Mo from his embrace to rise, his expression chilling. Su Yan dares to secretly harm his elder brother. He must be punished. Jing Yunmiao discreetly glanced around, noticing Su Mo on the ground and the crowd of onlookers, and she seemed to understand something, her earlier urgency dissipating. She knew the Su family head was particularly concerned about Face. With so many witnesses to the family's disgrace, he would undoubtedly be furious. Realizing this, she stepped closer to the Su family head, soothingly saying, Master, ever since he began cultivating, Yeno has sought to spar with his brother. Today is no different. You know he is still inexperienced and struggles to control his spirit energy, which sometimes leads to unintentional excess. It was merely a brotherly match. Surely, Master need not be so wrathful. Suli had just returned with roasted meat from Shun Changhan when she overheard the unfolding scene, setting the food down. Unable to suppress her admiration. What a clever explanation. So today, if Su Yan had killed his father, his mother could simply attribute it to his inability to control his spirit energy? Wait, I almost forgot. Su Yan's biological father isn't even the Su family head. Jing Yunmiao's expression froze in place. Given her status, she could not attend the ceremony for Su Wenming and Ji, and thus had no knowledge of the celestial voice's presence at the Su family. Clenching her fists, she could not bear to look at the Su family head's expression and desperately wished for the celestial voice to leave quickly. No wonder she can manipulate the Su family head and his brother so easily. Ha ha, perhaps the Su family had never dreamed that while his brother was with Jing Yunmiao, he called her sister-in-law. TSK, raising another man's child for so many years, truly a commendable brother in the cultivation world. As the crowd observed the crumpled Jing Yunmiao and Su Hua on the ground, their expressions grew nuanced. They had not anticipated that the one to cuckold the Su family head was his own brother. The Su family head's countenance darkened, his gaze menacing as he stared at the two. He had not been stingy with his brother, providing him with techniques, resources, and status. Was this how he chose to repay him? Truly, one must guard against fire, theft, and brothers. But who can blame the Su family head for having so many wives? A few affairs are not surprising. If he had the ability, he should spend a day with each of them. Upon hearing the celestial voice's remarks, some in the crowd thought to themselves, with so many people to accompany, the Su family head likely needs to consume vitality pills daily. At this moment, the Su family head's expression grew increasingly unbearable. His concern for Face had been exposed before so many prominent figures in the cultivation world, a revelation far more enraging than Su Hua's affair with Jing Yunmiao. Seeing Jing Yunmiao's helpless gaze directed at him, Su Hua, in a moment of heated impulsiveness, positioned himself before her, kneeling before the Su family head. Brother, it was I who harbored improper thoughts towards Yunmiao. I seduced her. All the blame lies with me, and has nothing to do with Yunmiao. Did Su Hua just confess like that? But it makes sense. Once investigated, their affair would be undeniable. But wasn't it Jing Yunmiao who first wore thin clothing, weeping silently on Su Hua's path, lamenting her misfortune? Indeed, a single hand cannot create a clap. Upon seeing her, Su Hua embraced her without a second thought. What a pair of talented individuals. I see that there are recent schemes afoot to have the head of the Su family designate your son as the young master. Such a cunning plan. Su Hua never expected that an external voice would be privy to such secrets. His face turning pale as he realized the gravity of his situation. He was truly finished. His brother would undoubtedly not let him off the hook. He raised his head, and upon witnessing the expression on the head of the Su family, despair pierced his heart. Brother, I was wrong. I should not have coveted the position of family head. Please spare me this once. I am your only brother. The head of the Su family gazed at the weeping Su Hua, who was pleading for mercy. Though he was seething with rage, he forced a smile. How could I ever blame you? With a wave of his hand, he silenced them, commanding the servants to imprison Su Hua, Jing Yunmiao, and Su Yan in the dark dungeon. Chapter 43. In the span of half a day, Everyone was once again left in a state of bewilderment, their expressions more perplexed than ever. What does online romance mean? While they were somewhat unclear about the term online, the word romance was self-explanatory. Could it be that the patriarch of the Ming family has found someone to cherish? Suddenly, the stern and somewhat rigid visage of the Ming family patriarch loomed before them, rendering them momentarily silent. It is well known that the Ming family patriarch has always been strict and upright, holding high expectations for his descendants and disapproving of indulgence in romantic affairs. Even during the recent union ceremony of Mingji and Suwon, it seemed the patriarch had his reservations. Who would have thought that he would be so lenient with himself while imposing strictness on others? Indeed, it appears that even a hero can falter in the presence of beauty. However, many in the crowd sought to excuse the patriarch. His wife had passed away hundreds of years ago, and he had completely entrusted the Ming family to the family head a century ago, refraining from any involvement in the family's affairs. Perhaps the patriarch had become too idle and lonely, leading to such thoughts. With this in mind, the actions of the patriarch were not entirely incomprehensible. As they reflected on this, they discreetly observed the reaction of the Ming family head. His expression was particularly complex. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, and after a long pause, he finally regained the ability to think. In his understanding, his father had always been powerful and authoritative, akin to an insurmountable peak that one could only look up to. Yet, upon recalling the external voice's description of his father as old house being set ablaze, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. How could his father possibly engage in the actions described by that voice? Sending spirit stones and treasures was one thing, but bestowing the position of elder guest of the Ming family? There were only 8 such positions, and they were exceedingly rare. To become a guest elder of the Ming family signifies recognition from the family, granting 1 monthly tributes and a degree of influence over the family's power. How could his father, having been the family head for centuries, be so oblivious to the significance of the guest elder position that he would casually offer it to someone else? There must be some misunderstanding. Furthermore, during this time, his father had not left the Ming family, nor had anyone come seeking him. How could his father be infatuated to such a degree with someone he had never even met, as the external voice suggested? Perhaps the external voice had made an error. Or perhaps there was something more to this matter. With these thoughts, he finally composed himself. Just as he lifted his gaze, he heard the external voice provide an even more detailed description. My beloved, my heart's desire, my soul's connection, my feelings are profound. Then came the list of gifts, a 7th grade protective talisman, the 7th level Huayong bell, and the 7-night frost dress, recently acquired at exorbitant prices from the treasure pavilion. Goodness! These treasures could almost equate to the annual expenses of the Wanjian sect. The expression on the sect leader's face suddenly froze, as if a knife had plunged into his heart. It is clear that the patriarch of the Ming family has fallen deeply in love. Ha ha ha. One can only imagine the depths of his affection. How can anyone discern that they have yet to meet face to face? Ha ha ha. Not only have they not met, but the patriarch knows nothing of the other person beyond their name. Initially, the crowd had managed to convince themselves to accept that the patriarch of the Ming family had found someone to cherish, only to be met with the revelation that they had never even laid eyes on each other. Were they so enamored that they were willing to risk their lives for one another? Were they mad, or was the patriarch of the Ming family mad? Faced with someone he knew nothing about, he was willing to part with so many treasures. If they were to finally meet, what would happen then? The Ming family head was equally incredulous, still searching for justifications for his father's actions. Perhaps this individual possesses extraordinary abilities worthy of the Ming family's attention. Or perhaps their beauty is so striking that it captivates all. Yet he never anticipated that his father had not only never met this person but also knew nothing of their stature or skills. Had his father been possessed by another? How could he possibly be so blinded by desire? Su Mo had always been astutely aware of the emotions of those around him. Sensing the shift in the Ming family head's feelings, a wave of panic surged within him. Had he done something wrong? Had he inadvertently angered his uncle? Would his uncle abandon him as well? Growing up under the harsh treatment of the Su family, he had long since become accustomed to treading lightly, swallowing all his tears and suffering. Thus, even in the depths of his panic, even after preparing for the worst, he merely stiffened for a moment before quietly burying his head in his chest, his gaze vacant, as if awaiting judgment. At that moment, the Ming family had noticed Su Mo's distress. He instantly cast aside the earlier matters and bent down with concern for Su Mo. Mo, what is wrong? Are you unwell? As he spoke, he carefully used his spiritual energy to assess Su Mo's current condition. Noticing that despite consuming the nourishing herb, his body still appeared gravely depleted, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, his eyes filled with concern. Feeling the warm surge of energy within his body and witnessing the sympathetic expression on the Ming family head's face, Su Mo's anxious heart suddenly found solace. He bit his lip and, for the first time, voiced his thoughts to another. Uncle, were you unhappy just now? The Ming family head paused for a moment. Once he regained his composure, his gaze turned even more tender. He reached out to gently stroke Su Mo's hair. His voice filled with kindness. I merely received some surprising news that caused me to lose my composure. Do not worry, Mo. I will take you home now. Without a hint of hesitation, he embraced Su Mo and turned to leave, his followers from the Ming family forming an orderly line to clear the way for him. Are you really just going to leave like this? The head of the Su family said through clenched teeth, his anger boiling over. Will you not even leave a word of explanation for my Su family? In terms of family lineage, my Su family is not inferior to your Ming family. He waved his sleeve, and the Su family disciples quickly surrounded him. Let Su Mo stay, and we shall part in peace. If not, my Su family is not to be trifled with. Had this incident occurred within the Ming family, he might have shown some leniency. But this was the Su family. How dare outsiders act with such impunity? Moreover, if Su Mo were truly taken away by the Ming family head, his own position would become precarious. If the reclusive elder Tai Chong were to find out about this. With that thought, he clenched his fists tightly, channeling his spiritual energy. The head of the Ming family clutched Su Mo, his gaze unwavering as he walked away, enveloped in a dense aura of spiritual energy. The Ming family members flanking him also gathered their spiritual power, creating an atmosphere thick with tension, poised on the brink of conflict. Observing this, the leaders of the Shun Qian sect and the Wan Jian sect exchanged glances and stepped forward, intending to mediate. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure from a great ascension stage practitioner flickered, like a mirage. After a prolonged seclusion, the elder of the Su family, who had rarely involved himself in family affairs, unexpectedly emerged. In the next moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair and bright eyes appeared before them. Esteemed elder. The elder of the Su family acknowledged the assembly with a slight nod. With a wave of his hand, all Su family disciples lowered their weapons in unison, while the formidable figures from the Su family discreetly vanished from sight. Before the Su family head could express his relief at the elder's return, he noticed the elder's actions and stood there in confusion, questioning, Elder, why? The elder cast a subtle glance in his direction, silencing the Su family head. As the guardian elder of the Su family, his presence had ensured the family's enduring prominence among the ranks of cultivation families. Even though he was the head of the family, he dared not challenge the elder's authority. The elder shifted his gaze, a trace of unnoticeable weariness in his eyes, and nodded toward the Ming family head. It is the Su family's fault regarding this child, and it is also a matter of our lack of fate. Henceforth, I entrust this child to you, Ming family head. Before the Ming family head could respond, the Su family had stepped forward, disbelief etched on his face. Elder, you do not understand Su Mo's potential. He possesses the ice spiritual root, the most gifted among the Su progeny, Su Yao. The elder's voice remained calm and unhurried, devoid of any hint of displeasure, yet it struck the Su family head with an icy shock, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. He quickly lowered his head, refraining from uttering another word. The elder turned his head, casting a sorrowful glance at Su Mo in the Ming family head's arms, and with a wave of his hand, a golden mark flickered upon Su Mo's forehead. This mark can withstand a full force strike from a great ascension master. This is all I can do for this child. He sighed and shook his head. I hope he can fulfill his potential. He was acutely aware of Su Mo's extraordinary gifts. Yet the Su family's previous actions, forcing him to remain with them, would only breed resentment, potentially turning him into an adversary. It would be wiser to grant the Ming family a favor. Moreover, the Ming family was of equal standing with the Su family. Their ancestors' prowess was comparable. Any conflict would yield no benefits for the Su family. Had the Su family fostered Su Mo properly from the beginning, he would not have been nearly swayed away by the Ming family head today. With this thought, the elder cast a cold glance at the Su family head. Once the guests departed, the elder's voice turned frosty. Summon all Su family disciples to the Anyang Hall. The Su family head's legs weakened suddenly, panic gripping him. He was finished. Not only was his position as family head at stake, but his actions over the past century would likely be scrutinized as well. Meanwhile, in the Ming family, a formidable figure radiating an aura of righteousness sat upon a jade platform, his back straight, his gray-white hair adding an air of unapproachability. Yet, his actions belied his imposing presence as he gently caressed a jade pendant in his hands, his eyes filled with the tender affection of one in love. Ming Huixin gazed at the spiritual light shimmering from the pendant, his heart racing momentarily, instinctively channeling his spiritual energy to activate the communication. Despite having conversed with Tang Ye countless times, a hint of nervousness lingered in his voice. Xiaoya. Chapter 44. Ming Huixin froze in place. His face a mask of numbness and shock, an unfamiliar sensation that had not graced him for centuries. He struggled to comprehend the words he had just heard. The voice from beyond says what? My Xiaoya is a bearded man?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
He recalled the moments spent with Tang Ye, repeatedly reassuring himself. He had known Xiaoya for so long. Their relationship was so intimate. How could he not know whether she was a man or a woman? The voice from beyond was busy with numerous matters, tirelessly searching for secrets. And occasional mistakes were understandable. Yes, that was it. It must be a mistake from the voice beyond. Ming Huixin took a deep breath, managing to maintain the dignity and calm on his face, though his youthful heart trembled precariously. The Ming family head before him was equally shaken by the revelation from the voice beyond. He had imagined that the deceiver of his father could be a cunning woman or a female cultivator seeking to gain advantage from others, perhaps even a woman well-versed in the minds of men. Yet, He could never have anticipated that this person was indeed a man, a bearded giant. A wave of dread surged within him. Glancing at Ming Huixin, who had merely heard the truth and was so affected, he watched as his father's expression shifted, ultimately settling into a state of stubborn disbelief. He opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words. He could not fathom what sort of enchantment the bearded man had cast upon his father to make him choose to believe him at this moment. The voice from beyond had never erred. How could his father not understand this? With a resigned sigh, the Ming family had tentatively addressed Ming Huixin. Father, you have never seen the figure on the other end of the pendant. You do not even know his height, build, or appearance. He cast a sidelong glance at the jade pendant in Ming Huixin's hand, gritting his teeth. You cannot be sure whether he is a man or a woman. You must be cautious. Upon hearing his words, Ming Huixin's chest heaved violently, his voice trembling as he defended Tanya. Through the pendant, I can clearly hear Xiaoya's voice. It is beautiful, and she has never used any treasure to alter her voice. With newfound determination in his eyes, he continued, moreover, Xiaoya is gentle and understanding, possessing a heart of grace. How could someone like that possibly be what you claim? A man? Su Li, unable to contain herself any longer, burst into raucous laughter. Changing one's voice is something even ordinary people can do. How could it possibly require a treasure?
Ha ha ha.
This Ming Huixin must have been thoroughly fooled. In his eyes, this bearded giant is even more feminine than a woman. Ha ha ha. Indeed, only men understand men better. Ming Huixin felt a surge of blood rush to his head upon hearing the voice from beyond. He shook his head in a daze, still unwilling to give up. Xiaoya would never deceive me. She has never once asked me for spiritual plants or treasures. Ha ha ha, who would even need to ask him directly? By now, the treasures you've given away must fill half a storage bag. After sending out so many items, how can you still believe that this bearded giant is pure as jade, self-reliant, and not one to accept unsolicited gifts? What an utter fool, Ming Huixin. Ming Huixin staggered back a couple of steps, one hand clutching his chest, his eyes now harboring only a flickering ember of light. He inhaled deeply, his voice trembling with a heart-wrenching sorrow. Xiaoya even said she wouldn't accept the things I gave her. She promised to return all the spiritual treasures when we meet again. Ming Huixin, nearly 1,000 years old, actually believed such nonsense. How could the cultivators of this realm be so naive? Ha ha ha. And you still wait for meeting. Tanya would never allow you to see her. Su Li hadn't enjoyed such delightful gossip in ages, her lips curling upwards in amusement. She gazed at the content of the book of Heavenly Dao, her face filled with awe. I initially thought he would disappear once he amassed enough treasures, leaving Ming Huixin unable to contact him again. I never anticipated he would be so ruthless as to seek a death escape. Death escape? Ming Huixin attempted to comprehend these words, his complexion paling to an eerie shade. If he were to suddenly learn of Tanya's demise while remaining oblivious to everything, how would he react?
Now,
The doubts he had once forced himself to ignore while communicating with Tanya resurfaced. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his head, compelling himself to listen intently to the voice from beyond. Once Tanya successfully executes her death escape, Ming Huixin will bear the indelible memory of a white moonlight. He should recall Tanya daily, feeling guilty for not finding her sooner, for failing to protect her. As for Tanya, the cultivation world would now have another nouveau riche sporting a thick beard. Ha ha ha, how could Ming Huixin be reduced to such misery? At this moment, he could no longer contain himself. Blood surged forth from his mouth. Pfft. Father, the head of the Ming family, regaining his senses from the voice from beyond, beheld Ming Huixin's ashen face and blood-stained lips. He hurried forward, cautiously supporting him with one hand, his voice filled with concern. Are you all right? Ming Huixin waved his hand, standing straight despite his pallor, asserting, I'm fine. The head of the Ming family glanced at his complexion, fell silent for a moment, and then reassured him, Father, the world is fraught with treachery. You are merely too kind-hearted, too trusting of others. Ming Huixin too kind-hearted? Ha ha ha. Back in the day, when he defeated foes across the land, everyone called him the white-faced Azura, and you dare to say he is kind-hearted. In truth, he was merely foolish, easily lured by a bait. Ming Huixin's face was a sickly pale tinged with green and black, his chest heaving violently. One hand pressed against his heart, the other clenching the jade pendant tightly, his entire being trembled. He had been deceived by such a person for so long. He cast a furious glance at the head of the Ming family, a hint of despair mixed with anger in his gaze. And I let my children witness this. The head of the Ming family, observing his desolate expression, grew increasingly worried. Father, try to see things from a broader perspective. Fortunately, no grave error has occurred. Everything can still be salvaged. Everyone makes mistakes, and it's not uncommon to be deceived. Su Li glanced at the image of Ming Huixin in the cloud mirror, who seemed to have realized the issue, and casually praised him. Ming Huixin hasn't he completely lost his wits? He recognized the inconsistency after just a few hints from his children. Let me see what Ming Huixin's precious heart is currently doing. She casually flipped through the book of Heavenly Dao in her consciousness, and upon seeing the text, she raised her head, regarding Ming Huixin with pity. Tanya, no. It should be Tanya is currently contacting another person using the communication jade pendant. Who would have thought that Ming Huixin was not only deceived out of wealth and affection but was also not the sole object of Tang Ya's attention? He was merely one of many fish in her pond. Ming Huixin had just steadied himself, accepting the truth of his deception, when he was struck again. The expression on his face became so agonizing it was unbearable to behold. The head of the Ming family opened and closed his mouth, unsure of how to console him, ultimately choosing to remain silent while supporting Ming Huixin. Who could have imagined such audacity from this person? The voice from beyond continued. Tang Ya's words are truly. Brother, I miss you so much. As a free cultivator, it's abnormal not to be injured. It's just a minor wound. It will heal in a few days. If you give me any more spiritual treasures, I'll be upset. I've never chatted with you to gain anything. I just like you. When we meet, I will return all these spiritual treasures to you. Such words are truly fragrant with tea. The head of the Ming family was momentarily taken aback. If someone spoke such words to him then, realizing his thoughts, he hastily shook his head, trying to banish them from his mind. Ming Huixin, however, reacted in stark contrast, gritting his teeth, a mixture of disgust and pain swelling within him. Now tinged with fury, Tang Ya didn't change a single word. Those were all things he said to me. Ha ha ha. Indeed, men understand men better. After Tang Ya finished speaking, the spiritual treasures he received must have piled up significantly. This individual was even more generous than Ming Huixin. The head of the Ming family, upon hearing the voice from beyond, wore an expression of complex emotions, unsure whether to lament the father's plight or the current victim's misfortune. At that moment, Ming Huixin finally straightened up, taking 2 steps forward, suppressing the urge to crush the jade pendant in his hand. His voice was as cold as ice, capable of freezing everything around him. I shall see what kind of person Tang Ya truly is. As soon as he spoke, he extended his hand, using spiritual power to tear open a rift in space. He had previously refrained from doing so, not wanting to burden Tang Ya due to his identity. Nor did he wish to dwell on their age difference. But now, in the remote Sword City, are you hurt? Tang Ya listened to the concerned voice emanating from the jade pendant, his rugged face revealing a calculating expression, yet his voice was surprisingly melodious. Contrasting with his appearance, as a free cultivator, it's abnormal not to be injured. After saying this, he deliberately shifted the topic. Brother, it's been 3 days since you've acknowledged me. I thought I upset you. Half a tea session later, Tang Ya gazed at the countless spiritual treasures being transmitted through the jade pendant, his eyes widening in surprise. Goodness, these second-generation heirs are truly wealthy. He greedily gathered all the treasures into his storage bag, then lifted the nearby spiritual tea, drinking it as if it were mere water. Chapter 45. Su Li observed the expressions and actions of everyone in the cloud mirror, who were now frozen in despair, and could no longer contain her laughter. Ha ha ha. It seems they have also realized something is amiss with their beloved. Your beloved Tang Ya is waiting for your affection on the ground, haha. It has been quite a while since she has been entangled with a burly man sporting a thick beard. One can only imagine the immense psychological shadow they must be experiencing now. The Slayer of Destiny barely restrained the turmoil in his stomach and straightened up, only to hear mocking laughter from beyond the heavens. Instinctively, he glanced at the man sprawled on the ground, resembling a heap of soft mud, yet still robust. Upon noticing the dense chest hair on Tang Ya's torso, he abruptly turned his head, one hand clutching his chest as he bent over in distress. Ugh. Hearing his movement, Elder Xiao finally opened his eyes. He cast a fleeting glance at Tang Ya on the ground before swiftly averting his gaze, his eyes reflecting a deadened stupor. Is it possible that a celestial being in the stage of great ascension can also have nightmares? The celestial maiden, with a frozen expression, trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the shock of the previous glance, leaving her with no courage to look again. The expressions of the 3 individuals shifted several times before they seemingly reached a silent agreement. The Slayer of Destiny turned his body, resolutely refusing to cast even a glance at Tang Ya. Recalling the moments spent with Tang Ya, her charming and lively demeanor during their conversations, he inhaled deeply, his voice imbued with a determination almost as if to deceive himself. It must be a misunderstanding. Xiaoya could never be that person. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of hope illuminated Elder Zhao's eyes. He lowered his gaze, uncertain whether he was persuading himself or others. I've spent ample time with her. I know her character intimately, and she could never embody such a figure. At this point, he believed Tang Ya's appearance mattered not, as long as she was a woman. Even if she were not to his liking or possessed a plain visage, he would accept it. The celestial maiden also came to her senses, her voice trembling in agreement. Indeed, the protective talismans on this person may have been gifted to him by Sister Xiaoya. How could our gentle and caring Sister Xiaoya possibly be associated with such a hulking man? The 3 individuals' reactions mirrored the astonishment of Ming Huixin upon discovering the truth. It is no wonder that they were completely deceived by Tang Ya, haha. Upon hearing the voice from beyond, the 3 instinctively glanced towards Ming Huixin, observing his expression, which seemed devoid of all emotion, coupled with an aura transcending the mundane. The Slayer of Destiny's lips quivered uncontrollably, his hands, usually adept at taking lives, now trembled slightly. Ming clan ancestor. Is it really Tang Ya? Ming Huixin met his gaze, silently nodding. The sound of shattering echoed. The Slayer of Destiny clutched his chest, staggering back a couple of steps, his eyes filled with despair and anguish. No. The last flicker of light in Elder Zhao's eyes gradually extinguished, leaving them shrouded in an abyss of darkness. The celestial maiden's chest heaved violently. Having never encountered such despair in her 2 lifetimes, she found herself momentarily paralyzed. The truth was so overwhelmingly despairing that it rendered them oblivious to Tang Ye's numerous entanglements. What could possibly be more disheartening than a cute girl transforming into a muscular man? Truly, it was a thrilling experience of online romance turning into reality. Su Li, observing the expressions of utter disbelief on their faces, suddenly felt a flicker of curiosity towards Tang Ye's actions. What exactly did Tang Ye do to ensnare these individuals so thoroughly and yet leave them reveling in it? Wasn't it merely the use of jade pendants to express concern? How could these individuals, having lived nearly a millennium, be so easily deceived? She curiously flipped through the book of Heavenly Dao, eager to glimpse the details of Tang Ye's interactions with them. Tang Ye is quite the strategist. She intentionally placed several communicative jade pendants in areas frequented by the scions of prominent families, eagerly waiting for the fish to bite. After conducting various tests, she likely gauged the wealth of the individuals on the other end of the jade pendants before making her move. Let me see, the first to bite the bait was... Oh dear, Elder Zhao. All eyes turned towards Elder Zhao. His lips were pressed tightly together, his expression frighteningly cold.
Wow.
Tang Ye's approach with Elder Zhao was akin to a gentle and understanding confidant. Regardless of how indifferent Elder Zhao appeared, Tang Ye maintained a persona of warmth and silent companionship, effectively melting someone's heart. It was amusing to discover that Elder Zhao was drawn to Tang Ye simply because she had searched tirelessly for 3 days to find the legendary fortune grass. Just because he mentioned he had been experiencing some misfortune. In reality, that very fortune grass was purchased by Tang Ye for 10 spirit stones from a stall. After 3 days of drinking at a tavern, he finally remembered that he needed to comfort a fish. Ever since then, Elder Zhao's affection for Tang Ye had deepened, and he was now even preparing for a marriage ceremony. He had begun sketching his imagined likeness of Tang Ye and was constantly whispering sweet nothings to the portrait. How amusing! Among the esteemed figures, the head of the Ming clan tried to diminish his presence, but upon hearing the voice from beyond, he could no longer restrain himself and cautiously glanced in Elder Zhao's direction. Cough, cough. Elder Zhao appears so icy, yet unexpectedly. The other 4 deceived individuals also turned their gazes towards him. The temperature around Elder Zhao plummeted, frost flowers slowly revealing themselves. Yet his expression was even colder than the surrounding ice, recalling the tender concern and care he had shown Tang Ye, which only led to an accumulation of icy shards around him. What made it even more unbearable was the way those surrounding him regarded him. My nearly 1,000-year-old reputation. How could it be tarnished here? Su Li briefly scanned Elder Zhao's predicament before eagerly continuing. The second to fall for Tang Ye was Ming Huaixin, who is now so enamored that he intends to forcibly offer the position of guest elder of the Ming clan to her. She was already well aware of Ming Huaixin's situation. After a brief mention, she excitedly moved on to the next, the third to be ensnared. Oh wow. Turns out to be the Slayer of Destiny. The Slayer of Destiny's expression of pity towards Elder Zhao and Ming Huaixin suddenly froze. He recalled his interactions with Tang Ye, his eyes filled with despair. Haha, he fell for Tang Ye because she showed concern for him when he was injured, sending him spiritual medicine that was actually gifted by the Ming clan ancestor. The facade of calm that Ming Huaixin had been attempting to maintain shattered instantly. The voice from beyond continued to exclaim with delight. Haha, the Slayer of Destiny believes that everyone cares about his victories, but only his little cares about whether he is in pain or not. From then on, you are my sole reason for fighting. Should anyone dare to harm you, I will annihilate their entire lineage. Whatever you desire, I shall desire as well. How could such romantic declarations be so cheesy, yet simultaneously so cringeworthy? The head of the Ming clan bowed his head, suppressing his amusement. The Slayer of Destiny clenched his broken blade, his hand trembling, eyes swirling with darkness. After witnessing all of this, Su Li's gaze shifted to the next victim. The celestial maiden fell for Tang Ye because she once gifted him many spiritual treasures, which he did not accept, returning them all to her. She began to perceive Tang Ye as exceptionally independent and resilient, pure yet unpretentious. The gifts you sent were merely garments and accessories, she chuckled. How could a man of his stature possibly find use for them? The flowing light fairy fears Tang Ye may not accept women and has even contemplated transforming into a man. She has prepared the transformation potions? What a breathtakingly romantic tale this is. She laughed heartily. Upon hearing the voice from beyond, everyone's gaze simultaneously turned towards the flowing light fairy. The revelation was utterly shocking. Clenching her fists, she cast her eyes back, filled with the murderous aura of a sword cultivator. Were it not for the comparable strength of these individuals, she would have relished silencing them. Such matters must never escape. Otherwise, her illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. While the voice from beyond might spark curiosity about secrets, she understood that in due time, her knowledge of mysteries would be sufficient to dismiss today's events. Hence, with a deliberate motion, she slowly drew her spiritual sword. Her voice icy, what transpired today must remain undisclosed. Ming Huaixian, the slayer of life, and Elder Xiao shared her unwavering resolve. Their gazes gradually shifted to the Ming family patriarch, who felt a sudden chill run through him. He hastily bowed to the assembled, stating, "Today, this junior merely wandered out and has not encountered any of the esteemed elders." Upon hearing his response, the four of them suppressed their disgust, coldly observing the figure sprawled on the ground. Tangya, sensing the icy, murderous glances directed at him, was engulfed in terror and despair. Had he known he had provoked such formidable figures, he would have refrained from harboring such ulterior motives. Who could have imagined that these renowned cultivators were more gullible than the second-generation heirs? Had they revealed even a hint of their identities, he would have fled with his jade pendant. Just as the flowing light fairy aimed her drawn sword at Tangya, an undeniable surge of spiritual energy erupted from the air. A brazen voice, dripping with arrogance, resonated in everyone's ears. "Father, this is your first encounter with your daughter-in-law. Do not appear so stern, or you might frighten Ya. Do not wear that expression. Ya is entirely different from those women who previously pursued me for their family status." Shen Sun, donned in a resplendent crimson robe, his jade crown gleaming in the sunlight, held a spiritual fan in one hand, his gaze flippant yet imbued with a naivety. With a slight smile, he turned to the person beside him, resolute. "Father, I shall marry no one but Ya. If you frighten her today, and she refuses to wed me, you shall never cradle a grandchild in this lifetime." The city lord, Shen, closed his eyes, internally reminding himself, "This is my only heir. He must not be harmed." Opening his eyes, filled with barely contained anger, he spoke each word with deliberation. "Very well, I shall meet your esteemed Ya." Chapter 46. All disciples within the inner sect of the 10,000 Swords sect were well aware of their sect leaders' two great passions. One was convening meetings. The high-ranking elders and peak leaders of the sect met almost every couple of days for a high-level conference, even during periods devoid of significant events. These meetings persisted, compelling many elders to wander for years, returning only sporadically. Some elders and peak leaders, burdened by important roles, concocted a myriad of peculiar excuses to avoid attending the meetings. For instance, the peak leader of the Yujing Peak, who had disciplined his son 10 times in 1 month, or the elder in charge of the sect's treasury, who had conducted inventory checks 15 times in a month. And the sect leader's second passion? Teaching. Ever since Lord Qi ascended as the leader of the 10,000 Sword sect, the inner disciples were introduced to a plethora of peculiar subjects, such as how to politely borrow spiritual stones, how to evade family pressures for marriage, and proper etiquette in social interactions. Today, they gathered for the 4th session of the already thrice-held anti-fraud course. Chuling glanced at the densely packed audience beneath the lectern and hurried to her designated spot. Upon noticing the renowned jack-of-all-trades disciple seated beside her, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She leaned in, whispering with barely contained enthusiasm, "Senior brother, I've heard the cultivation world is quite lively lately." The jack-of-all-trades adjusted his disciple robes with a measured demeanor and responded mysteriously, "It seems you are well informed, junior sister." Chu Ling, initially dispirited by the course, suddenly felt invigorated. She suppressed her excitement. Could it be that the sect leader has us study anti-fraud techniques due to the recent events involving those esteemed cultivators? At this, the disciple seated before her could no longer contain himself, turning around with a conspiratorial glint in his eyes. Could it be that those esteemed cultivators really? He instinctively glanced around, as if the sky and surroundings were listening. Those are among the most powerful cultivators in the realm. We inner disciples may never encounter even one in our lifetimes, yet they. You've all heard. Chu Ling's voice inadvertently rose, and realizing it, she quickly lowered her tone, whispering, "I heard from a disciple of the Shun Qian sect that several esteemed cultivators were deceived out of their wealth and virtue. It is said they were all swindled by the same cultivator." Indeed, indeed. I also heard that the esteemed cultivators were so enchanted they were on the verge of becoming partners with this individual. A disciple from the Flowing Light Fairy's lineage lowered his voice. "I heard my father mention that the Flowing Light Fairy was badly deceived by that female cultivator and has sought transformation potions from the Shun Qian sect, all to become her partner, who said that the scammer was a woman." The jack-of-all-trades shot a disdainful glance at their excitement, maintaining a calm demeanor as he dropped another bombshell. "The individual who deceived the esteemed cultivators is actually a man. A man towering at 9 feet, muscular, with a fierce countenance adorned by a bushy beard." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped, their excitement intensifying. One individual whispered, "I did hear rumors, but I always thought they were mere fabrications." Chu Ling inhaled deeply, unable to suppress a somewhat lewd smile. Her voice trembled with excitement. But why would such seasoned and knowledgeable esteemed cultivators fall prey to such a man? The jack-of-all-trades regarded her with a knowing look, shaking his head, his expression conveying profound wisdom. "What you do not understand, junior sister, is that this man possesses a voice as melodious as a nightingale's." Everyone leaned in with curiosity in their eyes, eager to hear more. He also possesses extraordinary skills in the art of seduction. At this revelation, Suli could no longer restrain herself, nearly expelling the spiritual fruit from her mouth. Bored from her time in the courtyard, she had ventured out for fresh air, only to stumble upon this riveting anti-fraud class, and now she was astonished by the unfolding rumors. She looked up at the resolute jack-of-all-trades, took a deep breath, and finally regained her composure. I never imagined such a talent for misinformation could exist in the cultivation world. It has truly enlightened me on the nature of how rumors can distort reality. No wonder those individuals are currently in seclusion, too ashamed to show their faces. It turns out to be this. Chu Ling was taken aback by the news, her soul seemingly leaving her body for a moment. It took her a while to regain her composure. In her eyes, there was no trace of doubt, only astonishment. It appeared that even the most profound cultivators, the esteemed ones, were not immune to certain temptations and allurements. Upon hearing her response, Su Li could no longer contain herself and asked, "Do you truly believe this? This absurd rumor, which sounds so fabricated, has people actually believing it?"
Senior?
Chu Ling turned back to Su Li, blinking in surprise, and then said earnestly, "Senior, if someone told you that several esteemed individuals were simultaneously deceived by a man, would you believe it?" Su Li remained silent for a moment before responding with utmost honesty. Is it possible that these individuals were simply more gullible?
Impossible.
Chu Ling shook her head vigorously, her voice rising an octave. They're esteemed ones. Each possesses thousands of years of cultivation and experience. How could they be so easily deceived? Thus, having eliminated all other possibilities, only the reason suggested by her senior remained. Su Li, that reasoning is so compelling that even I, who know the truth, nearly succumbed to it. She pinched her brow with one hand while gesturing towards Chu Ling with the other, softly saying, "As long as you are happy." After observing her actions, Chu Ling seemed to recall something and, with a hint of compassion in her voice, asked, "Senior, how many cultivators are aware of these esteemed ones being deceived?" Wan Shirtong was momentarily taken aback by her question, then replied, "In the Shun Qian sect, it is nearly common knowledge. As for our Wan Jian sect..." He glanced at the attentive disciples around him and coughed. "It will likely become common knowledge within a couple of hours." Chu Ling's expression grew complex. "I wonder how those esteemed ones are faring now. Since they have cultivated to the Mahayana stage, their resolve must be unwavering. I doubt they would dwell on such matters. The esteemed ones likely live freely, indifferent to the opinions of others." Upon hearing her words, a disciple sitting beside Wan Shirtong coughed softly and remarked, "I am uncertain about the other esteemed ones, but our Shao family's elder has already entered seclusion, reportedly for a minimum of 500 years. Another disciple added, "Yesterday, the nemesis of the slaughtering destiny esteemed one, the Ming Yun esteemed one, sought him for a spar. Yet the combative slaughtering destiny esteemed one did not respond for an entire day. My seventh aunt's uncle's grandson's nephew serves at the Flowing Light Fairy's estate, and he mentioned that the Flowing Light Fairy has been busy researching how to reincarnate painlessly. I have also heard that the head of the Ming family sent numerous rugged-looking female cultivators to the family ancestor, only to find himself utterly beaten and unable to rise from his bed. I heard that the head of the Ming family sent rugged-looking male cultivators instead." As Su Li listened to the increasingly outrageous rumors, she fell into silence. Is it possible that the head of the Ming family sent only breathtaking beauties? Though there were both men and women, it is true that the head of the Ming family was indeed beaten. Afterward, the family ancestor entered seclusion.
Guling.
Upon hearing the discussions, spoke with a hint of awkward sympathy. "I hope the esteemed ones can emerge from their seclusion soon." Wan Shirtong awkwardly coughed a couple of times, then nonchalantly changed the subject. "I recall the last time the disciples of the Wan Jian sect were so excitedly gathered to discuss something was when our sect leader was deceived in matters of the heart by the Harmony sect leader. So, the first deceived leader is here to give them a lesson on fraud prevention?" A peculiar silence enveloped the air. Just then, a figure clad in a pale blue robe, exuding the authority of the Wan Jian sect leader, Qi Ming, ascended to the teaching platform. Upon seeing their newly discussed leader appear, the disciples quickly straightened their postures, a hint of guilt evident on their faces. Surrounding the teaching platform, a host of elders and peak masters took their seats. Qi Ming surveyed the densely packed disciples below, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. As disciples of the Wan Jian sect, they should adhere to the sect's regulations and display spiritedness. Upon learning about the deception of several esteemed individuals a couple of days prior, he had resolved to impart an important lesson to the disciples. As for why he only commenced today, it was because he had spent 2 whole days smiling, and his face had nearly stiffened from it. Today, he could barely maintain his authority to teach the disciples effectively. Clearing his throat, he commanded silence, his voice resonating with authority. "Recently, you may have heard numerous rumors regarding the increasingly sophisticated scams in the cultivation world. Many cultivators, including even the most powerful esteemed ones, find it difficult to resist these deceivers. Therefore, today's lesson is essential. This lesson is one of the most valuable teachings of the Wan Jian sect, embodying its cultural spirit, distinguishing it from other sections." As he began speaking, Su Li yawned in boredom. How can lessons in the cultivation world be so dull? Is it the fault of Qi Ming, or the fault of the cultivation world? To prevent herself from dozing off, she aimlessly flipped through the pages of the book of Heavenly Dao in her consciousness. Meanwhile, Qi Ming continued his authoritative lecture. Firstly, and most importantly, always maintain vigilance towards strangers. At this point, he paused for a moment, struggling to suppress a smile. Recently, some cultivators had found a communication jade pendant and easily placed their trust in the stranger on the other end. Many disciples below seemed to have an epiphany, thinking, if a found communication jade pendant could be problematic, then could a found communication talisman also be flawed? They immediately discarded the talisman. They did not wish to become the laughingstock of the entire sect. On the teaching platform, Qi Ming's voice persisted. Furthermore, cultivators must not only cultivate their bodies, but also their minds. Chapter 47. Chen En, upon hearing a voice at the door, instinctively retracted the storage bag he had handed to the shopkeeper. He turned around, astonished, and exclaimed, "Father, what brings you here? What brings me here?" The elder of the warehouse snatched the storage bag from his hand, and upon seeing that the spirit stones within had not diminished, he finally freed a hand to deliver a sharp slap to Chinen. "If I hadn't come, you would have squandered my entire fortune. Are you a fool? Believing such nonsense?" At this point, the elder of the warehouse was furious, his face turning red from anger. He could not believe that the child he had painstakingly raised for 200 years was such a simpleton. How could he be so naive as to not see through such an obvious scam? No, he was even more foolish than the sect leader. The sect leader had only lost a few hundred spirit stones, while his dear son was about to hand over his entire fortune to this fraudster. 9,000 spirit stones. He had saved his entire life to accumulate these funds, and now they were nearly lost. The thought made his left hand tremble around the storage bag, while his right hand landed another blow on Chunin. Dazed from the slap, Chunin rubbed his face, looking at the elder of the warehouse with a pitiful expression. "I haven't squandered any spirit stones, father. I am making a profit. I am investing." As he spoke, an unusual brilliance flickered in his eyes. He extended his hands, wearing an expression of sheer ecstasy as if he were on the verge of striking it rich. "If we invest these spirit stones today, in half a month, we shall reap double the reward. Father, that amounts to 18,000 spirit stones." The elder in charge of the storeroom, visibly agitated by his son's blind obsession, slapped Shen and without hesitation. "Double the spirit stones? In half a month? You fool." The swindler would have fled with the goods long before that. The shopkeeper had been discreetly observing the elder since his entrance, and upon noticing the man's humble attire and somewhat weathered face, he silently resolved, this is yet another hard-working rogue, likely struggling to save for his children. Such a rogue is easily deceived. The shopkeeper exchanged a knowing glance with a female rogue, who seemed to grasp the situation immediately, her expression transforming into one of urgency and eagerness. "Shopkeeper, since he has given up, it is my turn now, is it not?" The female rogue, clutching her storage bag, incessantly thrust it into the shopkeeper's hands. "Shopkeeper, here are 8,500 spirit stones. Please accept them. The last spot is mine." Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Chen An's eyes reddened with anxiety. Without a moment's thought, he reached out to snatch the storage bag from his father's grasp. "Father, this is urgent. I will explain later." The elder, seeing his son's movement, merely swatted him away, his mind focused on a singular thought. This foolish son must not be kept. The shopkeeper, witnessing the elder's actions, subtly furrowed his brow but quickly masked it, nonchalantly accepting the storage bag from the female rogue. With an expression of righteousness, he declared, "At my treasure pavilion, we have branches throughout the cultivation realm. How could we deceive our fellow cultivators?" After speaking, he clasped his hands to the female rogue. "You may visit me daily, and in half a month, I shall naturally return your spirit stones doubled." The female rogue responded without hesitation, "I believe you. Just 10 days ago, I invested 3,000 spirit stones, and just 2 days ago, I received 6,000. At this, she cast a disdainful glance at the prostrate Chunin. Some people simply lack the fortune to earn spirit stones. The shopkeeper, smiling as he stroked his beard, feigned concern. "Everyone has their own fate. 9,000 spirit stones is no small sum. It is only prudent for you and your family to be cautious." Following this, he sighed theatrically and produced a jade pendant. "Friend, this is a tracking pendant. I shall infuse it with my spiritual energy. No matter where you are, you shall know my whereabouts, and you can find me easily. Thus, you need not worry," he added, casting a vague glance at the elder, "that I might deceive you and abscond with your spirit stones." The female rogue frowned. "Shopkeeper, I trust you. There is no need," before she could finish. The shopkeeper thrust the jade pendant into her hands. "You have invested so many spirit stones. This is merely a token. Please do not refuse." Lying on the ground, Chen and clutched his chest, his voice filled with urgency. "Father, look at the shopkeeper's actions. How could he possibly be a swindler? Quickly give me the storage bag, or we shall truly miss the opportunity to earn spirit stones. It is a chance to double our wealth." Just as Shin Yuanon arrived at the entrance, he observed the shopkeeper's actions with a thoughtful nod. No wonder the shopkeeper has been able to deceive both the sect master and Shinin. He certainly possesses some skill. At that moment, the voice of the sect master of the Wanjian sect, barely a whisper, reached Shin. "Elder Shin, might it be possible that the shopkeeper is not deceiving anyone?" Qi Ming regarded the shopkeeper's earnest demeanor as if the very essence of integrity was written upon his face. Even after having learned of his deceitful nature from afar, he found himself momentarily swayed by doubt upon meeting him. Shin Yunan inhaled deeply, internally reassuring himself. This is the sect master. He cannot act recklessly. Even if he did, he would not prevail. After a brief moment, he composed his expression into one of respect. Sect Master, have you forgotten your earlier admonition to the disciples of Wanjian sect? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Qi Ming perceived the subtle warning in Shen Yuanan's tone and chuckled nervously. Of course. I am aware that this establishment has its issues. I was merely asking out of curiosity. He dared not glance at the expressions of those around him, resolutely entering the shop. To ease Shen Yuanan's worries, he turned to the female rogue, who was insistent on giving spirit stones to the shopkeeper, and cautioned, "You must understand that over 8,000 spirit stones is no trifling matter. Do you truly wish to invest all of it here?" He gestured towards the jade pendant in her possession. Such a tracking pendant of this caliber can be easily faked. Behind him, Shen Yuanan inhaled deeply. The sect master clearly understands everything. Why then does he still fall for this trick? The female rogue's stubbornness surpassed even Chen An's. She waved her hand dismissively. The shopkeeper cannot be deceiving me. Upon seeing Qi Ming, the shopkeeper's amiable facade briefly faltered. Why is this person here again? This cultivator, dressed elegantly and appearing affluent yet somewhat naive, was easily led astray by a few casual words. Thus, the shopkeeper had spent over half a month currying favor, offering him spirit food and spirit plants. Finally, he managed to coax him into pledging his entire fortune to the treasure pavilion. And what was the result? He had awaited all day, only for the cultivator to bring a mere 600 spirit stones. 600 spirit stones. The amount he had spent on this man far exceeded that. It was infuriating that he had dressed so grandly without possessing any spirit stones.
Now.
Upon seeing Qi Ming's face, the shopkeeper instinctively scowled. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, suppressing his disdain, and put on a facade of cordiality. What brings you here, friend? Are you looking to invest in spirit stones again? I am not so foolish as to continue giving a swindler my spirit stones, Qi Ming replied sternly, his commanding presence emanating authority. To deceive cultivators within the domain of the Wanjian sect, you have quite the audacity. The shopkeeper, startled by his imposing aura, took a step back, but upon recalling that this cultivator was merely a penniless rogue without power, his expression shifted to one of indignation. Am I a swindler? Do you know the crime of slandering the treasure pavilion? The female rogue beside him glared at Qi Ming. Shopkeeper Wang is truly concerned for us cultivators. Why must you slander him so? How dedicated this pawn is. The tone, the expression, the acting. One wonders how many spirit stones she has given the swindler? The anti-fraud lesson at Wanjian sect concluded after Qi Ming's departure. Upon returning to Xianlin Peak, Su Li, feeling rather bored, suddenly recalled the swindler who had deceived the sect master and curiously opened the cloud mirror.
Observing shopkeeper Wange's seemingly virtuous visage.
She casually glanced at the book of Heavenly Dao, her voice tinged with peculiarity. How should one evaluate this shopkeeper Wang? If one were to say he is lucky. He deceived 2 individuals within 2 months of arriving near Wanjian sect. If one were to say he is unfortunate. Although he only managed to swindle 600 spirit stones from one, he nearly tricked 9,000 spirit stones from the other. Ha ha ha. The 2 deceived were none other than the sect master of Wanjian sect and the son of the elder in charge of the storeroom. Even swindlers possess their own prowess. The master of the Wanjian sect, having tirelessly humbled himself to borrow 600 spirit stones, was cunningly deceived into losing them. The smile on Wang's face abruptly froze, as disbelief filled his eyes. What? That destitute wanderer, with only 600 spirit stones to his name, whose face practically screams easily fooled, is actually the master of the Wanjian sect? How could it be? How can a sect leader be in such a pitiful state? He trembled, stammering, "You are." Qi Ming raised his head, his expression resolute. As the master of the sect, I will not allow a fraud like you to continue endangering our sect within the Wanjian sect's jurisdiction. The female cultivator quickly took 2 steps back, desperately distancing herself from Wang. I only accepted 100 spirit stones from him for a performance. I had no idea he was a fraud. I will return the spirit stones I earned. Just then, the law enforcement disciples of the Wanjian sect arrived. After a brief assessment of the situation, they, at Shen Yunan's signal, apprehended both the shopkeeper and the female cultivator, preparing to take them to the law enforcement hall for interrogation. As Wang passed by Qi Ming, he could no longer contain himself. Master, in my line of work, I can earn at least 5,000 spirit stones a month. Why don't we split the profits 50-50? Qi Ming's face turned pale with anger. Who does he think he is? To attempt to bribe a sect leader with 2,500 spirit stones? What sect leader could withstand such an insult? He addressed the law enforcement disciples with righteous indignation. To dare tempt the sect leader before everyone, take him back for thorough questioning. All the spirit stones this fraud has conned must be surrendered to the sect. No sooner had he finished speaking than several sharp sword energies hovered within the shop. Qi Ming looked at the newcomers, surprise flickering in his eyes. City Lord Tang, City Lord Xia, City Lord Wen? What brings you to the Wanjian sect? Chapter 48. What? The information contained in the voice from beyond was overwhelming, even for someone as battle-hardened as Qi Ming. It took a moment for him to grasp the implications of her words. So, City Lord Xia's husband not only betrayed her but also drugged her? Had he lost his mind? Everything he possessed was due to City Lord Xia. Moreover, as a powerful cultivator, it would not be easy for him to discreetly administer poison to her without her awareness. Besides, City Lord Xia was always cautious. She could never fully trust even Wan Siki, who had accompanied her for 100 years. How could he have? At that moment, Qi Ming recalled the final sentence from the voice from beyond. The poison was delivered to City Lord Xia by her son. If that were true, City Lord Xia, who placed great importance on bloodlines, would likely not be overly vigilant regarding her own child. As this realization struck him, he instinctively glanced at City Lord Xia, his eyes betraying a trace of unnoticeable pity and concern. As a cultivator, the higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it becomes to bear offspring. Furthermore, Xia Yaoyu was the last remaining descendant of the Xia family who had once placed immense importance on lineage. Thus, Xia Yaoyu valued Xia Qingyun, her only child and the last remaining bloodline of the Xia family, immensely. If Xia Qingyun truly... The reactions of others mirrored Qi Ming's. Everyone hesitated, glancing at Xia Yaoyu. Upon hearing the voice from beyond, Xia Yaoyu furrowed her brow, instinctively recalling her interactions with Wan Siki over the years. She had never held much affection for Wan Siki. She chose him merely because he was easier to manage and his constitution was more conducive to producing offspring. After Yun'er was born, although she had not intended to have a child, she had indeed tested the waters to encourage Wan Siki to leave Mingjian City, fearing he might influence her only offspring. Yet, in the end, after decades of his unwavering care and admiration for her, even watching over her tirelessly when she was injured, she had finally come to accept his presence. But how could he dare betray her? How could he poison her? Xia Yaoyu's face darkened with a grim shadow. She felt the flow of spiritual energy within her, momentarily calming her heart. She had indeed sensed a blockage in her spiritual energy recently, albeit faintly. Initially, she had thought it was merely due to her exhaustion and had not paid it much mind. It seemed that the poison was still mild and not yet sufficient to have a considerable impact on her. A chilling glint filled her gaze as she pondered her feelings for Wan Siki. Despite having a modicum of affection for him, should he dare to betray her, she would not hesitate to make him pay the price. After all, other than his identity as her husband, he bore no other ties to her. What she found most unbearable was her Yun'er, the Xia family bloodline she had painstakingly nurtured for so many years. Xia Yaoyu recalled how, each time Xia Qingyun presented her with the medicinal porridge he had painstakingly concocted for half a day, her eyes darkened uncontrollably. She took a deep breath, silently reassuring herself. The voice from beyond only stated that Yun'er had brought the poison to her. It did not imply whether Yun'er was aware of it. It was entirely possible that someone had taken advantage of his inattention to slip poison into the porridge. Just as she was internally absolving Xia Qingyun, the voice from beyond struck her heart like a heavy tolling bell. Tis, what a fine son Wan Siki has. He had Xia Qingyun add this poison to the porridge without even asking what it was. Those who know will recognize that Xia Yaoyu is his biological mother. Those who do not know would think she is a stepmother. I see this has been going on for nearly half a year. Fortunately, Wan Siki did not dare use overly potent poison, so it has not yet had a significant impact on Xia Yaoyu. However, if she continues consuming the porridge her son prepares for several more years, it is likely that Xia Yaoyu will not live much longer. Whoever said raising children is for the sake of old age has not realized that this child-rearing may preclude her from even reaching old age. It was indeed Xia City Lord's son who had taken action. Both Qi Ming and Wenji furrowed their brows, their gazes towards Xia Yaoyu laden with concern. Xia Yaoyu's complexion turned extremely grim, the teacup in her hand instantly reduced to ashes. Su Li, completely oblivious to the scene in the mirror of the cloud mirror, was wholly absorbed in the text on the book of Heavenly Dao, exclaiming with delight, "Wow, Wan Siki truly enjoys excitement. Now he is actually frolicking with his young lover in Xia Yaoyu's bed. The young lover is even wearing Xia Yaoyu's city lord's attire, since he chose excitement. He might as well go all out, ha ha ha. TSK, TSK, if Xia Yaoyu rushes back now, she would catch them in the act." Xia Yaoyu's expression was darker than ever before as she stood up and gave a hasty bow to Qi Ming. "Sect Master, there are urgent matters to attend to at the city lord's residence. I shall take my leave." Qi Ming observed her countenance, pondering for a moment. His voice laced with concern. "I see that City Lord Xia does not appear well. The journey back to Mingjian City is long and fraught with treachery. Allow me to escort you." His concern for Xia Yaoyu was genuine. As for witnessing the unfolding drama, he would go along for that too. At his side, Wenji quickly rose, his eyes betraying a mix of concealed gossip and excitement. "I shall accompany City Lord Xia as well." Upon hearing their voices, Xia Yaoyu slowly closed her eyes. They had all heard the voice from beyond and knew the circumstances, whether or not they went to Mingjian City. Her family's disgrace had already been laid bare before them. With that thought, she forced out a strained smile. "Then I shall trouble the sect master and City Lord One." Qi Ming and Wenji replied in unison without hesitation. "Not a trouble at all. It is anticipated that the celestial visitors must surely be heading to Mingjian City to witness the performance. If they were to remain at the Wanjian sect, they would be left anxiously awaiting news that would only arrive days later. Such matters naturally require one to experience the scene firsthand. Their presence is crucial. For should Wan Siki possess any hidden trump cards, they may assist City Lord Xia in countering them. With the support of Wenji's 7th-tier spirit vessel, it wasn't long before the trio arrived at Mingjian City. The guards at the City Lord's residence, upon seeing Xia Yaoyu and her companions, were momentarily taken aback before hastily bowing. City Lord. Xia Yaoyu's face bore an icy demeanor. She raised her hand slightly, her voice somber. Do not let anyone know of my return. With that, she swiftly darted toward the City Lord's chamber. Qi Ming and Wenji exchanged glances, quickly following her. Seizing the opportunity while Xia Yuyu was away, Xia Qingyun had intended to indulge in some leisure, but upon glancing up, he was met with a familiar aura. Mother? He looked in the direction where Xia Yaoyu had gone, suddenly recalling something, a hint of terror flashing in his eyes. He hastily summoned his spirit energy and positioned himself in front of Xia Yaoyu, his anxiety so palpable that he failed to notice the two figures behind her. Nervously licking his lips, he stammered, "Why has mother returned so soon?" Xia Yaoyu halted, fixing her gaze upon Xia Qingyun. Noticing the panic in his eyes, her heart sank, and she spoke slowly and deliberately. Should I not have returned? Regardless of the truth behind the drugging incident, it was evident that Xia Qingyun was aware of Wan Siki and his lover. Otherwise, his reaction upon seeing her would not have been so telling. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to suppress her overwhelming rage. Had Xia Qingyun not been her son, he would have already faced dire consequences. Mother is joking, Xia Qingyun replied, his heart racing further upon hearing her tone. He forced a laugh. I simply did not expect mother to return so swiftly. Surely, it is because mother is wise and formidable, having captured that scoundrel in just a few hours. As he stalled for time, he believed he was discreetly reaching for the communication talisman hidden in his sleeve, hoping to inform his father to prepare himself. Little did he know how evident his actions were to those of great power around him. Xia Yaoyu suddenly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a glint of determination shone within. With a swift gesture, she severed the communication talisman from Xia Qingyun's grasp. Clutching his injured hand in confusion, he looked up. Mother, I was just enough. Xia Yaoyu's voice held an unprecedented coldness as she waved her hand, summoning several shadow guards who silently appeared and bound Xia Qingyun. Having been cherished and pampered by Xia Yaoyu since birth, he had never experienced such treatment. He glared fiercely at the shadow guards who dared to act against him. Are you mad? I am the young lord. How dare you treat me this way? I shall not let this go. Realizing it was Xia Yaoyu's command, he quickly turned. Feigning vulnerability, mother, what is the meaning of this? If father were to know how you are treating me, what would he do? Xia Yaoyu shot him a glance. Would he continue to drug me and send you to me? Xia Qingyun stood frozen, allowing the shadow guards to bind him completely. Finally, he stammered, Mother, what are you saying? What drugging? I do not understand at all. He had been delivering medications to his mother for half a year. She had never expressed suspicion before. What had transpired that he was unaware of? With a wave of her hand, she sealed his ability to speak. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Qi Ming and Wenji, nodding apologetically. Please forgive me for the interruption. Qi Ming quickly waved his hand dismissively. City Lord Xia, what are you saying? You are undoubtedly busy with the affairs of Mingjian City, and it is natural to overlook the actions of some petty individuals. He cleared his throat and continued. City Lord Xia need not concern herself with our opinions. You should attend to your pressing matters. Given the time wasted with Xia Qingyun, any further delay might result in missing the opportunity entirely. To catch a thief, one must catch them in the act. Upon hearing this, Xia Yaoyu cast a deep glance toward the location of the City Lord's pavilion. With a wave of her hand, several shadow guards bound Xia Qingyun and followed her toward the pavilion. As they approached the main chamber, Xia Qingyun's face turned pale. Could it be that his mother had discovered the truth about his father and Aunt Xiao, leading to such a drastic change? As the thought crossed his mind, a hint of reproach towards Xia Yuyu flickered in his eyes. Father is a golden core cultivator and a man. Having a concubine is entirely normal. If it were not for mother's sternness, would father have needed to act covertly with Aunt Xiao while she was absent? Chapter 49. Hearing the celestial visitor's words. Qi Ming and Wenji appeared utterly dazed, unable to react, instinctively feeling a dull pain in their abdomens. When they regained their composure, they exchanged glances, each reflecting the lingering fear that had yet to dissipate. Had they heard too many secrets today, their minds stimulated to the point of hallucination? Otherwise, how could they believe they had just heard the celestial visitors proclaim that men could give birth? And twins at that, having lived for nearly 1,000 years. They had never encountered such a shocking notion. Men simply did not possess such capabilities. How could they gestate for 10 months, let alone deliver? Was it to be a cesarean section? The two exchanged increasingly alarmed glances. Yet, Xia Yaoyu's reaction was in stark contrast to theirs, upon hearing the celestial visitor's words. She held no doubt, merely pausing for a moment before her eyes gleamed with brilliance. At that instant, her face lost all trace of anger. Radiating with glory, the Xia family had 2 more bloodlines. She had 2 more children. For someone who had witnessed the dwindling of her lineage, this was an unparalleled surprise. In this moment, the notion of men giving birth paled in significance. Even if women bore her children, she would care not a whit, only rejoicing in the heavens' favor. All she cared about were her 2 children she had never met. Overcome with excitement, her chest rose and fell rapidly. Amidst her joy, a thread of worry crept in. The world of cultivation is one of survival of the fittest. She wondered how old her children were now, whether they had faced any hardships, and if they were in good health. Over the years without her by their side, Would they have felt sorrow? Imagining their faces as they cried to their father, asking if their mother disliked them, if she had forsaken them, her heart ached, and her brows knitted in concern. She took a deep breath, suppressing all emotions. The most pressing matter now was to ascertain the whereabouts of her children. Once she found them, she would make amends for all the years of absence. Regardless of their talents, she would not mind in the slightest. If they were gifted, she would personally guide their cultivation, and if not, she would use resources to elevate their abilities and extend their lifespans. With this resolve, she held her breath, focusing intently on the celestial visitor's forthcoming words, eager to glean any information regarding her children.
Suli, oblivious tosia a westots.
Was enthralled by the words inscribed in the book of heavenly principles. This is indeed men giving birth. Despite her daily indulgence in countless gossip and witnessing numerous spectacles, this was the first time she encountered the phenomenon of a man giving birth. The sheer excitement and peculiarity rendered her unable to cast even a glance at the multitude within the cloud mirror. Ah, so these two children are the offspring of Xia Yaoyu's fleeting romance from 15 years ago. 15 years prior, Xia Yaoyu inadvertently rescued the youngest son of the Rong family, Rong Yi, who subsequently became deeply infatuated with her. At that time, Xia Yaoyu stayed with the Rong family for a while. One day, after an excessive indulgence in drink, she shared an intimate moment with Rong Yi, Qi Ming, and when she exchanged astonished glances at Xia Yaoyu, taken aback by the revelation of her romantic escapade. However, given Xia Qingzhu's youth and accomplishments, it was not surprising that she garnered admirers. In comparison to other cultivators, Xia Qingzhu could be considered quite virtuous. As the attention of the two men lingered on her, Xia Yaoyu gradually began to recall the events of 15 years past.
Ronki?
A proud and noble young man suddenly materialized in her mind. Each time he saw her, he would lower his gaze, stammering through their conversations, often retreating after just a few exchanged words, leading her to believe he was afraid of her. Reflecting on it now, it seemed as though he had a hand in every aspect of her life while staying at the Rong household, even personally attending to the minutiae of serving tea. Xia Yaoyu's expression remained placid. Even upon realizing Rong Yi's affection for her, her heart only stirred momentarily, her thoughts predominantly focused on her own children. Although the Rong family was merely a small clan in Lijian City, they were under the protection of a golden core cultivator, so if the children grew up there, they would likely face no bullying. She briefly calculated the journey to Lijian City and was about to take flight towards the Rong family when she heard the voice from the heavens continue. Alas, Rong Yi is no longer with the Rong family. Xia Yaoyu abruptly halted, a barely perceptible frown forming. Why had Rong Yi left? Where could he be now? Was he still in Lijian City? TSK, it seems Rong Yi's feelings for Xia Yaoyu run deep. Not long after Xia Yaoyu departed, Rong Yi discovered he was with child. The occurrence of a man giving birth is exceedingly rare, and he dared not gamble on the Rong family's reaction. He knew that if he revealed the child's mother, the Rong family would, in their desire to associate with Xia Yaoyu, unhesitatingly allow him to carry the child to term, and then exhaust every effort to present him and the child to her. However, by then, the tale of Xia Yaoyu's romance with Wan Siki had already spread throughout Lijian City. He did not wish to disrupt her family, nor allow her to think he was drawn to her solely for her influence, so he concealed everything. Ultimately, the Rong family discovered the existence of the child and sought to pressure Rong Yi into terminating the pregnancy, arranging for him to marry the daughter of another family. He was unwilling and, at the risk of exposure, stealthily left the Rong household. Upon hearing this, Su Li shook her head in lament. What a lovesick fool. Had Xia Yaoyu first encountered Rong Yi, there would be no mention of Wan Siki. Listening to Rong Yi's story, Xia Yaoyu's expression remained inscrutable, yet her fingers twitched imperceptibly. She pursed her lips, remaining somewhat silent as she absorbed the words from the heavens. TSK, a young master who cannot lift a finger yet is burdened with pregnancy. Afraid to let anyone discover his condition. Alone, he braved the elements, deceived and wounded, ultimately giving birth under life-threatening circumstances, emerging with a lasting affliction. After the birth, he had no time to recuperate. To ensure his child's survival, he was compelled to toil through illness, enduring hardships to raise the two children. Despite such adversity, he never forgot to keep himself informed about Xia Yaoyu. He named the children Xia Anian and Xia Yungue. If my memory serves me right, Xia Yaoyu's title is Onion? Observing Rong Yi's experiences over the years, and seeing his unwavering devotion, Su Li could not help but exclaim, what an epitome of romantic obsession. Xia Yaoyu's hands gradually clenched. Prior to this moment, she had merely regarded Rong Yi as a stranger who bore her two children. However, as she listened to the voice from the heavens, an unrecognized sense of compassion welled within her. Slowly, she closed her eyes if he wished. Allowing him to remain in the city lord's mansion would not be out of the question. At this juncture, the celestial voice finally shifted focus to the two children. Yes, Xia Yaoyu is truly fortunate. These two children are both exceptionally intelligent and dutiful, displaying considerable talent. Upon hearing the celestial description, Xia Yaoyu's gaze softened. Su Li glanced at the text regarding the two children within the book of Heavenly Dao, then lifted her eyes to Xia Qingyun, who was bound and wore an expression of martyrdom, and disdainfully remarked, any one of them is far superior to this traitorous fool. Xia Qingyun, oblivious to the celestial discourse, observed Xia Yaoyu's seemingly calm demeanor and felt a flicker of pride. He knew his mother would ultimately yield to him. It had always been thus, and this time would be no exception. With this thought, he turned his upper body towards Wan Siki, adopting a dutiful expression. Father, do not worry. I will ensure that mother does not harm you, and Aunt Xiao. For many years, I have regarded Aunt Xiao as my own mother. Should mother dare to lay a hand on you, I will fight her to the end. Xia Qingyun noticed Wan Siki's countenance, which had grown even paler than before, and confusion filled his eyes. Father, what is wrong? Are you unwell? I shall summon a physician for you. Upon hearing the celestial voice, Wan Siki was engulfed by despair. Xia Qingyun was not Xia Yaoyu's only child. How could such an occurrence of a man giving birth exist in the realm of cultivation? If what the celestial voice stated was true, then based on Xia Qingyun's actions today, even if he were of the Xia bloodline, Xia Yaoyu would undoubtedly abandon him to wholeheartedly nurture the two other children. As for him, as Xia Qingyun's father, he might not even survive this ordeal, let alone a man with no blood relation to Xia Yaoyu. Observing the trembling Wan Siki, Xia Qingyun turned to Xia Yaoyu and brazenly declared, Mother, father is unwell. Please hurry and find a physician. Upon hearing his words, Wan Siki's trembling intensified. He grasped Xia Qingyun's hand, his voice betraying a rising panic. Yunner, do not speak further. Do not provoke your mother's anger. Xia Qingyun felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Even in such perilous circumstances, his father still cared for him. He nodded vigorously, practically pledging his devotion. Father, rest assured, I shall protect you and Aunt Xiao at all costs. As Xia Yaoyu listened to Xia Qingyun's words, her expression remained devoid of emotion. Long before the celestial voice conveyed news of Nianu and Guer, she had already contemplated relinquishing Xia Qingyun. Such a child, even if retained, would offer no benefit to the Xia family. Now that Nianu and Guer existed, Xia Qingyun held no value in her eyes, regardless of what he said or did. He was no longer worthy of her concern. In this moment, her entire focus resided on her two children, whom she had yet to meet. She was eager to know where they were now and how they had fared over the years. At that moment, an external voice lamented the wretched and miserable lives of Rong Yi and her two children. Alas, the two children are truly pitiable, though they are 14. They are as thin as mere 10-year-olds. From childhood to adulthood, they have had no resources. Even with remarkable talent, they could only rely on their own exploration to cultivate, nearly encountering perils several times. And without a mother, they were often bullied by their peers. Now, at just 14, Xian Yan has attracted the unwanted attention of someone who wishes to take her as a concubine. Chapter 50. Qi Ming and Wenji stood in stunned silence, their eyes filled with shock and confusion, as if they might overflow at any moment. How could someone dare to impersonate a great ascension master? In the vast realm of cultivation, only a few hundred great ascension masters were known, each capable of safeguarding a domain, a presence that could preside over a sect. The majority of cultivators would not even dare to utter the name of a master. Yet, in this remote city, someone had the audacity to masquerade as a great ascension master, and this person's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage? A foundation establishment cultivator posing as a great ascension master. Had they lost their minds, or had the Zhao family patriarch gone mad? Did the Zhao family patriarch truly understand what it meant to be a great ascension master? Even if he were disguised as a powerful being at the integration stage, they would not have been so astonished. After all, that was a master. How could he be so bold? Xia Yaoyu, who had intended to fight with her life on the line, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the external voice. The great ascension master of the Zhao family was a sham? Feeling the anxious gazes of those behind her who wished to take her place, the astonishment in her eyes swiftly turned to determination. No matter this person's cultivation level, she would never allow anyone to harm her offspring or husband. At that moment, at the entrance of the small courtyard, an elderly figure, with hair as white as snow, approached with slow, heavy steps. With each step he took, the aura of a great ascension master intensified. By the time he reached the front of the courtyard, the oppressive aura surrounding him was so palpable that all the cultivators felt an immense pressure. Several of the less powerful ones had already begun to tremble and kneel. The patriarch of the Zhao family observed the scene in the courtyard, his brows furrowing in a display of authority that commanded respect. Who dares to act recklessly in my Zhao family? To those who could not hear the external voice, the Zhao family patriarch's gaze appeared murky, embodying a return to simplicity. His white hair exuded an ethereal aura. Yet, to Qi Ming and the others, this Zhao patriarch, despite his overwhelming pressure resembling that of a great ascension master, was riddled with flaws. Though the Zhao family trembled beneath the oppressive force, their eyes gleamed with pride. The Zhao family head, kneeling at the forefront, threatened Qi Ming and the others with a fierce glare. Now that the patriarch has emerged from seclusion, if you kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps he might spare your lives. All members of the Zhao family, whether lying down or kneeling, displayed an arrogance to the extreme. Yet when they glanced at the patriarch, their eyes sparkled with almost fanatical admiration. The patriarch finally stepped into the courtyard, gazing upon Qi Ming and his companions, his voice laden with age yet tinged with an unshakable pride. So it is you who have harmed my Zhao family's offspring? Truly a reckless group of youngsters. He exerted his pressure, channeling the might of a great ascension master towards them, allowing them to experience firsthand what true great ascension cultivation felt like. As Qi Ming and the others felt the pressure of the great ascension aura, their expressions turned peculiar. In truth, this patriarch possesses nothing but his oppressive aura. He cannot even shape it properly. Ha ha ha. I find myself feeling secondhand embarrassment again. How can this be so amusing? And he claims to be of great ascension cultivation. Su Li rubbed her aching cheeks from laughter, her eyes still sparkling with mirth as she gazed at the reflection in the sky mirror. Although this person's disguise is full of flaws, I can't help but think that the brain of the Wanjian sect's leader might genuinely fall for it. After all, that swindler with double interest was even more absurd. Qi Ming's peculiar expression swiftly transformed into one of stoicism. He coldly shoved the communication talisman he had prepared to contact the sect's master back into his storage bag. At that moment, the Zhao patriarch noticed that the few of them did not tremble in fear or kneel to beg for mercy, and a hint of unease crept into his heart. He recalled what the Zhao family members had said earlier, and his brows furrowed slightly. Could this person truly be the leader of the Wanjian sect? He quickly dismissed the thought. That is the leader of the Wanjian sect, one of the 6 major sects in the cultivation world, who is perpetually busy with affairs. How could he possibly come to such a desolate place as Xiajian City? This person is likely just like me, a charlatan seeking some benefit. With that thought, his earlier anxiety evaporated. However, even if these individuals were imposters, their cultivation might still surpass his own. With his current abilities, he could only use his words, never resorting to violence. After scanning them with his murky gaze, the Zhao patriarch assumed a lofty demeanor befitting a master, declaring, "This one has always been magnanimous, disdaining to engage in conflict with you younglings. Today, if you sincerely acknowledge your wrongs, I may spare your lives." At that moment, Zhao Chong, hearing his words, hastily interjected, "Patriarch, they dare to attack my grandson in the Zhao family. You cannot let them off so easily. Do you think you have a say in this matter?" The Zhao patriarch shot Zhao Chong a cold glance and then feigned a sigh. "I have long taught you all to be kind to others, to refrain from wanton killing, and not to abuse my authority. Have you all treated my words as mere wind? Be kind to others and refrain from abuse of power? Indeed, those without shame are invincible in this world. You know well how many wrongdoings the Zhao family has committed, don't you? After all those spiritual treasures ended up in your storage bag. Had it not been for your meager talent, those treasures would have long since elevated you to the golden core stage." Listening to the external voice, Qi Ming glanced at the Zhao patriarch's haughty demeanor. Barely suppressing a smile, he addressed the Zhao patriarch with a nonchalant tone. "What would you have us do, esteemed master, to avoid your wrath?" The Zhao patriarch, accustomed to being revered, failed to detect the sarcasm hidden within Qi Ming's words. Mistaking Qi Ming's inquiry for a sign of submission, he dismissed his earlier caution. Glancing at the injured Zhao Chong and the aggressor Summer Yaoyu, he thought to himself, "No one leaves my Zhao family unscathed after laying hands upon us." He clasped his hands behind his back and pronounced each word distinctly. "Those who struck shall be crippled, and as for the 2 children behind her, they shall be begrudgingly taken as concubines for my grandson." Before the Zhao patriarch could finish his sentence, an extraordinarily sharp sword appeared at his throat in an instant, severing several strands of his white hair, which drifted gently to the ground. "Bold patriarch, how dare she lay hands upon you? Kill her." The Zhao patriarch felt the chilling sensation at his neck, his legs trembling in fear. He wished for the Zhao family members, who only knew how to shout, to silence themselves. Did they not see that his life was in this woman's hands? Since he acquired the illusory blood glaze, which allowed him to disguise the pressure of a great ascension expert, he has been revered and adored wherever he goes, as if surrounded by a constellation of stars. A mere cough from him would prompt those below to contemplate self-harm as an apology. Over the years, not only has no one dared to hold a sword to his throat, but no one has even had the audacity to draw a spiritual sword in his presence. However, even as he masqueraded as a great ascension expert for so many years, the fear that gripped his heart at the sight of the sword-wielding Xia Yayu was almost enough to compel him to kneel. Yet, he maintained an expression of serene detachment, declaring, "If you lay down your sword now, I may yet spare your life." "No need for that," Xia Yayu retorted, advancing her sword by an inch. Its aura slicing a thin wound across the ancestor of the Zhao family, blood seeping forth instantaneously. As the city lord, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for families like the Zhao, who relied on their lineage to wreak havoc upon the world. Not to mention, today, the Zhao family had the audacity to treat Rong Yi and her children in such a manner. Had she not heard the voice from beyond, ignorant of their existence, she could hardly fathom what would transpire next. A chilling resolve glimmered in her eyes as she thought, "I see you, young one. You truly seem to wish for your demise." The Zhao ancestor trembled in pain, his eyes closed as he shouted in an intimidating tone, "Do you not realize that with a single strike, I could extinguish your lives? Zhao ancestor, you have exploited spiritual treasures to feign the presence of a great ascension expert, committing numerous heinous acts within Xiajian City." Qi Ming stepped forward, his voice resonating with the authority and solemnity befitting the leader of the 10,000 Sword Sect. "What punishment do you deserve?" Upon hearing Qi Ming's words, Su Li blinked in surprise, realizing, when did this leader of the 10,000 Sword Sect become so astute? He has discerned the Zhao ancestors' deception. Even in my presence, I have managed to sharpen the wit of the 10,000 sword sect's leader. This was the same leader who was once foolish enough to be deceived for wealth and pleasure. How could I possess such prowess? The pressure radiating from Qi Ming's face suddenly contorted. In the mind of the voice from beyond, did he truly project such an image? He was certainly not as he appeared. Nevertheless, being remembered by the voice from beyond was a privilege. Without it, that swindler from the 10,000 sword sect might have conned the elder of the treasury out of a lifetime of savings. And as for City Lord Xia, he sighed silently as he regarded Xia Yayu, who held the sword to the Zhao ancestor's throat, contemplating the grim fate that awaited her at the hands of treachery. None of the Zhao family members could hear the voice from beyond. Upon hearing Qi Ming's accusation of their ancestors' pretense, their faces turned ashen with rage. What nonsense are you spouting? The Zhao family patriarch, kneeling nearby, sprang to his feet in fury. Who in Xiajian City does not know our ancestor is a great ascension expert? How dare you defame him without cause? I see you truly wish for your demise. He then turned to the Zhao ancestor, eyes filled with fervent admiration. Ancestor, I know you are benevolent and averse to violence, but this is their own doing. Rest assured, do what you must. Listening to the patriarch stoke the flames, the Zhao ancestor's heart seethed with frustration, chiding him silently for his foolishness. If he could defeat her, would he still be standing here? A sudden regret washed over him. He should not have concealed his masquerade as a great ascension expert so meticulously. Now, he found himself without a single ally in the Zhao family. It seems you are aware of my serious injury, he concocted. I am currently gravely wounded and unable to utilize my spiritual power. However, should you push me too far, I will risk exacerbating my condition to eradicate you all. With a heavy sigh, the Zhao ancestor continued, I do not wish for us to suffer mutual destruction. For this incident, I can spare your lives. Xia Yoyu, unwilling to endure any further of his prattle, struck mercilessly at him with her sword. In an instant, the Zhao ancestor fell to his knees, exclaiming, Fairy, spare me. Chapter 51. Upon seeing Bai Ziyun, Su Li momentarily stunned, then her gaze softened unbeknownst to her. She withdrew her hand from caressing Shin Changhan's head and casually waved at the newcomer. What are you doing standing there? Were you not here to see me? Senior. Upon hearing Su Li's voice, Bai Ziyun instantly cast aside all thoughts. Gathering her spiritual energy, she hurried to Su Li's side, arriving in front of her in an instant. Gazing at the familiar figure, tears shimmered in Bai Ziyun's eyes. She blinked, attempting to dispel the moisture, but to no avail. Sniffling, the coldness and authority of the guest elder of the Shun Qian sect melted away, revealing the Bai Ziyun who wholly relied on, trusted, and admired Su Li, Senior. Her voice trembled with emotion. I have missed you dearly. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Su Li, with a hint of helplessness, ruffled her hair. Have you not seen me for just a month? Why do you appear as if I have been in seclusion for decades? Feeling the gentle touch on her head, Bai Ziyun's eyes brightened. She stood on her tiptoes, eagerly pressing her head into Su Li's hand, her voice transforming from a choked cry to one of sweetness and joy. Senior, I have not seen you for 26 days. Su Li withdrew her hand from Bai Ziyun's head, momentarily pondering her meager social skills, and hesitantly extended her empty right hand. After a long separation, shall we embrace? As the words left her lips, Bai Ziyun leaped into her embrace, wrapping her small arms around Su Li's waist, radiating happiness. Su Li had only embraced her once at the Shun Qian sect, and that was when they had to part ways. Upon reflection, Bai Ziyun blinked as realization dawned. Senior seems to have changed considerably. Previously, when she interacted with her, there was always a palpable distance, a sense of separation that felt at odds with her character. Even though Senior shared in the joys and sorrows of life, relishing the company of others and enjoying spiritual delicacies, Bai Ziyun sensed that Senior could disengage from such emotions at any moment. Yet now, it seemed that the distance emanating from Senior had diminished significantly. Su Li was unaware of Bai Ziyun's thoughts. She looked at the girl in her arms and furrowed her brow slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. However, sensing Bai Ziyun's reliance, she sighed silently and gave her back a perfunctory pat before quickly pulling her out of the embrace. Seeing the bewildered expression on Bai Ziyun's face, Su Li touched her nose and turned to introduce Shin Changhan, who stood nearby. This is Shin Changhan, a disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Finally, Bai Ziyun directed her attention to Shin Changhan, who had just been patted by Su Li. She pursed her lips, a sudden sense of unease swelling within her. Regardless of her internal turmoil, she nodded at Shin Changhan, her tone warm yet not overly familiar. Junior sister Changhan. Hearing the warmth in Bai Ziyun's voice, Su Li turned her head with a smile, introducing, this is Bai Ziyun, a guest elder of the Shun Qian sect. As Shin Changhan observed the interaction between Su Li and Bai Ziyun, a feeling of envy flickered in her eyes, unbeknownst to her. So this is how Senior behaves in the presence of those she is familiar with? A fervent thought ignited within her. She too would strive to become someone cherished by Senior, even closer than this person. After hearing Su Li's introduction, she retracted all her thoughts and bowed to Bai Ziyun, addressing her as Elder Bai. The two exchanged polite glances before simultaneously diverting their gaze. Although Su Li's disposition is not particularly sensitive, she couldn't help but notice the peculiar tension in the interaction between Bai Ziyun and Shen Changhan. Clearing her throat, she casually shifted the topic towards Bai Ziyun, asking, have the troubles of Shen Qian's sect been resolved? Otherwise, how could the sect master allow you to come out? Upon hearing her question, Bai Ziyun showed no inclination to protect Lu Jinhua, responding without hesitation. The sect master expressed a desire to share a drink with sect master Qi and reminisce, so I implore him to take me along. Lu Jinhua, unable to rest easy about leaving the sect's treasures alone on Xianlin Peak, disregarded Qi Ming's pleas and promptly arrived at the peak. Before he could settle in, he overheard Bai Ziyun's candid reply, causing him to stumble slightly. Qi Ming, who stood beside him, also caught her words and looked at Lu Jinhua with a peculiar expression. Is this the urgent matter sect master Lu mentioned seeking me for? Lu Jinhua forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Sharing a drink with sect master Qi, how could that not be considered urgent? He sighed resignedly in his heart. Elder Bai remains as straightforward and sincere as ever. As for why he had come to Wanjian sect today, it was undoubtedly to seek the voice from beyond. The voice from beyond had departed Shen Qian sect 26 days ago. Could he convey how he had endured these 26 days? Did anyone understand how the elders of Shen Qian sect had fared during this time? In a desperate attempt to attract the voice from beyond, many disciples believed they had lost their minds. Reflecting on this, Lu Jinhua's expression was filled with nostalgia. The last time he heard the celestial sound from the voice beyond was during the engagement ceremony of the junior members of the Ming and Su families. He had personally witnessed how the voice from beyond had unveiled Su Wen's conspiracy and had discovered an unparalleled genius, Su Mo, for the Ming family. The voice also revealed how the ancestor of the Ming family had been deceived, subsequently uncovering several deceived elders. Upon hearing all this in Shen Qian's sect, jealousy had reddened his eyes. Now he felt that perhaps Shen Qian's sect might face issues he could not perceive. Had the voice from beyond still been at Shen Qian's sect, he could hardly imagine how blissful he would have been. After learning about Wanjian sect's recent developments, he could no longer contain his admiration and longing for the voice from beyond. Thus, he brought Elder Bai to Wanjian sect. With this thought, the awkwardness on Lu Jinhua's face vanished, replaced by a charming smile. He would soon hear the voice from beyond. Qi Ming observed the expression on his face and took a step back, feeling somewhat stiff. Why did the sect master of Shen Qian's sect seem on the verge of madness after just a few days apart? He then cleared his throat and invited everyone from Shen Qian sect, along with Shen Changhan and Su Li, to the Yunquan Hall. Inside the Yunquan Hall, the sect master of Wanjian sect, Qi Ming, occupied the seat of honor at the top. With the Shen Qian sect delegation on his left and the elders and peak masters of Wanjian sect, along with Bai Ziyun, who was unwilling to part from Su Li, on his right, Qi Ming raised his wine cup towards Lu Jinhua, proclaiming, Sect Master Lu is a rare guest. Today we must drink to our heart's content. Lu Jinhua also lifted his wine cup, responding with a smile. Naturally, Su Li, feeling disinterested in their pleasantries, lowered her head to reach for some food. Just then, Bai Ziyun on her left offered her a plate of sliced spirit fruits, while Shen Changhan on her right presented a freshly cut piece of roasted meat. Gazing at the two plates that appeared before her almost simultaneously and sensing the intense gazes from both sides, she hesitated momentarily before slowly lowering her hand. She realized she wasn't particularly hungry at the moment. During this time, the previously friendly and warm atmosphere in the hall inadvertently grew subtle. With a hint of restrained pride, Qi Ming remarked, recently, Wanjian sect has been exceedingly busy, unlike sect Master Lu, who seems quite leisurely. Otherwise, I would have certainly visited you sooner for a drink. Listening to his self-perceived veiled boast, Lu Jinhua felt envy gnawing at him. Why had Wanjian sect been so busy lately? It was undoubtedly due to the voice from beyond. The voice had recently taken a particular interest in Wanjian sect, helping them uncover numerous issues and even identifying a disciple with an innate sword body. Suppressing his overwhelming jealousy, Lu Jinhua forced a cool smile and smoothly changed the topic. Looking at the decor in the hall, sect Master Qi must not have changed them in nearly a century. He took a sip from his wine cup, maintaining his composure. Given the extent of sect Master Qi's busyness over the past century, it would be wise to take a proper rest. Upon hearing his sarcastic remarks, Qi Ming gritted his teeth in silence. Was he too busy to make changes? He simply lacked the spirit stones to do so. Which sect could rival Shen Qian sect's financial prowess? However, recalling the voice from beyond, he quickly adjusted his expression, responding nonchalantly, as a sect master. Being busy is to be expected. At this point, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Moreover, Wanjian sect is favored by the Dao of Heaven. How could I possibly betray the Dao's favor? Su Li tilted her head in confusion upon hearing this. Ah, who is the Dao favoring?
Wanjian sect.
Meanwhile, upon hearing Qi Ming's boast, Lu Jinhua could no longer maintain his courteous smile. He set down his wine cup and declared firmly, Shen Qian sect is the sect most favored by the Dao of Heaven. The Dao is merciful and forgiving. It is under its protection that Shen Qian sect has resolved all issues and is thriving. Su Li then tilted her head, looking at Lu Jinhua in bewilderment. Ah, when did she favor Shen Qian sect? What were these two talking about? She cast a look of disdain at both Lu Jinhua and Qi Ming, habitually reaching out for food on the table. Suddenly, a hand holding spirit fruits appeared on her left, while another hand, offering dried fruits and seeds, approached from her right. Su Li glanced at Bai Ziyun's sparkling eyes on her left, and then at the eager gaze of Shin Changhan on her right. Sensing that even if she accepted both their offerings, they would still be watching to see which one she chose to eat first. Silently retracting her hand, she leaned back and closed her eyes, pretending to meditate. Then, feeling a bit bored, she opened the book of Heaven's Dao in her consciousness and began to spectate. Do the sect master of Wanjian sect and the sect master of Shun Qian sect have a past grievance? Why do they seem so passive-aggressive? By the way, it seems I haven't paid attention to Shun Qian sect for a while. Listening to the long-unheard voice from beyond, Lu Jinhua felt tears welling in his eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion, the voice from beyond had not forgotten Shun Qian sect. He paid no mind to Qi Ming's astonished gaze directed at him, slowly closing his eyes and listening with near reverence. Chapter 52. Inside Yunquan Hall, the people of Wanjian sect had succumbed to despair, and the atmosphere in the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. At this moment, Su Li's light-hearted voice, which clashed starkly with the surrounding ambience, became increasingly pronounced. How dare someone question the swordsmanship of the supreme Taiyuan? The members of Wanjian sect and Shun Qian sect turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Shin Yunan, closest to Su Li, was the first to cast a glance her way, his eyes still ablaze with lingering fury. Upon realizing that Su Li was merely at the qi refinement stage, he took a deep breath, barely managing to suppress his ire. It was understandable that she, not being a disciple of the Wanjian sect and possessing such low cultivation, had never heard of the legendary feats of the supreme Taiyuan. With this thought, a fervent zeal, akin to that of his fellow sect members, ignited within him. The swordsmanship of the supreme Taiyuan was unparalleled, unmatched by any sword cultivator to this day. On the other side, the elder of the storeroom responded without hesitation. Indeed, the supreme Taiyuan, with but a single sword strike, could annihilate heaven and earth, his power washing over the clouds with unparalleled might. No one in the cultivation world could withstand the full force of a sword strike from the supreme Taiyuan. His source-cleansing 3 swords are the pinnacle of sword techniques, and to this day, no sword cultivator has comprehended even a fraction of its essence. Listening to the fervent admiration expressed by the members of the Wanjian sect, Su Li nodded thoughtfully. It seems the swordsmanship of the supreme Taiyuan is indeed remarkable. However, noticing their reticence to respond to her second question, she propped her chin on one hand and asked again, "Is he suitable for teaching?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Qi Ming furrowed his brows, his breath quickening. Yet, observing the closeness between Bai Ziyun and Su Li, he contemplated the significance of Bai Ziyun to the Shunqian sect and recalled his earlier intention to request a spiritual treasure from the sect. Shunqian's sect possessed treasures. He could not afford to offend them. With this in mind, he merely coldly inquired, "Why do you ask that, fellow cultivator?" Seeing that he did not answer directly, Su Li sighed softly. It appears the supreme Taiyuan is merely skilled in swordsmanship and does not know how to teach others. Qi Ming could hardly accept the notion that the supreme Taiyuan could possess even the slightest flaw. His eyes widened with fury. Who said that? The supreme Taiyuan is exceptionally adept at teaching. All the cultivators of the Wanjian sect have cultivated from the insights left behind by the supreme. How could he not excel in instructing his disciples? The peak master of Yujing Peak, cautiously eyeing the jade pendant in Qi Ming's hand, as if fearing any damage to it, asserted decisively, "Indeed, the supreme is omnipotent, especially when it comes to teaching disciples. As for why the supreme has never taken on a disciple in his lifetime, it is simply because no one has been worthy of his attention. How could it be that the supreme does not know how to instruct his apprentices?" Listening to the resolute declarations of the crowd, Su Li nodded contemplatively. Excellent swordsmanship, commendable cultivation, and he can teach disciples. With this in mind, she turned to the bewildered Shin Changhan, who seemed utterly unaware of the unfolding events, and lazily inquired, "What do you think about having the supreme Taiyuan as your master?" Shun Changhan's eyes widened in astonishment, initially cold yet now round and wide, resembling a startled rabbit. It took her a moment to grasp the essence of Su Li's question, her voice tinged with an unacknowledged trepidation. "But that is the supreme Taiyuan. I am merely an ordinary sword cultivator. How could he possibly take me as a disciple?" Before Shin Changhan could finish her sentence, Su Li lightly tapped her forehead. "Why ponder so much? Just tell me if you want to or not." With that, she withdrew her hand, contemplating for a moment. "However, if the supreme Taiyuan is not corporeal, and you truly find that unacceptable, I shall seek out others for you." Shin Changhan shook her head vigorously. "Senior, how could I ever disdain the supreme Taiyuan?" Hearing this, Qi Ming's fury materialized, his gaze seemingly capable of cleaving Su Li in two. He clenched his teeth, enunciating each word. "Preposterous. Do you think that simply wishing to be the Supreme's disciple makes it possible? How dare you even consider disdaining the supreme Taiyuan?" At this juncture, he trembled with rage, his entire being quaking save for the hand clutching the jade pendant. Shin Changhan, those born with a sword physique are plentiful. Do not presume that just because you possess a sword physique, you can. Before he could finish, he beheld Su Li casually extending her right hand, a wondrous ninth-grade spiritual plant, emanating an ethereal aura, floating gently in her palm. That was a ninth-grade fairy lotus on the verge of ascending to the divine grade. Qiming. The members of the Wanjian sect. Qiming's words abruptly took a turn. In fact, the Supreme adores taking on disciples. Yes. Indeed. Shun Yunan gazed at the spiritual plant in Su Li's hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Supreme clearly has a preference for disciples like Changhan, a spiritual plant nearing the divine grade. Even the Shunqian sect, renowned for its wealth, might not easily produce one. This very plant could potentially awaken the Supreme for decades. The elder of the storeroom emphatically assured, "Rest assured, fellow cultivator. Our Supreme is indeed capable of teaching and will undoubtedly cultivate Changhan into a top-tier sword cultivator in the realm of immortality." Shun Changhan, observing the expressions of the crowd, realized the rarity of this spiritual plant. She turned to Su Li earnestly. "Senior, you need not." Before she could finish, Su Li, with a hint of dissatisfaction, placed the ninth-grade fairy lotus into her hands. At last, this cumbersome spiritual plant has been passed on. At this point, as if struck by a sudden thought, she produced a shimmering, silver-hued stone from her storage pouch. The stone rolled towards Qiming, who trembled, nearly fainting from the aura emanating from it. Could this be a Hunyuan stone? The legendary celestial-grade spiritual treasure said to nourish the soul and mend consciousness? This is precisely what the ancestor currently lacks. What was its name again? Su Li yawned lazily, recalling that upon her descent, this stone seemed to have latched onto her, persistently following her around. The most bothersome aspect was that this stone occupied an inordinate amount of space, though it appeared small. It had consumed nearly half the capacity of her storage pouch. With this thought, her tone grew increasingly irritable. "Hurry, and use it to save your Supreme." Tears welled in Qiming's eyes as he gazed at Su Li, as though beholding a savior, his voice trembling. "Senior, you are the benefactor of the Wanjian sect. From this day forth, I will comply with any request you make without hesitation." Su Li, weary of hearing such sentiments, languidly replied, "I accept your goodwill. With your time, you should hasten to save your ancestor." The members of the Wanjian sect quickly regained their composure, stifling their excitement as they cautiously used the aura of the Hunyuan stone to draw the soul of the Supreme Taiyuan from the jade pendant. Seated comfortably, Su Li remained oblivious to their actions, continuously savoring the spiritual fruits that Bai Ziyun offered her. Ever since Shun Changhan vacated her position to move to the center of the Yunquan Hall, Bai Ziyun had eagerly commenced her feeding. 3 bites of spiritual fruit followed by a cup of spiritual tea, then some roasted meat, another round of spiritual tea for rinsing, followed by snacks to cleanse her palate, and back to 3 bites of spiritual fruit. She cared little for the Supreme Taiyuan, the 9th-grade fairy lotus, or the Hunyuan stone. To her, the most important aspect would always be her esteemed elder. By the time the soul of the Supreme Taiyuan manifested in the Yunquan Hall, Su Li had become so full she was stifling burps. The members of the Wanjian sect, upon witnessing the Supreme Taiyuan, were rendered speechless in their excitement. Qiming, wiping away his tears, managed to utter, "The 6th-generation sect master of the Wanjian sect pays respects to the ancestor." The others of the Wanjian sect also prostrated themselves. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." The Supreme Taiyuan's gaze was distant and profound, instilling a sense of reverence in all present. He surveyed the hall with a calm demeanor, his voice resonating as though echoing through the annals of time. "You have all worked hard." "Not at all." With deep respect, the crowd recounted the experiences of the Wanjian sect over the millennia to the esteemed Taiyuan Supreme, interspersed with countless expressions of admiration for him. Each person spoke with tears streaming down their faces, their voices choked with emotion. Yet the only responses from Taiyuan Supreme were simple acknowledgements. Good, very well." As Qiming listened to the Supreme's 7th affirmation of very well, he suddenly recalled the earlier assessment from the voice from beyond, which suggested that the Supreme was not lazy, but rather possessed such exceptional talent that diligence was unnecessary. At that moment, Taiyuan Supreme's gaze slowly shifted to Shin Changhan, who held the 9th-grade immortal lotus. Although his gaze bore no weight and lacked emotion, it nonetheless caused Shin Changhan to tense up, rendering her speechless. Qiming, noticing the Supreme's attention, recalled Su Li's earlier words when she presented the Hunyuan stone and the immortal lotus. He quickly stepped forward, respectfully extolling Shin Changhan's virtues. What a natural sword body, extraordinary talent, unparalleled comprehension, exemplary character, a person of integrity. After a lengthy praise, Qiming ultimately took a deep breath, summoning his courage to tentatively suggest, "If you could take Shin Changhan as your disciple, that would truly be." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Taiyuan Supreme's indifferent gaze. Qiming abruptly halted all speech, no longer daring to continue, and bowed deeply. Taiyuan Supreme's eyes lingered momentarily on Shin Changhan's heart, a flicker of approval crossing his expression. What pleased him more than her talent was the sword heart she possessed. Even after encountering countless individuals, he could not help but nod in satisfaction upon witnessing such a heart. In his past life, despite feeling moved, he would never have accepted her as a disciple, but now he asked, his tone flat, "Do you wish to become my student?" Shin Changhan felt as if she was facing an overwhelming pressure, her body trembling uncontrollably. Even though she was drenched in cold sweat and felt the anguished cries of her flesh, she mustered all her strength to lift her head and meet Taiyuan Supreme's gaze. Yes, this was an opportunity secured for her by her predecessor using a spiritual treasure. And she could not afford to disappoint them. The moment she spoke, the oppressive aura surrounding her dissipated, replaced by a warmth and comfort reminiscent of a hot spring. Countless streams of warmth flowed through her meridians, ultimately converging in her dantian. It was then she realized that her meridians had widened slightly compared to before. She stared in astonishment at Taiyuan Supreme, only to hear his calm voice. Can you comprehend sword techniques on your own? Chapter 53. In an instant, the area surrounding the martial arts stage fell into a profound silence, with not a single sound to be heard. One could even hear a pin drop. The expressions on the faces of everyone present were too complex to articulate, a blend of confusion and despair intermingled with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they were merely imagining things. The elder in the storeroom, seated among the elders, was breathing heavily. Although he did not understand what A was, he could discern the most straightforward implication of the voice from beyond. Their sword sovereign had likely been possessed. Absolutely impossible. The sword sovereign was one of the most powerful cultivators in the world. How could he be seized by someone who could only fly 3 meters with a sword? It was utterly absurd. He must have been overly excited after seeing the ancestor these past few days, leading to a disturbed mind that conjured such terrifying illusions. At that moment, the voice from beyond ruthlessly shattered the last shred of hope in his heart and that of the others. No wonder others descend from the heavens. But this sword sovereign came flying over the heads of his disciples. Turns out he is afraid of heights. After 10 years, if this had just put in some effort, he could have flown 5 meters. He can't even draw his life sword now. Surely someone must have noticed something off about this sword sovereign spirit? It's blatantly fake. Thud. This was the sound of the elder in the storeroom fainting and collapsing to the ground. Crack, crack. This was the sound of the 2 peak masters collapsing to their knees, their legs giving way. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This was the sound of countless bodies trembling in resonance. Qi Ming, seated at the main position, fared slightly better than the others. At least he remained seated, though his lips quivered and his complexion was ashen. Devoid of any color, his lips turning a desperate pale. He quaked as he took a deep breath, summoning all his courage to glance at the Qingyuan sword sovereign to his left. At that moment, the Qingyuan sword sovereign's previous majesty was nowhere to be seen. His face was pale, his eyes wandering, locking onto Qi Ming's gaze before darting down to the ground, no longer daring to meet anyone's eyes. Witnessing this, Qi Ming rolled his eyes back, nearly fainting like the elder in the storeroom. The Qingyuan sword sovereign, no. It should be Gu Qingze, stared despairingly at the ground. He had thought the voice from beyond had appeared less frequently recently, assuming she had lost interest in the Wanjian sect. Moreover, the sect master had been visiting him frequently these past few days. He had spent nearly 10 years in the cave, almost growing mushrooms, and had intended to make an appearance for some fresh air. Who would have thought the voice from beyond would be right here, seizing him with precision? Feeling the piercing gazes of thousands upon him, he felt a chill wash over him. I suddenly remembered I have something at home. I'll take my leave first. With a whoosh, he stepped onto his unsheathed life sword and soared away. Although he flew at great speed, he strictly controlled his altitude, not exceeding 3 meters by even a fraction. Upon seeing Gu Qingze's low-flying silhouette, Qi Ming and the Wanjian sect's higher-ups followed in utter despair.
Suli,
Observing their retreating figures, spoke with a hint of confusion. Why did this group run away? Could it be they discovered something amiss with the sword sovereign? With this thought, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She paid no heed to the panicking disciples of the Wanjian sect around her, but eagerly returned to Xianlin Peak, preparing to set up snacks in her room and savor this grand spectacle with the cloud mirror. During the time Su Li returned to Xianlin Peak, Qi Ming and the others had encircled the fleeing Gu Qingze in the Zishuan bamboo grove. Several respected figures of the Wanjian sect also received the news and hastened to the scene. Su Sun, having dealt with his brother's theft of his cultivation, which had left him in a weakened state, bore a faint pallor. He glanced at the encircled Qingyuan sword sovereign, his complexion growing increasingly ashen. In disbelief, he turned to Qi Ming beside him. Sect master, could it be that the sword sovereign truly? Qi Ming gazed at the crumpled Gu Qingze, who was already trembling uncontrollably, his voice laced with profound despair. Indeed, the unparalleled, frosty Qingyuan sword sovereign could not possibly be in such a state. The newly arrived Hua Qi, upon hearing this, unsheathed his spiritual sword without hesitation, the fiery sword aura pointing straight at Gu Qingze. His voice imbued with a chilling desperation. You scoundrel! How dare you seize the sword sovereign? The crowd, previously in a state of collapse and despair, finally reacted. Every gaze turned toward Gu Qingze, filled with immense wrath. Today, they would surely exorcise the spirit of this usurper of the sword sovereign and reduce him to ashes. Gu Qingze felt the overwhelming spiritual energy surrounding him, as if it could tear him apart, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He was engulfed in fear and grievance. I did not use up your sword, master. I simply awoke in this body. He had been living comfortably in the modern world, relishing takeout and indulging in soda, while enjoying the sight of his goddess on the computer screen. Who would willingly choose to enter a realm of cultivation? where the only pursuits were training and more training. To make matters worse, he was trapped in the identity of the greatest figure of this era. Having hidden in this cave for over a decade, he only dared to venture out occasionally, careful not to reveal himself.
How dare you argue?
The eyes of Master Huachi bulged with fury, as if his glare could incinerate Gu Qingze. If it weren't for your usurpation. It truly was not his usurpation. Upon returning to Xianlin Peak, Su Li had just opened the cloud mirror when she overheard Master Huachi's words. She casually flipped through the book of Heavenly Path, her voice tinged with an odd tone. This traveler died from staying up late, and upon opening his eyes again, found himself in the body of the sword master. Gu Qingze's expression froze. So, he was truly dead? Did this mean he could never return? The sudden demise would surely lead the police to investigate his circumstances. As he recalled the browsing history on his phone and computer, despair washed over him. He had abided by the law in this life. Yet he never anticipated his purity would ultimately be lost. Upon hearing the celestial voice, Master Huachi abruptly ceased his questioning, fear seeping into his tone. If you did not usurp, how could you possibly exist in the sword master's body? This situation suggests that the sword master was already incapacitated. How could a weak cultivator occupy his form? 10 years ago, the Qingyuan sword master encountered a severe issue during cultivation, suffering a devastating blow to his soul. Having previously sustained injuries, he chose to self-destruct his soul to avoid descending into madness, which could endanger the Wanjian sect and the realm of cultivation. Perhaps it was due to the unprecedented compatibility between Gu Qingze and the Qingyuan sword master's souls that he awakened in the latter's body after his demise. Hearing the celestial voice, Gu Qingze raised his head and, feeling somewhat wronged, addressed the crowd surrounding him. It was only after the sword master's soul self-destructed that I came into this body. This was never my intention. However, Master Huachi and the others were unable to heed any other words, their faces etched with sorrow. Qi Ming's eyes were bloodshot, filled with crimson veins. They were utterly unaware of the sword master's past injuries. The Qingyuan sword master had safeguarded the Wanjian sect for centuries, cleaning up countless messes. And now, for the sect's safety, he chose self-destruction over falling into madness. Suddenly, Qi Ming knelt, not before Gu Qingze, but before the dissipated soul of the body he now inhabited. 10 years ago, he bowed deeply, tears falling drop by drop onto the ground. Farewell, sword master. 6th generation leader of the Wanjian sect. The others followed suit, kneeling in reverence, their voices trembling with suppressed sorrow. Farewell, sword master. Watching their actions, Gu Qingze took a few steps back in confusion, then silently lowered his head. This body, unlike his former self, belonged to the Qingyuan sword master. A figure of immense power and profound love, who selflessly sacrificed himself for the sect, drawing countless mourners upon his death. In contrast, he was merely an ordinary person from the modern world, living day by day in front of a computer, and upon his death, it was likely no one would care. As he gazed at his long-fingered hands, once wielding a sword and battling countless foes, a subtle yearning flickered in his eyes. How wonderful it would be to possess the same greatness as the Qingyuan sword master. While he was lost in thought, the crowd of the Wanjian sect had risen. Leading them, Qi Ming, despite his deep sorrow, forced himself to regain the composure befitting a sect leader. The internal competition of the Wanjian sect drew attention not only from its own disciples, but also from numerous other sects and families. The celestial voice had revealed the secret of the sword master's soul being replaced during the great competition, and it was likely that some cultivators had already caught wind of it. Although the Wanjian sect was one of the 6 major sects in the realm of cultivation, the absence of the Qingyuan sword master, their steadfast anchor, would surely entice many families to plot against them. The relations between the Wanjian sect and several respected figures of the same level were already tense. Without the Qingyuan sword master, they had no means to resist. Master Sun had only recently regained his stolen cultivation from his brother, yet his body had yet to recover, and he was unable to fight. As for Master Huachi, as Qi Ming began to strategize the limited top-tier combat power of the Wanjian sect, Gu Qingze, observing the expressions of the crowd, seemed to have made a resolute decision, his gaze growing steadfast. Though he still feared for his life and yearned to survive in this body, he understood the significance of the Qingyuan sword master to the Wanjian sect. He was already a dead man, having usurped the sword master's body, which was inherently unjust. With that thought, he closed his eyes, and despite his trepidation, he called out, "Please extract my soul from this body. I will return the sword master's form to you." He choked back tears. It's all right. I should have died long ago. Living these extra 10 years has already been a gain. Before the Wanjian sect could respond, the celestial voice spoke with a hint of confusion. Extracted? A soul so perfectly aligned with the sword master's body is likely unparalleled in the entire realm of cultivation. Removing it would be quite a pity. After all, this may very well be the sword master's final wish. Chapter 54. In recent times, the Wanjian sect thrived in a harmonious atmosphere. While the disciples diligently trained, they also committed to promoting righteousness, strictly adhering to the sect leader's directives. In every city they entered, they collaborated with local leaders to conduct anti-fraud campaigns, striving to illuminate the realm of cultivation with their efforts against deceit. In no time, the cities under the jurisdiction of the Wanjian sect were bustling with these anti-fraud initiatives. From 3-year-old children to heads of esteemed families, everyone was well informed about the campaigns. Why would these families support such endeavors? Just look at the lingering sword energy of the Wanjian sect. Which family would dare to confront them openly? As for the senior leaders of the Wanjian sect, each wore expressions of triumph, with sect leader Qi Ming openly displaying his elation, having laughed continuously for 3 days. Each day, with a smile that grew wider. His disciples worried that his face might become frozen in a grin. In stark contrast to the jubilation of the Wanjian sect, Su Li languished in boredom on a lounge chair, her gaze fixed on the sky above. Recently, she had consumed every available morsel of gossip the sect had to offer. The only thing that piqued her interest was the story from 2 days prior, the Lord of Shuejian City. In his quest to break through his long-standing cultivation and sword intent, chose to murder his wife as a means of enlightenment. During the act, his wife retaliated, inflicting a grievous wound upon him, striking through his heart and ending his life swiftly. The twist was that this act of vengeance allowed the Lord's wife to break through her own mental barriers, propelling her cultivation to the level of a divine being. Upon the Wanjian sect's investigation, they found that the former lady of Shuejian City faced no repercussions. Instead, she ascended to become the new lord of Shuejian City. Upon contemplating this, Su Li shook her head with a hint of disdain. How can there be a killing one's wife to attain enlightenment in the realm of cultivation? How could the Heavenly Dao possibly endorse such actions? Aside from this intriguing scandal, the others were hardly worth mentioning. She gazed at the enormous chasm in the sky above the Wanjian sect, letting out a soft sigh, with this gaping void present. She couldn't simply abandon the Wanjian sect to seek entertainment elsewhere. Previously, the sect had numerous small cracks scattered about, but now those had mostly been mended, leaving the central chasm strikingly conspicuous. With a mind free of worries, Su Li closed her eyes. Never mind, perhaps a nap would serve her well. At that moment, Shen Changhan, having finished her sword practice with the Supreme Taiyuan, pushed open the gate to the courtyard. Upon spotting the figure reclining in the chair, her eyes immediately filled with joy and laughter. Senior. Su Li opened her eyes lazily, glancing toward the entrance. Why are you back so early today? As she spoke, she gradually sat up, her curiosity piqued. Could it be that your master has gone off to indulge in sloth again? How can the ancestor of the Wanjian sect be lazier than herself? Senior, you misunderstand. Shen Changhan quickly waved her hand. My master instructed me to return early today to have a good rest. Her eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the Wanjian tomb to seek out my destined sword. Su Li, realizing the significance of this, nodded in understanding and reclined back, waving her hand at her. Then you should go rest well. Shen Changhan nodded vigorously. At last, she can focus on crafting a plush spirit mount for her senior. A whole day is just enough to complete it. Unaware that Shen Changhan's preferred method of relaxation involved making plush toys for her, Su Li gazed thoughtfully at the sky. The cornerstone of the Wanjian sect, the Wanjian tomb. It should be filled with spirit swords, hardly anything worth indulging in. However, since it's Shen Changhan's day to select her spirit sword, she might as well join in the fun from the cloud mirror. After all, she has little else to occupy her time. The following day, Qi Ming and several venerable elders stood before the Wanjian tomb, each bearing an unprecedented solemnity. For every cultivator of the Wanjian sect, the Wanjian tomb symbolized the essence of their sect. The thousands of spirit swords contained within were among the pivotal reasons for the sect's enduring legacy. Aside from the sect leader, a few elders and disciples qualified to choose a spirit sword, no one else had the opportunity to witness the Wanjian tomb. This was why the head of the Qian family had expressed a desire to see it, inciting Qi Ming's ire. Taking a deep breath, Qi Ming drew forth his destined sword, channeling all his spiritual energy into it, while a thread of spirit energy imbued with the sect leader's seal slowly merged into the small realm of the Wanjian tomb. Subsequently, the elders formed seals in succession, deepening the spirit energy until a gap was created, allowing everyone to enter. In mere moments, the group vanished from their original position, arriving within the Wanjian tomb. Upon a peak that had endured for thousands of years, countless spirit swords stood erect, each exuding a unique spiritual aura, some fierce as fire, others cold as ice, and yet others gentle as water. These swords stood silently, awaiting a master worthy of their acknowledgement. At the summit of the peak rested a divine tier spirit sword, the Taiching sword. This was the legendary sword left by the ancestor, and it was the very existence of the Taiching sword that had allowed the Wanjian tomb to endure, enabling the spirit swords within to thrive for millennia, even without a master to nurture them, in anticipation of their destined wielder. Upon entering the Wanjian tomb, Shen Changhan felt a voice calling out to her with intensity. She suddenly closed her eyes, summoning her spiritual energy and sword intent. On the peak, countless spirit swords began to quiver, and at last, a flash of azure light surged forth from the area closest to the summit, accompanied by a howling sword aura that charged toward Shen Changhan. In an instant, the tip of the sword rested against her brow. Opening her eyes, Shen Changhan gazed at the spirit sword before her, her heart racing with excitement. At that moment, she was utterly convinced that this was the destined sword she had long awaited, perfectly attuned to her essence. Without a second thought, she stepped forward, allowing the sword's tip to pierce her brow, a drop of blood seeping into the blade. In an instant, the azure light intensified, enveloping both her and the sword in a radiant embrace. Once the brilliance faded, the spirit's sword eagerly nestled itself into Xin Changhan's grasp. Qi Ming, witnessing the scene, was filled with delight and admiration. Congratulations, Master Ancestor, on forming a bond with the Qing Shuang sword. The Qing Shuang sword, an immortal tier spirit sword, was among the finest in the Wanjian tomb, having not recognized a sword cultivator in thousands of years.
Now,
For the Master Ancestor to have gained the sword's allegiance was indeed a blessing for the Wanjian sect. The elders standing beside Qi Ming wore expressions of relief. The Wanjian sect has a promising future. Just as Qi Ming was beaming with joy, eager to commend Xin Changhan, a voice echoed from beyond. Is this truly the Wanjian tomb? Su Li, observing the Wanjian tomb through the cloud mirror, furrowed her brow slightly. Why do the spiritual auras of these swords seem so amiss? Each sword's aura appears to be developing towards a state of frenzy, does it not? This energy does not resemble the innate essence of the spirit swords. Rather, it seems something has been forcibly imposed upon them. No wonder so few swords have birthed spirit entities over the years within the Wanjian sect. What spirit would choose to reside within these swords? Qi Ming's smile abruptly froze. And after a moment, he regained his composure, his face paling with unprecedented alarm. The Wanjian tomb is the foundation of the Wanjian sect. If it encounters an issue, the sect will be doomed. Qi Ming took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. The priority now was to ascertain the nature of the problem within the Wanjian tomb. Suddenly closing his eyes, he concentrated all his spiritual energy to sense the spirit swords within the tomb, yet he perceived nothing unusual. When he invoked the spirit energy of his destined sword, he finally resonated with the other spirit swords, feeling their wild, violent essence. Even the gentle Qing Shui sword emanated a hint of tumultuous power akin to the ocean's fury, though it was an exceedingly faint sensation. When combined with the voice from beyond, he opened his eyes, his pallor reflecting the toll of overexertion. He trembled as he addressed the nearby elders. The spirit energy within the Wanjian tomb's swords has encountered a problem. If the energy within the swords had diminished, he would have detected it immediately. However, if the energy had intensified, he would have considered it a boon of the Wanjian tomb and would never have suspected a problem. Were it not for the warning from the voice beyond, he would not have utilized his sword spirit for inspection today. The face of Elder Su Sun had turned as pale as death, and he forced himself to steady his emotions. Uttering each word carefully, the Wanjian tomb is protected by the Taiqing divine sword. If the energy of all the spirit swords is in disarray, there can only be one reason. Elder Ling Feng opened his eyes, his voice trembling as he completed the thought. The Taiqing sword is in trouble. All eyes suddenly turned toward the peak of the mountain, where a seemingly unremarkable yet imposing divine sword awaited. Hua Qi, the revered elder, took a deep breath, his voice trembling as he spoke. The enhancement of the spirit sword's power may not be as we have anticipated. Before he could finish his words, a voice from beyond the heavens resounded once more, dispelling the lingering hopes within everyone's hearts. It appears that the individuals from the 10,000 Sword sect are indeed quite perceptive. The Taiqing sword has encountered a serious issue. Su Li gazed at the text inscribed on the book of Heavenly Dao, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. A few days prior, while consuming the gossip surrounding Sword Master, her focus had been primarily on Gu Qingze, merely skimming over the injuries sustained by the Sword Master of Qingyuan. With a sigh in her voice, she remarked, so it was the injury to the Sword Master of Qingyuan's consciousness that was meant to suppress the chaotic spiritual energy of the Taiqing sword. The consciousness of the Sword Master of Qingyuan is remarkably formidable. 20 years ago, he discerned the anomalies surrounding the 10,000 Swords tomb and utilized his consciousness to suppress the Taiqing sword for decades. Regrettably, during these 10 years, his consciousness was greatly affected by the Taiqing sword, and while he endeavored to suppress it daily, he could hardly spare a fragment of his mental energy, rendering him unable to inform the 10,000 Swords sect of the dire circumstances. Ultimately, after 10 years, he succumbed and opted for self-detonation of his consciousness. The energy from the explosion brought stability to the 10,000 Swords tomb for another decade. Su Li belatedly realized, no wonder the situation at the 10,000 Swords sect was significantly better than that of the Shunqian sect. It was all due to the presence of the Sword Master of Qingyuan. Qi Ming and the others had reddened eyes, knowing that without the protection of the Sword Master, the 10,000 Swords sect might not have endured to this day. Qi Ming wiped the tears from his face, realizing there was no time for sorrow or guilt at this moment. Chapter 55. Su Li gazed at the pristine sky above the 10,000 Sword sect, momentarily unable to believe her eyes. Upon reopening them, she felt the sky appeared even clearer than before. What on earth had transpired in such a short span of a day that she was unaware of? Senior.
Upon noticing Su Li's movements,
Shun Changhan sheathed her Qing Shuang sword, her eyes brimming with joy and reverence. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it at once. Su Li waved her hand leisurely. I have no particular cravings. Continue your sword practice. What a splendid master, aunt of the 10,000 Sword sect. Yet she found herself preoccupied with sewing dolls and cooking for her? Shaking her head slightly in exasperation, a faint smile flickered in her eyes. Recently, she had observed less and less of Bai Ziyun's shadow in Shin Changhan. Though they remained strikingly similar, to her, Shun Changhan was simply Shun Changhan. In this world, it seemed she had gained another individual worthy of her remembrance. This feeling, surprisingly, was not difficult to accept. As she idly pondered, she sauntered towards the gate of her small courtyard. Upon opening the door, she encountered Chu Ling, who had come to deliver spiritual food. Senor Shu. Chu Ling raised the box containing the spiritual food, beaming at her. Did you not express a desire for 4 delights meatballs yesterday? Here they are today. Su Li regarded her thoughtfully. If her memory served her well, this Chu Ling seemed quite the know-it-all, much like herself, with a penchant for gossip. Leaning against the doorframe, she surveyed the cloudless sky of the 10,000 Sword Sect, her voice laced with curiosity. Has anything noteworthy occurred at the 10,000 Sword Sect of late? Surely, the sect's issues could not have disappeared overnight? Chu Ling blinked in confusion. There has been nothing unusual at the 10,000 Sword Sect recently. In fact, the sect is thriving. Not only has the treasury been significantly replenished, but for some unknown reason, the disciples' cultivation progress has accelerated markedly. The subtle discomfort typically felt by sword cultivators in relation to their innate swords has entirely dissipated, creating a deeper bond between them and their weapons. Consequently, the disciples now practice swordsmanship for an additional hour each day. Moreover, in recent days, the mood of the sect leader and elders has been exceptionally buoyant, to the point of unsettling the disciples. However, recalling the news she had heard that morning, Chu Ling's eyes suddenly glimmered with excitement. Gossip was always more engaging when shared. She glanced around to ensure no one was listening, stepped closer to Su Li and whispered. However, there were quite a few incidents surrounding the 10,000 Sword Sect yesterday. Su Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what transpired? Yesterday, a fraud ring was discovered in Frost Sword City. When the city lord and his men arrived, the con artists were in the midst of forging deceptive jade pendants, resulting in their capture red-handed. Chu Ling's enthusiasm grew as she spoke, her free hand involuntarily gesticulating. Most importantly, among the cultivators who apprehended the con artists were 2 esteemed elders. It is said that when the elders drew their swords, the con artists immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Su Li fell silent for a moment upon hearing her description, sincerely inquiring, "Are the esteemed elders of the cultivation world truly so down-to-earth?" Her impression was that while these elders may not be particularly astute, they still possessed a certain gravitas. How had they descended to the level of personally apprehending fraudsters? Chu Ling, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, cleared her throat. Ahem. Those 2 esteemed elders despise con artists, as they have been deceived themselves. Su Li, observing her furtive glances, suddenly seemed to recall something. Her voice tinged with hesitation. Surely they were not deceived by burly men for money and favors? Upon seeing Chu Ling nod in affirmation, her curiosity deepened. But were they not in seclusion? Chu Ling coughed a few more times. It is said that after the esteemed elders were deceived, many fellow cultivators went to console them. Su Li rested her chin on her hand, her eyes gleaming with interest. So they went to gloat in front of them.
Did they?
Indeed, mischief makers could be found everywhere. Chu Ling nodded in agreement, her expression one of understanding. All the esteemed elders were aware that the emotional turmoil of these particular elders rendered them unsuitable for seclusion. Yet the deceived elders insisted on cloaking themselves in the guise of seclusion, refusing to see visitors. Thus, when fellow elders sought them out, they were invariably met with success. Furthermore, as their cultivation levels were comparable, their families dared not obstruct them. Contemplating this, Chu Ling's voice turned sympathetic. The few esteemed elders had been in seclusion for less than 7 days when approximately 10 other esteemed elders came knocking, prompting them to announce their exit from seclusion the following day, claiming they were embarking on a journey. During their travels, Su Li, suppressing a smile, interjected. In the meantime, they conveniently eradicated a fraud ring? Hearing their tale, she couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy. Once esteemed elders, possessing unparalleled cultivation prowess and an abundance of followers, had been ensnared by a burly man for money and favors, leading to a series of absurd events. Now, they were being coerced by onlookers, unable to return home, and forced to wander. No, in the cultivation world, this was referred to as traveling. What became of them after dismantling the fraud ring?
Suliros.
Accepting the food box from her hands, did they merely vent their frustrations and return home? Chu Ling paused for a moment in contemplation before shaking her head slightly. Those esteemed elders, in light of their noble cause, could not bear to see the cultivation world deceived by con artists, and are now diligently engaged in apprehending fraudsters across the realm. Su Li covered her mouth with her hand, stifling her laughter, and coughed lightly. That sounds splendid. Once Chu Ling departed, she gazed at the azure sky of the 10,000 Sword Sect, idly reflecting, it seems that in the future, finding fraudsters at the 10,000 Sword Sect will become quite the challenge. Shun Yuanan gazed at Qi Ming's expressionless face, which bore a hint of gravitas, and questioned. Sect Master, has your smile been frozen these past 2 days? Why does the Wan Jian sect flourish, yet you wear such a countenance? Upon hearing these words, Qi Ming shot him a fierce glance, then turned his gaze skyward, sighing deeply. I have been troubled by the affairs of our sect. Ever since the incident at the Wan Jian tomb, the celestial voice has not graced us with its presence. Prior to that, it appeared at least once a day. revealing significant issues within the sect, aiding us in uncovering Lin Yulwan, who siphoned our fortunes, assisting our esteemed predecessors in locating their long-lost daughters, and even helping us discover and resolve the problems associated with the Wan Jian tomb. Without the celestial voice, our sect might quietly march toward oblivion. One could say the celestial voice is our benefactor, a savior beyond measure. Yet now it has been a full 3 days without any sign. How can I not feel anxious and concerned? As Shen Yuanan watched Qi Ming's upward gaze, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing his warm smile to falter slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he gently reassured, "Sect Master, everyone experiences fatigue. Perhaps it is merely taking a rest." Moreover, during this period, the Wan Jian sect has resolved the majority of its issues. The protection of the heavenly path is already substantial. Speaking of the heavenly path, his eyes shimmered with an almost fervent reverence. The Wan Jian sect cannot rely solely on it. As long as we are united in purpose, we can surely elevate our sect to new heights. At this juncture, he paused momentarily, a sly tone creeping into his voice. Furthermore, several venerable ones are currently nearby, apprehending fraudsters. At least we need not worry about our disciples falling victim to deceit again. Upon hearing his words, Qi Ming shook his head with resignation. I suppose I have let my worries cloud my judgment. However, I still find something amiss with Siyu Peak. His gaze toward Shen Yuanan grew particularly grave. Why are the disciples practicing swordsmanship more than ever? Is there someone inciting this behavior? Sect Master. Could it be that the disciples of the Wan Jian sect are being cautious due to their reduced sword practice? Shen Yuanan sighed helplessly, rubbing his temples. Moreover, given that the disciples are now more attuned to their life swords, it is only natural for them to practice more in their excitement. Clearly, the Wan Jian tomb incident has had a profound impact on you. I have never seen you so anxious before. Qi Ming chuckled dryly. Elder Shen is right. However, the sword energy near Huashao Peak is a result of the sword master S influence from a few days ago. Yet the emergence of a duo-bao pavilion nearby is genuine. I have already instructed the disciples to investigate. Shen Yuanan inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Sect Master, trust me, no one dares to swindle in the vicinity of the Wan Jian sect anymore. Even fraudsters wish to live peacefully. Just as Qi Ming was about to elaborate on his concerns about potential issues within the Wan Jian sect, a disciple approached with a serious expression, announcing, Sect Master. The young master of the Xia family, Xia Shaoqing, has come to pay a visit. Qi Ming concealed his emotions, rising to his feet. Please invite him in, at once. After a brief pause, he added, and send someone to inform Venerable Ling Feng that his grandson has arrived.
Yes.
Shen Yuanan also stood, directing his gaze toward the hall entrance. The Xia family, a hidden lineage in the realm of cultivation, has existed for millennia, even prior to the establishment of the Wan Jian sect. Although merely a family, it boasts numerous exceptionally gifted cultivators, including 2 tribulation-stage venerables, granting them sufficient power to rival the 6 major sections. Rumors also suggest that the Xia family possesses 2 artifacts, which are indeed divine instruments. In comparison, the Wan Jian sect has only the Taiqing sword, and other sects among the 6 possess, at most, 1 artifact. Thus, the name of the Xia family can sometimes hold more weight than that of the disciples from the 6 major sections. However, the Xia family is known for their strict rules, often remaining reclusive and forbidding outsiders, thus earning the title of the hidden Xia family. Even the father of the Xia family's matriarch, Venerable Ling Feng, has not frequented the Xia household often. As for the disciples of the 6 major sects, they only visit the Xia family during the matriarch's centennial birthday. Reflecting on this, Shen Yuanan nodded thoughtfully. If I recall correctly, 3 days from now marks the 800th birthday of the Xia patriarch. Just then, a youthful figure approached the hall. Dressed in a light robe, Xia Shaoqing, with his handsome and radiant countenance, bore an expression of familiarity and respect upon seeing Qi Ming. Xia Shaoqing pays his respects to the sect master. At this moment, the visitors from various sects and families who had come to the Xia household were being guided by the servants along the winding paths adorned with spiritual flora. Before they could fully absorb their surroundings, they were stunned by the celestial voice's earth-shattering proclamation, wrongly identified. The second young lady of the Xia family is not truly a Xia. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their ears attentively perked, unable to restrain the flicker of gossip in their eyes. Who would have thought that such a strict and reclusive family as the Xia would have such a significant oversight regarding their progeny? Where, then, is the genuine second young lady? Has she fallen victim to some nefarious plot? Jiang Zhu stood frozen, processing the revelation as she turned to her side, trembling as she glanced at Xia Shaoting. Witnessing Xia Shaoting's haughty and indifferent demeanor, which did not even acknowledge her maternal grandfather, her heart sank. Doubt began to creep in, and the details she had previously overlooked rushed back to her mind. Both she and Xia Yunhua were cultivators at the integration stage, possessing profound abilities and robust health. During her pregnancy, she encountered no disturbances. Why then was her daughter born frail, so weak she could not cultivate? Moreover, Xia Shaoting had never been particularly close to her. When she encountered Xia Shaoting, she did not express the genuine joy she felt upon meeting Qing'er. As Xia Shaoting grew, their relationship became increasingly strained. Initially, she believed her preoccupation with the family affairs had caused her to neglect her daughter. Upon realizing the issue, She made efforts to keep Xia Shouting close, but to her dismay, this only drove them further apart. Jiang Zhu, a cultivator capable of managing half of the Xia family, possessed a discerning mind. The moment doubt arose, all the inconsistencies flooded her thoughts. The one who gave birth at the same time as her was Xia Yunbu's sister, Xia Yuning. No one knew who Xia Yuning's child's father was, but it was well known that she harbored deep disdain for her daughter, naming her Yuping, and often resorting to physical punishment. Moreover, she forbade her daughter from cultivating, never even assessing Xia Yu's root bones. At times, unable to bear it, Jiang Zhu intervened, providing you with some cultivation treasures. Yet upon Xia Yuning discovering this, the mistreatment escalated, as if to serve as a warning. In desperation, she distanced herself from you, occasionally ensuring the servants kept an eye on her, but she dared not let Xia Yuning know. Curiously, Xia Yuning's attitude toward Xia Shouting was entirely opposite to that of you. Despite her strained relationship with Xia Yuning, she continues to show kindness towards Xia Shouting. Initially, she believed that Xia Yuning valued the Xia family's bloodline, but upon reflection, could any mother truly despise her own child while favoring another? Furthermore, who but the head of the Xia family's own sister could possess the capability to manipulate events during her childbirth? As this thought crossed her mind, a sharp pain pierced her chest, and the image of Xia Yu, so frail and filthy yet filled with longing, suddenly appeared before her. Was that truly her daughter? Turning her gaze once more towards Xia Shouting, the warmth she had felt dissipated, replaced by a cold scrutiny. If Xia Shouting had indeed usurped her biological daughter's identity, how much suffering had her daughter endured over the past 28 years? Upon meeting Jiang Zhu's gaze, Xia Shouting instinctively took a step back, bewildered. Mother, what is the matter? She stammered, having never before been regarded with such disdain. Realizing her fear, anger and shame surged within her, prompting her voice to rise. Mother, I merely dislike these impoverished relatives. Why do you look at me like this? Hearing her words, Ling Feng Zunjia finally regained his composure from his astonishment. The voice from beyond has never erred. If she asserts that Xia Shouting is not Zhu Er's daughter, then she is unequivocally not. How dare someone swap his granddaughter's child? A fierce sword aura erupted from him, causing the surrounding spiritual plants to sway autonomously, and the atmosphere grew tense. He glared icily at Xia Shouting, his voice laced with fury. Mother? You are unworthy of such a title when it comes to Zhu Er. You, a usurper, are a disgrace. Xia Shouting, having never faced danger since her birth, was entirely ignorant of what the great ascension level entailed, which emboldened her to disdain Ling Feng Zunjia. Now confronted by the wrath of a great ascension master, fear filled her eyes. She retreated 2 steps, her voice trembling. Grandfather, what are you saying? Ling Feng Zunjia has a keen eye. He instantly recognized that Xia Shouting is not Jiang Zhu's daughter. Indeed, she hardly resembles a biological child. At this moment, Xia Shu hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xia Shouting. He bowed respectfully to Ling Feng Zunjia. Esteemed one, you must not heed the slander of petty individuals. Your words will surely chill the heart of the second young lady. The voice from beyond had only visited the Xia family a few times, each time briefly uttering a few words before departing. Given the Xia family's self-importance and their rare interactions with other cultivators, many among them were unfamiliar with the voice from beyond. They believed it merely to be a rumor-spreading individual masquerading with a spiritual treasure to gain attention. Thus, Xia Shu dismissed the voice from beyond entirely. Calmly, he explained to Ling Feng Zunjia, the Xia family adheres strictly to its regulations. Every action is meticulously conducted according to family rules. Such a grave error as swapping the family heir could never occur. Upon hearing his words, Ling Feng Zunjia's sword aura intensified rather than subsided. No mistakes? I can recognize my own granddaughter. With a wave of his hand, Xia Shu was struck by the sword aura, sending him crashing backwards. Do you require me to remind you? Where is my true granddaughter? At that moment, the head of the Xia family finally arrived. Instinctively, he shielded Xia Shouting, ensuring her safety before turning to face Ling Feng Zunjia. With a gentle bow, he maintained an air of authority mixed with familiarity, yet only those close to him could detect the deep-seated anger he concealed. Father, please do not be angry. The head of the Xia family disregarded the voice from beyond, his tone resolute. I am well aware of Shouting's identity. I was the first to see her upon her birth. There can be no mistake. He assumed the voice from beyond had merely overheard some gossip. After all, even if it did possess knowledge, could it present any evidence? Thinking this, he turned to Jiang Zhu, his voice steady but laced with the authority of a family head. Madam, you have watched Shouting grow. How can you bear to see her subjected to such doubts? After saying this, he added a comforting note to reassure Jiang Zhu. Shouting is undoubtedly of the Xia bloodline. Indeed. At this moment, Su Li had gleaned from the book of Heavenly Dao the identity of Xia Shouting's biological mother. This is your sister's child. Naturally, she belongs to the Xia family. However, it is certainly not Jiang Zhu's bloodline. I recall there has yet to be a precedent of 2 women giving birth in the cultivation world. It appears Xia Yuning orchestrated the exchange to place her child under Jiang Zhu's name, opting to give birth concurrently. The servants of the Xia family have raised Xia Yuning, and while they appear to heed Jiang Zhu's words, they privately remain loyal to Xia Yuning. Thus, Xie Yunning executed the swap without much effort. Upon hearing the voice from beyond, Jiang Zhu's gaze turned icy as she suddenly extended her hand, revealing a short blade. Let me employ a secret method to test whether Xie Xiaoting is indeed my child. Madam, what do you mean by this? Such a test would irrevocably sever your bond with Xiaoting, he said earnestly. Why must you allow unfounded matters to drive a wedge between you and your daughter? Su Li, unable to contain her amusement at the head of the Xie family's words, lifted her gaze from the book of Heavenly Dao. Observing his seemingly sincere concern for Jiang Zhu, she mockingly praised, "Behold the art of rhetoric. Although I know Xie Xiaoting's identity is dubious and I recognize your actions are beyond reproach, I still prevent you from taking action, all while claiming it is for your benefit." Wait, something doesn't quite add up. Su Li suddenly recalled something, lowering her head in confusion. Xie Yunning did not only swap for Jiang Zhu's child, but also for her own. Why does the head of the Xie family appear so unconcerned about Xie Yunting's identity? Moreover, his words imply that Jiang Zhu should not pursue the matter. Shouldn't a parent, upon realizing their child has been swapped, instinctively seek to uncover the truth and find their biological offspring? Could it be that the head of the Xie family has long known of the swap? Yet, that does not align. If he knows Xie Xiaoting is not his daughter, why has he treated her so well all these years? Surely, his sister's child cannot be more important than his own. Jiang Zhu clenched the short blade tightly, while Ling Fengzun's expression darkened ominously. At that moment, the onlookers, who had gathered to eavesdrop, began to sense the gravity of the situation. Each person regarded the head of the Xie family with complex expressions. Could it be that he particularly enjoys raising another's child? Cough, cough, everyone has their peculiarities. Now seasoned with experience, they had heard countless secrets, and while the head of the Xie family's preference was peculiar, it was not entirely unacceptable. Feeling the piercing gazes of countless high-ranking members of various sects upon him, the head of the Xie family could no longer maintain his calm facade. Anger flickered in his eyes as he waved his sleeve, addressing the surrounding Xie family members in a deep voice. "Why have you not escorted our distinguished guests to rest?" At that moment, the voice from beyond erupted in astonishment. Xie Xiaoting is indeed the daughter of the head of the Xie family. She is the offspring of the head of the Xie family and his sister, Xie Yunning. I see, indeed. Xie Yunning is the biological sister of the head of the Xie family, the kind of bond that is thicker than blood despite different fathers. How outrageous. Incestuous relationships that produce offspring? No wonder Xie Xiaoting's health is so frail. A child born of such close kin can be considered fortunate to survive. All the seasoned cultivators around, who had heard countless secrets, stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the shocking revelations that had far exceeded everyone's capacity for acceptance. Chapter 57. As the head of the Xie family used the authority of the Xie family's ancestors to threaten the Wandao sect, the expressions of the high-ranking officials from other sects and families grew grave. The head of the Shunqian sect furrowed his brow in particular. The actions of the head of the Xie family had escalated beyond mere competition with the Wandao sect. He was openly demonstrating disdain for all sects and families within the realm of cultivation. Otherwise, why would he refuse to offer even a basic explanation in front of them all? Reflecting on the previous arrogance of the Xie family, who prided themselves on being a secluded lineage and looked down upon all cultivators, the head of the Shunqian sect's frown deepened. Just as he stepped forward, intending to pressure the head of the Xie family alongside the head of the Wandao sect, he suddenly heard a voice from beyond the heavens. He halted in his tracks, his expression one of utter disbelief. What? The ancestor of the Xie family has died? 10 years ago? The ancestor was a revered figure at the tribulation stage. How could such a significant fall go unnoticed? The reactions of others were even more exaggerated, each one appearing as if their souls had temporarily left their bodies. How could the secrets revealed today be so unfathomable? Thanks to the training received from the heavenly voice over the past half year, many were able to quickly regain their composure. Turning to regard the head of the Xie family contemplatively, could it be that the head of the Xie family wished to continue leveraging the name of the ancestor, thus keeping the news of the ancestor's demise a secret? Then, they beheld the head of the Xie family displaying an even more pronounced shock and confusion than their own. Was Xie Yunbo merely pretending? If so, he was doing an exceptional job of it. The focal point of everyone's gaze, Xie Yunbo stood dazed for quite a while before finally grasping the content of the heavenly voice. With a countenance betraying no doubt, he suppressed his inner turmoil, reassuring himself, the ancestor has been in seclusion at the Xie family, facing no danger whatsoever. There are still nearly 100 years until the ancestor's fated limit, and besides, the ancestor's life token is still glowing. How could anything happen to the ancestor? It must be that the heavenly voice is merely seeking attention. He would not be fooled by such tricks. With that thought, color returned to his face. Yet the words of Jiang Zhu nearby caused his recently settled emotions to spiral into chaos once more. I remember the ancestor has been in seclusion for nearly a decade without ever leaving the cave. During this time, there has been no communication. Yet previously, even while in seclusion, the ancestor would occasionally emerge to inquire about the state of the Xie family. In this brief half-day, Jiang Zhu, having already placed her utmost faith in the heavenly voice, heard its words without a hint of skepticism and immediately began to search for clues regarding the ancestor's demise. Moreover, 10 years ago, The ancestor's life token had suddenly dimmed considerably, but it was only temporary, returning to its original state within moments, thus failing to attract much attention. Jiang Zhu cradled Xiaoyu carefully, her gaze towards Xia Yunbo imbued with an unshakable chill. Having managed nearly half of the affairs of the Xia family for so many years, while she had not encountered the Xia family secrets, she could deduce much from what she knew. In hindsight, perhaps there had been an error on the ancestor's part during that time. Xia Yunbo, suppressing his anxiety, glared fiercely at Jiang Zhu. Jiang Zhu, how dare you speculate baselessly about the ancestor's whereabouts? Do you understand the gravity of such an accusation? No sooner had he finished speaking than the heavenly voice echoed once more. Ah, so the Xia family truly is unaware that their ancestor has long since passed away. TSK, within the cave of the ancestor, there are countless rare treasures. The spiritual energy continuously washing over the ancestor's corpse has prevented even the life token from realizing the ancestor has already died. Su Li gazed at the words inscribed in the book of Heavenly Dao, and although she did not regard these spiritual treasures highly, she couldn't help but exclaim, such a multitude of treasures wasted on a mere corpse, how lamentable. Listening to the heavenly voice, Xia Yunbo felt an unprecedented sense of panic, recalling the differences between the ancestor and their past interactions over the last decade. He had previously rejoiced that the ancestor had finally ceased involvement in the affairs of the Xia family, thus solidifying his own position and power as the head of the family, but now he thought better of it. He abruptly halted his thoughts. It is impossible. The ancestor would never fall. He quickly turned to the still-dazed Xia Shu standing nearby. Hurry and summon the ancestor. Inform him that someone is causing chaos within the Xia family. Xia Shu, suddenly snapping back to reality, hastily bowed and then swiftly flew toward the cave where the ancestor was in seclusion. While he anxiously awaited news, the chilling remarks from the heavenly voice felt like blades, cutting deeper into his heart. How interesting the Xia family is. They remain oblivious to the fact that their ancestor has been dead for 10 years. Yet they continue to wield the name of their ancestor to assert dominance. What a filial family exists within the realm of cultivation. Ha ha ha. Ah. But this head of the Xia family seems to be quite enjoying the life following the demise of the ancestor. Indeed, a dutiful descendant. As the crowd absorbed the derision emanating from the heavenly voice while awaiting news about the ancestor, Xia Shu's investigation was taking longer than expected. With not even a single message relayed back, the expression on Xia Yunbo's face grew increasingly grim. If the ancestor were unharmed, Xia Shu would have returned to report by now. Could it be that the ancestor truly? The heads of the Shunxian sect and the Wandao sect exchanged glances. The head of the Wandao sect took a few steps forward, his voice devoid of any courtesy. Head of the Xia family. We are not acquainted with the ancestor and have little to discuss. Today, the Wandao sect only seeks an explanation. The head of the Shunxian sect also stepped forward, his tone friendly, yet laden with overt threats. The Shunxian sect has always maintained a good relationship with the Wandao sect. We cannot bear to see disciples of the Wandao sect treated so unjustly within the Xia family. Surely, the head of the Xia family, being a sensible person, understands how to choose wisely. At this moment, Xia Yunbo's emotions had become a tumultuous storm. Faced with the simultaneous pressure from both the Shunxian sect and the Wandao sect, he gritted his teeth. For someone who had always been revered and respected, when had he ever needed to bow to these individuals, to heed their words? He was the head of the Xia family, wielding all the power of this secluded lineage. If he could not protect those he wished to safeguard, what purpose did his position hold? Even if the ancestor were in peril, what of it? The Xia family had two figures at the tribulation stage. He straightened his posture, enunciating each word with conviction. Perhaps Sect Master Lu has forgotten that Elder Minghua is also a member of my Xia family. This is the Xia family. I kindly ask both sect masters to respect our family as authority. Before he could finish his statement, the heavenly voice resounded once more. Elder Minghua? After watching the performance for quite some time, Su Li suddenly heard a name that piqued her curiosity. Sounds somewhat familiar. Let me take a look. Haha, are you talking about the esteemed Minghua, whose cultivation has continually regressed, now reduced to the integration stage? He might not even be able to defeat you now, haha. His cultivation has declined for over 50 or 60 years. If you were unaware, that's understandable. But how foolish to offer up treasures from the Xia family in hopes of his protection. What a classic case of a gullible fool. The head of the Xia family, who had just straightened his posture, staggered back as if struck by a heavy blow. How could this be? At this moment, he had come to believe about 70% of the words from the voice beyond the heavens. Especially since the esteemed Minghua had indeed not used his spiritual power in front of the Xia family for a long time. Meanwhile, the members of the Wanjian sect, having overheard the celestial voice, had subtly surrounded Xia Yunbo. This is the territory of the Xia family. They would not harm him here, but no matter the location, Xia Yuning must pay for her actions. Currently, the two tribulation stage elders of the Xia family were both lacking in strength, and apart from the two divine artifacts, the family had no means to contend with other sections, unless he was willing to use the divine artifacts for Xia Yuning otherwise. At this moment, the expression on Xia Yunbo's face transformed into one of unbearable anguish. In his heart, while Xia Yuning was indeed important, she could never outweigh power, otherwise. He would not have betrayed her by marrying Jiangzhu to solidify his position as head of the family. Furthermore, he had no other options now. Suddenly closing his eyes to conceal his reluctance, he reopened them, leaving only a cold, unwavering determination. The sect Master Qi is right. The Xie family indeed owes much to the lady. Brother Yu. He dared not meet the incredulous gaze of those behind him, gritting his teeth as he pronounced each word. Today, in front of everyone, I will strip Xie Yuning and Xie Shouting of their cultivation. Before Xie Yunbo could finish a sentence, the haunting voice from beyond once again rang out. Oh, are you not truly in love? Why so easily compromised? As Su Li sighed, she leisurely searched through the book of Heavenly Dao for the question that had puzzled her earlier. By the way, can a cultivator's cultivation really regress continuously? I recall that a regression of 1 tier is already quite serious. This esteemed Minghua has regressed nearly 3 tiers, hasn't he? Let me investigate the cause. He actually cultivates using a cultivator's soul? How could one possibly avoid regression using such wicked methods? The assembled members of the sects and families who had relaxed instantly tensed up. Wasn't this forbidden dark art in the cultivation world for a millennium? Regardless of the shock shared by the crowd, the otherworldly voice continued. Hiss, this esteemed Minghua has already caused the deaths of thousands of cultivators in his pursuit of power. Su Li gazed at the lengthy list of victims on the book of Heavenly Dao and then lifted her gaze to scan the crowd surrounding her. Why do I see so many family members of the victims here? The youngest son of the Ming family, Ming Quan, was drained of his soul by the esteemed Minghua in the secret realm. The elder from the L family was ambushed by him, ultimately becoming his sustenance, and the disciple of the esteemed Li Yuan as well. Xie Yunbo's complexion turned ashen. How could the otherworldly voice know of these names? Not far away, those from other families and smaller sects, who had initially been indifferent and merely frowning at the spectacle, suddenly recalled the anguish of their own losses upon hearing the voice. Their eyes now tinged with crimson. Their children, disciples, and elders had perished at the hands of the Xie family's Minghua. The head of the Ming family spoke with a hoarse voice, filled with inexorable sorrow and indignation. The esteemed Minghua killed my son. I demand his life in return. The head of the L family also stepped forward, his voice chilling. The esteemed Minghua has committed countless evils. Today, the Xie family must surrender him. Chapter 58. Su Li observed the churning blood in the abyssal blood pool, its dark and oppressive atmosphere causing her brow to furrow slightly. As the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao, the blood pool could not inflict harm upon her. Yet, the thick, sinister ambience still evoked an instinctive repulsion. Was it in this very place that Xie Qiyuan had been imprisoned for 2 millennia? She raised her head, scanning the seemingly endless sea of blood that threatened to engulf all. Gradually, her gaze fell upon the depths of the blood pool. Upon seeing the figure locked within Hanning Mountain, her eyes widened in momentary surprise. That figure, though stained with blood, still exuded an ethereal and transcendent aura. The experience of being confined for a millennium having imparted a hint of sinister energy. His entire being was a tapestry of celestial and malevolent energies. But under the influence of the surrounding blood pool, it seemed the malevolence would soon consume the celestial essence entirely.
Su Li regarded Xie Qiyuan's propile.
Blinking slowly in a daze, in the realm of cultivation, there were only 2 cultivators who made her lament the perils of beauty. One was the alluring, self-aware master of the Hahuan sect, disguised as a woman. The other was the man before her. He possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, perhaps due to his pain. His brow slightly furrowed, his pale complexion and tightly pressed lips lending him a sickly beauty. Yet beneath his nearly shattered body lay a power capable of annihilating worlds. Even with his eyes closed and spiritual energy depleted, none dared to underestimate him. What astonished her further was the aura he had accumulated over a millennium, calm yet frenzied, contradictory yet sharp, as if he were a divine artifact forged in the depths of hell for a millennium, seemingly harmless. Yet, at any moment could reduce everything around him to ashes. On his emaciated and scarred form, one could vaguely discern the shadow of that unparalleled prodigy from 1,000 years ago. Su Li paused briefly at his profile before diverting her gaze. Upon witnessing his state, she instinctively furrowed her brow. Xie Qiyuan knelt partially submerged in the blood pool, the blood laced with spiritual blades gradually slicing through his body, yet these wounds, under the influence of his fragmented cultivation, healed instantaneously, leaving only sporadic droplets of blood to mingle with the pool. This cycle continued, akin to an endless torment. Yet, this pain was the least of his concerns. Every meridian within him was embedded with soul-binding needles, dozens of 8th-grade spiritual artifacts firmly locking his cultivation. While iron chains that pierced through his shoulder blades bore the unyielding chill of a millennium, preventing his wounds from healing, forcing his blood to drip, drop by drop, into the blood pool. But how could this pain compare to the torment of a severed soul? Su Li observed the nearly 100 soul-binding chains piercing through Xie Qiyuan's soul, and with a pang of compassion, she closed her eyes. Before arriving at the blood pool, she had worried that after 2 millennia of confinement, Xie Qiyuan might develop a distorted psyche, harboring thoughts of vengeance against the world. If he were to entertain such notions, should she turn away and let him perish? But now, forget it. How could she expect someone who had endured such suffering to retain a kind heart, to remain benevolent and open-minded? As long as it does not harm humanity, it is ultimately the way of heaven. At worst, after saving people, she could use the mirror of the clouds to keep watch. With this thought, Suli opened her eyes and stepped forward, making her way towards the depths of the blood pool. The violently surging blood pool lay submissively beneath her feet, devoid of any aggression, obediently parting with each step she took. As her toes left the pool, the blood lightly splattered, forming a fleeting blossom of crimson that quickly returned to the depths. Xie Qiyuan opened his eyes to witness the scene of the blood pool yielding to Su Li's advance. Was she a member of the Xie family? For 2 millennia, aside from the mother who had once sent him into the blood pool, no one else had dared to tread this ground. For those who step here, their lives would be surrendered into his hands. His eyes, dark as ink, harbored a profound madness, a frenzy that seemed capable of devouring everything around him. In the blood pool, droplets of blood rose silently, akin to crimson tears that could claim the lives of intruders at any moment. Suli paid little attention to the floating droplets, resolutely standing before Xie Qiyuan. She regarded him, his eyes as dark as an abyss, devoid of light. And with a hint of hesitation in her voice, she asked, Xie Qiyuan, do you wish to destroy the world? After posing the question, she suddenly sensed the inappropriateness of it. The question was too leading. Leaning slightly forward, she decided to rephrase. Let me ask you instead. Does destroying the Xie family bring you satisfaction? Upon hearing her inquiry, Xie Qiyuan's gaze remained unperturbed. The destruction of the Xie family was merely an established fact for him. What truly piqued his interest was her identity. She was not of the Xie family, able to disregard the blood pool's constraints and move freely. What could such a person desire by coming to the blood pool? Did she intend to extract his last remnants of flesh and blood before the Xie family? With a flicker of his consciousness, the droplets of blood suspended in the air transformed to a deep, somber crimson. Although he merely exerted his consciousness for a moment, an immense pain surged through his soul. The Xie family sought to render him an emotionless vessel, solely existing to sustain the family, calmly enduring the agonizing rending of his soul. Pain had become second nature to him over 2,000 years. The purple-red droplets moved slowly toward them, dangerously close yet at a pace, allowing the person before him to depart the blood pool before death approached. However, the figure before him made no motion to retreat. Instead, she took a step forward and gently brushed her hand across his forehead. A warm, gentle light enveloped them, and in that instant, the 1,000-year confinement of his soul abruptly dissipated. Was this not a form of harm and demand? As Xie Qiyuan experienced a long-lost sense of ease in his soul, a look of bewilderment crossed his features. He lifted his gaze, staring intently at the figure before him. Her eyes were devoid of any trace of dust, so clear that they seemed capable of reflecting every stain upon his soul. His voice, low and hoarse, inquired, "Who are you?" Suli observed the cracks within Xie Qiyuan's soul, which remained even without chains binding him. While rummaging through her storage pouch, she answered with nonchalance, "Me? Just an occasionally helpful good Samaritan." Xie Qiyuan gazed at the celestial herb near his lips, the ink in his eyes swirling before settling into darkness. There was never such a thing as unprovoked kindness in this world. What could he offer in exchange for this herb? His half-immortal physique or the restored state of his soul? What do you desire? Hearing his question, Suli, not wishing to waste time, promptly pressed the herb into his mouth. Hurry and eat. After witnessing him consume the celestial herb, her gaze shifted to the chains around his shoulder blades. Observing the ever-fresh bloodstains, she lightly remarked, "I think directly destroying the Xie family might be too lenient for them." Xie Qiyuan barely had time to absorb the herb's effects before he heard Su Li's question. He was momentarily stunned, then felt excruciating pain radiate from his shoulder blades as the chains that had bound him disintegrated into a myriad of silver light. He seemed to grasp something, a fleeting tremor in his heart. Was she concerned for his pain? Though such suffering was trivial to him, hardly worth his concern.
Suli,
oblivious to the complexity of his gaze, considered the flying vessel of the 10,000 swords sect still hovering above the Xie family, and without hesitation, retrieved a stack of healing treasures and elixirs from her storage pouch. Skillfully, she pressed them into his hands, saying, "This should suffice." Xie Qiyuan did not catch them. He stubbornly gazed at Su Li, allowing countless treasures to fall to the ground. He could meticulously plot, gradually turning the Xie family into countless graves for its members. He could ruthlessly strip those individuals of everything. Yet now, watching her actions, he could not decipher what she truly sought. What remained here that warranted her expenditure of such treasures? Su Li hardly regarded his expression, briefly scanning the myriad of wounds on his body. After a pause, she produced additional herbs for bodily restoration. It was quite the exhilarating endeavor rummaging through her storage pouch. She had begun to ponder what delicacies could fill the newly vacated spaces. This storage pouch was unique, possessing an exceptional sealing effect that could enhance the flavor of sustenance beyond its freshly prepared state. Otherwise, so many rare treasures would not buy to enter. As she piled the treasures around Xie Qiyuan, a thought struck her, and she asked, "By the way, do you have thoughts of annihilating the cultivation world?" Xie Qiyuan did not even glance at the treasures strewn across the ground. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Su Li, revealing an unrecognized obsession. "What if I said I do?" Su Li cast him a faint, indifferent glance before retrieving the smallest herb from her hand. "Is there any now?" Xie Qiyuan observed her actions intently. This hardly constituted a warning. Even if she believed he might wreak havoc upon the world, she would not abandon him, would she? She seemed genuinely intent on saving him. Su Li, seeing his silence, retrieved yet another seemingly inconsequential treasure. Now, a faint smile graced Xie Qiyuan's lips. His voice barely above a whisper, akin to a sigh, none. Was this a dream? It felt too much like a beautiful dream one might have on the brink of death, igniting a desire within him to remain forever ensconced in it. He had thought 2 millennia of suffering would extinguish all hope, enough to leave him eternally submerged in darkness. Yet now, it felt as though he had glimpsed a ray of light. Upon hearing his response, Su Li willingly returned the herbs she had withdrawn, waving her hand lazily at him. Then take care of your injuries. Though it may be a bit demanding, I still hope you can refrain from causing harm to the cultivation world. Su Li leisurely retreated. Her voice casual, I hope by our next meeting, your wounds will have healed. Chapter 59 What? The direct disciple of the sect leader of Shun Qian sect is now singing lewd songs in a brothel? All those who could hear the distant voice stood in shock, stunned for quite some time before regaining their senses. How could this be? That is a disciple of Shun Qian sect. In the realm of cultivation, who does not know that Shun Qian sect is immensely wealthy? Recently, they even discovered a new spiritual mine. As a direct disciple of the sect leader, Zhao Yang must possess at least 8,000 spirit stones, if not 10,000. How could he have fallen to the point of needing to sing in such a place to repay debts in less than half a year? The sect leader of Wan Jian sect, upon regaining his composure, turned to look at his own disciple who had fallen into such a pitiful state that it evoked sympathy. A glimmer of relief appeared in his eyes. Fortunately, his 6th disciple, Song Yu, though in a dire situation, had not yet reached the point of, selling himself. Otherwise, it would be their Wan Jian sect that would be humiliated before so many esteemed families and sections. Thinking of this, he could not help but glance at the sect leader of Shun Qian sect with a touch of pity. Xia Qing stood before the sect leader of Shun Qian sect, recalling the distant voice's words, and cautiously lifted her head to glance at the still dumbfounded figure, seemingly unwilling to believe. Master. It seems that the 3rd junior brother has indeed been visiting some brothels recently. The sect leader of Shun Qian sect was jolted awake by her voice, suddenly coming to his senses. He recalled the words from the distant voice. His disciple had been sent to the brothel by his creditors. It was not voluntary. Indeed, this was not his disciple's fault. He slammed the jade railing beside him, his anger boiling over. How dare someone coerce a disciple of Shun Qian sect to such a place? It is merely a matter of owing spirit stones. If he comes to Shun Qian sect, we will naturally repay all debts. As he spoke, his fury intensified, to humiliate my disciple in such a manner. This is a blatant disregard for Shun Qian sect. Upon hearing his words, many sect leaders flashed a thoughtful expression. It was indeed true. One could kill but not humiliate. Such treatment of their disciples was a form of disgrace. If someone used debts as an excuse to force their disciples, it would be unbearable. Just as the sect leader of Wanjian could no longer suppress his frown, the distant voice chuckled again. Haha. He would rather believe that someone could force his golden core disciple than accept that his disciple is doing this willingly. Ha ha ha. Truly a touching master-disciple bond in the realm of cultivation. What? Zhao Yang did this willingly? How could that be? In the realm of cultivation, how could any cultivator willingly go to such places? Moreover, he is a direct disciple of the sect leader of Shun Qian sect. The expressions of anger on everyone's faces froze in disbelief, especially that of the sect leader of Shun Qian sect, whose face still bore the remnants of unquenched fury, combined with a dazed expression, creating an oddly humorous sight. Xia Qing could not bear to witness the sect leader of Shun Qian sect's current demeanor. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Master, the 3rd junior brother is indeed not being coerced. Ha ha ha, indeed. Zhao Yang is not just willing. He is exceedingly happy and even wants to continue this line of work. Su Li gazed at the words in the book of Heavenly Dao, her voice laced with suppressed laughter. Ha ha. The first time he went, Zhao Yang had a look of refusal. By the second visit, he realized that merely chatting and flattering customers could earn him spirit stones, and things spiraled out of control. The alchemy process is laborious and time-consuming, requiring him to prepare spiritual herbs, and there is always the risk of explosions, rendering a whole day as hard work futile, while losing countless spiritual herbs. Ha ha ha. Where can one earn spirit stones faster than entertaining guests? By the 3rd visit, he had already begun to study which angles made him appear the most handsome, using the few spiritual herbs he had left to concoct fragrant pills, just to ensure he exuded a pleasant aroma. Ha ha ha. By the 4th visit, he had already packaged himself with skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Ha ha ha. Now he has even learned how to attract customers. At this rate, it won't be long before he becomes a courtesan. Hearing this, the chest of the sect leader of Shun Qian sect heaved violently, his face turning an alarming shade of green. Xia Qing looked at him with concern, her mouth opening and closing, momentarily at a loss for how to provide comfort. How could the 3rd junior brother have come to this? The elders and peak masters from other sects regarded the direction of Shun Qian sect's flying vessel with a mix of expressions. Who would have thought that the entire Shun Qian sect which had always maintained an air of superiority and indifference towards spirit stones, would have a disciple stoop to such actions for mere spirit stones. It was truly an eye-opener for them. The mocking voice from the distance continued. Truly, one loves their work. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Such a spirit of dedication. Is this not a disciple of Shun Qian sect? Truly, a model for our generation. The sect leader of Shun Qian sect, upon hearing the distant voice, felt his chest heaving with rage, gripping the railing of the flying vessel with such force that it turned to ashes in an instant. Alas, the misfortune of the sect. The misfortune of the sect. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger as he asked Xia Qing, "Where is your third junior brother now? Where is he singing?" "Let me see, at Chunchun Mountain in Huatian City." "Very well, you even know to find a place far from Qingtian sect." Upon hearing the distant voice, Xia Qing hurriedly bowed to the sect leader of Shun Qian sect. "Master, the third junior brother is indeed at Chunchun Mountain in Huatian City." The sect leader of Shun Qian sect gritted his teeth. "To Huatian City. I must see what my good disciple is doing now." The higher-ups of various sects and families displayed a glimmer of gossip in their eyes. Shun Qian sect, relying on its wealth, has always maintained an aloof demeanor, seemingly indifferent to spirit stones. Every time they discussed the scarcity of spirit stones within their own sects, the sect leader of Shun Qian sect would feign ignorance, often reminding others that cultivators should prioritize cultivation and that spirit stones are merely external possessions. His nonchalance stemmed from Shun Qian sect's affluence. Today, however, the direct disciple of the sect leader of Shun Qian sect has bent the knee for mere spirit stones, and they certainly must witness this spectacle for themselves. Moreover, they had set aside 2 days to attend the birthday celebration of the head of the Xie family and had already arranged their internal affairs. With this thought, the sect leader of Wan Jian sect, who had often been ridiculed by the sect leader of Shun Qian sect, was the first to step forward. "Ahem. I have an old acquaintance in Huatian City. Since I have some free time today, I might as well share a drink with Lord Wen." The master of Tianji sect stroked his beard, adopting a profound expression. "I have foreseen that today holds a fortuitous encounter in Huatian City." Several heads of noble families also stepped forward. "Ahem, I suddenly remembered that my family has urgent matters to attend to in Huatian City." The sect leader of Shun Qian sect watched these individuals with expressions that seemed to revel in the chaos, his complexion darkening further, to the point where one might worry he could faint from the strain. Huatian City was not under the control of Shun Qian sect, and he had no grounds to prevent these individuals from accompanying him. Upon this thought, he suddenly closed his eyes, eventually squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. "Please. Everyone feel free." With a wave of his hand, he accelerated the flying vessel towards Huatian City. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, quickly following suit. After all, this was a spectacle that might not be witnessed again for a century. Like a trax en route to Huatian City, numerous high-ranking members of sects and clan heads congregated. Some discussed cultivation techniques, others explored the wonders of spiritual plants, while some engaged in toasts, and others spoke grandly of the deserved misfortunes of the Xie family. A group even delved into the intricacies of parenting, lamenting that raising a child to 1,000 years old brought 999 worries. The higher the cultivation level, the more challenging it was for practitioners to raise offspring, leading to a tendency among most cultivators to indulge their descendants. Among the crowd, the peak master of Yujingfeng was the first to succumb to his emotions, shaking his head and lamenting. "Alas, today I come to the Xie family. Yet I am left wondering what mischief my unworthy son will embark upon." Such thoughts were not unwarranted. Ever since Wu Zijie realized that the world of cultivation lacked the archetype of a dragon Aotian, and that the tales were mere fabrications to deceive cultivators, he had swung to the opposite extreme, becoming profoundly pessimistic. On ordinary days, the sight of overcast skies would sadden him, persistent rain would plunge him into despair, and a single remark from others would send him into a whirl of contemplation and restlessness. He did not demand that his son cultivate with diligence out of shame or aspiration, yet was it too much to hope that after being wounded by the tales, he wouldn't end up in such a state? Seeing the troubled expression of the Yujingfeng peak master, the esteemed Xiaoming elder bore a trace of a bitter smile. "Why should you worry, Peak Master Wu? Your nephew possesses remarkable talent. At such a young age, he has already reached the golden core realm. His future is undoubtedly bright." With a resigned sigh, he continued, "Unlike my little daughter, who has yet to reach the golden core, I am left to devise countless ways to assist her advancement. In the world of cultivation, few offspring inherit their parents' gifts, leaving many esteemed practitioners to fret over their descendants. Just like Elder Qiongming, despite having attained the great ascension, he still found himself devising methods to help his daughter break through to the golden core stage. Many families resorted to using potent spiritual herbs to forcibly enhance their offspring's cultivation, yet as an elder, he understood the detrimental effects of such practices. Genuine breakthroughs must come from one's own efforts. Moreover, his daughter was already sufficiently capable, merely awaiting a slight opportunity for advancement. Yet this opportunity had eluded him for 200 years. Nearby, the expression of Elder Lu Ming was even more sorrowful. At least Elder Qiongming's daughter has cultivated her skills through her own efforts. His only daughter had shown little interest in cultivation since childhood and possessed merely mediocre talent. Although she had reached the golden core now, It was solely through the accumulation of elixirs, and she might not even triumph against foundational practitioners. The thought of the nascent soul stage was beyond her imagination. Even if she forcefully elevated her cultivation with elixirs, she would not withstand the heavenly tribulations of the nascent soul. With a silent sigh, she mustered a semblance of a smile. Elder Qiongming, fear not. With your daughter's talent, the golden core stage is surely within her grasp. Perhaps she will break through in just a few days. Even if her lifespan concludes without a breakthrough, there are still methods like the breakthrough pill. Upon hearing her words of comfort, Elder Qiongming managed a strained smile. Chapter 60. The first floor of Chunshan Tower is mostly occupied by background-less practitioners. The majority had low cultivation levels, with the highest being Song Yujing, who had just begun her foundational stage. Thus, only the upper echelons of various sects and families heard the celestial proclamation. Each of their faces bore similar expressions of shock and confusion. A wife nurturing fate? Such a destiny exists in the cultivation world? Although the notion seemed absurd, the celestial voice had never erred. If it claimed that this individual possessed such a fate, then it must undoubtedly be true. Moreover, they recalled the accounts of Su Bai's romantic experiences shared by the celestial voice, and their gazes towards Su Bai transformed as if they were beholding an unparalleled treasure of the cultivation realm. To think he could detect the spiritual roots of a mundane without them. To elevate a stagnated practitioner's cultivation so dramatically, returning to their senses. All the esteemed elders with daughters were ablaze with excitement as they gazed at Su Bai from a distance. Regardless of their daughters' talents or cultivation levels, they all harbored a singular thought. This Su Bai was destined to be their son-in-law. What significance did high cultivation or remarkable talent hold? Who wouldn't he desire their daughter's cultivation to be higher and her talent to be greater? As for those daughters with mediocre talents, or those who had remained stuck at a bottleneck for hundreds of years, that was a tale too easily told. Just then, the communication talisman of Elder Danyang suddenly illuminated, snapping her back to attention as she instinctively answered it. In an instant, the voice of her personal disciple resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Master, Senior Sister Yuer has failed her 6th attempt at breaking through to the golden core. Upon hearing this news, Elder Danyang felt a chill in her heart. Now, only one opportunity remained for Yuer to attempt to break through to the golden core. Suddenly recalling something, a glimmer of inspiration flickered in her eyes as she hastily left the crowd, darting towards Su Bai with incredible swiftness. At that moment, Song Yujing was still imperiously demanding apologies from the servants, when suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy sent her flying. The enforcers of Chunshan Tower regarded the scene with indifference, casually averting their gazes. This practitioner was not harming anyone affiliated with Chunshan Tower, and it was merely a private sparring session, which was not their concern. They had long found Song Yujing displeasing. Elder Danyang did not even glance at the unconscious Song Yujing. She stood before Su Bai, managing a somewhat rigid smile. You must be Su Bai, I am. Before she could finish her sentence, Elder Luming rushed in and pulled her aside, positioning himself firmly in front of her. With a warm and friendly smile, she addressed Su Bai, her demeanor devoid of the imposing presence typical of a great Ascension elder. Her voice gentle as a spring breeze. You must be Su Bai, indeed a strikingly talented individual, clearly a rare gem within the cultivation world. Before she could continue, Elder Qiongming unceremoniously pushed her aside, exuding a bold spirit as she proclaimed, Su Bai, what do you fancy? Spiritual treasures, spiritual stones, or spiritual plants and elixirs. Whatever you desire, I shall procure it for you. Elder Yuling also arrived on the scene, and unlike Elder Qiongming, she was already holding a 7th-tier magical artifact along with numerous spiritual plants and talismans. In an instant, Su Bai found himself surrounded by dozens of revered elders. Esteemed ones? The only practitioners permitted to self-designate as such were those of Great Ascension or Tribulation Transcendence. How could this be? Su Bai stared blankly at the throng encircling him. Confusion etched across his face. In the realm of cultivation, revered elders possess the ability to protect entire sects. With his current cultivation level, he might not even catch a glimpse of a revered elder in his lifetime. How could there be so many esteemed beings gathered in Huation City, all present at Chunshan Tower? In the world of cultivation, no one would dare impersonate a revered elder. Moreover, within Chunshan Tower, any such pretense would surely be unveiled by the hidden guards. As he sensed the oppressive aura emanating from them, despite their attempts to restrain it, his voice trembled slightly. Esteemed seniors, is there a matter you wish to discuss with this junior? Elder Qiongming regarded his refined features and his ability to maintain composure amidst the assembly of revered elders. Her satisfaction growing. To exhibit such poise in the presence of so many esteemed beings is commendable indeed. Though her innate talent and cultivation were somewhat lacking, every other aspect of him brought her immense satisfaction, particularly his fate. Contemplating this, she spoke without hesitation. Su Bai, it is evident that you and my daughter are a match made in heaven. Would you consider becoming her Dao partner? Rest assured, I shall never treat you poorly. The esteemed Luming glanced at all the elders surrounding Su Bai. Their mutual constraints made Su Bai's choice all the more pivotal. With this in mind, her voice softened further. Young friend Su, I have calculated that your fate complements my son's. Should you unite as partners, it would be beneficial for both of you. Do you consent? Before she could finish, other elders chimed in, each extolling their daughter's virtues to celestial heights, offering enticing treasures as inducements. After perusing the records of Su Bai's romantic encounters in the book of Heavenly Dao, Su Li looked up appreciatively at the esteemed elders surrounding Su Bai. These elders possessed discerning eyes, recognizing at a glance the benefits Su Bai could bring to their daughters. Indeed, after reaching the Great Ascension stage, their perceptions have become considerably sharper. Upon hearing the celestial voice, the expressions of each elder grew increasingly fervent. Startled by their intensity, Su Bai took a step back. Esteemed ones, perhaps there is a misunderstanding. I am merely a chi refining stage cultivator, of ordinary cultivation and mediocre talent. How could I possibly? At that moment, the elders paid no heed to Su Bai's modesty. They were all intently listening to the celestial voice. Let me see. This Su Bai not only enhances the cultivation of his Dao partners, but seems also capable of bestowing good fortune upon them. Remarkable. Every female cultivator he has previously engaged with, apart from Song Yujing, has thrived spectacularly. Truly, he is the epitome of a prosperous spouse. At this juncture, the elders were oblivious to Su Bai's self-effacement. Chongqing directly promised, Su Bai, you need not worry or do anything. If you agree to be by my daughter's side, I shall grant you countless spiritual treasures. Su Bai, I see that your cultivation is hindered. If you consent to unite with Yuer, I shall assist you in refining your essence and reconstructing your roots. Su Bai, do not listen to them. I am an exceptional alchemist. Should you agree? Listening to the promises of the esteemed elders, Su Bai's initial hesitation gradually solidified into resolve, regardless of what the elders sought from him. As a chi refining practitioner, he had no means to resist. Moreover, the elders' requests were trivial in his eyes. After spending several years at Chanshan Tower, he had long since grown indifferent to matters of love. This might be the only opportunity in his life to alter his destiny. He yearned for cultivation, for the ability to seize control of his own life. Observing the eager gazes of the esteemed elders, he took a deep breath and bowed deeply. Su Bai is at your service, esteemed ones. Upon hearing his words, Chongqing nodded in approval. What a clever young man. Thus, Su Bai would not have to make a choice. He would simply await their deliberations before consenting. This son-in-law was hers to secure. With this thought, she feigned a sigh of exasperation. Esteemed friends, you are all aware that my daughter has been stagnant at the foundation establishment stage for 200 years. If she does not break through soon, her lifespan will soon dwindle. She truly requires young friend Su's assistance. Your daughter has never even consumed a breakthrough elixir and still has 300 years of life left. Dan Yang, the elder, interjected fiercely, addressing the assembly with palpable grief. My daughter has already consumed elixirs to break through 6 times. If she fails again, she will never achieve her breakthrough in this lifetime. While the other elders sympathized with Dan Yang's daughter's plight, they understood that in the realm of cultivation, opportunities must be seized. If one were to speak of misfortune, they could easily recount several tragic tales of their own daughters. And so, the gathering swiftly devolved into a lamentation competition regarding their daughter's misfortunes. Even Yu Ling, whose daughter was exceptionally gifted and had faced little adversity, recounted a tale of her daughter being bitten by a spirit snake in her youth to elicit sympathy. Su Li listened with great amusement, and as the elders nearly recounted their daughter's entire histories of misfortune, she could not help but shake her head. What are they competing for? Su Bai is not limited to just one romantic entanglement. With his formidable fortune spouse destiny, even if each of you took turns, it would be sufficient to bless your daughters. The elders abruptly halted, and Dan Yang, observing the intrigued expressions on their faces, was the first to suggest, shall we rank the urgency of our requests? Dan Yang's suggestion was quite astute. Once the elders amicably established the order of priority, Dan Yang, position first, swiftly pulled Su Bai aside. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With Dan Yang's departure, Yuling waved her hand, dissipating the previously established barrier. In the air, one could faintly hear the exchange between Dan Yang and Su Bai. Young Bai, do you prefer the 6th grade Huaying bamboo or the 7th grade Yuxing bamboo? Only such quality is worthy of you. Do you prefer residing in a cave abode or a small courtyard? The commotion on the first floor, under the elders' control, did not attract much attention from other cultivators, except for Zhao Yang on the 5th floor. Upon sensing the disturbance, he glanced down casually and spotted the imposing figure of his master. Terrified, his legs went weak, nearly collapsing on the jade platform. Seizing the opportunity before his master arrived on the 5th floor, Zhao Yang hurriedly ceased his performance, hastily substituting a gentleman to take his place on the jade platform. He swiftly wiped away the jade powder and ostentatious decorations from his face. In that moment, he appeared refreshingly simple and unadorned, a stark contrast to the extravagantly made-up Yu Yang, whose ethereal presence had captivated guests for days. Even those who had seen him repeatedly were unlikely to recognize him. Once Zhao Yang had composed himself, he took a deep breath and bravely descended to the 1st floor. Master, I was wrong. He rushed towards the corner where the sect master of Shun Qian resided, dropping to his knees before him, earnestly confessing his faults. Please do not let your disappointment in your unworthy disciple affect your health. Following the earlier episode regarding the prosperous spouse destiny, the sect master of Shun Qian had regained his composure and managed to maintain his expression. Chapter 61. The celestial voice, they recognized every word spoken, yet when strung together, they found it increasingly incomprehensible. The peak master of Xinhua Peak, disguised in feminine guise to deceive spirit stones? This was not their fault. The situation was simply too bizarre, so bizarre that even emanating from the celestial voice, it left them momentarily skeptical. That was the peak master of Xinhua Peak, a prominent figure in the realm of cultivation. How could he engage in such despicable acts, disguising himself as a female cultivator to deceive others in matters of the heart? This was utterly unfathomable and shocking. Just as the assembly began to grasp the unfolding situation, they heard the celestial voice continue. What did the celestial voice just say? What does it mean that everyone has swindled thousands of spirit stones from the peak master of Xinhua Peak? Wasn't he the one doing the deceiving? How could he not only fail to acquire a single spirit stone but instead be swindled of wealth and affection? The master of Wanjian's sect gasped in astonishment, suddenly grateful that even in poverty, he had not trodden the path of deceit. Cough, it seems that not everyone can be a con artist. As the crowd regained their composure, their instinctive gazes shifted towards the direction of the master of the Flame Peak. However, Zhao Yang's focus was entirely different. Having spent considerable time at the Qingtian sect, he was well aware of the awkward daily life led by the peak masters, elders, and even the venerables of the sect. Coughing lightly, he could understand the Flame Peak Master's peculiar behaviors in pursuit of spirit stones. What truly piqued his interest, however, was the last remark from the voice from beyond. The Flame Peak Master intended to perform at Chanshan Tower? Would that not make them rivals? Zhao Yang instinctively lifted his head, scrutinizing the Flame Peak Master. In terms of cultivation, the Flame Peak Master certainly held the upper hand. Yet guests did not place as much importance on cultivation. In terms of appearance, they were not markedly different. In terms of talent, he held a slight advantage. Regarding temperament, Zhao Yang recalled the Flame Peak Master as sharp tongue that could leave others at a loss for words. After this comparison, a look of relief washed over his face. It seemed that even if the Flame Peak Master did come to Chanshan Tower, his position as the prime performer would remain unthreatened. As the center of attention, the Flame Peak Master clearly heard every word from the voice beyond, instinctively scanning the surroundings to see if any cultivators could hear it as well. His gaze collided with countless pairs of excited and gossiping eyes. Why were cultivators from various sects and families gathered here? Even Shen Yuanan, with whom he had a tumultuous relationship, was present. Did they all hear what was said? He abruptly covered his face with his hands, eager to slip away. Shen Yuanan approached him swiftly, feigning a chance encounter, and with a face full of surprise, he exclaimed, "Isn't this the Master of Flame Peak? What a fortuitous meeting." The Flame Peak Master, detecting the unmistakable glee in Shen Yuanan's tone, gritted his teeth and replied, "Elder Shen, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "Oh, I thought Master Yan was in no hurry." Seeing as he was moving rather slowly, Shen Yuanan retorted, his face a mask of friendliness. No one would suspect that their last encounter had ended in a fierce battle. However, with several sect leaders and family heads present, it would be courteous for the Flame Peak Master to greet them before departing. As the Flame Peak Master clenched his teeth, uncertain of how to decline, the voice from beyond chimed in once more, barely concealing its amusement. "Now I understand why the Flame Peak Master hasn't managed to swindle even a single spirit stone. How could a con artist be this inept? Ha ha ha." When someone complained about a mistake in their cultivation, he replied, "It must be because you're not diligent enough." When another lamented about overly strict parents only caring about cultivation, he responded, "Your parents are only looking out for your best interest." When someone spoke of being isolated by peers, he said, "Consider if it's your own issue." Goodness, while other con artists adopt the persona of a caring older sister, the Flame Peak Master does the complete opposite. Truly, even the delicate tone he chose cannot mask the greasy aura of a middle-aged man. Haha, with such a persona, he still attempts to deceive others. If he isn't being duped himself, he should count himself lucky. Upon hearing the details of the Flame Peak Master's attempts at deception, the crowd wore expressions of barely suppressed laughter. Yet, recalling how the Flame Peak Master could leave others utterly speechless even when giving compliments, they harbored no doubts. This was certainly within the realm of his capabilities. The Flame Peak Master, listening to the comments from beyond and observing the expressions on the faces surrounding him, furrowed his brows in confusion. What were they laughing about? He saw no flaw in his responses. Although he aimed to deceive them for their spirit stones, he was unlike other con artists. As a peak master, he had his own code of conduct. How could he merely deceive them? He also sought to guide them towards the right path. Thus, every word he spoke was for their benefit. If they failed to appreciate his intentions, why then did they repay his kindness with malice, turning to deceive him instead? And what of her? Why did she also attempt to trick him? The voice from beyond seemed equally intrigued by his feelings of betrayal and, after briefly summarizing his attempts at comforting others, excitedly transitioned to recounting his romantic history. Could it be that the Flame Peak Master still believes that little Yu is a woman? The Flame Peak Master's expression suddenly froze. Little Yu isn't a woman. Could he possibly be a man? Ha ha ha. It appears you encountered a fellow con artist with similar ineptitude. TSK, both adopting a male guise, both offering comfort. Look at them, then look at you. They managed to have you so grateful that you nearly revealed all your secrets. Little you, in a desperate attempt to help you see the truth, hinted at it several times, yet you believed you had found true love. You almost turned your back on your true self for this love. Ha. Your true love recognized you as a fellow con artist the moment you spoke. The Flame Peak Master's expression shifted through various stages before settling into a profound sense of resignation. Ultimately, he had long known that Little You had been in contact with him solely to swindle his spirit stones. Little You was simply a man. He cared not in the slightest. At this moment, the gazes directed at the Flame Peak Master from the crowd were tinged with pity. They had not anticipated that he would fall so low. The voice from beyond then concluded with a hint of melancholy. Thus, the Flame Peak Master originally intended to deceive others for spirit stones, only to find himself emotionally invested and ultimately losing over 10,000 spirit stones. Fortunate for him that he cut his losses in time. Had he swindled a few more, perhaps the Qingtian sect would have been left in ruins. By the way, how did the Flame Peak Master end up in such dire straits that he resorts to deception for income? At this, the crowd collectively perked up their ears. Oh. So it turns out the Flame Peak Master's tribulation during the integration stage went awry. It destroyed a vast expanse of medicinal fields near his tribulation site. He lost all his wealth and, in an effort to repay his debts, took on numerous tasks, yet failed to complete them, incurring even greater losses. Thus, he was left with no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. TSK, it seems the Qingtian sect not only exploits disciples from outside, but even its own. Upon hearing this, the ever-observant master of the Qingtian sect, who had been lingering in the shadows, nodded vigorously. Indeed. Su Li, resting her chin on her hand, surveyed the high-ranking members of various sects. I genuinely wonder how much these individuals would owe if they visited the Qingtian sect. One of the disciples from the Shunqian sect owes 120,000. As a master, surely he cannot owe less than his disciple? The expression of the master of the Shunqian sect suddenly froze in dismay. And what of the Wanjian sect? I wonder if their meager stock of spirit stones would suffice to settle debts with the Qingtian sect? The eyes of the master of the Wanjian sect suddenly filled with apprehension. What of the Tianjimen? How much does the leader's son owe? It seems it's less than 10,000? The leader of the Tianjimen slowly lowered his hand that had been stroking his beard. At that moment, a voice from beyond the heavens announced that the esteemed leader of the Qingtian sect, Shirshiran, emerged from the shadows and stood before the assembly. Esteemed sect leaders, it has been but half an hour since our last meeting. How have you fared at the Chunfeng Pavilion? Observing the grave expressions on each face, his smile grew ever more warm and inviting. He hospitably urged, since you have arrived in the city where the Qingtian sect resides, why not visit our sect for a discussion? I assure you, as the sect leader, I will extend a most gracious welcome. The leader of the Shunqian sect wore a thunderous expression. He had previously instructed his disciples to remain at the Qingtian sect to monitor its activities and ensure the repayment of debts. Yet now, he found himself reluctant to even send his disciples there, let alone visit himself. The thought filled him with an unsettling aura of menace, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, there is no need. I suddenly recall that urgent matters await my attention. He then cast a glance at his two disciples, Xia Qing and Zhao Yang. You shall accompany me back to our sect. Upon hearing his words, Shirshiran's expression turned regretful. What a pity that is, he lamented, before turning to the leader of the Wanjian sect with a beaming smile. Surely, sect leader Qi has no pressing matters to attend to? Why not join us for a gathering at the Qingtian sect? The leader of the Wanjian sect took several hasty steps backward, his voice trembling with residual fear. No, I have urgent business. My disciple, Songyu, also has pressing matters to attend to. In an instant, Shirshiran's gaze swept across the crowd, and everyone recoiled in fear, unwilling to meet his eyes, except for Su Li, reflecting on the gossip she had absorbed in the brief span of half a day. She felt an immense curiosity towards the Qingtian sect. Was their intrigue not far superior to the withered tales of the Wanjian sect? After all, the Wanjian sect's prior issues had been thoroughly resolved, and it was high time for her to venture forth to a new locale. No, to mend the fissures. She was, after all, a dedicated servant of the heavenly path. With this thought, she took a few steps forward and smiled at Shirshiran. Is the Qingtian sect in need of more personnel? Chapter 62. At this juncture, the members of the Qingtian sect had already stealthily gathered around. Ahem. Who could resist such delightful gossip presented on a silver platter? Upon hearing Fu Yujing's haughty and venomous remarks, even though they were not intimately acquainted with Fu Mingtian, a flicker of sympathy arose within them. Just as the leader of the Shenghua Peak was about to intervene, the words of the voice from beyond the heavens halted him in his tracks. The mention of Fu Mingtian's tragic past was clear to him. However, her final words eluded his understanding. What did it mean that one's cultivation would flourish through suffering? How could this be possible? Every cultivator in the realm knew that progress in cultivation stemmed solely from diligent practice. Even the most gifted prodigy would likely fade into obscurity without dedicated effort. How could anyone expect to enhance their cultivation merely through suffering? Perplexed, he turned to his fellow members of the Qingtian sect, only to find them equally bewildered. Though Fu Mingtian had suffered injuries to her golden core, she was still a golden core cultivator and could certainly hear the voice. She instinctively followed the thread of the voice's words. It indeed seemed plausible. Her aptitude was merely above average during her time in the Ming family's shadow guard. Her cultivation speed had initially been slow. Yet, with each injury, she found her cultivation advancing more swiftly. She had always assumed it was due to insights gained from combat. But upon reflection, it seemed that her victories did not yield as much growth as her injuries did. Especially after arriving at the Fu family, where she had been overlooked and even despised by its members, her cultivation had skyrocketed from the mid-foundation stage to successfully achieving golden core status in just 6 months.
Now,
As she focused on her shattered golden core, feeling the rich spiritual energy within, she blinked in confusion. Could it be true that, as the voice suggested, her strength grew through suffering? Fu Yujing, unable to hear the voice, observed Fu Mingtian's bewilderment and shock, mistakenly believing her words had impacted her deeply. So Fu Mingtian is so concerned about her fiancé, she mused with a malicious glint in her eyes. With a flourish, she displayed a jade bracelet on her wrist. How inconsiderate of brother Yu. Even though I have yet to agree to marry him, he has eagerly gifted me the exquisite Qing Huan bracelet, reserved for the wife of the Lin family heir. However, it is curious that, despite our long-standing relationship, he has never once mentioned you, his former fiancé, Yi. Her tone dripped with unmasked mockery, suggesting that brother Yu had never held her in high regard. Upon hearing her words, Fu Mingtian's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Though she had grown disillusioned with the Fu family and had lost her former hopes regarding Lin Huayu, had she heard such words prior to the voice from beyond the heavens, they would have undoubtedly saddened her, perhaps even disheartened her spirit. Yet now, she merely felt a slight pang in her chest, quickly overshadowed by a rush of excitement as she examined her golden core. To her astonishment, the fragments had increased significantly, and the spiritual energy within had grown as well. The words of the voice were indeed true. She could grow stronger through suffering. During Fu Mingtian's moment of astonishment, Fu Yujing sensed the faint sound of approaching footsteps behind her, a glint of calculation flashing in her eyes. Swiftly, she took a few steps forward, grasping Fu Mingtian's hand and placing it against her chest. Then, in an instant, she dramatically fell backward. As she landed on the ground, she looked up at Fu Mingtian with tear-filled eyes. "Sister, I merely noticed you were feeling down and wished to accompany you for a stroll." Her voice lost its earlier arrogance, now laced with delicate vulnerability and grievance. "If you dislike it, you could refuse, but why treat me this way?" At that moment, the arriving members of the Fu family overheard Fu Yujing's words. Madame Fu hurried to her side, concern etched on her face, as she helped her up, not sparing a glance at her biological daughter. "Jing, are you alright? Did you hurt yourself?" Fu Yujing leaned against her mother, strategically displaying a scrape on the back of her hand, bearing the pain with exaggerated grace. "Mother, I am fine. It is my fault for upsetting sister."
Madame Fu,
Filled with maternal worry, retrieved a healing ointment from her storage bag and carefully applied it to her daughter's injury before turning her ire towards Fu Mingtian. "How could I have such a venomous daughter? Jinga has always been accommodating since returning to the Fu family, yet you, instead of showing gratitude, resort to harming her?" Standing behind her, the Fu family patriarch, having seen Fu Yujing was unharmed, finally raised his head to cast a cold glare at Fu Mingtian.
Fu Mingshan,
"Do you not owe Jinger an apology?" Beside him, Fu Shulin added with embellishment, "Father, if Fu Mingtian is capable of harming her sister today, she may well turn her hand against you and mother tomorrow. Such a person poses a grave danger to our family." Hearing them condemn her without even a question, Fu Mingtian slowly lowered her head, concealing her exhilaration. As they spoke, she sensed her cultivation soaring. The shards of her golden core, once diminished, now constituted a significant portion of its entirety. Amidst the shattered golden cores, she faintly sensed the aura of the nascent soul. Initially, given her innate talent, she believed she would never achieve such a transformation, yet now it felt as if the nascent soul was within her grasp. At this moment, the injustices she suffered from her parents, the treachery of others, and the betrayal of kin could no longer disturb her heart. Her sole focus lay upon her own cultivation. Everyone and everything might abandon her, but her cultivation would remain steadfast. Faced with their accusations, she could have calmly pointed out the flaws in Fu Yujing's words, thereby proving her innocence. However, she suppressed her inner excitement and agitation, lowering her gaze as her arguments sounded feeble and powerless. "It was not I, but Fu Yujing who fell. It is unrelated to me." "Enough." The head of the Fu family waved his sleeve in anger, declaring, "The facts are here. Do you still dare to argue? My Fu family will not tolerate a scheming descendant who harms her kin." At that moment, Fu Yujing, whose wounds had already healed, rose from Madame Fu's embrace and cautiously advised the family head, "Father, my sister is a golden core cultivator. Her prowess far surpasses mine. It is only natural for her to possess some temperament characteristic of golden core practitioners. It is my fault for provoking her." Upon hearing her words of consolation, the family head's fury intensified. What a joke. Can one wield their golden core cultivation to act with impunity in my Fu family? Though the Fu family was merely a small clan in Clear Sky City, they were protected by formidable transformation stage experts, and as the head of the family, he himself was a nascent soul cultivator. How dare a mere golden core cultivator behave so recklessly? With that thought, a chill crept into his voice. Fu Mingtian. Out of jealousy, you have harmed Jinger. Henceforth, you shall be punished to reflect upon your actions in the Qianfeng Cave for a month. The Qianfeng Cave was a place designated for punishing cultivators, filled with violent spiritual blades, where even a single day could lead to severe injuries. Such a harsh punishment made one wonder what heinous crime Fu Mingtian had committed, if not for the insight that Su Li had gained regarding the situation. Now fully aware of the circumstances, Su Li, who had been engrossed in the unfolding drama, had long since closed the tome of Heavenly Dao within her consciousness. At this moment, she intently observed the assembly as they condemned Fu Mingtian from a distance. Perchance sensing something, she thoughtfully propped her chin. Why do I feel that Fu Mingtian is on the verge of achieving her transformation? Her intuition proved astute. Fu Mingtian, feeling the complete transition into the shattered core phase, nearly burst into laughter. The accusations hurled at her by the Fu family resonated like celestial music in her ears. No. They were even more enchanting. After all, even celestial music could not facilitate her rapid advancement in cultivation. Particularly when the family had declared her confinement to the Qianfeng Cave, she felt her cultivation surge significantly. However, just as she was on the cusp of transformation, the family's reproaches seemed to lose their potency. With a hint of urgency in her gaze, Fu Mingtian sensed the stagnation of her spiritual energy, just a little more. As she lifted her head, poised to utter further provocations, an anxious figure hurried towards her from afar. Jinger, are you alright? Lin Huayu grasped Fu Yujing's hand, inspecting her with concern, before finally relaxing. He then turned to the Fu family members, bowing solemnly. Uncle, Aunt Fu Xiong. I heard Jinger was injured, and in my haste, I hope you forgive my intrusion. At this point, his brow furrowed slightly. Who would dare to harm Jinger? Fu Mingtian watched her former fiancé, who had always stood protectively before her, and after a momentary dimness in her eyes, she revitalized with hope. Lin Huayu might just be the catalyst for her transformation. She could not let this opportunity slip away. With that thought, she summoned her finest acting skills. Lifting her head to gaze at Lin Huayu with a heart-wrenching expression, it was I who caused the harm. What will you do about it? Lin Huayu, have you forgotten that I am your fiancé? Lin Huayu cast a glance at Fu Mingtian, his eyes reflecting deep-seated disdain. I have always regarded you as a sister. The one I truly adore is Jinger alone. Jinger has suffered at your hands multiple times, and in light of our childhood friendship, I have tolerated you. With that said, he abruptly turned to the family head, bowing once more. Uncle, while it may be presumptuous of me to say so, Jinger has faced considerable injustice since Fu Mingtian returned to the family. Today, I hope you can stand up for her. With you by her side, I shall be at ease. The family head did not perceive anything amiss in Lin Huayu's words, patting his shoulder lightly. He replied, I have already sentenced Fu Mingtian to a month of reflection in the Qianfeng Cave. Let her contemplate her actions thoroughly. At his words, Lin Huayu was reminded of the times he had been pressured by his parents to placate Fu Mingtian. After Fu Mingtian went missing, he was severely punished by his parents for failing to look after her that day, leaving him bedridden for 3 days. Chapter 63. The head of the Lin family gazed upon the members of the Qingtian sect at the door, his eyes betraying a hint of restrained excitement and exhilaration. This was indeed the Qingtian sect. The Lin family was merely a small clan in Clear Sky City, and on ordinary days, encountering disciples from the inner sect of Qingtian was already a rarity, let alone the sect leader. With this thought, he quickly approached, his voice imbued with respect and enthusiasm. Sect leader Jiang, I have long admired your renown. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to meet you today. After finishing his flattery towards the sect leader, his eager gaze shifted to the peak master of the Xinghua Peak, showering him with compliments until the peak master's typically disdainful demeanor softened considerably. After a brief interval, the group finally entered the Lin residence. As the sect leader listened to the Lin family head's incessant praise, he discreetly surveyed the surroundings of the Lin manor. Oh, is that a 4th grade spiritual plant? Remarkable. A 5th grade Qingyu stone. And isn't that the coveted multicolored Huansha curtain? He couldn't shake the feeling that the items casually displayed by the Lin family rivaled those in his own main hall as the sect leader. Clearing his throat, he reminded himself that since becoming the sect leader, he had grown accustomed to financial constraints. In the cultivation world, it was often the case that ordinary rogue cultivators were more affluent than he. Yet, the spiritual treasures on display from the Lin family already matched those of small clans within the cultivation realm. While nodding along to the Lin family head's flattering remarks, he pondered, the Lin family is merely a small family in Clear Sky City. The Lin family head's cultivation is only at the golden core completion stage. How could they possess so many spiritual treasures? Could it be due to the fortuitous fate of that Lin young lady? Just as he was musing in confusion, the Lin family head's flattery towards the Qingtian sect leader neared its conclusion. He shifted the topic abruptly to speak of his only daughter, Lin Huaya. My daughter has long held admiration for sect leader Jiang and the Qingtian sect. As he spoke of her, pride and affection shone in his eyes. My daughter is well-versed in your heroic exploits and has always aspired to be a hero like you. At this, he gestured for his daughter to step forward. Huaya, why don't you hurry and greet sect leader Jiang? Lin Huaya stood at the forefront of the Lin family, a half step behind her father. even slightly ahead of her brother Lin Huayu, indicating her esteemed position within the family. Upon hearing the words of the Lin family patriarch, she adjusted her dress slightly and hastened to stand before the members of the Qingtian sect, performing a respectful bow. Lin Huaya pays her respects to sect master Jiang. The sect master of Qingtian discreetly observed Lin Huaya, but aside from her golden core cultivation, he discerned no other remarkable qualities. In the realm of cultivation, while luck undeniably exists, it remains ethereal and elusive. Even the celestial mechanism sect, capable of deciphering the heavens, cannot accurately perceive the fortune of a cultivator. Regardless of his internal musings, he maintained an exterior of calm authority. He gestured lightly and, in a customary display of politeness, remarked, "Your daughter, at such a tender age, has achieved golden core cultivation. With such extraordinary talent, her future is undoubtedly boundless." Upon hearing his words, the Lin patriarch's already narrow eyes crinkled into a delighted slit. "Sect Master Jiang flatters us," he replied, stroking his beard with an unmistakable pride in his voice. "While my daughter's talent can only be considered average, she has been fortunate enough to forge her golden core early." As he spoke, he cast a proud glance toward the nearby bamboo grove, home to the rare 5th-grade rising sun bamboo, which Lin Huaya had fortuitously discovered during her wanderings. Presently, it would be difficult to find even a single specimen of such bamboo in the entirety of Clear Sky City, yet the Lin estate boasted a grove of it. Regrettably, he continued with a feigned sigh, the Lin family is but a small clan, lacking highly skilled cultivators to guide Huaya in her training. Today, with sect master Jiang visiting our humble abode, it would truly be a blessing for her to receive your guidance. The Lin patriarch harbored concerns about his daughter's safety, pondering the potential calamity that could befall their family should she inadvertently acquire a more powerful spiritual treasure. Since discovering that Lin Huaya's presence enhanced the fortunes of those around her, he had been deeply troubled, publicly attributing only a slight improvement in luck to her while rarely mentioning her profound influence on others. However, should Lin Huaya become a disciple of the sect master, who would dare to harm her or the Lin family? His gaze toward the sect master grew increasingly fervent. The sect master of Qingtian comprehended the implications of his words and was about to respond when a commotion arose nearby. In the blink of an eye, a young girl, no older than 8 or 9, clad in a light blue maid's outfit, stumbled toward them. Behind her, several anxious maids were in hot pursuit. As the girl approached, they noticed the abrasions on her face and the marks around her neck. In that moment of collective shock, the girl slipped through the crowd of Qingtian sect members and grasped Su Li's sleeve tightly. Since entering the Lin estate, Su Li had been captivated by the dark golden hole in the air, entirely ignoring the Lin patriarch's mundane niceties. Feeling the weight on her right arm, she lowered her gaze and met the pleading, starkly contrasting eyes of the girl. Despite her fear, Lin Zhao did not loosen her grip. Breathing heavily from a run, she exclaimed, "Sister, my name is Lin Zhao. I can do laundry, cook, clean, and mend clothes. I am truly very useful. Can you take me away from the Lin family? I eat very little and only need a mat to sleep on. I would make a diligent servant. Please, will you take me with you?" Su Li looked down at the heavy golden aura enveloping Lin Zhao, slowly blinking in realization. This child possesses the legendary fortune of a destined one. Lin Huaya, witnessing Lin Zhao's approach, felt a flicker of panic. What are those servants doing? How could they fail to keep an eye on a mere child? Such negligence might be overlooked on ordinary days. But today was the day the sect master of Qingtian visited the Lin family. Hearing Lin Zhao's plea to leave, and recalling the overwhelming luck radiating from her, Lin Huaya clenched her fists. She must not let Lin Zhao escape her grasp. With that thought, she shot a fierce glare at the newly arrived maid and cried out, her voice piercing, "Why haven't you apprehended Lin Zhao yet? Can't you see she is disturbing our esteemed guest?" Afterward, she forced a somewhat stiff smile toward the sect master of Qingtian. "Sect master, Lin Zhao is merely a servant of the Lin family, still very young and lacking proper oversight. Please forgive the disturbance. I will have her taken away immediately."
Lin Zhao clutched Su Li's sleeve tightly,
relieved to see she had no intention of returning her to the Lin family. Turning to Su Li, she found her voice. "I am not your servant. My mother is the wife of the Lin family patriarch. I haven't signed any contract binding me to the Lin family. I can go wherever I please." At this, the sect master of Qingtian furrowed his brow slightly. This child is also of the Lin family? Then why does she appear so disheveled? At that moment, Lin Madam, sensing the patriarch's dark gaze, quickly stepped forward to explain, "Zhao is the child of my former partner and myself. The patriarch, out of kindness, has provided us with a place to stay." After saying this, she gestured sternly for Lin Zhao to come closer, her voice tinged with authority. "Zhao, come here at once. Do not disturb our esteemed guest." Upon hearing her mother's words, Lin Zhao's eyes dimmed slightly. She raised her head, speaking earnestly, "Mother, Lin Huaya intends to cripple my meridians, preventing me from cultivating any further. That is why I want to leave the Lin family. Do you still want me to return?" Lin Madam stood frozen, instinctively glancing at the cold, fierce expression of Lin Huaya. She understood that given Lin Huaya's temperament, she was quite capable of such an act. However, upon observing the fierce warning in the patriarch's eyes, she inhaled deeply, having made her decision. Zhao, what nonsense are you speaking? She replied sternly. Miss Lin has always treated you kindly. How could she possibly do such a thing? You must have misheard. Hearing her defend Lin Huaya, Lin Zhao's faint glimmer of hope gradually extinguished. Do you truly believe I misheard? After a brief silence, Lin Madam declared resolutely, if you did not mishear, then you are intentionally slandering Miss Lin. The Lin family is a prominent clan in Clear Sky City, capable of bestowing upon her immeasurable wealth and status. And Lin Huaya possesses the extraordinary ability to enhance the fortunes of those around her. She is merely a practitioner of limited talent, having achieved foundation establishment largely due to Lin Huaya's influence. She must never offend the Lin family, nor can she provoke Lin Huaya. With this thought in mind, she softened her tone as she addressed Lin Zhao, coaxing gently, Zhao, the path of cultivation is arduous and demanding. It is not as wonderful as you might imagine. The Lin family possesses vast wealth. Even as an ordinary person, you could live a secure and happy life. Upon hearing her words, Lin Zhao expressionlessly wiped away her tears. She had always known her mother held the Lin family and Lin Huaya in high regard, often willfully ignoring Lin Huaya's mistreatment of her. Yet, she never anticipated that even knowing Lin Huaya wished to ruin her, her mother would still allow her to remain by Lin Huaya's side. Chapter 64. Su Li reclined on her bed, observing the scene reflected in the cloud mirror. She instinctively sat up straighter, her voice brightening considerably. Let me see. Your complexion indeed appears much better than in the blood pool. Your spirit is somewhat steadier than before, and your cultivation has recovered more than halfway. Not bad. Not bad. It truly was her. Xia Qiyuan stood still, his hands, those that had brought countless members of the Xia family to despair, subtly trembling. After 2 millennia, those who had cast him into the blood pool had long since met their demise. All his enemies, friends had departed. The deep-seated hatred he once felt no longer had an outlet. In the vast realm of cultivation, it seemed he was the sole survivor. The torment of 2,000 years had laid the groundwork for his plan to annihilate the Xia family, transforming into a mere task the moment he emerged from the blood pool. Now, the entirety of the Xia family lay at his feet. He could erase them at will. Yet, it felt too easy, too mundane, failing to ignite even a flicker of interest within him. Ultimately, he did destroy everything related to the Xia family, not out of affection, but because he was at a loss for what else to do. It was only upon hearing this voice that he felt his heart begin to beat anew, reawakening a sense of joy. However, Xia Qiyuan's gaze fell slightly. He gradually relaxed his grip on the spirits of those from the Xia family around him. Su Li, oblivious to his thoughts, lifted a cup of spiritual tea from nearby and took a sip, lazily contemplating. It seems those spiritual treasures I send out have had some effect. When she set down the cup, she belatedly noticed the individuals lying in the area where Xia Qiyuan stood. Oh, are these people from the Xia family lying beneath the Qiyuan Hall? Is that the head of the Xia family? How is it that their cultivation has been rendered useless? And there's Xia Shouting and Xia Yuning, truly a pair of mother and daughter facing adversity together. And that one looks somewhat familiar? Perhaps a steward of the Xia family? TSK, their spirits are on the verge of shattering. How pitiful. Hearing her remarks about the plight of the Xia family, Xia Qiyuan slowly closed his eyes. His lips pale, his face marked by the lingering pallor of unhealed wounds, entirely devoid of the fierce aura he had displayed earlier. Xia Qiyuan's lips pressed tightly together. The current suffering of the Xia family was solely of his making. It was not only the individuals who had attacked him a millennium ago, but also every member of the Xia family who had benefited from his fortune, without exception. As he contemplated the countless Xia family members whose spirits had fragmented and whose spiritual energy had been depleted at his hands, Xia Qiyuan's dense eyelashes flickered imperceptibly. What would she think of him? Would she see him as ruthless, regretting saving him? Or would she simply view him standing amidst the tragic wails of the Xia family, his eyes slightly closed? The aura that had once surged around him gradually returning to silence. Only 5 days have passed, and not only has your body recovered to this extent, but you have also found time to deal with the Xia family. Truly impressive. Hearing Su Li's voice, filled with admiration and mirth, Xia Qiyuan blinked in astonishment as he opened his eyes. Su Li gazed at the state of the Xia family reflected in the cloud mirror. Recalling the myriad of heinous crimes she had seen documented in the book of Heavenly Dao, her eyes devoid of any sympathy. To extinguish an entire family for the sake of a spiritual treasure, to annihilate an entire lineage over a mere verbal dispute, and to harbor countless malevolent cultivators who had perpetrated untold misdeeds. Indeed, the suffering endured by these individuals likely paled in comparison to Xia Qiyuan's anguish within the blood pool. She could hardly muster any sympathy. However, as if struck by a thought, she propped her chin on her hand. If I were to obliterate these members of the Xia family, it would surely attract considerable karmic retribution, wouldn't it? It hardly seems worth it. At this point, her voice took on an eager tone, as if relishing the unfolding drama. If it were me, I would deliver these Xia family members straight to their enemies, no karma to bear, and I could even earn a favor in return. I recall that the enemies of the Xia family harbor immense hatred towards them. Let me see. The 9th elder of the Shun Qian sect, having just learned the identities of his foes, is currently researching the top 10 tortures in the cultivation realm. Goodness, how thrilling. Wow, the head of the Ming family. whose offspring were harmed by the Xie family, has actually acquired the Thousand Souls lock from the black market. How much more exhilarating than mere spirit-shattering?
Oh.
Even the head of the L family. Su Li observed with keen interest the recent endeavors of the victims of the Xie family as documented in the book of Heavenly Dao, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. At this moment, she remained oblivious to the fact that the Xie family members sprawled on the ground had turned even paler than before, their eyes reflecting a desperate longing for death. In this instant, they suddenly perceived that dying at Xie Qiyuan's hands might indeed be a form of liberation. Meanwhile, Xie Qiyuan felt his heart, long immersed in the icy abyss of torment for millennia, gradually warming, beginning to beat anew. He sensed his heartbeat, his tightly pressed lips finally relaxing, the icy veneer in his eyes dissipating as a faint smile graced his features. She did not view his actions as ruthless. Rather, she was concerned about the karmic burdens associated with these Xie family members. She was caring for him, just as she had during their initial encounter. Xie Qiyuan lowered his head slightly, his eyes reflecting a softness he himself had not recognized. It dawned upon him that he was not alone, within the cultivation realm. He possessed his own connections, the one who had rescued him from the blood pool, the one who had left him countless treasures of heaven and earth for healing. At that moment, the voice continued. Oh, it seems the Xie family still has a few individuals who have not committed any wrongdoings? How rare that the Xie family could still harbor innocence. Though they too have benefited from Xie Qiyuan's fortune to attain their current cultivation, they are, in principle, not deserving of death. Xie Mingyu, Xie Sanshu, Xie Yunyang. Su Li lamented as she read off a few names, and when she lifted her gaze, she discovered that these individuals had indeed been released from their restraints by Xie Qiyuan. She couldn't help but exclaim, Xie Qiyuan has let these Xie family members go so easily? Is he not too kind? Though these individuals have committed no wrongdoing, they were undeniably the beneficiaries during Xie Qiyuan's 2,000 years of confinement. The spared members of the Xie family had scarcely begun to feel relief when they heard a voice from beyond, their faces paling once more. They dared not cast a single glance at Xie Qiyuan, whose expressionless demeanor as he effortlessly extinguished countless members of the Xie family resembled that of a deity of death. In this moment, each of them felt utterly devoid of any rebellious spirit. Within, Xie Mingyu fervently pleaded, if he were to meet his demise, could Xie Qiyuan not grant him a swift end, considering he had committed no grave offenses? Hearing Su Li's lament, Xie Qiyuan slightly lowered his gaze, concealing the mirth in his eyes. Perhaps only she, upon witnessing the current state of the Xie family, could still perceive him as benevolent. Su Li gazed into the cloud mirror, where Xie Qiyuan stood, clad in white, solitary and imposing. She blinked, wishing silently, I hope that by the time we meet again, his wounds will be fully healed. After observing Xie Qiyuan's condition, she languidly yawned and waved to retract the cloud mirror. As Xie Qiyuan sensed the sudden stillness enveloping Qiyuan Hall, the previously softened aura around him grew heavy and somber once more. He regarded the trembling Xie Mingyu kneeling beside him, his voice imbued with a calm eeriness. It seems you too can hear it. Upon realizing he could not articulate any details about the voice from beyond, Xie Mingyu hesitated momentarily, then a hint of indulgent amusement flickered in Xie Qiyuan's eyes. It appeared that everything concerning her, whether her assistance or her constraints, brought him inexplicable delight. Unable to divulge any specifics regarding the voice from the heavens, Xie Mingyu could only nod frantically, hoping this would spare him from Xie Qiyuan's wrath. Noticing his frantic gestures, Xie Qiyuan lowered his head slightly. Finally, paying genuine attention to Xie Mingyu. Speak of what you know. He cast a fleeting glance at the multitude of Xie family members fervently pleading for mercy, then shifted his gaze away, his tone carrying a rare gentleness. All that pertains to her. Although Xie Mingyu could not provide concrete information about the celestial voice, the realm of cultivation had long established an unspoken understanding among its denizens. He hastily relayed everything he knew in this manner. Xie Qiyuan listened intently, exhibiting no sign of impatience. Thus, when Xie Mingyu recounted the Xie family's actions against him, it became evident that they had activated their protective formation, and she had departed. So, her arrival at the blood pool was neither accidental nor coincidental. She had merely learned of his past, driven solely by the desire to rescue him. Xie Qiyuan stood in silence for a long while before gazing into the distance, his voice devoid of the previous coldness. When will she make her next appearance? Though Xie Mingyu's cultivation was modest, his sensitivity to emotions was acute. Upon hearing the question, he promptly replied, she is elusive and enigmatic. No one truly knows who she is or how she acquires such knowledge. However, she tends to pay closer attention to matters and individuals that pique her interest. Realizing something, his voice rose slightly. Given her interest in you, she should reappear soon. Upon hearing this, Xie Qiyuan cast a mild glance at him. The Xie family shall act as she instructs. Yes. Xie Mingyu, relieved to have retained his life, quickly bowed and pledged to deliver the Xie family members into the hands of their enemies. After attracting the cloud mirror, Su Li stretched. Having rested for 3 days, it was time to indulge in some gossip and soothe her spirit. She leisurely got out of bed, intending to bask in the sun while seeking some tidbits from the Chung Tian sect. Upon exiting her courtyard, she encountered Lin Zhao, who was diligently meditating. Upon hearing the noise, Lin Zhao sprang to her feet, her eyes filled with adoration and trust. Sister. From the moment she first laid eyes on Su Li at the Lin Manor, she felt an instinctive trust in her. Chapter 65. The head of the Qi family, having just regained his senses from the celestial voice, was about to react when he heard Qi Ruyan's voice. He gazed at his daughter, whose face radiated kindness. Yet a foreboding feeling suddenly arose within him. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, he witnessed his typically gentle daughter abruptly appear before Qi Xian, delivering a resounding slap. In the next moment, Qi Xian was sent flying, with a few of his teeth scattered through the air. In that instant, Qi Ruyan felt as though she had unblocked her meridians. Her previously stagnant spiritual energy surged forth. The grievances she had endured over the years suddenly found an outlet, pouring out uncontrollably. So, this is what it feels like to be mad. How exhilarating! At that moment, Qi Xian, lying on the ground, finally regained his wits. He looked at Qi Ruyan in disbelief, though she was nominally his sister. She had always been akin to a servant, enduring his beatings and cleaning up his messes. Today, she actually dared to strike him. Qi Ruyan, have you lost your mind? You, a mere family outcast who could only grovel before me, dare to lay hands on me? Qi Ruyan raised her head slightly. Having heard Qi Xian's words countless times before, in the past, she would have forced herself to endure, but now, feeling the surging energy within her, she crossed her arms and flexed her limbs. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, she walked steadily towards Qi Xian. At this moment, the infernal fire beast beside Qi Xian seemed to sense something amiss, quietly retreating on its four hooves. Qi Ruyan smiled gently at the fallen Qi Xian. Yet her actions contradicted her smile. She transformed her spiritual energy into a fist and struck Qi Xian's chest, her voice still the same soothing tone. My dear brother. What was it you just said? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Crushed by pain, Qi Xian curled up, yet he still threatened fiercely. Qi Ruyan, if you dare treat me this way, mother will surely discipline you. Prepare to be grounded. My dear brother, what has happened to your voice? It seems so small. I can barely hear you. Stepping forward, Qi Ruyan calmly placed a foot on Qi Xian's hand. Upon hearing the sound of bone cracking beneath her foot, her voice grew even gentler. Brother, please repeat that for me. As she spoke, the spiritual energy in her hands began to coalesce. Qi Xian, feeling the pain, lost all his previous arrogance. As he scrambled to escape Qi Ruyan's grasp, he soon realized there was no way out. He hastily called for help from the Qi family patriarch. Father, save me. Qi Ruyan has gone mad. The patriarch of the Qi family, who had always doted on his remarkably gifted son, could no longer contain himself upon hearing his plea. He stepped forward and scolded, Qi Ruyan, cease this madness at once. Qi Xian is your own brother. How dare you? Before he could finish his admonition, Qi Ruyan's spiritual energy surged dramatically, and several streams of spirit-infused vapor shot forth from her, striking him squarely in the face and head. In an instant, the unprepared patriarch was struck by the spiritual energy, leaving his face bruised and battered, and even shaving off the hair from his head, revealing a smooth scalp. The head of the Qi family stood frozen in place, his bewildered gaze reflecting an amusing contrast against his smooth scalp. How could this be? Even without preparation, Qi Ruyan's cultivation at the early golden core stage should not have been able to breach the defenses of a core integration cultivator. Could it be that her water-type spiritual root possessed such extraordinary power? Just as he grappled with his confusion, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted. Pfft! Jiang Menglin, the sect leader of the Qingtian sect, could not contain himself upon witnessing the Qi family head's disheveled state. As the Qi family had turned his darkened expression toward him, Jiang Menglin hastily suppressed his mirth, adopting a serious demeanor. I merely recalled something amusing. It is not due to your unfortunate appearance. The Qi family head's expression darkened further at this insincere excuse. Meanwhile, not far away, Qi Ruyan was delivering a beating to Qi Xian when a sudden burst of golden light erupted from her. The Qi family head could no longer afford to be concerned with anything else. He spun around in disbelief, staring at his daughter. His daughter had actually advanced to the late golden core stage? It was known that she had been stagnant at the mid-golden core stage for 200 years. He had favored Qi Xian solely because of his unique talent, yet now it was evident that Qi Ruyan's abilities surpassed his son's. With this realization, he abandoned any thought of rescuing Qi Xian. After all, it seemed Qi Ruyan had no intention of truly harming him, merely inflicting minor injuries that could be easily remedied with a pill. Qi Xian, thoroughly beaten and in pain, saw that his father had not come to his aid. And with Qi Ruyan's sudden surge in power, he quickly cried out for mercy. Sister, I was wrong. I understand my mistake. Please spare me. After delivering a couple more punches, Qi Ruyan finally ceased her assault. She adjusted her slightly disheveled clothing and, looking down at Qi Xian, asked softly, what was your mistake? Qi Xian was taken aback by the question, but upon seeing her prepare to roll up her sleeves again, he hastily replied, I should not have disrespected you, sister. I will listen to you from now on. Whatever you say, I will do. If you tell me to go east, I will not go west. A smile graced Qi Ruyan's face as she continued, and what else? Qi Xian instinctively glanced at the ruined array beneath them, and as a thought struck him, he hurriedly added, I should not have allowed the Minghua beast to destroy the other cultivators' shops. I will apologize and make amends. Qi Ruyan nodded slightly, and what more? Qi Xian looked at her in confusion, but under her gentle gaze, he trembled and confessed all his past misdeeds. After a short while, once Qi Xian had finished his admissions, Qi Ruyan turned to the onlooking cultivators and proclaimed, "Let it be known today that any cultivator harmed by Qi Xian may come to the Qi residence to claim compensation. I will ensure that Qi Xian personally offers his apologies." Among the audience were many who harbored grievances against Qi Xian, and upon hearing Qi Ruyan's words, their voices brimmed with excitement. Miss Qi is wise. After pacifying the gathered cultivators, Qi Ruyan did not spare another glance at Qi Xian, but instead turned to the head of the Qi family. Upon seeing his current state, she expressed her surprise. "Father, what has happened to you?" As if recalling something, she gently added, "Today, I felt a surge of destiny and discovered methods to enhance my cultivation. Henceforth, I may act somewhat recklessly. You, who value the cultivation of your offspring, wouldn't he mind, would you?" The Qi family had gazed at his daughter, now a late golden core cultivator. Though her cultivation was slightly lower than his, and she appeared sufficiently respectful, the memory of her earlier actions sent a chill through him. If she were to become unruly again. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "I do not mind." Upon hearing his response, Qi Ruyan did not press further but instead sweetly inquired, "How do you find my discipline of my brother today?" The Qi family head, instinctively glancing at Qi Xian, whose face was swollen to resemble that of a pig, fell silent for a moment. However, feeling the intensity of his daughter's gentle yet penetrating gaze, he ultimately muttered dryly, "Your discipline is commendable." At that moment, he realized just how little he understood this daughter of his. Could a mere comment from the heavens truly evoke such a profound transformation in Qi Ruyan? She smiled softly. "Thanks to your reminder today, I remembered my responsibilities as the eldest sister. I had previously neglected them." As she cast a fleeting glance at Qi Xian on the ground, she reassured her father, "Rest assured, I will diligently oversee my brother from now on and will not allow him to cause any more trouble." Qi Xian shivered at her words. Before he could respond, Qi Ruyan turned to Jiang Minglin, who had been watching from a distance, and bowed. "Sect leader Jiang, Qi Xian has allowed the Minghua beast to destroy your array shop, and my father feels deeply regretful. He is willing to offer treasured spiritual artifacts as compensation." She eloquently listed dozens of treasured items, and with each name she uttered, the Qi family head's complexion paled further. Each of these artifacts was precious, rare, and cherished by him. Yet, with the sect leader of Qingtian present, could he possibly contradict Qi Ruyan and refuse to offer compensation? It was Qi Xian's fault. And the Qi family naturally owed a debt to the Qingtian sect, but why must it come from his own collection? Could they not simply offer some spirit stones instead? As Qi Ruyan mentioned the Phantom Night Celestial Mushroom, he felt his heart bleed, unable to contain himself any longer. "Ina, you must be mistaken. I do not possess the Phantom Night Celestial Mushroom." "Is that so?" Qi Ruyan recalled how her father had once disregarded her opinions, carelessly promising her belongings to others. With a smile, she asked, "Did I not see you playing with it in your hands the other day? Could it be that what you held was the Phantom Night Celestial Mushroom?" Hearing her casually elevate the value of the mushroom, he swallowed hard and earnestly replied, "You are not mistaken. It is indeed the Phantom Night Celestial Mushroom. It was my mistake, I was mistaken." After saying this, he quickly turned to Jiang Minglin, desperate to prevent Qi Ruyan from speaking again. "Sect leader Jiang, are you satisfied with this compensation?" At that moment, he fervently hoped Jiang Minglin would reject these spiritual treasures, knowing that the shop was not worth such a hefty price in return. If only Jiang Minglin had any sense of propriety, he would refuse these spiritual artifacts. Chapter 66. How could it be? The esteemed Ling Yuan elder has taken a liking to the Grand Elder? Yet this makes no sense. What benefit could the Grand Elder's affection for the leader of the Hehuan sect bring to Ling Yuan elder? All members of the Qingtian sect wore expressions of unmistakable astonishment. Their shock was understandable, for Ling Yuan elder held an impeccable reputation in the realm of cultivation. The esteemed Ling Yuan, a master of profound cultivation, possesses neither the arrogance nor temper typical of others of his rank. Instead, he exudes warmth and kindness, having aided numerous practitioners. His demeanor towards lower-tier cultivators is consistently amiable and gentle. Moreover, Ling Yuan's status within the Qingtian sect is on par with that of other prominent protectors of the sect. He shares a close camaraderie with the Grand Elder and has frequently contributed strategic insights for the sect's benefit. During the sect's most challenging times, it was Ling Yuan who provided tens of thousands of spirit stones to help them weather the storm. Reflecting on this, some could not resist glancing at Ling Yuan, pondering whether he harbored hidden grievances. Internally, Ling Yuan cursed the external voices countless times, devising numerous escape plans from Qingtian sect. Yet his expression remained one of serene indifference. Noticing the gazes upon him, he wearily rubbed his brow and spoke calmly to those nearby. "Yanji, we have known each other for a long time. You know who I am, and I trust you will not be swayed by others." Upon hearing his words, the Grand Elder's brow remained furrowed. Since the appearance of the external voices, they have never been wrong. He recalled his recent encounters with Ling Yuan, which perfectly aligned with the external voices' claims. Several times, after drinking with Ling Yuan, he found himself uncontrollably reminded of Yan Fei and her reckless actions, all occurring in a state of inebriation. Most crucially, Ling Yuan was the one he trusted most in the cultivation world, and he had never felt the need to guard against him. If Ling Yuan truly had ulterior motives, then with this thought, his lips pressed tightly together, and a hint of severity entered his gaze. Yuan Shen, the spirit wines you bring each time seem to have an unusual flavor, do they not? Ling Yuan suppressed the turmoil within, about to explain when the voice of the external presence interrupted with amusement. Oh, the Grand Elder has actually discovered the issue. Those spirit wines are not merely flawed in taste. Each jar possesses its own unique characteristics. Ling Yuan dares not act overtly for fear of being discovered. Yet, he has certainly engaged in subtle manipulations. The love potion is merely one of many. Su Li, glancing at the text within the book of Heavenly Dao, spoke with a hint of excitement. Let me see. Last time the wine contained the anger heart pill. Given the Grand Elder's already volatile temperament, he became even more irritable during that time, constantly sparring with the sect's practitioners, causing everyone in the Qingtian sect to suffer greatly. They would flee at the mere sight of him. During such times, Ling Yuan always assumed the role of the Good Samaritan, stepping in to persuade the Grand Elder to cease. What a cunning scheme. No wonder all the practitioners of the Qingtian sect regard Ling Yuan with utmost respect and gratitude. The sect leader suddenly recalled the recent incident when he was forcibly dragged into a sparring match by the Grand Elder, resulting in a severe beating. As he was sent reeling, it was Ling Yuan who fortuitously arrived and urged the Grand Elder to stop. At that moment, he believed it was merely the Grand Elder's foul mood and felt profound gratitude towards Ling Yuan. Just then, the external voice continued. The last time, the medication used was the illusion heart powder. Good heavens! Coupled with the effects of the love potion, once the Grand Elder entered a meditative state, he would inevitably recall the head of the He Huan sect. Who could endure that? Hence, he resolutely ran to the He Huan sect to stand guard at the gate. And the time before that, hearing this, the sect leader could no longer contain himself. With a flick of his fingers, all present in the Qingtian sect silently sealed Ling Yuan's path of escape. If it were merely the love potion, perhaps they could find a way to absolve Ling Yuan in their hearts, but with so many mind-altering drugs combined, it was evident that Ling Yuan intended to stealthily ruin the Grand Elder. Ling Yuan sensed the collective actions of the Qingtian sect members and could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. How could the external voice possess such detailed knowledge? Taking a deep breath, he addressed the Grand Elder with a barely detectable tremor in his voice. Yanji, please allow me to explain. I, the Grand Elder, known for his swift retribution, would never openly complain or question betrayal. He would simply ensure the betrayer paid the price. His gaze was profound, dark lightning swirling around his right hand, as he spoke each word deliberately. Explain yourself. I am listening. Ling Yuan felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Grand Elder, his complexion turning pallid. Though both were now cultivators of the Great Ascension stage, he had never emerged victorious in their encounters over the past 2,000 years. However, the matters spoken of by the external voice were indeed indefensible, unless with a resolute heart, he resorted to an emotional appeal. Yanji, we have known each other for nearly 2,000 years. Whatever I have done, you must believe I have my reasons. The external voice had only appeared for about half a year. He was certain she could not possibly know of events from 1,000 years ago. With a deep, affectionate expression, he continued. Do you not remember? I stabilized your soul when it was on the verge of shattering, allowing you the opportunity to reincarnate. If I harbored ill intentions toward you, how could I have saved you back then? Upon hearing his words, the Grand Elder, though still harboring doubts, softened slightly. Indeed, had it not been for Ling Shen, I would have perished 1,000 years ago. Just then, the external voice chimed in again with confusion. What do you mean you have known each other for 2,000 years?
Suli, pandring Ling Guanes words.
Flipped through the book of Heavenly Dao, I recall that the Grand Elder is only around 800 years old, correct? Let me check. It turns out you truly are a reincarnation. In your previous life, the Grand Elder was immensely powerful, having reached the void-shattering stage. But wait. Logically speaking, one at the void-shattering stage should be able to navigate the cultivation world with ease. How could he have suddenly died? Hearing this, Ling Yuan's complexion turned ashen. He desperately reassured himself. It has been 1,000 years. The events from back then were so meticulously concealed that the external voice could not possibly know. Alas. The subsequent words from the external voice shattered his last shred of hope. Indeed, the Grand Elder's death in his previous life was also tied to Ling Yuan. The Grand Elder abruptly turned his gaze, fixing a piercing stare upon Ling Yuan. All present from the Qingtian sect exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and grave intent. Ling Yuan, feeling the multitude of deadly gazes upon him, was engulfed in despair. It is over. He is truly finished. Had he known, he would not have appeared at Qingtian sect this time. With the drugs he had administered, there was no chance for the Grand Elder to recover his memories or break through his cultivation in the foreseeable future, regardless of Ling Yuan's inner turmoil. The external voice continued. TSK. Back then, this Ling Yuan pretended to act in the Grand Elder's best interests while secretly committing numerous misdeeds. When the Grand Elder was besieged by 2 ninth-tier spirit beasts, it was also Ling Yuan's handiwork. He had previously poisoned the Grand Elder with a drug that would momentarily halt his spiritual power. Having such a so-called close friend who seeks his life makes survival truly difficult. The Grand Elder is both foolish and wretched, having been harmed by the same individual in 2 lifetimes. As she observed the scene, Suli couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at the oblivious Grand Elder, who had been ensnared in the web of fate for 2 lifetimes. As for why he saved you back then, she mused, it was undoubtedly because your demise would have triggered an exhaustive investigation by the Chungtian sect to obliterate the evidence. He appeared at the site of your death, a fact that would surely be discovered by the sect members. Thus, in your death, he would find himself unable to provide any plausible explanation to Chungtian sect. Consequently, he hastily gathered the remnants of your fragmented soul, inadvertently causing further disintegration. He also clandestinely retained the 2 spirit beasts and elixirs that had been responsible for your demise, leaving the sect only the less valuable beast meat and bones. The Grand Elder's countenance was etched with a chilling resolve, his silver hair billowing in the wind, while the spiritual energy in his hand coalesced into a black sphere of lightning, brimming with cataclysmic power. The spiritual origin sovereign, sensing the potency of his energy, drained of color, stood aghast. Suli paid little heed to his actions, her gaze fixated on the records within the book of Heavenly Dao, which documented elixirs even beyond her storage bag's capacity. With a pained expression, she lamented, "This is a rare beast elixir of semi-immortal grade. Just a fraction of it has catapulted his cultivation to the great ascension stage. Alas, the elixir's overwhelming energy remains unrefined, leaving his cultivation only marginally superior to that of the integration stage." After her heartfelt lament for the beast elixir, Suli observed the actions of the spiritual origin sovereign within the book of Heavenly Dao and remarked, "Ah, the spiritual origin sovereign is indeed calculating. Given the Grand Elder's shattered soul, he likely cannot recall his past life, all while the entire Chungtian sect is grateful to him. Yet, what he has underestimated is the Grand Elder's potential. Who could have foreseen that the Grand Elder, in merely 800 years, would attain the Great Ascension stage once more, with the possibility of reaching the fragmentation stage at any moment? At that juncture, he would undoubtedly recall the mysteries of his past life and the enigmas surrounding his demise. It is no wonder the spiritual origin sovereign frequently visits the Grand Elder, attempting to sabotage his progress, ensnaring him in emotional turmoil, ensuring he cannot cultivate in peace, all the while destroying his soul further. At this rate, it appears that in another 100 or 80 years, the Grand Elder shall remain forever trapped at the Great Ascension stage. Just as she pondered this, the sky above the Shanghua Peak darkened abruptly, illuminated solely by flickering lightning. Instantly, the sound of colliding spiritual forces resonated in everyone's ears. Suli's excitement surged as she raised her head to witness the 2 combatants entwined in battle. So, it begins. Given the scale of this confrontation, has the Grand Elder discerned something amiss? She exclaimed. Surely, one cannot remain oblivious for 2 lifetimes. The Grand Elder's cultivation inherently surpassed that of the spiritual origin sovereign, armed with a rare mutated lightning spiritual root. Within mere exchanges, he had incapacitated the sovereign's meridians, sending him crashing to the ground. Chapter 67. Suli observed Elder Lu Yao's storage bag, devoid of any spiritual energy, and a flicker of sympathy crossed her features. She calculated that Elder Lu Yao, in her pursuit of spirit stones, had served as a hall master for over a decade. Through relentless diligence and a conscientious attitude, she had transformed her debts from 0 to negative 10,000. How lamentable! Suli surmised that henceforth, Elder Lu Yao would likely remain lazily within the sect, akin to other high-ranking members of Chungtian sect. What a plight of human suffering! At that moment, Suli recalled the woeful experiences of others. Elder Lu Yao was certainly not the most unfortunate. The peak master of Shanghua Peak, after failing to deceive others, had fallen prey to both financial and emotional exploitation, suffering tremendous losses in spirit stones, and had even been brutally beaten by the Grand Elder, suffering devastating losses both physically and financially. Even more tragic was the disciple Zhao Yang from the Shun Qian sect, who had lost 120,000 spirit stones and was likely still performing in the Chunshan Tower to repay his debts. Was the Chungtian sect afflicted by some insatiable curse of poverty? How could every individual's tale be so heart-wrenchingly tragic? While Suli pondered these thoughts, the master of Qingmu Peak, who had long arrived to witness the spectacle, sauntered over to Elder Lu Yao. Though it was common for various elders and peak masters of Chungtian sect to lose spirit stones in peculiar ways, witnessing Elder Lu Yao suffer losses due to the affections of a disciple was, indeed, a first for him. Observing Elder Lu Yao's vacant and heavy demeanor, he cleared his throat and awkwardly offered, "Elder Lu Yao, my condolences." Feeling his words lacked sincerity, he added, "Rest assured. As long as you remain at Chungtian sect without engaging in any activities, your debts shall not increase." Approaching her like a seasoned veteran, he patted her shoulder reassuringly. "It's merely 10,000 spirit stones. Take it lightly. Others are in debt for tens of thousands." Upon hearing his consolation, Elder Lu Yao's expression grew increasingly complex. She opened her mouth, about to respond, when a heartrending cry pierced the air. "Master Mu, you have caused me great suffering." Upon hearing the voice, the dazed and conflicted expression in Elder Lu Yao's eyes transformed into one of eager curiosity. Since the spirit stones were already lost, she thought it better to indulge in the gossip of those around her. At least it might bring her some joy. She abruptly turned to Master Qingmu, her voice tinged with uncontainable curiosity. Master Mu, have you secretly been profiting from spirit stones behind everyone's back? Master Qingmu stared in bewilderment at the source of the voice. Upon hearing Elder Lu Yao's question, he replied without a moment's thought. How could that be? I have washed my hands of such matters for 30 years. Just as he finished speaking, the owner of the voice approached them. This individual was stout and rotund, adorned with various grades of spiritual treasures and exaggeratedly clutching his chest, with 9 of his 10 fingers adorned with defensive rings. His face was round and prosperous, yet his small, shrewd eyes now brimmed with furious accusation. Master Mu, you have truly brought me to ruin. The surrounding disciples and high-ranking members of Chung Tian sect, who had previously dispersed, quietly gathered once more, their ears perked in anticipation. Master Mu regarded the unfamiliar face before him with confusion. Pardon me, esteemed friend, but I believe you have mistaken your identity. Lu Qiangxing, his previously small eyes now wide with disbelief, glared at Master Mu, his entire body trembling with rage. You still refuse to admit it. How could I mistake you? You came to my residence under the banner of Chung Tian sect's Qing Mu Peak Master to swindle me. And that face of yours, I could never mistake it. As Master Mu listened to his words, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind. You are Lu Qiangxing, the head of the Lu family? My apologies. I did not recognize you at first, as you seem to have grown more robust over the past 30 years. It appears I have forgotten much. Lu Qiangxing clenched his teeth, bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely. Today, even if you are the Qing Mu Peak Master of Chung Tian sect, and even if the sect insists on protecting you, I shall seek justice for myself. Upon hearing his words, the expression in Master Mu's eyes grew increasingly perplexed. He recalled that Lu Qiangxing had long been without offspring and had consequently offered a substantial sum to seek progeny. At that moment, out of impulse, he had invoked the name of the master of the Qingtian sect and set up a long-researched array for multiple offspring at Lu Qiangxing's residence. However, even if his array proved ineffective, it would merely mean that the Lu family patriarch remained childless to this day. Given the inherent challenges faced by cultivators in producing heirs and the unpredictability of fate, it hardly warranted the present demeanor of Lu Qiangxing, did it? Suddenly, Master Mu seemed to recall something, straightening his posture and infusing his voice with an air of authority. I remember that shortly thereafter, upon revisiting the old grounds, I overheard the surrounding vendors proclaiming that the Lu family patriarch was now blessed with a son and a daughter. Surely, his array for multiple offspring was effective. Could it be that Lu Qiangxing wished to renege on their agreement? To his astonishment, upon uttering these words, the expression on Lu Qiangxing's face became increasingly one of anguish and fury, his chest heaving violently as he stood speechless for an extended moment. Su Li observed the Lu family patriarch, who appeared to be at his wit's end, yet seemed to struggle to articulate his thoughts, prompting her curiosity to investigate the cause. Ha! This Lu family patriarch has not just one son and one daughter. He boasts over 70 children. In 30 years, he has fathered 76 children. The entire assembly of the Qingtian sect, eavesdropping on this revelation, was left in a state of shock. This array for multiple offspring was indeed extraordinarily potent. Considering Lu Qiangxing's current cultivation at the late stage of the Golden Core, it was reasonable to assume that, barring external influences, he could expect no more than 4 or 5 children. Yet now he had over 70. Particularly, those in the Qingtian sect who had partners but remained childless looked at Master Mu with eager anticipation, until an external voice interjected with the next proclamation. Ha ha, alas. Despite having over 70 children, he discovered yesterday that none of them are his biological offspring. Not a single one is his own, ha ha. This array for multiple offspring is truly remarkable, ha ha. You claim it to be ineffective, yet after its establishment, he gained 70 children. Conversely, you assert it to be effective, yet he has no biological heirs. Upon hearing this, the sect leader of Qingtian, who had just concluded matters with the esteemed Ling Yuan, felt his earlier eagerness dissipate, prompting him to silently retreat a couple of steps. The expressions of other sect members, who had also been somewhat tempted, turned notably indifferent. Listening to the uncontrollable laughter emanating from the external voice, Master Mu's confident and authoritative demeanor shattered in an instant. In that moment, he found himself unable to bear the sight of Lu Qiangxing's current expression. Could it truly be that the Lu family patriarch had no biological heirs? No, that couldn't be. Upon hearing the external voice, Lu Qiangxing despaired and cast a glance at the cultivations of those around him, noting that they were all above the golden core level. In that instant, he seemed to attain a profound understanding, shedding any pretense as he cried out to Master Mu in desperation. Indeed, ever since your array was set, my wives and concubines have all become pregnant, yet upon investigation yesterday, I discovered that none of them are my children. I have not a single biological heir. What kind of sinister array have you laid upon my household, and how will you repay this debt to me? Listening to his anguished declaration, Su Li contemplated while observing the book of Heaven's path within her consciousness. No wonder Lu Qiangxing is so distraught, with a primary wife and over 30 concubines. Each one likely has 1 or 2 children. This indicates that after the array for multiple offspring was established, all his wives and concubines strayed without exception. Ha! Before the array, it was unclear if any had strayed, but after its establishment, it is certain they all did. This truly justifies Lu Qiangxing's grievance. A single array has caused him to wear over 30 green hats. Hurrah! Is this an array for multiple offspring or a peach blossom array? With each phrase uttered by the external voice, Master Mu's complexion paled further, and by the end, sweat began to bead upon his forehead. His voice trembled slightly as he attempted to placate. Lu Qiangxing, I truly had no knowledge that such heart-wrenching events would unfold, and I express my deepest regrets. Observing Lu Qiangxing's current state, it was evident he lacked spiritual stones, even if he were in need. The expenses incurred from over 70 children over 20 years would be insurmountable. When he initially established this array, he had earned merely 3,000 spiritual stones. Now, was he expected to compensate 30,000? As he contemplated whether he might need to resort to performing at Chunshan Tower to settle his debts, the external voice spoke again. Something seems amiss. 30 years ago, when there were no children, Lu Qiangxing was merely a shopkeeper in Lingtian City with a modest amount of spiritual stones, and his cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage. Once he had his first child, his business began to flourish. Subsequently, with each additional child, his profits multiplied, his cultivation rose steadily. And he has since become a prominent family in Lingtian City, now at the late stage of the Golden Core. Upon realizing this, Suli felt a surge of understanding regarding Lu Qiangxing's fate. This is what is known as the fortune of many children bringing many blessings. Though his children may not be genuine, the blessings he has received are undeniably real. In life, one must lose something to gain something. Upon hearing the external voice's remarks, the expression of despair and anger on Lu Qiangxing's face suddenly froze. What does it mean to have many children and many blessings? He recalled that after the birth of Qing'er, his shop's business had notably improved. But was that not due to his timely acquisition of a particularly popular cosmetic among female cultivators? As for the subsequent increase in concubines and offspring, he had not given it much thought. Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, the external voice continued. However, the fortune of many children and many blessings certainly pertains to treating one's own children well in order to receive blessings. Chapter 68. Lingqi Peak. Upon witnessing GZ collapse, Master Chongming had no time to ponder and instantly rushed to his side, hastily feeding him spiritual treasures and elixirs from his storage bag. Holding on to the other side of GZ, he fought to suppress his trembling as he gently channeled spiritual energy into him, attempting to stabilize the chaotic energy within his body. At that moment, he paid no heed to the outer disciples who had fled in panic from Lingqi Peak to seek assistance. Once GZ's breathing steadied, Master Chongming finally regained his composure, a hint of fear glimmering in his eyes. Regardless of how he often scolded GZ or displayed his displeasure, GZ was his son. How could he truly wish to harm him? Just moments ago, he had clearly exerted minimal spiritual energy, merely feigning anger, and yet, striking a cultivator at the Golden Core stage should have felt no more severe than a light tickle. How could Z have sustained such grave injuries? As this thought crossed his mind, he gazed at GZ, who was now breathing steadily, and his voice took on a tone of concern and gravity. Z, when did you incur this injury? How severe is it? Hearing his words, GZ suppressed the pain in his chest and stood up from Master Chongming's embrace. Offering a cold smile, I am perfectly fine. It seems I have disappointed Master Chongming, haven't I? The Honorable Chongming was incensed by his words. Yet upon observing GZ's pallid complexion, his eyes, though tinged with anger, were nonetheless filled with concern. He spoke in a deep voice. How could a father wish for any harm to come to you? After uttering this, he recalled the peculiarities he had detected while examining GZ's meridians, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Have you been attempting to break through to the nascent soul these past couple of days? How many times must I remind you that in cultivation, one must avoid impatience? Your golden core is inherently unstable. You cannot. Father, you truly feign ignorance, GZ retorted, his tone growing increasingly frigid. The youthful spark in his eyes bore a hint of barely discernible grievance. He held his head high, speaking defiantly. Isn't every action of mine reported to you? You are aware that I am attempting to break through to the nascent soul, and yet you come here to mock me after my failure. As if to assert your authority as the Honorable Chongming? The Honorable Chongming's frown deepened, his voice laced with rising ire. When have I ever had anyone monitor your every move? I only discovered the issue while examining your meridians today. How could I have known in advance? Is it not unbecoming for a distinguished sage to act in such a manner? GZ shot back, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Then how is it that you always seem to know my circumstances with such accuracy? From my initial fear of insects to every subsequent incident, were you not immediately informed? The last time, I had merely refrained from cultivating for 3 days, and you came knocking, claiming it was not surveillance? The Honorable Chongming recalled the events he had mentioned, inhaling deeply as he attempted a stiff explanation. You were still young then, and I merely had someone keep a closer watch on you. However, since you expressed your displeasure, I have ceased to do so. He added, that time, your prolonged lack of cultivation was due to your senior brother. Enough. GZ's voice suddenly elevated. Yes, you merely happen to know my news each time. Realizing his loss of composure, he quickly regained his composure, restoring a tone of indifference. If you say that is not surveillance, then so be it. Listening to his accusatory tone, the Honorable Chongming's patience evaporated. With a wave of his sleeve, he retorted angrily. You are my son. What of it if I were to monitor you? The outer disciples, overhearing the argument, lowered their heads, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. They regretted not having accompanied their senior brother to seek assistance on another peak earlier. At this moment, no one paid attention to the outer disciple beside them. Upon hearing the Honorable Chongming's admission, GZ's eyes glimmered with a mix of grievance and fury, his teeth clenched. Indeed, what can I do? Even if you were to strike me dead, would I not simply endure it? Upon hearing his accusation, the Honorable Chongming recalled his own earlier actions, and the anger in his eyes dissipated instantly. He averted his gaze, feeling somewhat at a loss. This was indeed his fault. GZ's obstinate nature was well known to him. Why had he been unable to restrain himself earlier? Regardless, he should not have acted in such a manner. Just as he was about to speak to ease the tension, a concerned voice interrupted. Master, junior brother, how are you both? Ji Yuanshan approached with a look of anxiety. Upon confirming GZ's safety, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, his expression returning to its usual calm demeanor. He spoke with a hint of warmth and concern. It is a relief that junior brother is unharmed. At this point, he glanced at the two stern-faced individuals, clearing his throat to defend the Honorable Chongming. Junior brother, you are aware of Master S' temperament. He only wishes the best for you, and I hope you can overlook his actions. However, GZ's expression darkened further at his words. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Thank you for your reminder, senior brother. Now, the Honorable Chongming finally glanced at Ji Yuanshan, and upon noticing his advanced cultivation, a flicker of pride crossed his eyes. You have made commendable progress in just half a month's seclusion. Well done. Your praise is too kind, master. Ji Yuanshan replied with a bow, but a shadow flickered in his gaze. Listening to the Honorable Chongming's commendation, GZ pressed his lips together tightly, the hint of envy in his eyes unnoticed by himself. He coldly declared, You may go elsewhere to display your master-disciple affection. I need to enter seclusion to recuperate. Ji Yuanshan, still filled with concern, replied then, Junior brother, please take care of your health. After a moment, he recalled something and spoke with gravity. Earlier, a disciple mistakenly thought you were gravely injured and, in a panic, sought help from other peaks. The esteemed elders and masters are likely on their way to Lingqi Peak now. Had it not been for that outer disciple's alarm, he would not have emerged from seclusion early. Ji Yuanshan cursed that overly dramatic disciple inwardly, thinking, with the recent attention from the outside world on the Qingtian sect, such commotion might attract unwanted attention. Fortunately, he was already on Lingqi Peak and had rushed over upon hearing the noise, which should be sufficient to prevent any escalation. At that moment, the head of the Qingtian sect arrived at Lingqi Peak, accompanied by several elders, peak masters, and numerous disciples. A throng of individuals descended before the three. The sect leader, observing GZ, who, though somewhat pale, was stable in his aura, let out a sigh of relief. It is good that my nephew is unharmed. He then turned to the Honorable Chongming, his tone respectful yet earnest. Honorable one, perhaps it is time to temper your temperament. Z has always been well-behaved. You must not resort to such harsh measures. Though the other elders of the Qingtian sect remained silent, their eyes conveyed agreement. The Honorable Chongming's expression stiffened, yet he refrained from offering any defense. At this juncture, Ji Yuanshan, clenching his teeth, prepared to speak and urge them to leave when a voice that filled him with dread suddenly rang out. Wasn't it said that GZ was on the brink of death? Is this death? He appears to be nearly bouncing back to life. Su Li, observing GZ, who was now recovering his color, yawned lazily. Her gestures with the book of Heaven's Dao slowing. So GZ's earlier injuries were due to a failed attempt to forcibly break through to the nascent soul. His meridians were already damaged, and after being struck by his father, is that not severe injury? However, the Honorable Chongming bears significant responsibility. He failed to notice his son's distress and resorted to violence. Upon hearing this, the Honorable Chongming froze momentarily. A flash of self-reproach flickering in his eyes. He had not perceived anything amiss upon seeing Z. At that moment, the voice continued. Why was the Honorable Chongming so enraged? TSK, after carefully crafting a bowl of peach blossom soup, he presented it to GZ only for it to be overturned. Not only was it overturned, but GZ also ridiculed him, so it is no wonder he was driven to such fury. This time, it was GZ who was taken aback. Incredulity washing over his features as he turned to the Honorable Chongming. That bowl of peach blossom soup was made by you, father? He opened his mouth in a moment of confusion, about to speak, when he heard Ji Yuanshan's reproachful voice beside him. Junior brother, this is where you went wrong. Upon hearing the voice from the heavens, Ji Yuanshan felt a surge of urgency and could not help but step forward. He sensed the gaze of the powerful beings around him, suppressing his own unease, and with the ease of countless previous encounters, he provocatively remarked, Master has taken the time to prepare spiritual food for you, junior brother. Even if you do not particularly enjoy it, you should at least partake a little. How could you? GZ's previously softened expression instantly turned cold. If senior brother enjoys it, he may certainly consume it. It has nothing to do with me. Indeed, he had been monitoring him. How could he not know that GZ detested peach blossom soup? Upon hearing GZ's words, the expression on Chongming Zun's face hardened as well. Just then, the voice from the heavens echoed softly, Why do I suddenly feel like I'm witnessing a domestic dispute among these three? Speaking of which, does Chong Mingzu not realize that his son abhors spiritual food made from flowers, often vomiting violently after every meal? Why prepare so many delicious dishes and choose to make peach blossom soup instead? Chong Mingzun's previously stern demeanor crumbled in an instant. Turning his head, he attempted to soften his tone, yet a condescending rigidity still lingered in his voice. Why did you not tell me you disliked peach blossom soup? After posing the question, he recalled his interactions with GZ, his face reflecting confusion. But whenever I had someone bring you peach blossom soup, did you not always eat it? Coupled with Ji Yuanshan's words, he had always assumed that GZ enjoyed this particular dish, as he was the one who sought reconciliation by personally preparing a bowl of peach blossom soup whenever their relationship became strained. Upon hearing the question, GZ closed his eyes, concealing the grievance within. You have always kept a watchful eye on my every move. How could you not know that I cannot eat peach blossom soup? Chapter 69. Su Li leisurely admired the scenery of the Chengtian sect as she strolled back to Yunqi Peak. In the courtyard, Lin Zhao sat on a small stool, holding a tome of spells that was nearly half her height, its pages densely filled with intricate characters and runes. Although she did not fully comprehend the text, she remained engrossed. As Su Li opened the courtyard door, she was greeted by the sight of Lin Zhao reading, patiently awaiting her return. For a moment, she was taken aback by the familiarity of the scene, then shook her head with a hint of exasperation. After reading for so long, aren't you tired? Lin Zhao, upon hearing her voice, looked up with sparkling eyes filled with delight and rushed to Su Li, shaking her head vigorously. Not at all. How could cultivation be tiring? Waiting for my sister is something that fills me with joy. To cultivate while anticipating the arrival of the most important person is something I previously dared not even dream of. Seeing her gaze uplifted, full of happiness and contentment, Su Li reached out to ruffle her hair. Even if you aren't tired, you should still take a break. We can continue with cultivation this afternoon. Lin Zhao nodded without hesitation. All right. I will rest now. Her voice was crisp, and she flashed a smile filled with trust and dependence towards Su Li, and you should rest well too. As Su Li watched Lin Zhao slowly walk back to her room, clutching the massive tome of spells, she thoughtfully propped her chin on one hand. I can no longer delay the matter of selecting a master for Lin Zhao. With today's gossip nearly exhausted, it is time to consult the book of Heavenly Dao and find a suitable mentor for her. Just as she yawned lazily and contemplated returning to her room to slowly search for candidates, the voices of two disciples nearby suddenly reached her ears. The Lingyuan Zun is such a petty person. He has secretly harmed the Supreme Elder countless times. The Supreme Elder has treated him so well. I said, the Lingyuan Zun looks like he has ulterior motives. He cannot compare to our Yuanjin Zun. Indeed, our Yuanjin Zun possesses unparalleled cultivation, and his looks and bearing are truly exceptional. When I first arrived at the Chengtian sect, seeing him was an unforgettable experience. By the way, do you know about Yuanjin Zun's past? What past? Are you referring to the incident where he was willing to confront the entire cultivation world for his beloved? Oh. So you know about it too. It is said that at that time Yuanjin Zun was merely at the nascent soul stage. Yet he dared to issue a challenge to all cultivators for the sake of his love. Heavens! Not only is Yuanjin Zun highly skilled, but he is also so deeply devoted. Unfortunately, Yuanjin Zun has yet to find a partner. We still do not know what truly transpired back then. With this discussion, Su Li listened intently, a strange expression crossing her face. To confront the entire cultivation world for love. Why does it feel like the next step is to destroy the cultivation world for the sake of love? It sounds inexplicably displeasing to the Heavenly Dao. Yet it piques my curiosity. As Su Li made her way to her bedroom, she pondered. Could it be that Yuanjin Zun's beloved was a troublesome flower born from the upheaval of the Chengtian sect 1,000 years ago? With this thought, she hastily reached her room, waving her hand to activate the cloud mirror. Such gossip is best savored alongside the current circumstances of those involved. At Mingyao Peak, Yuanjin Zun regarded the dozens of visitors who had come to pay their respects, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. He stood, observing the crowd with an air of calm detachment. His brows were like distant mountains, and his demeanor exuded a timeless grace, instilling a sense of peace in those who beheld him. Do you all have business with me? Upon hearing Yuanjin Zun's voice, the sect leader of Chengtian felt a twinge of guilt, but more so, a rising panic. After all, Yuanjin Zun was a formidable being at the ascension stage. Despite his amiable nature, should he learn of the sect leader's intentions, he could not help but fear a formidable reprimand. However, he found himself with no other choice. Although there were many confidential matters within the sect, few could pique the interest of the voice from beyond the heavens. Moreover, since they were secrets, he believed he could not uncover them, only having a slight understanding of Yuanjin Zun's past from a millennium ago. With that thought, the Chengtian sect leader steeled himself and bowed to Yuanjin Zun. Respected one, we have no other recourse but to seek your assistance. Yuanjin Zun's brow furrowed, his eyes growing serious. What has transpired within the sect? Taking a deep breath, the sect leader briefly explained their predicament when a familiar voice echoed from the sky. Is this the legendary Yuanjin Zun who confronted the cultivation world for love? Ha ha ha. Look at his ethereal appearance. One would never suspect. Before Yuan Jinzun could fully grasp the sect leader's intentions, he heard the voice from beyond. Instantly, his expression turned dark. And he cast a chilling glance at Jiang Minglin. You dare to act without my consent? Jiang Minglin quickly shook his head. I barely had time to prepare. I only hinted at it to my second disciple. I swear to the heavens. On the other end, Su Li merely caught a glimpse of Yuan Jinzun's demeanor in the cloud mirror before eagerly flipping through the book of Heavenly Dao, eager to uncover how he had once confronted the cultivation world for the sake of love. A millennium ago, the intricate web of love and enmity woven by the leaders of the Qingtian sect was truly exhilarating. What tales of fated love, of passionate conflicts, and of master-disciple romances. Even the venerable elder, who had perished in body but left behind a tattered soul, did not escape the entanglements, as 1,000 years later, the withered blossoms of misguided affection bloomed once more upon the head of the sect master of the Hehuan sect. Allow me to delve into the past to unearth the circumstances surrounding the esteemed Yuancheng Xuanzhang. Upon hearing this, Yuancheng Xuanzhang's countenance shifted from ashen to a pale hue tinged with green, his eyes betraying a hint of barely perceptible trepidation. The other members of the Qingtian sect, present in the vicinity, pricked up their ears in unison. The events concerning the great masters of a millennium ago had long been shrouded in secrecy, leaving them with but a superficial understanding. Yet, the more they grasped the surface, the more their curiosity about those bygone days intensified. Hilariously, Yuancheng Xuanzhang had once boasted to his master that he would forsake all humanity for the sake of his beloved. Such lines, how utterly juvenile and embarrassing, and, astonishingly, his beloved was none other than a three-tailed fox, a creature devoid of any semblance of intelligence. The members of the Qingtian sect stood rooted in disbelief, their eyes wide with confusion. Could it be true that Yuancheng Xuanzhang's beloved was a mere three-tailed fox? The elder's expression morphed from ashen despair to a sense of resignation. As he gazed vacantly ahead, the events of a millennium ago were too shameful for him to recall. For the mere thought of it sent shivers of embarrassment coursing through him. But alas, it could no longer be concealed, so he surrendered to fate. The numbness and despair in his eyes gradually transformed into a sense of transcendent acceptance. At this juncture, the voice from beyond continued. Back then, Yuancheng Xuanzhang was scarcely 100 years of age, yet he had already attained the status of a Yuanying, renowned as a prodigy of his time. However, unbeknownst to many, he was infamously whimsical and prone to flights of fancy, often indulging in tales of romantic heroes and heroines. Observing the high-ranking members of the Qingtian sect succumbing to love, coupled with his accidental encounter with a tale of a lovesick fox scholar, and influenced by the sect's fortune, he steadfastly believed that the wounded three-tailed fox he encountered one day was his true love. As Su Li read the absurd accounts inscribed in the book of Heavenly Principles, she could no longer contain her laughter. This Yuancheng Xuanzhang was even more fanciful than the so-called dragon Ao Tian she had encountered in the Wanjian sect. The members of Qingtian sect, upon hearing this, each struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces flushed with mirth. The sect master's right hand gripped his thigh tightly, fearing that a laugh might escape and reach Yuancheng Xuanzhang's ears. Elder Liao, meanwhile, revisited all her past sorrows, her face contorted in an amusing struggle against laughter. At last, the voice from beyond concluded its laughter and continued. Yuancheng Xuanzhang had always cherished the three-tailed fox as his soulmate, believing that one day she would transform into a graceful maiden and stand by his side. Until one day, his master discovered this unreciprocated and scandalous love affair and admonished him. Thus arose the infamous declaration of his willingness to ruin humanity for the sake of his beloved, only to be sent flying by his master's reprimand. At that moment, several cultivators nearby overheard fragments of their exchange, leading to the legendary tale of Yuancheng Xuanzhang's undying love circulating throughout the realm of cultivation. Now, Yuancheng Xuanzhang's expression had become utterly devoid of emotion, his spirit seemingly detached from reality, his presence so faint that it went unnoticed. Subsequently, when he endeavored to break through to the transformation stage in seclusion upon his emergence, his beloved had already borne a multitude of descendants. Truly, what a love story that ended without resolution. The sect master of Qingtian took a deep breath, trembling slightly as he exhaled, although he understood that Yuancheng Xuanzhang had been influenced by the sect's fortunes at that time. The notion of falling in love with a creature devoid of intelligence was exceedingly ahead of its time. Suddenly, he comprehended why, for a millennium, not a single soul, including Yuancheng Xuanzhang, had ever mentioned his beloved. Initially, he had presumed it was due to Yuancheng Xuanzhang's deep devotion to his partner. Fearing that to speak of her would bring sorrow, he never anticipated that the truth was quite the opposite. It seemed that once Yuancheng Xuanzhang liberated himself from the influence of fortune, he had descended into self-doubt. Upon regaining his composure, the sect master inhaled deeply. There was no time to delay. Perhaps the voice from beyond would depart after reviewing the secrets, and he needed to hasten his pace. With this thought, he abruptly spoke, his voice trembling with barely contained laughter. Respected one, our primary purpose in coming here is to discuss the current state of fortune within the Qingtian sect. Chapter 70. Su Li reclined on a lounge chair in the small courtyard, gazing contentedly at the diminishing cracks in the sky above the Qingtian sect. And she closed her eyes with satisfaction. In less than 10 days since her arrival, not only had she indulged in the unfolding dramas, but she had also resolved lingering historical issues of the Qingtian sect while aiding Lin Zhao in finding a commendable mentor. With this thought, a satisfied smile graced her lips. She truly was a diligent and caring heavenly principal. Although she knew she must remain for a while, she was glad that there were still many stories to savor within the Qingtian sect. During this time, she intended to seek out a few more tales to relish, as she had barely scratched the surface of the many esteemed elders and leaders within the sect. Just as she contemplated basking in the sunlight for a short nap, a commotion suddenly arose at the door. She opened her eyes and turned to see the sect master of Qingtian standing respectfully beside a petite figure, flanked by several esteemed figures who had just been recuperating on Lingshan Peak, each wearing expressions of profound reverence. "Great-grandmother, do you have any further instructions?" the sect master inquired with a tone that blended respect with warmth. Lin Zhao was not only the savior of their Qingtian sect, but also the granddaughter recognized by the guardian beast Xian Gui, making her the revered great-grandmother of all cultivators in the sect. To show her respect was the least they could do. Even bowing in homage would be entirely appropriate. Despite having been addressed in such a manner multiple times, Lin Zhao still felt somewhat unaccustomed. Just 2 hours prior, she had been an ordinary person without any cultivation, barely qualifying as a cultivator. Yet now, she had suddenly acknowledged the enlightened Xian Gui as her grandfather, becoming the great-grandmother spoken of by so many powerful beings and revered figures. All of this felt like a dream. Feeling somewhat flustered, Lin Zhao averted her gaze from the sect master as expectant and respectful eyes, instinctively glancing towards the courtyard. Upon seeing Su Li smiling and waving at her from the lounge chair, she suddenly regained her composure, her eyes sparkling with renewed life. She turned to the sect master and the esteemed figures earnestly. "Sect master, respected ones, there is nothing else for me here. You may resume your duties."
With that,
She waved her hand and skipped joyfully to Su Li's side. "Sister, I missed you." The sect master of Qingtian and the esteemed figures exchanged glances before bowing in unison and retreating. Before departing, they faintly heard Su Li's response filled with mirth. "Haven't we only been apart for less than half a day? It has been an eternity." Lin Zhao gazed at the person rising from the chaise lounge, her eyes reflecting sincerity. Upon hearing her reply, Su Li shook her head in mild exasperation. Indeed, she is still but a child. Yet, everyone must learn to accept separation. Ultimately, she would have to leave. With this thought, she let out a soft laugh. It's fine. Lin Zhao is still a child, and there's no need for her to grasp these complexities too early. After all, she will remain at the Qingtian sect for a while longer. She reached out to tousle Lin Zhao's hair, her voice laced with admiration. "It seems your new grandfather is quite a competent guide. In just half a day, you've successfully drawn energy into your body. Well done." Upon receiving her praise, Lin Zhao's eyes sparkled with joy, and she earnestly declared, "Sister, I believe you are the true lucky fish." Although everyone claimed she was the lucky fish, her life had been quite miserable until she met her sister. How could a lucky fish only bring fortune to others? Ever since she became acquainted with her sister, her luck had transformed dramatically. From being a servant bullied by the Lin family, she suddenly became the granddaughter of the divine beast guarding the Qingtian sect and successfully cultivated energy, becoming a practitioner. Her sister resembled a lucky fish far more than she did. Hearing Lin Zhao's innocent words, Su Li gently tapped her forehead. "If you weren't destined to be a lucky fish, you might not have encountered me at all. Among so many people entering the Lin family, you were the one chosen by fate. Such luck and intuition could only be rivaled by those with the destiny of a lucky fish." Lin Zhao, having been tapped on the forehead, broke into a silly smile and sincerely exclaimed, "So it's because my fortune is good that I got to meet my sister. How wonderful." She nodded vigorously, her tone deepening. Being a lucky fish is truly amazing. As Su Li listened to Lin Zhao's voice filled with gratitude, a smile graced her lips. She brushed away the fallen leaves from Lin Zhao's shoulder, her voice calm yet tinged with a barely perceptible amusement. "Your fortune harmonizes with that of the Xian Gui. After some time, your fortune will return to you, and you will no longer easily bestow it upon others." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's eyes, instead of lighting up with joy, reflected a hint of anxiety. "But I want my sister's fortune to improve. If fortune can only be used for oneself, how can I share it with my sister?" Over the past few days, through her interactions with Lin Zhao, Su Li had acquired some skills in comforting children. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, she replied lightly, "But my fortune far exceeds yours. If you share your fortune with me, I will surely have even more fortune flowing back to you." Lin Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. "Is that so?" She realized that her recent surge of good luck was due to her sister sharing her fortune. With this revelation, her expression turned unusually serious. "Sister, don't worry. I will cling to grandfather more these days to restore our fortunes to normal." "Then keep up the good work," Su Li encouraged, patting her shoulder before reclining back onto the chaise. The evening breeze lulled one into a drowsy state, and as Su Li admired the sunset, she pondered. By the way, the fortune of the Qingtian sect has been inverted for nearly a century. Now that it has returned to normal, it is likely to stir up quite a commotion. The next morning, atop Yunqi Peak, Su Li noticed a throng of Qingtian sect members gathered at the entrance of the courtyard, her brow arching slightly. She then turned her gaze toward the spiritual treasures held by each individual. What can I say? The Chung Tian sect is indeed not affluent. Even the treasures in the hands of the elders are merely of the 6th or 7th grade. Leaning against the doorframe, she diminished her presence and watched with interest as the members of the Chung Tian sect recognized their ancestral matriarch. By the end, Lin Zhao had collected an abundance of gifts. After acknowledging Lin Zhao, all the practitioners began to leave one after another. Just as the last remaining sect leader was about to take his leave, his second disciple, Chao Chuan, suddenly rushed over. After bowing to Lin Zhao, he turned to the sect leader. Master, the young master of the Yan family, Yan Tang, has come to the Chung Tian sect. The young master of the Yan family? The sect leader's eyes widened in surprise. What brings him to the Chung Tian sect? The Yan family is one of the largest clans within the jurisdiction of the Chung Tian sect, boasting numerous high-ranking practitioners and significant wealth. Recently, the Chung Tian sect had been somewhat in decline, and the relationship between the Yan family and the Chung Tian sect had become rather delicate. It had been some time since they last interacted. Yan Tang, being the only heir of the Yan family, had been spoiled by his family and was said to have a somewhat willful temperament.
Gao Juan stood outside.
His voice tinged with hesitation. The young master mentioned he is here to find his savior. Upon hearing this, Su Li slowly stepped away from the doorframe. Her previously languid expression now alert. Savior, you say? The sect leader, unaware of Su Li's reaction, furrowed his brow in confusion at Chao Chuan's words. Savior? The young master of the Yan family is always accompanied by a throng of dark guards and high-ranking practitioners. How could he find himself in need of saving? Moreover, how did he manage to track down his savior all the way to this place? Chao Chuan was equally perplexed, suppressing his doubts. He spoke to the sect leader with a hint of resignation. Master, the young master is currently waiting for you in the Hua Quan Hall. Before the sect leader could respond, a spirited voice interjected. Then what are we waiting for? Su Li nimbly descended the steps, her voice ringing clear. Let us hurry. At this moment, the sect leader finally noticed Su Li's presence. Recalling the instructions given by the enlightened Xian Gui to all members of the Chung Tian sect, he quickly greeted Su Li with a respectful gesture. Are you also going to meet the young master? To garner the attention of the divine beast Xian Gui like this, he suspected that Su Li might be one of the top practitioners from millennia ago, potentially even a half-immortal like Xie Qi Yuan from the Xie family. However, the Xian Gui had also warned them not to investigate Su Li's identity, so all of this remained mere speculation. Su Li remained unfazed by the sect leader's demeanor. She smiled and nodded. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well taste this fresh fruit. In the Hua Quan Hall, Yan Tang donned a violet robe imbued with protective formations, a grade 8 protective jade pendant hanging at his waist, and a grade 9 protective ring on his right hand, effectively rendering him impervious to threats. Even a great ascension stage practitioner would likely take half an hour to breach these magical artifacts. Yan Tang possessed alluring peach blossom eyes that, while charming, bore an air of haughty superiority, making him seem unapproachable. Upon spotting several figures near the hall's entrance, he rose from his seat and respectfully bowed to the sect leader. Yan Tang pays his respects to sect leader Jiang. Jiang Minglin warmly assisted Yan Tang to rise, exclaiming amiably, Dear nephew, there is no need for such formality. I am a close friend of your esteemed father. You may simply call me uncle. A hint of a smile flickered in Yan Tang's peach blossom eyes as he readily complied. Uncle. Jiang Minglin, casting a glance at Su Li, who was sitting comfortably in a corner, hesitated for a moment but refrained from introducing her identity. Instead, he beamed at Yan Tang. Please take a seat. Once everyone had settled down, Jiang Minglin nonchalantly glanced at the several core formation cultivators following Yan Tang, then turned back to Yan Tang with a welcoming demeanor. I have heard that my esteemed nephew has come here in search of a life-saving benefactor. May I inquire as to this person's name and distinguishing features? Upon hearing Jiang Minglin's question, a hint of shyness crept into Yan Tang's eyes. He touched his nose and spoke in a noticeably softer tone than before. I do not know her name. I only remember that she was exceptionally beautiful. And her voice was incredibly gentle. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Minglin, taken aback, exclaimed, Is that all? Realizing his reaction was somewhat inappropriate, he quickly cleared his throat and added, What I meant to convey is that there are countless cultivators within the Chung Tian sect who possess these two traits. Chapter 71. Pei Tian, merely a foundation establishment cultivator, remained blissfully unaware of the celestial happenings and, thus, had no inkling that the spirit snake she had casually rescued yesterday might successfully transform into a dragon. Despite having saved so many, her expression was unchanged from when she first entered the hall. She still wore a cautious, yet sincere demeanor. She genuinely believed that aiding these individuals was merely a spontaneous act on her part, not worthy of their excessive concern, and she had never contemplated receiving anything in return from them. Therefore, faced with their eager and expectant gazes, she merely took a small step back. Her sole thought being, I have been away for so long, I wonder how little Jean is faring. Ultimately, regardless of how heartfelt their gratitude was, Pei Tian, fixated on little Jean, simply offered them a few comforting words before departing the hall amidst their despondent gazes. Yan Tang was the first to react. Turning to the sect master of Chung Tian with a respectful bow, his voice imbued with unprecedented reverence. Uncle, I have always held a deep admiration for the Chengtian sect. My purpose in coming here is to immerse myself in its teachings. The sect master, observing Yen Tang's gaze drifting toward the hall's entrance, immediately grasped his intent and coughed lightly. Currently, the inner sect of Chengtian is rather congested. If you do not mind, perhaps you could reside in the outer sect for the time being? Yen Tang's eyes brightened instantly, and he vigorously nodded. I do not mind at all. He then turned to those behind him with a joyous expression, instructing, Anqi, please convey to my father that I will be staying at the Chengtian sect for a while. Anqi nodded resolutely. Rest assured, young master. I will persuade the family head to allow you to remain at the Chengtian sect without worry. At this moment, the young Master Qing, standing nearby, quickly interjected, Sect Master Jiang, we have long admired the Chengtian sect as well. After a brief tea break, the group packed their belongings and, with mutual disdain, headed toward the outer sect of Chengtian. The sect master of Chengtian gazed at their retreating figures. Unable to contain his astonishment and delight, the outer sect of Chengtian actually has a disciple as uniquely fated as Pei Tian. This development meant that the Chengtian sect could now forge connections with these noble families, revered ones, and even the secretive Mi Hualin. Were it not for the celestial voice revealing the condition of the Xiangui and providing solutions, the fortunes of the Chengtian sect would not have been restored, nor would the destinies of its disciples have manifested. Reflecting on this, his gratitude toward the celestial voice surged to its zenith. Were it not for the presence of others in the hall, he would have earnestly knelt in reverence. Meanwhile, in a corner of the hall, Su Li remained blissfully unaware of the sect master's current thoughts. Having relished the unfolding events, she stretched lazily. This trip was indeed worthwhile. The fruits here are delightfully sweet. As she mused, she leisurely approached the hall's entrance, preparing to return to Yunxi Peak for some well-deserved rest. Just as one foot crossed the threshold, the figure of Chao Chuan, like a gust of wind, re-entered the hall. Su Li halted, intending to step outside with her other foot, when she heard Chao Chuan report to the sect master with a serious expression, Sect Master, 6 inner sect disciples from Qingmu Peak have sustained serious injuries. And we have yet to ascertain the cause. Su Li paused, her curiosity piqued, and turned her head. The sect master had already adjusted his expression upon Chao Chuan's entry, but upon hearing his words, he frowned. Injured without cause? Is there a traitor within the Chengtian sect?
Gao Juan, stay.
His voice laced with hesitation. The injured disciple suggests that it may have something to do with the inner sect disciple, Jing Qiaoan. Did you not say that the cause of the injuries was unknown? The sect master stood, voice imbued with authority. Why would they implicate another disciple? Is there a history of enmity? Before coming, Chao Chuan had briefly familiarized himself with the situation. Upon hearing the sect master's inquiry, he suppressed his own doubts and replied earnestly, according to other inner sect disciples, Jing Qiao and had a good relationship with these injured disciples. At this, Su Li swiftly retracted her foot, pivoting around with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Could it be that the fellow disciples fell out over some matter? The sect master, recalling the Xian Gui's repeated admonitions, quickly composed himself and inquired amiably, if you are not pressed for time, shall we not investigate this matter together? Su Li readily nodded, her tone buoyant. Then let us make haste. Within the main hall of Qingmu Peak, several injured disciples lay scattered on the ground. Even though they had received medical attention, each face remained pallid and devoid of color. Wang Qi felt the remnants of his shattered nascent soul. Despair etched across his features. With such injuries, even if I recover, I shall be forever confined to the nascent soul stage. The expressions of the disciples around him echoed his desolation. At that moment, the sect master of Chengtian entered the hall. Assessing the injuries of the 7 disciples and noting the gravity of their conditions, among these individuals, 6 are at the golden core stage, and 1 at the nascent soul stage, each severely wounded. Some have suffered damage to their dantians. Without fortune, they may never hope to advance. And it could even affect their lifespans. The sect master furrowed his brows, addressing the steward of Qingmu Peak. Is there anything amiss on Qingmu Peak? How could so many disciples be injured for no reason? The steward promptly bowed, his voice tinged with uncertainty. There are no anomalies on Qingmu Peak. However, the source of these injuries. He hesitated, recalling the explanations he had just heard, finding them difficult to articulate. At that moment, the familiar voice from beyond the heavens echoed once more. Haha, how could these individuals sustain such bizarre injuries? Wang Qi, for instance, fell while leaving, landing squarely on the 3rd-tier hooting staff placed in the courtyard, shattering his nascent soul. One other, after an argument with fellow disciples, returned to his room, brooding over it, which caused his qi to surge and ultimately injure his meridians. TSK. And another sustained cracks on his golden core after exerting himself too much while visiting a pleasure house. The absurdity of the disciples' injuries left Su Li utterly astounded as she gazed at the words inscribed in the tome of heaven. The reasons behind these injuries are indeed outrageous. Upon hearing the words from beyond, the leader of the Chengtian sect cast an incredulous glance at the steward of Qingmu Peak beside him. Noticing the steward's shameful nod, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. These were inner disciples of the Chengtian sect, distinguished among their peers in cultivation. How could they possibly be grievously injured for such a reason? The steward of Qingmu Peak took a deep breath and recounted, in meticulous detail, the circumstances surrounding the injuries of these disciples that he had recently learned of. Listening to his embellished explanations, Su Li thoughtfully turned the pages of the Book of Heavenly Principles, pondering, these reasons for their injuries sound truly bizarre. Perhaps someone is indeed manipulating events from the shadows. Before the voice from beyond could finish, Wang Qi, the leader, nodded vigorously, suppressing the excruciating pain in his dantian. With a voice strained and filled with anguish, he pleaded with the Qingtian sect leader, Master, I am at the nascent soul stage. How could I possibly sustain such injuries merely from falling onto a third-tier magical artifact? It must be that Jing Qiaowen has secretly employed some foul play. The other injured disciples nodded in agreement, exclaiming, indeed, it must be Jing Qiaowen. Turning around, the steward of Qingmu Peak questioned, with a serious tone tinged with doubt. All disciples of Qingmu Peak are aware that Jing Qiaowen shares a close bond with you. Why would he resort to such brutal measures against you? Furthermore, he is merely at the golden core stage. How could he inflict such damage upon you, who are at the nascent soul level? Without hesitation, Wang Qi retorted, he must be envious. Envious that I could achieve nascent soul before him. Just recently, I stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity, and Jing Qiaowen has shown great curiosity about it. He must be scheming to usurp my fortune, which is why he resorted to such despicable tactics in secret. In an instant, the hall reverberated with the voices of several disciples accusing Jing Qiaowen. Observing their expressions, which seemed to embody deep-seated animosity, Su Li felt a hint of confusion. Did they not claim that Jing Qiaowen had a good relationship with them? This appears to be far from amicable. How could the first person they think of upon being injured be Jing Qiaowen? Just as Su Li contemplated delving into the Book of Heavenly Principles to discern the true nature of their relationship, a sudden commotion at the hall's entrance drew their attention. In the next moment, a figure clad in the attire of an inner disciple, his eyes filled with concern, rushed into the hall. Rather than greeting the leader of the Chengtian sect, he anxiously addressed the injured disciples. Brothers, have you been attacked? Why are your injuries so severe? Jing Qiaowen possessed a youthful and innocent visage, his almond-shaped eyes exuding a blend of innocence and bewilderment, embodying the archetype of a sheltered young master from a prominent family, seemingly naive and easily deceived. Wang Qi glared at this face, his anger causing his cheeks to flush. What are you pretending for? We are in this state because of your machinations. After this, he turned to the leader of the Qingtian sect with a look of accusation. Master, you must seek justice for your disciples. Hearing this, Jing Qiaowen's eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with innocence. Brother, what are you saying? How could I ever harm you? You have always treated me with such kindness. How could I repay kindness with malice? He then turned to the leader of the Qingtian sect, bowing earnestly. Master, if there are indeed thieves daring to lay hands on my brothers within the Qingtian sect, they must not be allowed to go unpunished. The leader of the Qingtian sect gazed into Jing Qiaowen's sincere eyes, feeling his internal scales tilt uncontrollably in his favor. It was not that he judged by appearances, but rather that this disciple simply did not resemble a perpetrator. With a slight wave of his hand, he signaled Jing Qiaowen to rise and addressed the injured disciples with a stern voice. Since you all claim that Jing Qiaowen has harmed you, do you possess any evidence? Chapter 72. The leader of the Qingtian sect was momentarily lost in dreams of impending wealth when he was abruptly roused by the voice from beyond. His eyes flared with fury. Change of spiritual roots? How dare anyone treat the disciples of the Qingtian sect in such a manner? Even if this disciple is not a genius in artifact crafting, I will not tolerate such vile acts against our sect's disciples. Contemplating this, a shadow of gravity crossed the leader's face. What is the name of this disciple, and where is he now? Just then, the voice from beyond echoed once more with a tone of lament. This artifact crafting genius is truly unfortunate. After his mother passed, his father remarried, and he has been mistreated ever since. If it were not for the elder from the Qingtian sect who discovered his talent, he would likely have perished at the hands of his stepmother long ago. This time, he was deceived back home by the news of his father's grave illness, only to be ambushed by the fourth-grade dreaming powder prepared by his stepmother the moment he opened the door. What misfortune has Qinping encountered to be burdened with such parents? The leader of the Qingtian sect, in a fit of rage, extended his hand. But before he could strike the table, his second disciple, Chao Chuan, noticed his movement and quickly interjected, fearing that the voice from beyond would sense something amiss. Master, my friend Qinping returned home a few days ago, and now there has been no word from him. I have attempted to contact him through a communication talisman, but there has been no response. Qinping must be in peril. I implore you to send someone to rescue him. The leader of the Qingtian sect quickly regained his composure, adjusting his expression to one of stern authority. Once you enter our sect, you are under our protection. Since he is a disciple of the Qingtian sect, I shall personally check on him. With this, he rose decisively, inquiring as he walked, where is Qinping now? Chao Chuan hesitated momentarily, but before he could speak, the voice from beyond replied, Qinping is, of course, at his home. Let me see. His home is in Qiutian City. Chao Chuan promptly bowed and responded, Qinping's location for his visit is indeed Qiutian City. With a flourish of his sleeve, the leader of the Qingtian sect declared with resolve, let us depart. In the Chun residence of Qiutian City, Qinping lay on his bed, feeling the paralysis that bound his spiritual veins, slowly closing his eyes to shield the tumult of emotions within him. Beside him, his half-brother awaited the opportunity to exchange his spiritual roots. Aware of his tenuous familial ties, he had long ceased to harbor any expectations towards his father. This return was merely to bid farewell to the remnants of his past. Yet, he never anticipated that his father would feign illness to lure him back, scheming to transfer his spiritual roots to his other son. By the bedside, the seemingly honest Chen San observed the two, wringing his hands, filled with anxiety and reluctance. He hesitated, glancing at his wife, Zhao Yuling, who possessed a graceful figure and alluring eyes filled with cunning. Yuling, must we truly proceed with this? If this is discovered. Hearing his words, Zhao Yuling turned with a fierce glare, her voice dripping with malice. Chen San, at this point, do you still wish to back out? Do you think that if you withdraw now, your precious son will spare you? After a moment, she pointed at the bed. Chen Ping has long been aware of our intentions. If he survives, it will be us and Lu'er who perish. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping suddenly opened his eyes. He endured the weakness and fatigue that coursed through his body, summoning all his strength to hoarsely declare, Father, regardless of the circumstances, you are still my father. No matter what, I will not raise my hand against you. As long as you cease this folly, I will treat all that has transpired as if it never happened and will not pursue the matter any further. Zhao Yuling discerned the hesitation in Chen Ping's gaze and, gritting her teeth, exclaimed in exasperation, Can you not see that Chen Ping is deceiving you? Chen San, you desire Chen Ping's life and yet still hope he will spare you? At this juncture, as if struck by an epiphany, she quelled her anger, gently placing a hand on Chen San's shoulder, whispering sweetly in his ear, Consider this, since Chen Ping became a disciple of the Chung Tian sect, has he ever come to visit you? Has he shown you any filial piety? Has he gifted you even a single spirit stone? He enjoys a life of luxury in the Chung Tian sect, oblivious to the hardships you endure as his father in Chiu Tian City. Upon hearing Zhao Yuling's words, a flicker of realization crossed Chen San's eyes. Observing his reaction, Zhao Yuling's tone grew increasingly soothing, but Lu'er is different. If Lu'er possesses a good spiritual root, he can ascend to a superior sect, and in time, he will surely repay your kindness. Furthermore, we have made extensive preparations. She straightened herself, her voice laced with a hint of coldness. The spirit herbs and treasures we have procured for the root exchange have exhausted all our savings. If we abandon this now, everything will be for naught. Chen Sen slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, all hesitation had vanished. He spoke gravely, You are right. He gazed at the prone Chen Ping and inhaled deeply, his voice hoarse. Pinger, do not blame your father. I am compelled by circumstance. Compelled? Chen Ping regarded him with scorn, his heart brimming with derision. Was it also compelled when you stood by and watched as your stepmother tormented me? Was it compelled when you drove me from home? And now, is it compelled that you seek to extract my spiritual root? He had always hidden behind Zhao Yuling, feigning helplessness and guilt. Yet he was the very source of all of Chen Ping's suffering. Realizing that submission was futile, Chen Ping's gaze hardened with warning. I am a disciple of the Chung Tian sect. Do you not fear repercussions from the sect for treating me this way? Zhao Yuling stepped forward, reassuringly grasping Chen San's hand as she derided, I inquired long ago, and your talent is merely mediocre in the Chung Tian sect, just an outer disciple. There are thousands like you. Losing one more will not raise a single eyebrow. Moreover, your solitary nature means you have few friends. If you were to go missing, it is unlikely anyone would notice. As her words sank in, Chen Ping felt a weight descend upon his heart. He sensed his immobile body and abruptly closed his eyes. You have indeed made sufficient preparations. He had always been a solitary figure in the Chung Tian sect, delving into the craft of refining without a mentor. Should he perish here, it would only take his disingenuous father a fabricated tale to deceive the sect. After all, in the perilous world of cultivation, the death of a foundation-building cultivator was hardly remarkable. Zhao Yuling observed Chen Ping's resigned demeanor, her eyes gleaming with a hint of madness. Even if Chen Ping is exceptionally gifted with dual spiritual roots, they are meant for my lure. Her lure, so astute, would undoubtedly surpass Chen Ping with such roots, making entry into the Chung Tian sect, even under the peak master's tutelage, a mere formality. Overcome with excitement, she grasped Chen San's hand, her voice sharp. Chen San, act quickly. Chen San took a deep breath, his hand trembling as he held the spiritual tool. He stepped deliberately toward Chen Ping, his eyes closing in reluctance, yet his hand moved inch by inch toward Chen Ping's body. At that moment, a thunderous voice resounded in their ears. Who dares to harm my disciple of the Chung Tian sect? In an instant, the ancient wooden door disintegrated into ash, and brilliant sunlight flooded the room, dispelling the darkness within. The sect leader of the Chung Tian sect immediately turned his gaze to the bedridden Chen Ping, relieved to see his spiritual root intact and his breathing steady. Thank heavens, there is still time. Chen San and Zhao Yuling abruptly turned to see numerous figures suspended in the air, shock evident in their eyes. In the next moment, they felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from these individuals, each of whom far surpassed them in cultivation. Their legs weakened, and they knelt in unison. Zhao Yuling, panicked and at a loss, wondered aloud, could these people be summoned by Chen Ping? I had confirmed that no one would care for his life, Why are there so many here? Taking a deep breath to steady her frayed nerves, she stammered, esteemed elders, before she could finish. A surge of spiritual energy struck them. You dare to clandestinely exchange my disciples' spiritual root? Do you think the Qingtian sect is without guardians? The sect leader waved his sleeve. I demand to inquire of the Lord of Qiutian City why such vile characters have emerged under his jurisdiction. Upon hearing his title, Zhao Yuling momentarily forgot her pain, incredulous. How is this possible? Chen Ping is merely an outer disciple. How could he provoke the sect leader to come here? Chen San was the first to regain his wits, enduring his agony as he knelt before the sect leader, fervently bowing. Sect leader, Pinger is my son. How could I harm him? He then forcefully pushed Zhao Yuling aside, shouting, it was this woman's idea. She sought to harm my son. Indeed, she wished to harm Pinger. He spoke with fervor, his voice gaining conviction. I only sought to save Pinger. Yes, I just warned this venomous woman. She insisted on her course. His words were abruptly interrupted by a shrill, frenzied voice. It was my idea. I forced you to feign illness to lure Chen Ping back. I used all our savings to purchase the herbs and tools for the root exchange. Zhao Yuling, disheveled and wild-eyed, glared at Chen San with unbridled animosity. You were the one who intended to harm your son. When I proposed the root exchange, you agreed without hesitation, fearing our plan was insufficient and procuring many items. Even the drug to incapacitate Chen Ping was sourced by you. You are the one who has sought to kill your own son. Remembering Chen San's past actions, she ground her teeth and added, you resent Chen Ping for not bringing you any benefits since joining the Qingtian sect, deeming him unfilial and unworthy. You have long desired this. You vile woman, you speak lies. Chen San's eyes blazed with madness, his once gentle demeanor vanishing. It is you. Zhao Yuling turned to the assembled elders, her voice hoarse. Esteemed ones, bear witness. Chen Ping is Chen San's son. Had he not subtly encouraged me? How could I have dared to propose the root exchange? Chapter 73. 11 days have passed since the voice from beyond the heavens last echoed. For Xiemingyu, these days have been a veritable hell. Even though the celestial beings spared the members of the Xie family who had not committed any heinous acts. Within the realms of cultivation, the Xie family had become akin to rats scurrying across the street, universally condemned. If they were to truly depart from the Xie family, reflecting on this, Xiemingyu lowered his head further, his demeanor increasingly respectful. Over the past few days, he had personally escorted each member of the Xie family into the hands of the victim's relatives, and the mere recollection of the expressions in those relatives' eyes sent chills down his spine. It must be said that the method proposed by the celestial being was indeed ruthless. As he gazed upon the still glimmering life tablets of the Xie family members, he sometimes felt that perhaps death would be a release for them. His continued presence beside the celestial being was a result of his keen perception. He had sensed something from the celestial being's attitude towards the celestial visitor, which led him to remain in the current Xie family. He had surmised that the celestial visitor held the celestial being in such high regard that he would likely come to observe the celestial being's injuries in due time. Additionally, he had cautiously offered the celestial being some advice, such as how to subtly attract someone's attention and how to employ charm. Otherwise, how could the celestial being have possibly immersed himself in the cold pool for 7 days? This was a cold pool that had been passed down through the Xie family for a millennium. For ordinary cultivators, merely soaking for an incense stick's worth of time could lead to their meridians and souls being frozen. During this period, the celestial visitor had not reappeared. Even though the celestial being had not uttered a word, the oppressive and increasingly heavy aura emanating from him felt as if it could render one incapable of standing upright. Xiemingyu was on the verge of losing hope. He had even contemplated where he might be buried. He understood that if the celestial visitor had no interest in a place, he might not appear for a year or more. To his astonishment, the celestial visitor did indeed make an appearance today. However, regrettably, Xiemingyu thought of the scene he had just witnessed of the celestial being dressing, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Had the celestial visitor arrived even half a tea time earlier, the celestial being would not have had to waste 7 days here soaking. Xie Qiyuan stood by the edge of the cold pool, pausing slightly before leisurely fastening his robe. His fingers were long and elegant, their movements pleasing to the eye. Yet the pale, bloodless tips conveyed the pain his body was enduring at this moment. Despite this, his expression remained serene. Only when he heard a certain voice would his deep-set, cool eyes soften. He had long since grown accustomed to this ever-present pain that shadowed him. The agony that others perceived as excruciating and soul-freezing was but a mundane experience for him, hardly worthy of his concern. Nowadays, the only one capable of stirring his heart was but a single individual. Su Li remained blissfully unaware of her significance to Xie Qiyuan. As she gazed at his figure within the cloud mirror, admiration flickered in her eyes. This is what beauty truly is. She felt as though the gaze inflicted upon her by those courtesans had been healed. Propping her chin on one hand, she savored the sight of him for a few moments, only to suddenly furrow her brow slightly as if she had made a discovery. Is Xie Qiyuan's recovery from his injuries a tad too swift? The physical wounds were manageable. With ample spiritual herbs, they could be restored to their former state. However, a cultivator's soul was exceedingly fragile. Even the slightest injury required gradual nourishment and care. With healing time calculated in months, Xie Qiyuan's soul, once marred in the blood pool, was riddled with cracks, akin to shattered fragments. Even with proper recuperation, it would take at least a century for a gradual recovery. Yet now, as Su Li observed Xie Qiyuan's soul, which had already healed significantly, she pondered while flipping through the tome of heavenly principles in her consciousness. Momentarily stunned by the text, Xie Qiyuan soaked in the cold pool for 7 days to mend his soul? Indeed, the Xie family's millennium-old cold pool possessed the ability to restore the soul. However, due to its intense chill, a cultivator could easily fall prey to its frigidness and become immobilized. In this light, the cold pool's restorative effects on the soul were vastly outweighed by its potential harm. Thus, throughout history, even the most skilled cultivators had never dared to remain in the cold pool for more than an hour. Su Li cast a cursory glance at the pool's dangers to cultivators, her voice tinged with confusion and an unrecognized hint of anger. Clearly, there is no one in the current Xie family who poses a threat to Xie Qiyuan. Why is he so eager to mend his soul? That is a millennium-old cold pool. Soaking occasionally to heal is one thing, but for Xie Qiyuan to remain submerged for a full 7 days, was he courting death? Listening to Su Li's voice, which bore a trace of indignation, Xie Qiyuan's fingertips twitched ever so slightly. He pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze to conceal the myriad emotions swirling within. The cold pool was merely a temporary discomfort for him. However, its restorative properties for the soul far surpassed all others. As for the precious herbs Su Li had given him, he had never touched a single one. He merely longed to see her again. Each time she departed, her words were a wish for their next meeting to find him fully healed. He did not wish to disappoint her. 2 millennia of confinement in the blood pool had gradually dulled his memory of how to interact with others, how to bring joy to those around him. He found himself almost humbly eager to fulfill her every expectation. But did she not find this endearing? Xie Qiyuan stood quietly in place, his lips pale, his gaze dimmed, the chill radiating from him seemingly heavier than that of the cold pool nearby. Su Li gazed at the scene within the cloud mirror, observing Xie Qiyuan's profile, pale yet breathtakingly exquisite, and sighed helplessly. How was she unaware that she had a penchant for beauty? Her gaze lingered for a moment on his lips, devoid of any color, and she rubbed her forehead in exasperation. The pain Xie Qiyuan currently endured was likely no less than that experienced in the blood pool. Did he not realize the extent of his suffering? Oh well, saving him to the end would suffice. Consider it gratitude for the clarity he had brought her today. With that thought, she extended her hand, and a unique spiritual force belonging to the heavenly principles flashed through the cloud mirror. In an instant, a faint yet seemingly all-encompassing spiritual energy merged into the cold pool, causing the frigid air within to yield as if obedient to this force, relinquishing its harmful grip on the cultivators. This energy, subtle and harmonious, was nearly imperceptible even to semi-divine beings. Yet for Xie Qiyuan, this ethereal energy was hauntingly familiar. So much so that he had contemplated it countless times in his heart. The moment that voice imbued with spiritual energy emerged, he recognized her instantly. He felt this almost hallucinatory energy coursing through him, his breath quickening. Was she helping him? Xie Qiyuan gazed in bewilderment at the cold pool, feeling the subdued chill within it, the rapid beating of his heart echoing in his ears. In that moment, an unprecedented thought surged within him. He seemed unable to escape, not due to any external force, but rather, he no longer wished to flee. It was more than gratitude, more than a bond, and more than mere concern. He felt the unprecedented pangs of emotion and tremors rising within his chest, lowering his head slightly, as if a wild beast willingly embraced an invisible chain. After exhausting her spiritual energy, Su Li glanced at the still-standing Xie Qiyuan, feeling that she had sufficiently indulged her curiosity. With a swift motion, she stowed away the mirror of the clouds. Stretching languidly, she let out a yawn, declaring that she was simply too fatigued today and would prefer to have a good night's sleep, returning to her leisurely pursuits tomorrow. The following day, Su Li ambled along the path, observing the hurried disciples rushing past her, and eventually halted her steps. She intercepted the seemingly flustered Chao Chuan and inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What is all the commotion about? Why does it appear that the entire Qingtian sect is so busy?" Upon hearing Su Li's question, Chao Chuan recalled the veiled discussions he had with his master the previous day, and replied with a smile, "Ah, it is our esteemed Taoist friend, Su. Over these past 2 days, the Qingtian sect has been preoccupied with the crafting of a particular magical artifact, hence the flurry of activity among the disciples." "What kind of artifact are you crafting?" Su Li asked, intrigued, as another group of hurried figures passed by. "Why such a grand endeavor?" Chao Chuan, ever amiable, explained, "Yesterday, our master received numerous communication talismans from various sect leaders and friends, which he found quite inconvenient. Thus, he decided to forge an artifact capable of simultaneously contacting multiple individuals. Coincidentally, he rescued a disciple of our sect who possesses remarkable talent in artifact crafting, and during a casual conversation, he discovered that this disciple has considerable knowledge about such artifacts. It also happens that Master Mu once developed a similar communication array, so our master specifically sought out the wandering Master Mu to assist us." Chao Chuan spoke with such ease that one could hardly suspect these reasons were fabricated just the day before. Indeed, It was an uncanny coincidence that the concept of such an artifact was introduced yesterday, and today the entire Chengtian sect was engaged in its creation. Recently, the celestial voice from beyond had shown particular interest in the Chengtian sect, prompting them to devise a plausible explanation to quell any suspicions.
Su Li, however, had no doubts.
Watching Chao Chuan's hurried departure, she pondered for a moment before clapping her hands in realization. This must be due to my influence. How could my identity as a manifestation of the Heavenly Dao have no effect whatsoever? Now that I am within the Chengtian sect, my aspirations will undoubtedly impact the sect. Reflecting on this, she rested her chin on one hand and mused, it seems that wherever I reside, the sects I am a part of inevitably transform to align with my desires. With a smile brightening her eyes, Su Li thought, this is truly convenient. Over the next few days, she continued to indulge in gossip while periodically checking on the progress of the magical artifact, occasionally offering her suggestions. Her curiosity about the final product grew. Today, feeling disinclined to venture outside, she observed through the mirror of the clouds the scene of Qin Ping and Master Mu, along with various cultivators, engaged in the study of the artifact. At this moment, they appear to be taking a break from their research, suddenly discussing how to make more cultivators aware of the successful creation of the artifact. Chapter 74. The female cultivators of Chengtian sect who could hear the celestial voice from beyond their faces bore identical expressions of confusion and bewilderment. What does sleep fan mean? And what is a fan? How does this relate to young Master Lingxi? Young Master Lingxi, stationed in the attic, stood frozen in place. While others failed to grasp the implications of the celestial voice's words, he was all too aware. His fists clenched tightly, and a cold sweat broke out across his back. Why has the celestial voice suddenly appeared here? Has she not recently taken an interest in the Chengtian sect? To evade the celestial voice, I even traveled to Yuyan City, 100,000 miles away, to deceive others. Now, it is all over. The celestial voice will surely expose my secrets. In the depths of despair, a flicker of ferocity crossed his features. Just as he frantically contemplated how to extricate himself from this predicament, the celestial voice resounded softly. I never anticipated that young Master Lingxi's character could be so deplorable. As Su Li perused the book of the Heavenly Dao, she shook her head in dismay. Everywhere he goes, he meticulously selects a few infatuated female cultivators, then devises schemes to lure them into improper conduct. Upon awakening, he feigns the guise of a chaste and noble man coerced into compromising situations, demanding compensation from the victimized female cultivators. Although he never explicitly states it, merely shaking his head, furrowing his brows, and sighing, his admirers interpret this as their own defilement, showering him with spirit stones and treasures as atonement. And they swear to the Heavenly Dao that they will never let a third party learn of their encounters. Upon reading this, Su Li abruptly closed her eyes. To think she would be invoked in such oaths. My reputation feels tarnished. Taking a deep breath, she posed a soul-searching question. How can young Master Lingxi be so despicable and revolting? And what of these female cultivators? Do they harbor no suspicions whatsoever? The female cultivators present stood in a daze. After a prolonged silence, they finally comprehended the implications of the celestial voice's words. How could young Master Lingxi possibly be involved with other female cultivators? He was renowned in the cultivation world for his virtuous integrity. Despite numerous female cultivators expressing their admiration for him, he had never reciprocated, always gently declining their advances. They had witnessed countless instances of young Master Lingxi rejecting others. How could he be, as the celestial voice suggested? Even though they were aware that the celestial voice had never erred, in this moment, they could only internally reassure themselves. Surely, the celestial voice must be mistaken. Indeed, with such a busy schedule, it is only natural for an error to occur. Perhaps soon the celestial voice will vindicate young Master Lingxi. Unbeknownst to Su Li, the female cultivator's thoughts were far from her own. She remained engrossed in the content of the Heavenly Dao's book. Young Master Lingxi is truly a pioneer of marketing in the cultivation world. His popularity is not merely a result of his passable looks. He initially studied the aesthetic preferences of contemporary female cultivators and then meticulously crafted his image from head to toe. Ha ha ha. He even fabricated an identity as the scion of a hidden lineage. Is no one curious? After all this time, why has no one discovered which family he claims to represent? Ha ha ha, of course it is because he is spinning tales. As these revelations unfolded, several female cultivators began to grasp the situation, their fervor gradually cooling and their eyes regaining clarity. It does seem plausible. Whenever young Master Lingxi is introduced, someone always claims he is a descendant of a hidden family, but no one specifies which family. If young Master Lingxi's lineage is fabricated, then, the celestial voice continued, not only is his background fictitious, but even those female cultivators who fawned over him were also mere illusions. Ha ha ha. He has employed numerous individuals with spirit stones to surround him during his stay. After several such encounters, wouldn't his reputation soar? Su Li paused slightly upon reading this. Speaking of which, this young Master Lingxi appears to be quite affluent now. With a 7th-tier spiritual treasure, he casually reserved an entire pavilion. Indeed, originally, this young Master Lingxi was merely an ordinary cultivator with scant spiritual stones. Now, he frivolously spends lavishly, feigning an extravagant demeanor. all thanks to the contributions of his fervent admirers. At this point, Su Li raised her head to glance at the bustling scene reflected in the mirror of clouds. Shaking her head, it must have cost these people quite a bit of spiritual stones to come here just to see young Master Lingxi. These spiritual stones have surely lined young Master Lingxi's pockets. And those items associated with him that you purchased at great expense. TSK. He has indeed turned a hefty profit. Wait, he even swindled many spiritual stones from the female cultivator with whom he shared a night. How could anyone be deceived to the brink of ruin by him? Upon hearing this, a female cultivator who had been duped by young Master Lingxi could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward, her voice trembling. 3 days ago, I happened to encounter young Master Lingxi, who invited me to drink and compose poetry. I was overjoyed, and after just a few cups, I became intoxicated. When I awoke, he claimed I had ulterior motives, stating that his cultivation had been impeded these days, and he lacked the strength to refuse. Remembering the words just uttered by the voice from beyond, she spoke with a heart-wrenching tone. Thus, he swindled away my family's treasured 6th-tier love flute. At that moment, several other deceived female cultivators stepped forward to recount their own experiences of being misled by young Master Lingxi. Listening to the clamoring voices below, young Master Lingxi felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his gaze darting anxiously as he sought an escape route. However, hundreds of female cultivators had already surrounded the pavilion tightly, with many more hiding among the distant tall trees, some even possessing cultivation levels exceeding his own. How could he possibly escape? Taking a deep breath, young Master Lingxi trembled for a long while but could not utter a single word. By now, several female cultivators had regained their senses, looking at the pavilion with disappointment. One even threw the items related to young Master Lingxi that she had purchased onto the ground. Nevertheless, it was evident that in any world, fervent fans and diehard supporters would exist. Even with irrefutable evidence of young Master Lingxi's misdeeds and the knowledge that his identity, status, and wealth were all illusions, some female cultivators still displayed a stubborn devotion. Young Master Lingxi is clearly wealthy. How could he covet those middling-grade spiritual treasures you possess? A richly dressed female cultivator stepped forward, her gaze resolute, her voice devoid of any doubt about young Master Lingxi. If the young master desires, I can gift him countless such treasures anytime. Why would he resort to the means you describe? Upon hearing her words, a cultivator retorted, but I have long heard of young Master Lingxi's dubious background. Most of the spiritual stones and treasures he possesses were obtained through deceit from those who admire him. If he can deceive us out of spiritual stones, he will certainly deceive us regarding our treasures. Many in the cultivation world harbored jealousy towards young Master Lingxi's beauty and talent, employing various nefarious tactics. Amidst this rebuttal, another infatuated female cultivator stood up, redirecting the blame for the day's events onto others. Perhaps some have been bribed by those wicked individuals to frame the young master. Indeed, as soon as she finished speaking, others echoed her sentiment, asserting, I have heard of a young Master Yang who has been secretly imitating our young Master Lingxi. Perhaps today's events are his doing. I have also heard that young Master Yang should not even compare himself to our young Master Lingxi, resorting to such despicable tactics. Most present were fervent fans of young Master Lingxi. Even if some had awakened to the truth, a significant number remained oblivious, believing their young master was wronged, and that today's events were a plot against him. Their voices grew louder, quickly drowning out the rational dissent. Hearing the chorus of support below, young Master Lingxi's panicked expression gradually settled into calmness, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. Even if the voice from beyond reveals his deeds, they will not believe it. Not only will they disbelieve, but they will also strive to exonerate him. Once today passes, he will shift all blame onto that young Master Yang, perhaps garnering even more sympathy and spiritual stones. With this thought, a smug expression spread across his face. Su Li observed the waves of support for young Master Lingxi in the mirror of clouds, her expression remaining unchanged. In her past experiences of being an onlooker, she had witnessed even more unreasonable fans than this. This was merely a beginning. At that moment, a female cultivator furrowed her brows, her words starkly contrasting those of the other supporters. If young Master Lingxi's background is false, then... Upon hearing this delicate voice, Su Li's consciousness, immersed in the book of Heavenly Dao, momentarily paused. She lifted her gaze with keen interest towards the mirror of clouds, eager to hear how she would accuse this young Master Lingxi. Then she heard her continue, how much suffering must young Master Lingxi have endured to reach this point? Su Li, listening to the chorus of agreement and sympathy in the mirror of clouds, lazily withdrew her gaze and flipped a page in the book of Heavenly Dao. Upon reading the text, she looked up at the leisurely and smug young Master Lingxi atop the pavilion, suddenly enlightened. Now I understand why young Master Lingxi, with merely an above-average appearance, could garner such unwavering support from countless female cultivators solely through marketing. It turns out it is because of the illusory glass pearl on his wrist. The illusory glass pearl is a 6th-tier spiritual item. Although its rank appears low and it is easily damaged, it can silently bewitch others, even eluding the detection of those in the Great Ascension stage. In the Hall of Cloud Authority of the 10,000 Sword Sect, the sect leader sat in the main seat, feeling the emptiness of the palace devoid of any sound. Tears of deep sorrow welling in his eyes, It has been a full 25 days since I last heard the voice from beyond. Over these 25 days, he had been restless, unable to eat or sleep, his clothes growing loose, even spending half an hour less on cultivation than usual. Yet, the venerable voice from beyond seemed to have completely forgotten about him, an old acquaintance waiting for her return at the 10,000 Sword Sect. Did she not think to occasionally glance back at the 10,000 Sword Sect? What could possibly entice her to linger in that wretched place of the Chengtian sect? Was the 10,000 Sword Sect not sufficient? With such thoughts, the sect leader's dignified and imposing face crumpled into an expression of grievance. Just as his eyes shimmered with a mixture of desolation, resentment, and melancholy, a communication talisman in his storage pouch suddenly lit up. The master of the Wanjian sect gazed at the spiritual energy on the communication talisman, instantly rearranging his expression into one of solemnity and composure. After clearing his throat, he leisurely answered the communication. His tone amicable. I have heard that the Shunqian sect has been quite busy of late. What brings Sect Master Lu to seek an audience with me today? On the other end, the master of the Shunqian sect sighed with a semblance of helplessness. Indeed, the Shunqian sect has been preoccupied with matters concerning the spiritual minds. Far busier than the Wanjian sect. I envy Sect Master Qi, who enjoys such leisure. Upon hearing the unabashed boast of the Shunqian sect's master, the expression on the Wanjian sect's master momentarily twisted with discomfort. Taking a deep breath, he let the jealousy dissipate much of the courtesy in his voice. Since Sect Master Lu has so much to attend to, why not immerse yourself in your affairs instead of contacting a mere idle person like me? The master of the Shunqian sect, standing at the precipice of the spiritual peak, hinted at the longing for their last meeting. Wasn't it in the transformation city of the Qingtian sect where we last saw each other? It has been over a month now. In that instant, the master of the Wanjian sect comprehended his implication. Their last encounter coincided with the last time they heard the voice from beyond the heavens. Reflecting on this, he sighed deeply. Indeed, this past month has seen me sleepless and nostalgic. The master of the Shunqian sect nodded knowingly, his tone imbued with meaning. I have heard that the Qingtian sect has been thriving lately, resolving numerous issues, and even their fortunes seem to have shifted significantly. Unable to contain his jealousy any longer, the master of the Wanjian sect gritted his teeth. I have heard the same. Surely, the voice from beyond the heavens has been secretly aiding the Qingtian sect. The affairs of the Lingyuan elder have spread throughout the cultivation world. The Qingtian sect has been deceived by this villain for a millennium. Without the help from beyond, how could they have suddenly discerned the issue just recently? And those bizarre destinies, each worthy of astonishment. Moreover, I have heard there is a rare koi destiny among them. A koi destiny, one that could prosper a sect. As he pondered this, the sense of grievance in his eyes seemed almost tangible. The Wanjian sect was no longer the favored or cherished sect of the voice from beyond. That year's apricot blossoms in a gentle rain were ultimately a misplaced affection. Unaware that the master of the Wanjian sect had staged an emotional drama within his heart, the master of the Shunqian sect suppressed his own envy regarding the current state of the Qingtian sect and tentatively suggested, I've been thinking. It has been a while since I last saw Sect Master Jiang, and I truly miss him. Perhaps we could visit the Qingtian sect together? With a common adversary at hand, the master of the Wanjian sect set aside their petty grievances. Reflecting on the changes in the Qingtian sect recently, he clenched his teeth. Just so, I have also been longing to see Sect Master Jiang. Now that the fortunes of the Qingtian sect have nearly recovered, it is time to repay the debts of the Wanjian sect. The master of the Shunqian sect contemplated the several million spiritual stones owed to them by the Qingtian sect and nodded in agreement. Even if the Shunqian sect is wealthy, those spiritual stones did not come from the wind. Ahem. Though the Shunqian sect may acquire spiritual stones more easily, the labor of mining them is arduous for the disciples. The Qingtian sect must repay their debts. Had the master of the Wanjian sect heard the unspoken thoughts of the master of the Shunqian sect, he might have leapt through the communication talisman to confront him. After briefly arranging a time, the two concluded their conversation simultaneously, eager to end the exchange. At the Huichuan Hall of the Qingtian sect, Master Mu stood within, discussing the completed research on the palm talisman, detailing its external patterns and overall color, as well as its functions and individual components. The master of the Qingtian sect listened with eyes filled with excitement, thumping his thigh and exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. Holding a black and gold artifact, he praised, Master Mu and Elder Chen are indeed the brilliant talents of our Qingtian sect. In less than a month, you have successfully refined the palm talisman. Hearing the master of the Qingtian sect's praise, Qin Ping, who had recently been promoted to guest elder, shyly scratched his head. The swift success in developing the palm talisman is largely thanks to the assistance of our esteemed ancestress. This was no false modesty. The research on the palm talisman had been fraught with challenges. Often, he and Master Mu would labor all day without finding a solution. Yet, whenever their esteemed ancestress arrived, any obstacle could be overcome. Without her, it would likely have taken them at least another 6 months to refine the talisman. Nodding in agreement, Master Mu echoed. Indeed. We owe it all to our esteemed ancestress. The master of the Qingtian sect, moved by their words, declared, Our ancestress, despite her immense responsibilities, remains concerned for the affairs of the Qingtian sect, and we are truly grateful. Lin Zhao, the granddaughter of the Qiming Xian turtle, was their revered ancestress. Within the Qingtian sect, no one dared to impose upon Lin Zhao. It was her devotion to the sect that made her so invested in the palm talisman. At that moment, praises for Lin Zhao filled the hall. After a cup of tea, the master of the Qingtian sect carefully examined the palm talisman, which was merely the size of a hand. The entire talisman was black, adorned with golden patterns, with its core structure crafted from black crystal, exuding a sense of transparency that even reflected his visage. Each talisman could only be activated with the owner's spiritual energy, revealing characters on the screen made of black crystal once activated. As he marveled at this seemingly extraordinary artifact, an uncontainable smile graced his face. He turned to Elder Chen with warmth and gentleness. Elder Chen, how many palm talismans have we produced thus far? In response, Chen Ping's voice softened. Due to the recent success, we have only managed to create 100 so far. He quickly added, however, with diligent efforts in the coming days, we should be able to produce hundreds within 3 days. As we gain more proficiency, the daily output will increase significantly. The master of the Qingtian sect reassured him. In such a short time, producing 100 is already beyond my expectations. Elder Chen and Master Mu have truly worked hard. Suddenly recalling something, the master of the Qingtian sect waved his sleeve, revealing a densely written white paper to everyone. In that case, we must deliberate thoroughly on how to allocate these 100 palm talismans. The Qingtian sect must profit from the sale of these talismans. And we must also earn the spiritual stones related to the rankings. Imagining the scene of everyone eager to present spiritual stones to the Qingtian sect, the master of the Qingtian sect could hardly contain his excitement. I believe the two fairies, Yao Ling and Mingyu, will undoubtedly send their offerings. At that moment, the master of the Xinghua Peak also stepped forward, his gaze wandering. I believe the eminent reverends Ximing and Lianxin, with their profound cultivation, are certainly worthy of receiving the palm talismans from the Qingtian sect. Elder Lu Yao, ever the observer of bustling affairs, remarked, I believe that both the head of the L family and the head of the Ming family, once everyone has expressed themselves freely, will find that even with 100 pieces of information, 300 would scarcely suffice to share. Their excitement was understandable, for on that fateful day, due to a revelation from beyond, they had learned an abundance of secrets. Each piece of information had the potential to wield significant influence over the rankings. At that moment, Chao Chuan, feeling somewhat helpless, stepped forward. He bowed respectfully to the leader of the Qingtian sect and spoke with deference. I believe that the information should first be bestowed upon the leaders of the 5 major sects, as they not only represent the pinnacle of the cultivation world but also owe debts to the Qingtian sect. Furthermore, we must reserve several pieces for renowned cultivators within the community who can disseminate this information. Recently, young Master Yu Yang of the Wanjian sect has gained considerable fame. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Qingtian sect nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, that is a valid point. Just then, Elder Lu Yao accessed the information in hand and, upon seeing the rankings, inquired with a hint of confusion, Sect leader, why have you not placed the leader of the Wanjian sect alongside that of the Shunqian sect? It was well known among cultivators that the relationship between these two leaders was quite delicate. With an expression of someone who had been through similar experiences, the leader of the Qingtian sect waved his hand. The rankings must certainly consider their financial capabilities. Even if the leader of the Wanjian sect were placed last, he would still be unable to produce the necessary resources. Before he could finish, a disciple entered to announce, Sect leader, the leaders of the Shunqian sect and the Wanjian sect have come to pay their respects. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Qingtian sect quickly concealed the list of adversaries from the cultivation world on the table. Straightening his outer robe, he raised his head and, with a demeanor both imposing and welcoming, gestured to the disciple, quickly, invite both leaders in. I have heard that the Qingtian sect has been quite busy of late, remarked the leader of the Wanjian sect as he took a seat, casting a sidelong glance at the leader of the Qingtian sect. I trust you are not overworked?
Ah.
Sect leader Qi, you jest, replied the leader of the Qingtian sect, feigning weariness. The numerous issues we have faced have left us little time for leisure. Then we must extend our congratulations to sect leader Jiang, interjected the leader of the Shunqian sect with a light chuckle. With so many challenges resolved, the Qingtian sect is bound to flourish and restore its former glory. In the midst of the leader of the Qingtian sect's amiable gaze, the formidable slayer of life departed, cradling an unassuming second-grade spirit herb, his expression pensive and his steps heavy. Within the Huayuan hall, Chao Chuan observed the departing figure of the slayer of life and, turning slightly, hesitated before addressing the leader of the Qingtian sect. I had always viewed my master as a figure of authority and depth, resolutely dedicated to the sect despite the immense burden of debt. I never imagined he possessed such cunning. However, upon reflecting on the over 100 million spirit stones owed by the Qingtian sect, his expression transformed to one of understanding and respect. He toils tirelessly, meticulously planning each step, all for the future of the Qingtian sect. Unbeknownst to the leader of the Qingtian sect, his image had grown considerably in the eyes of his second disciple. He gazed at the 10,000 spirit stones in his storage bag, his smile widening. If this continued, not only could they settle their debts, but the Qingtian sect might even surpass the Shunqian sect, emerging as the wealthiest sect in the cultivation world. Yet, as if recalling something, the smile on his face gradually faded. He turned to Chao Chuan and instructed, "It seems that Master Lianxin will soon arrive at the Qingtian sect. Remember what to say." Chao Chuan's understanding and respect briefly faltered, but after a moment's hesitation, he seemed to resolve himself, clasping his hands in acknowledgement. "I shall remember, Master." Initially, the leader of the Qingtian sect had believed that Master Lianxin should rank above the Slayer of Life. But the latter's dissatisfaction had compelled him to alter the ranking slightly. The leader of the Qingtian sect nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, a gentle fragrance wafted through the entrance of the Huayuan Hall. In the next moment, a figure adorned in a light blue gown, with striking features and breathtaking beauty, gracefully entered the hall. She glanced up, and upon seeing the two men within, offered a radiant smile, illuminating the entire palace. The leader of the Qingtian sect regarded the arrival of the fair Yao Ling fairy with no surprise. He stepped forward with a genial demeanor, slightly bowing as he sincerely complimented, "It has been a while since we last met, fairy. Your elegance remains unparalleled." The Yao Ling fairy's voice was as gentle as the breeze. "Sect leader Jiang, you flatter me. I have heard that the Qingtian sect has been quite busy of late. Please take care of your health and do not overexert yourself." The leader of the Qingtian sect welcomed the Yao Ling fairy to a seat and then took his own place at the head of the table, replying with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, fairy." Noticing the Yao Ling fairy's serene demeanor, he raised an eyebrow and, feigning ignorance, inquired, however, "I have heard that you have been engrossed in closed-door cultivation recently. What brings you to the Qingtian sect today?" The Yao Ling fairy chuckled softly, her tone unhurried and devoid of urgency or anger. "I have come to extend my congratulations to sect leader Jiang. The artifacts crafted by the Qingtian sect have become immensely popular among cultivators, and I am particularly interested in the rankings module." Recalling the beauty rankings, as well as the strength and talent rankings where Mingyu fairy surpassed her, her expression darkened momentarily. She conceded the ranking of the leader of the Hehuan sect above her, but why should Mingyu be favored? They both shared similar cultivation levels, and she believed her talents were on par with hers. Why, then, did the rankings place her below Mingyu, despite her family background being slightly superior? Had she not arrived at the Qingtian sect upon seeing the news of the rankings, Mingyu would likely have come to boast about her success. Reflecting on the rivalry that had persisted between them for nearly a century, the Yao Ling fairy's resolve solidified. She would not yield to anyone, least of all Mingyu. Moreover, with every cultivator now possessing a piece of information, would it not mean that she was seen as inferior to Mingyu in the eyes of all? With this thought, she took a deep breath, her expression softening once more. The ability of the Qingtian sect to create such artifacts has greatly benefited many cultivators, especially regarding the rankings. She seemed to casually remark, prior to this, the cultivation world had never seen such clear and concise rankings. I can only imagine the effort the sect leader expended in arranging these positions. As she spoke, the Yao Ling fairy seemed to recall something, her tone becoming playfully teasing. "Sect leader, forgive me for being so delighted to see you that I neglected proper etiquette." As she spoke, she presented a glass storage bag. "This is a token of congratulations from Yao Ling for the successful creation of the information artifact. I hope it meets your approval." The leader of the Qingtian sect listened to her words, a subtle smile dancing in his eyes. He cleared his throat and offered a courteous response. "Fairy, you are too kind." Seeing that Chao Chuan had already taken the hint and received the storage bag, he shifted the conversation to the challenges of crafting the information artifact. After finishing his words, he feigned helplessness and shook his head. "That has only recently been refined, and there are still some minor issues within it. For instance, the rankings within the have raised some concerns for me, and I am considering making adjustments." Upon hearing this, the fairy Yao Ling's smile grew warmer, and she compassionately reassured him. "The rankings in the realm of cultivation are inherently intricate. As the sect leader, you are burdened with countless responsibilities, so occasional oversights are quite normal." Both understood the underlying meanings in each other's words and found satisfaction in their exchange, their expressions reflecting a subtle contentment. After some light banter, the fairy Yao Ling gracefully took her leave. Shortly after her departure, the sect leader's storage bag suddenly illuminated. Observing the spiritual energy displayed, he pressed the connection button with a confident demeanor. "It has been a long time. How fares the head of the Ming family?" "Jiang sect leader, let us speak plainly. Why is the L family ranked above my Ming family on the esteemed list?" The tone of the Ming family head was laden with suppressed ire, lacking any courtesy. "Please calm down, head of the Ming family." The sect leader of the expertly consoled him, for it was well known in the cultivation world that the Ming and L families had been rivals for ages. The sect leader of the was exceedingly busy. Some, like the revered Shiming and the fairy Yao Ling, personally came to request alterations in the rankings. Others contacted him through and some even discreetly pressured the senior elders of the. After finally concluding his numerous tasks, he embraced a well-filled storage bag, his smile unwavering. The following day mirrored this whirlwind of activity, with many discontented cultivators visiting in response to the altar rankings, such as the revered Lianxin, now ranked below Shiming, and the L family, which had unexpectedly dropped a position. For a full week, they profited immensely from the private transactions concerning the rankings, filling their coffers to the brim. Over these days, Chao Chuan had lost several pounds from counting spirit stones. Yet, despite his exhaustion, his voice brimmed with excitement. "Master, the spirit stones earned by thee are now sufficient to clear all debts." Our sect's financial power has even surpassed that of the Wanjian sect. If this continues, might leap ahead of the Shunqian sect to become the wealthiest sect in the cultivation realm. In just over 10 days, they had amassed a staggering 100 million spirit stones, a feat faster than mining spirit ores. The sect leader regarded him with a hint of exasperation over his naivety. Adjusting his outer robe with a calm demeanor, from today onward, the relevant rankings on the will be permanently established and cannot be altered as before. Chao Chuan's face contorted with disbelief. But master, wouldn't he that mean would miss out on considerable covert income? Initially troubled by his conscience when implementing this strategy, he soon ceased to care as the spirit stones continued to flow in. After all, had coerced no one. All transactions were voluntary among the esteemed heads of the families. The sect leader placed a reassuring hand on Chao Chuan's shoulder, his voice tinged with gravity. Chao Chuan, remember that excess can be detrimental. The spirit stones extracted from cultivators for rankings have already been substantial, and we have gathered enough to settle our debts. It is time to cease. Continuing down this path risks a collective withdrawal from the cultivators, which could lead to them uniting in pressure against. At that point, matters would become exceedingly difficult to manage. Chao Chuan understood this principle well, yet grasping it was one thing, executing it was another. He gazed at the sect leader with reverence. Truly, master. Even in the face of such temptation, you remain steadfast in your principles. Suddenly, recalling something, a hint of hesitation crept into his voice. But master, if the rankings cease to change, many esteemed heads will surely remain dissatisfied. How shall we address this? These cultivators had indeed contributed a considerable sum of spirit stones for the rankings. The sect leader remained composed. I had already devised a strategy from the outset. Since some cultivators are indistinguishable in rankings, why not simply group them together? With a cup of tea in hand, he took a sip and continued. As for the order of precedence, let it change every hour. I trust that all cultivators will find this acceptable. If such a ranking had been established from the beginning, even with attempts at fairness, discontent would have prevailed. However, those who might have initially objected will likely feel a sense of relief now. With that thought, he set down the teacup and declared earnestly, you must remember, there are certain ill-gotten spirit stones that should never be amassed. Chao Chuan looked up at the sect leader with admiration. Master, you are truly, he struggled for the right words before finally uttering, noble in character. The term seemed almost ironic, causing the sect leader's expression to stiffen momentarily. He turned to the Reverend Chao Chuan and sighed. Very well, return to counting spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Chao Chuan bowed. Then master, regarding the debts owed to the various sects, the sect leader waved his sleeve. His expression laden with meaning, a tree that stands out in the forest will surely be subjected to the wind. If other sects were to learn of recent revenue, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil. He gestured dismissively. For now, repay the Wanjian sect 200,000 spirit stones and 100,000 to the remaining sections. In the past few days, Su Li had been relishing the juicy gossip regarding her enemies, becoming increasingly engrossed and paying less attention to the tales of rivalries transforming into romances were simply too delectable, causing her to forget all about. There were instances of enemies covertly sending spirit stones to ensure their positions were adjacent on the rankings, and brothers secretly battling to secure a higher rank, nearly exhausting their father's savings in the process. After being discovered, they received a thorough beating and were still unable to rise from their beds. Today, she delightedly observed the verbal sparring between the revered Shiming and Lianxin, relishing their exchanges that ranged from historical grievances to personal anecdotes, far more entertaining than the dry texts found in the book of Heavenly Dao. As for the cause of their quarrel, it stemmed from Shiming noticing he had fallen behind Lianxin by 3 breaths during the ranking adjustments. How could he tolerate this? Since he could not vent his frustration upon the sect leader he had to confront Lianxin, the beneficiary of the current standings. Watching them disperse after their argument, Su Li sighed, putting away her cloud mirror. Why must it only be a quarrel? Why not escalate to a confrontation? After indulging in the gossip, she stretched lazily, contemplating a breath of fresh air while observing the current situation when she suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the distant Lingfeng. She halted, perplexed, gazing towards the source of the energy. It seems rather distant? Su Li merely contemplated for a fleeting moment before reclining back onto her bed. Perhaps it would be prudent to utilize the cloud mirror to discern what has transpired. As she activated the cloud mirror, she was greeted by voices emanating from the formation. Contaminating water? Could this possibly be the nemesis of the Heavenly Machine sect's treasured Tianyan stone? So, these individuals are deliberating on how to annihilate the Heavenly Machine sect? Upon hearing the unexpected voices from beyond, Tian Yao, who stood beside the formation, finally registered the gravity of the situation. His expression laden with unprecedented seriousness. The Tianyan stone is the prized possession of the Heavenly Machine sect. Its existence is precisely what has enabled the sect to flourish to this day. All practitioners in the cultivation realm are aware that to divine the heavenly secrets invites the wrath of the heavens, which is the very origin of the 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks of diviners. However, the Tianyan stone mitigates the penalties faced by diviners and enhances their cultivation efficiency, which is why countless diviners choose to join the Heavenly Machine sect. If the Tianyan stone is indeed tainted. At this thought, Tian Yao clenched his fists tightly. Articulating each word with gravitas, these individuals dare to lay hands on the Tianyan stone. They seek to destroy the Heavenly Machine sect. Upon hearing Tian Yao's voice, Su Li belatedly recognized his presence. She glanced at the formation from which the voices were seeping and then at Tian Yao, whose countenance had turned a pallid hue, exclaiming incredulously, "Such a crucial matter warrants the gathering of a group to establish a formation to prevent eavesdropping, does it not?" To casually discuss such a significant issue using the transmission researched by the Chung Tian sect is utterly preposterous. The expression of the Chung Tian sect's leader, who had been listening to the voices from beyond, shifted from initial shock to a peculiar blend of surprise and intrigue. He cleared his throat and, addressing Tian Yao in a subdued tone, remarked, "My dear nephew, remain calm. Let us seize this opportunity to discern the plans of these miscreants." Tian Yao nodded gravely in agreement. The voices within the formation remained oblivious to the fact that their discussions had fallen into unwelcome ears. The leader among them, Yi Meng, spoke with a vicious and arrogant tone. "Contaminating water is exceedingly rare. Our Lord has only provided us with 8 drops, of which one has already been utilized. Thus, this task must succeed. Failure is not an option." A soft voice responded respectfully. "Rest assured, General Yi. 5 drops of contaminating water are more than sufficient to destroy the Tianyan stone. Our plans are meticulously crafted, and with 7 additional drops of contaminating water, victory is assured." Another voice, laden with flattery, chimed in. "With your strategic prowess overseeing this operation, subduing the mere Heavenly Machine sect will be a trivial endeavor." "Indeed, General. Your reputation for cunning is well deserved, and your detailed plan for this operation far surpasses the efforts of the generals stationed at the Wanjian sect and Shun Qian sect." As Yi Si continued with a hint of disdain in his voice, he noted, "It was acceptable for the Grand General to send a contingent to investigate the Shun Qian sect, albeit somewhat reckless, yet understandable. However, the second general has accomplished nothing and has been captured as a fraud, languishing in prison. One wonders what those 2 generals were thinking to engage in such absurdity." Yi Meng, unable to contain his mirth at their remarks, waited patiently for them to finish before leisurely clearing his throat and feigning seriousness. "Yi San, Yi Si, how can you speak so of the other generals?" After lightly admonishing them, he suddenly appeared to recall something and inquired solemnly, "Why have I not heard news of General Yi Yu recently?" Yi San hesitated for a moment, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Recently, he has inexplicably accumulated a significant debt and is currently occupied with earning spirit stones to repay it, leaving him no time for other matters. Reflecting upon it, many of our Lord's arrangements within the 6 major sects have met with considerable setbacks, though whether this is mere coincidence or not remains uncertain. However, they are unlike those inept individuals. Our current plan to seize the Heavenly Machine sect is flawless and will undoubtedly succeed. At that time, perhaps the Lord will reward him with unparalleled artifacts and spiritual power, akin to that bestowed upon General Yi Meng." At this thought, Yi Sin seemed to recall something, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. "It seems our Lord has not been in contact with them for quite some time?" Yi Meng, unsparing in his disdain, remarked, "How absurd, a general driven to such straits by debt." Upon hearing his words, Yi San instinctively suppressed his thoughts and almost reflexively praised, "General Yi Yu has always been reckless. A comparison to your esteemed self is unwarranted. You are undoubtedly the most astute among the generals. Otherwise, how could our Lord place such importance on you?" At this juncture, the leader of the Chung Tian sect furrowed his brow deeply. It became apparent that these individuals were not solely targeting the Heavenly Machine sect, but were conspiring against all 6 major sections. Remembering the inexplicable decline of the Qi Ming Xian Gui recently, a glint of sternness appeared in his eyes. Beside him, Tian Yao's expression was equally grave. He held his breath, intensely focused on the plans being discussed. Finally, after a round of flattery directed at Yi Yu, Yi San hesitated, his voice containing a hint of uncertainty. "I wonder what transpired 30 years ago. It seems the Heavenly Machine sect was not affected by the contaminating water. 30 years prior, they had used a drop of contaminating water on the Tianyan stone. At that time, General Yi Meng implied that 1 drop would suffice to taint the Tianyan stone, while the remainder would naturally belong to him. Yet, now that 30 years have passed, it appears the Heavenly Machine sect has not experienced any adverse effects. Thus, the general has summoned us to deliberate on the matter of recontaminating the Tianyan stone." Listening to Yi San's words, Tian Yao stood frozen in place, a look of panic in his eyes. These individuals have been tampering with the Tianyan stone for 30 years. Has the Tianyan stone already been contaminated? Will this pose any threat to the Heavenly Machine sect? Just as he was overwhelmed with anxious thoughts, the voices from beyond echoed once more. "Ha ha. This Yi Meng is truly miserly." Su Li regarded Yi Meng's futile attempts to gain more at the expense of others with barely contained amusement. With so many drops of contaminating water in hand, he stubbornly used only 1. Even if he had used 2, a single drop would merely activate the self-purifying ability of the Tianyan stone, revitalizing it. Ha ha ha. Since 30 years ago, the success rate of divination in the Heavenly Machine sect has significantly increased. This truly exemplifies the adage, "A small gift symbolizes deep affection." Upon hearing this, Tian Yao's anxiety abruptly froze, and he relaxed completely. He awkwardly rubbed his nose with one hand. Since 30 years ago, his divination abilities had indeed seen a marked improvement, a fact he had attributed to his own exceptional talent. Little did he realize, that this was the true reason. As the voices of their ceaseless scheming continued to fill the air, Tian Yao hastily set aside all distracting thoughts and focused intently. Within the formation, Yi Meng was issuing tasks with a grave tone, outlining everything from how to infiltrate the Heavenly Machine sect to diverting the attention of its members and several esteemed elders, to how to forge the sect's master seal, and ultimately how to penetrate the secluded realm housing the Tianyan stone. The plan was intricately woven, meticulous and malevolent. Had he not been forewarned, they might have truly succeeded. Remember this well. 3 days from now, at precisely 3/4 noon, we shall all act in unison. I want each of you to reiterate your respective tasks. Knight 3 spoke first. At exactly 3/4 noon, I shall create a commotion to attract the attention of the majority of the Tianji sect's practitioners. Knight 4 followed suit, stating, I am responsible for. Upon hearing this, Suli could no longer contain herself and remarked, is this an open book exam and they still highlight key points? There are indeed more good people in the world. Once everyone had recounted their tasks, Night Dream finally ended the communication. The head of the Qingtian sect, observing the now calm formation, turned to Tian Yao, suppressing a smile, and spoke gravely, how dare anyone target our 6 major sects so boldly? At this, he became earnest. My dear nephew, the rogue approaches with ferocity. The Qingtian sect is willing to lend the Tianji sect a helping hand. 3 days later, at noon, Knight 3 infiltrated the Tianji sect as planned, arriving at the Chuqing Pavilion, where the sect's treasures were displayed. The only tribulation-transcending master of the Tianji sect had been reassigned by the general, leaving only 3 great masters, 2 of whom were traveling abroad. Chapter 78. Upon hearing the words from beyond, both the head of the Qingtian sect and the master of the Tianji sect stumbled slightly. What? The Qingfeng master is a great master. How could he be bald? How could the remnants of the 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings so cruelly rob a practitioner of their hair? This is utterly incomprehensible. The elders following them exhibited clear expressions of shock and disbelief. That is indeed the Qingfeng master. He ranks among the top 10 handsome men in the beauty rankings, not only possessing profound cultivation but also an otherworldly appearance and demeanor that captivates all who behold him. Countless female practitioners in the cultivation world harbor secret affections for him. Yet now, the words from beyond claim he is bald. But, lacking hair? Had it been any other issue, even impotence, they would not have been so shocked. In the cultivation realm, regardless of age, gender, or appearance, all practitioners nurtured by spiritual energy boasted a thick mane of hair. Thus, upon hearing the words from beyond, they found themselves utterly unable to envision what a bald head could possibly look like. However, even upon learning of the Qingfeng master's slight deficiency in hair, the admiration and reverence in the eyes of the many female disciples remained unchanged. After all, it was merely baldness. The Qingfeng master's visage, even if he were to shave his head and renounce the world, would still enchant countless female practitioners, how much more so for just a bald spot. With this thought, many female practitioners felt a surge of sympathy and affection. Little did we know the Qingfeng master has endured such suffering, yet never revealed it to anyone. Truly, he embodies the essence of a gentleman, bearing the pain himself while bestowing beauty upon us. Unbeknownst to the Qingfeng master, he was oblivious to the thoughts of his female disciples. Feeling the subtle gazes around him, his expression grew particularly stiff, and a flicker of helpless frustration shone in his eyes. Did he not wish for a luxuriant mane? Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. Ever since he discovered his severe hair loss, he had tried every conceivable remedy, hair growth pills, tonics, you name it, yet none bore fruit. He could only watch helplessly as his once thick hair gradually transformed into the current reflective state. After all, this was a warning from the heavenly path regarding their calculations. How could it be so easily dispelled? Such is the fate of an augur. Reflecting on the painstakingly styled wig he managed to arrange that morning, he inhaled deeply, striving to appear nonchalant as he continued to move forward. At that moment, the expression on Hua Yi's face, who had just absorbed the shocking news from beyond, grew somewhat nuanced. As a fellow great master of the cultivation realm, whenever he and the Qingfeng master appeared together, all the female practitioners' gazes would invariably gravitate toward the Qingfeng master. Ironically, as both were masters of the Tianji sect, they often found themselves in the public eye together. He recalled a dear lady he had once fancied, and their conversation had flowed easily until she began inquiring about the Qingfeng master's preferences after meeting him. His affections, unexpressed, had thus faded into nothingness. With that thought, he could not help but glance at the Qingfeng master's head. What could be lurking beneath that wig? His fingers twitched, and unable to resist, he unleashed a gust of spiritual energy, whipping through like a tempest, making it difficult for anyone to stand. The Qingfeng master, possessing a cultivation level akin to his own, had not anticipated such an audacious move in a public setting and was caught entirely unprepared. Consequently, amidst the whirlwind, the wig on the Qingfeng master's head was swept away, revealing a smooth scalp that could reflect light. In an instant, the Qingfeng master reacted, using spiritual energy to summon the wig back, yet his movements were no longer composed. he fumbled to reposition the wig atop his head. However, the shocking scene had already etched itself into the minds of all present. How could he be so bald? The Qingfeng master's once ethereal beauty and transcendent aura, now juxtaposed against his baldness, suddenly appeared somewhat greasy and unseemly. The master of the Tianji sect, feeling a chill, stroked his beard and suddenly found his own precarious state quite favorable. Coming to their senses, the crowd donned expressions of feigned nonchalance, though their peripheral gazes occasionally flickered toward the Qingfeng master's head. The female disciples, who had previously exhibited unwavering affection and devotion, now turned their gazes away, their light extinguished. How could the master be so? One can be entirely bald, but half-bald is unacceptable. In truth, they felt that the ninth-ranked Lianxin master better suited their aesthetic. After enjoying the sight of the Qingfeng master's bald head, Su Li pretended to exclaim, "Tisk, it seems that Hua Yi and the Qingfeng master don't share a good relationship behind the scenes. Ha ha ha, yet thanks to him, we are afforded a glimpse of what baldness looks like in the cultivation realm." The Qingfeng master turned, glaring fiercely at Hua Yi, his previously calm demeanor now ablaze with fury. As he began to accumulate spiritual energy in his hands, the voice from beyond continued, "Ha ha ha, the Qingfeng master truly suffers. He wasn't always this bald, but..." The Tianji sect and the entire cultivation world believed he would not face retribution for divination. So now and then, people seek him out for readings, haha. Even his dear disciple Tian Yao consults him before every outing. Haha. With each reading he performs, several strands of hair fall from his head. And, to maintain the facade of favoritism by the heavenly path, the Qingfeng master must reluctantly oblige each request for divination, thus leading to his current baldness. The members of the Celestial Mechanism sect couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion as they listened. The current state of the revered Qingfeng was a direct consequence of their actions. How could they repay kindness with ingratitude, failing to offer comfort to the Venerable One while secretly mocking him in their hearts? Particularly remorseful were the sect leader and Tian Yao, who frequently sought Qingfeng's divinations. Their expressions were laden with guilt. Yet, upon hearing their laughter, Qingfeng's countenance suddenly shifted to one of bewilderment. He opened his mouth, ready to bid farewell, but was met with an unrelenting voice from beyond that laid bare his shortcomings. Qingfeng is indeed a remarkable figure. He discovered that there were some requests he simply could not refuse, yet he wished to avoid further thinning of his hairline. Thus, he began to fabricate, they said mockingly. He dedicated centuries to mastering the rhetoric of half-baked diviners in the cultivation world, only to elevate their jargon to an art form. Indeed, whenever he deemed a divination request to be of little consequence, he would indulge in sheer fabrication. They continued, laughter echoing around. He even studied the subtle expressions of cultivators and the psychology of their minds, striving to ensure that every fabricated divination, regardless of its accuracy, would leave the seeker satisfied. Isn't this akin to the charlatans of the mortal realm? The expressions of compassion and guilt among the onlookers froze instantaneously. If memory served, many of them had sought Qingfeng's guidance on numerous occasions, particularly the sect leader, whose face now bore an expression of profound seriousness. "Let me see, It seems the sect leader has been deceived at least 60 or 70 times," came a voice. Last time he was told that his fortune lay to the east. And after flying east for a day and a night, he encountered not a single spirit herb. On another occasion, he was misled into believing that a certain stall at the black market held a treasure, only to spend half his savings on a pile of worthless scrap metal. On yet another occasion, the sect leader suddenly turned, casting an accusatory glance at Qingfeng. "While I can understand the revered one's reluctance to provide divination, why must the revered one under the weight of their gazes?" Qingfeng, with a hint of stiffness in his voice, replied, "I just remembered urgent matters. So, I must take my leave." All present could only watch Qingfeng's retreating figure in silence, as apart from the esteemed Huai. The rest were beneath Qingfeng in cultivation rank. Even Huai, who had also been misled by Qingfeng on several occasions, felt too embarrassed to pursue an explanation after reflecting on his own actions. Su Li did not spare a glance at Qingfeng's departing figure. Her attention was absorbed by the words inscribed in the Book of Heaven's Path, nodding thoughtfully.
So,
the revered Qingfeng's profession is indeed rooted in the heritage of the Celestial Mechanism sect. Upon entering the sect, disciples learn not the 8 diagrams of Heaven's movement, nor the art of channeling qi, but rather the art of linguistic expression. After all, divination involves peering into the heavens. Thus the instances of incorrect readings far exceed those of accurate ones. Many a time, the disciples of the Celestial Mechanism sect labor for hours, only to find that Qingfeng's fabrications yield greater accuracy. Hence, the first lesson for the disciples is to present their divinations in a manner that is ambiguous yet seemingly correct. Viewed in this light, the sect's standing in the cultivation world is not rooted in their exceptional divination skills, but rather in their eloquence. At this moment, the gaze of the Celestial Mechanism sect leader was met with the ire of the Celestial Heaven sect. Trembling slightly, he wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a smile. Esteemed sect leader Jiang and fellow Taoists may be unaware, but calculating the heavens is indeed a formidable task. Errors do occur from time to time, yet on most occasions, the predictions are quite accurate. Otherwise, the Celestial Mechanism sect would not hold its current position. At this, he hastily assured them, "Rest assured, on matters of great significance, our sect rarely errs. Indeed, significant errors are a rarity, occurring only once every few centuries. As for minor matters, whether correct or incorrect, it often depends on luck." As the sect leader's defense trailed off, he nonchalantly shifted the topic. Sect leader Jiang. "I have heard that the elder has regained his memories and is soon to break through the tribulation phase again? How delightful." Thus, amidst a harmonious atmosphere, the high-ranking members of the Celestial Heaven sect and the Celestial Mechanism sect concluded their cordial exchange. That afternoon, the sect leader of the Celestial Mechanism and the sect leader of the Celestial Heaven sat in the Hall of Heavenly Sun, their expressions more solemn than ever. Chapter 79. What did the voice from beyond say? What does it mean that revered Luosheng is a mere avatar of revered Yuqing? What does it mean that her beloved is none other than her rival? Lin Xianran's expression was one of utter confusion. Her offensive stance faltered, leaving her suspended in midair, unable to react. Struggling to control the foreign spiritual energy within her, her heart and mind were in turmoil. The influx of uncontrollable spiritual energy surged around her, creating a tempestuous vortex. Despite the wounds inflicted upon her by the errant energy, Lin Xianran remained dazed, gazing numbly in the direction of revered Yuqing. Thus, there was no Luosheng at all. It had always been Yuqing. The one who had saved her was Yuqing. The one who stood behind her, aiding her in vanquishing all adversaries, was also Yuqing. Observing Lin Xianran's bewildered stance at the center of the chaotic spiritual energy, Yuqing, caught off guard by the revelation of her avatar's existence, approached with a hint of exasperation. Her voice bore an unusual sharpness. "Focus and rein in your spiritual energy." Upon hearing her voice, Lin Xianran finally regained her senses and began to soothe the agitated energy surrounding her. However, her gentle approach only exacerbated the rebellious energy, which sought to consume its master. Yuqing, seeing this, sighed in resignation. "How is it that after all these years, you are still bullied by this energy?" As she lamented, she reached out, navigating through the turbulent currents to grasp Lin Xianran's wrist. Her voice, calm yet imbued with an air of supremacy, commanded, "Follow my spiritual energy and teach these disobedient forces a lesson." Feeling the warmth radiating from Yuqing's grip, Lin Xianran instinctively looked up, recalling the scene of her rescue by Luosheng, noting the striking similarity in expression between him and Yuqing in that moment. Regardless of the tumult of emotions within her, she merely paused for a fleeting moment before heeding Yuqing's instructions. As she felt Yuqing's powerful yet gentle energy coursing through her meridians, her spirit stirred, but her attention quickly returned to the warmth at her wrist. With their combined efforts, the previously unruly spiritual energy was soon tamed and returned to her body. Yuqing, observing the now harmonized energy, released her hold on Lin Xianran's wrist, her enchanting eyes regaining their initial calm and aloofness. With a teasing tone, she remarked, "Dear Lin Xianran, if you have so much time, perhaps it would be wise to refine the spiritual energy within you." Had it been in the past, such words would have ignited Lin Xianran's ire, prompting her to confront Yuqing. Yet at this moment, she merely gazed blankly at Yuqing's right hand, the hand that had just grasped her wrist. Before her hand could grasp it, it was marred by the surrounding spiritual energy, leaving behind several fine scars. These wounds were freshly acquired in her desperate attempt to save her. Although they seemed minor, her spiritual energy was of the most volatile fire element, infused with the essence of spiritual flame. Even the smallest of cuts could lead to dire consequences. Gazing at these wounds, she suddenly recalled the words spoken from beyond the heavens. As she pondered these utterances, she gradually began to remember numerous details she had previously overlooked. Certain subtle gestures, preferences, and even techniques in both combat and spiritual energy manipulation revealed a striking resemblance between Yu Luosheng and Yuqing. The most crucial and previously perplexing aspect finally found its resolution: why Yu Luosheng would forsake his own transcendent cultivation for Yuqing's needs, even placing himself in peril. It was because they were, in essence, the same individual. Everything Yuqing desired was inherently what Yu Luosheng sought as well. With this realization, she pursed her lips and approached Yuqing with careful steps, gently taking her right hand and using her spiritual energy to tenderly soothe the wounds. In an instant, Yuqing's injuries were swiftly healed through the prowess of her transcendent cultivation. Lin Xianran, witnessing the healing of Yuqing's wounds, lifted her gaze. Her emotions a whirlwind of complexity, centuries of love and hatred tangled within her, leaving her at a loss. Her eyes, reflecting a vulnerability and dependence she was unaware of, questioned, "Why is your spiritual energy akin to that of Brother Luosheng?" Yet, she took a small step back, fully aware of the answer, realizing no further inquiry was necessary. "I shall refine my own spiritual energy," Lin Xianran stated, her gaze fixed on the individual before her, though she could not discern her presence. Lowering her eyes, she solemnly vowed, "I will not allow those who care for me to be harmed by this energy." Yuqing raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly stepping back 2 paces, her intoxicating fragrance gradually dissipating with her movement. Her demeanor towards Lin Xianran remained unchanged, lighthearted and distant. Such a splendid. At this point, the leaders of the Chengtian sect and the Tianji sect finally regained their composure. They exchanged bewildered glances, clearly reflecting the confusion and daze in each other's eyes. Even after the passing of a brief moment, they remained enveloped in the shock that the celestial voice had instilled in them. The expressions of everyone aboard the flying vessel mirrored their astonishment, each face marked by undeniable disbelief. Revered Luosheng was one of the most accomplished cultivators in the realm, ranking just below the esteemed Lianxin and shimming on the strength leaderboard. As for revered Yuqing, she was a formidable presence capable of stirring the winds and clouds. Renowned for her unparalleled beauty and numerous admirers, and her high cultivation level was complemented by her audacious act of single-handedly challenging the seventh sect, Qingyu sect.
Now,
To discover that these two revered beings were, in fact, the same person? Yet, they differed not only in gender but also in spiritual energy and roots. How could they possibly be one? Moreover, these two had appeared together on numerous occasions. Could it truly be a mere projection that could achieve such feats? Despite Yuqing's extraordinary talent, reaching the transcendent stage surely entailed countless trials and tribulations. The path of cultivation was arduous. Why would she expend her mental energy to nurture a doppelganger of equal transcendent cultivation? Surely, with that time, she could have devoted herself to advancing to the late stage of transcendence. Just as the crowd's confusion mounted, Su Li, having observed the interaction between Lin Xianran and Yuqing, thoughtfully remarked, "It seems Lin Xianran has also discerned the oddity between Yuqing and Yu Luosheng."
indeed.
At such close quarters of energy manipulation, if Lin Xianran were to remain oblivious, it would be quite astonishing. But why would revered Yuqing go to such lengths to create a doppelganger? Surely not merely to entice a young lady like Lin Xianran? Su Li's curiosity was piqued, and as she perused the tome of heavenly principles, a peculiar expression crossed her face. Goodness. Revered Yuqing painstakingly crafted a doppelganger solely for the purpose of cultivation. The listeners, their ears perked, wore increasingly perplexed expressions. Cultivation? How could a doppelganger facilitate the primary body's cultivation? Aren't doppelgangers typically created to shield the main body or scout ahead? The celestial voice continued, elucidating their bewilderment. Truly remarkable. Revered Yuqing's cultivation is an emotional journey. The more genuine and profound the affection from others, the swifter her advancement in power. Revered Yuqing, with her unparalleled talent, attained the combined stage in merely 3 centuries. However, thereafter, she realized that such superficial affections were insufficient to break through her bottleneck. At that juncture, she faced 2 paths, either to forsake her cultivation and adopt a new method or to seek a love that could ignite her very soul. With a slim chance of breaking through, the majority of cultivators would likely choose the latter. Yet revered Yuqing, upon witnessing her choice, Su Li's voice brimmed with admiration. Ha, she opted to create a doppelganger that would love her unconditionally. Indeed, in the entire realm of cultivation, who could possibly love oneself more than oneself? Ha. Luosheng risked everything for Yuqing without expecting anything in return. Even the laws deemed this true love.
Indeed.
True love must be measured by actions, rather than mere words. Thus, through her profound self-love, revered Yuqing ultimately shattered her bottleneck and ascended to the rank of transcendent being. Upon hearing this, everyone bore expressions that could be summarized in 4 words. Is this even possible? This was truly unfathomable. Acutely aware of the astonished gazes surrounding her, Yuqing's expression remained unchanged. She slightly lowered her gaze, concealing all emotions. Although Luosheng's doppelganger had enabled her to ascend to the transcendent stage, it merely allowed her to remain at the mid-transcendent level, rendering further progress virtually impossible. Presently, the doppelganger served only to undertake tasks her current identity could not. Even if her existence were revealed, it would not pose significant trouble for her. However, given the current turmoil surrounding the Hehuan sect, the mere existence of revered Luosheng served as a deterrent. Should the world discover that Yu Luosheng was her doppelganger, it would align with her suspicions. The Hehuan sect had already maintained tense relations with numerous prominent families and sects in the cultivation realm. With the impending demise of revered Qingshu, many hostile cultivators had assumed disguises, lurking around the Hehuan sect, eager to seize any opportunity to monitor its movements. Once revered Qingshu fell, these factions would undoubtedly unite to exert pressure upon the Hehuan sect. Naturally, they had also overheard the celestial voice. Initially, they believed that if they targeted the Hehuan sect, revered Luosheng, due to Yuqing's presence, would surely become their adversary. Yet now, with the revelation that revered Luosheng was merely a doppelganger, it was clear that Yuqing could not simultaneously control both herself and her doppelganger to confront their enemies, thereby diminishing the Hehuan sect's combat capabilities. Once the venerable Qingshu meets his demise, while this group of individuals fantasizes about trampling the Hehuan sect underfoot, a voice from beyond the heavens resounds once again. Has venerable Yuqing and her doppelganger's cultivation stagnated in the mid-transcendent stage for quite some time? However, thanks to the considerable effort she expended on her doppelganger, the 2 mid-transcendence cultivators, though originating from the same source, will fuse together once united. Chapter 80, Hanging on the City Tower with a Rival. Waiting for one's beloved to choose. Although the juxtaposition of these words may baffle the mind, the essence of the celestial voice suggests that Elder Leshang and another individual are suspended on the city tower, awaiting rescue for one of them. But why must only one be saved? Is it impossible to rescue both? And what is the motive behind the individual binding them to the tower? After going through the trouble of capturing two individuals, the outcome is merely to allow someone to save one while leaving the other? Why not save trouble and bind only one from the start? Upon hearing the celestial voice, confusion spread across everyone's faces. After pondering for a while, they could not fathom why such a peculiar choice would arise. Before they could even mourn Elder Lashang's bizarre ordeal, the celestial voice continued. Just a leap from the tower, and one achieves the transcendent stage? The words caused everyone's steps to halt imperceptibly. Even the leaders of the Chung Tian sect and Tianji sect displayed a hint of envy. After all, the transcendent stage is a coveted realm. In the entire realm of cultivation, there are merely 99 transcendence cultivators. Countless practitioners languish in the fusion stage until their demise without ever discovering the opportunity to break through. If leaping from the tower could facilitate such a breakthrough, one could imagine the lines forming at every city tower. The leader of the Chung Tian sect gritted his teeth enviously. If only I could break through to the transcendent stage, I would not hesitate to dance a flamboyant ballet atop the tower. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at the leader of the Hehuan sect. His eyes unwittingly tinged with a hint of bitterness. How fortunate is the Hehuan sect. First, they found the opportunity for Venerable Yuqing to break through the fragmentation stage. And now they learn of Elder Lashang's impending breakthrough. It appears the Hehuan sect is destined to thrive for at least another millennium. Yan Fei, sensing the envious gazes directed towards her, felt a fleeting moment of joy before being engulfed by an unfathomable darkness. The challenges facing the Hehuan sect cannot be alleviated, regardless of how many venerables emerge. As she moved, she adjusted her expression, smiling gently at the leader of the Chung Tian sect who looked in her direction, nodding slightly. In any case, the Hehuan sect regaining a transcendence venerable is indeed a fortuitous event. At the very least, it will inspire a greater sense of reverence towards the Hehuan sect. Leisurely trailing behind, Su Li was oblivious to their expressions, as her interest lay in the text upon the book of Heavenly Dao. TSK. While the trope of choosing between a white moonlight and a red mole may be cliché, it undeniably captivates one's attention. Beneath the city tower, the autumn wind howled. 100,000 troops surrounded the walls, rendering the city impenetrable. Breaching its defenses was merely a matter of time. Xiao Nanji, clad in dark golden armor and astride a steed, furrowed his brow as he gazed at the two figures atop the walls. There, two scantily clad women were bound, one donned in white, gentle and ethereal, the other adorned in red, a vision of exquisite beauty. Each was bound by a rope with a razor-sharp long knife nearby, capable of severing their restraints at any moment. A man with a full beard and a fierce gaze taunted from below. Xiao Nanji, do you not proclaim yourself a born emperor, all-powerful? I dare you to save both of these women simultaneously. Xiao Nanji's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible trace of concern as he surveyed the two women on the tower. He then turned his intense gaze towards the bearded man, his hand resting on his sword, enunciating each word with precision. Release them now, and I may grant you a whole corpse. A whole corpse? The man erupted in derisive laughter. You should be more concerned about whether these two women can even retain their whole corpses. One is the flower you grew up with. The other is the strategist who fought alongside you. His expression was frenzied, yet his voice was disturbingly tender. Let us see, our born emperor, which one you truly wish to save. With a swift motion, he gestured, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Make your move. Xiao Nanji's eyes blazed with fury as he beheld the two figures atop the walls, yet his body instinctively moved toward the pale figure. Ruoyun is frail and unskilled in martial arts. Should I fail to rescue her, she would undoubtedly face peril. However, Tangxia is different. Her martial prowess is exceptional, and even if she falls from the tower, she can certainly preserve her life. At that moment, he did not consider that since everyone was aware of Tangxia's skill, the enemy would have surely prepared for her. Tangxia bore witness to her beloved teetering on the brink of life and death, opting to save another. As she felt her body plummeting, she suddenly closed her eyes, concealing her excitement. Indeed, the tribulations of the mortal realm are profoundly intense and exhilarating. She sensed the surging spiritual energy within her dantian, nearly moved to tears. At last, after painstakingly seeking torment for centuries, I have finally encountered the opportunity for a breakthrough. Xiao Nanji, cradling his beloved, gently returned to the ground. Upon confirming that Shin Ruoyun was unharmed, he instinctively turned his gaze toward Tangxia's direction. Stunned, he froze upon witnessing the spiritual light enveloping Tangxia. At that moment, before the eyes of hundreds of thousands, the sky erupted in radiant hues. Tangxia, suspended in midair, drew in the luminous points surrounding her. As countless birds circled in her vicinity, and the steeds beneath the cavalry bowed respectfully to the ground. All beasts submitted. Once she reopened her eyes, there was no trace of the affection she had previously held for Xiao Nanji. In that moment, she resembled a deity descending to the mortal realm, ethereal yet commanding. Xiao Nanji finally regained his senses, his grip on Shin Ruoyun loosening instinctively as she stumbled back a few steps, yet he did not cast her a single glance. A hint of unrecognized panic flickered in his eyes. Tanger, please allow me to explain, I merely. Elder Leshang regarded him indifferently, her tone devoid of warmth. Your Majesty need not explain. This is merely a tribulation I must endure. You assist me in overcoming this trial, and I shall aid you in claiming the world. From henceforth, we shall owe each other nothing. Feeling the tumultuous surge of spiritual energy within her, she did not spare Xiao Nanji a glance, soaring towards the boundary stone. The mortal realm simply could not withstand the intensity of her breakthrough. She needed to return to the realm of cultivation swiftly. After flying for a brief moment, as if struck by a thought, her figure abruptly halted. She turned to gaze back at the city, now devoid of any shadow, her eyes flashing with conflict, before seemingly arriving at a resolute decision. She flew back along the path she had come. The bearded man atop the city wall watched the entire spectacle, and when he regained his composure, madness danced in his eyes. Your born emperor has now been forsaken by the deities for the sake of a woman. Do you dare to follow him, lest you invoke the wrath of the celestial beings? Upon hearing his words, thousands of soldiers, though motionless, bore a glimmer of trepidation in their eyes. Indeed, what had just transpired was nothing short of miraculous. The emperor had offended the divine. Could he truly escape unscathed? Xiao Nanji's countenance darkened instantly, his expression morose as he cast a glance at Shen Ruoyun, who had just been rescued. Shen Ruoyun felt the icy disdain emanating from Xiao Nanji, and her heart gradually sank. She had grown up alongside him and was all too aware of his arrogance and selfishness. He would never reflect upon his choice to save her, but would rather place blame squarely upon her, questioning why she had appeared there, why she had tempted him, compelling him to abandon Tang Xia. Perhaps soon, to quell the fury of so many, she would find herself at the mercy of Xiao Nanji's sword. Shen Ruoyun closed her eyes. She had schemed against Tang Xia and endeavored to allure Xiao Nanji, climbing to her current position with great effort. She had never anticipated such an outcome. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly materialized in the air. Xiao Nanji's eyes sparkled with joy as he gazed longingly at the newcomer, as if his love for her was unwavering and eternal. Tanger, I knew you still held me in your heart. Before he could finish his declaration, Tang Xia, enveloped in a radiant glow, brushed past him and approached Shen Ruoyun, extending her right hand. Will you come with me? The esteemed elder Lekong regarded the seemingly delicate and pure Shen Ruoyun with admiration. Such beauty, such cunning, such spirit, a prime candidate for the Hehuan sect. She mused that if she were to miss this opportunity, she might awaken each night in regret. Shen Ruoyun looked up, bewildered, at Tang Xia, who stood before her, and murmured, Why? I have targeted you so many times. Elder Lekong, sensing the burgeoning spiritual energy within her, succinctly replied, The realm of cultivation needs individuals like you. Why would you want this wretched girl to accompany you? Xiao Nanji's expression froze in disbelief. He exclaimed, I am your husband. I am the one you ought to take with you. Merely a throne, how could it possibly rival the allure of immortality? Listening to Xiao Nanji's words, Shen Ruoyun resolutely took Tang Xia's hand. Ruoyun is willing to leave this place with you. The worst outcome would be to meet her end at Tang Xia's hands, certainly preferable to remaining beside Xiao Nanji. In the Hehuan sect, a voice echoed from the heavens. Currently, Elder Lekong is hastening with Shen Ruoyun toward the realm of cultivation. Ha ha ha, thus Xiao Nanji has lost both his beloved and the light of his life. Truly, a case of losing both the lady and the troops. Everyone listened to the celestial narration, enraptured by the entangled emotions and tribulations of Elder Lekong, Shen Ruoyun and Xiao Nanji. Each individual wore an expression of rapt fascination. Especially after hearing of the grievances endured by Elder Lekong, their fists clenched in empathetic indignation. Upon learning the final outcome, many sighed in relief. How splendid! They had not expected such a convoluted yet irresistible tale to unfold in the mortal realm. No wonder Elder Lekong chose to descend into the world of mortals to undergo trials. Just as smiles graced the lips of the crowd, the heavenly voice resonated once more. Who could have imagined that Elder Lekong, so devoted to her sect, would even seek out promising talents during her tribulations? Ha ha ha. Chapter 81. Ah, reversing yin and yang, men bearing children. The expressions of the great Ascension elders, who had been on the verge of conflict, turned peculiarly strange. They froze in place, their spiritual energy dissipating silently. The once tempestuous skies cleared instantly, leaving only the delicate fragrance of frosty orchid wafting through the air. For reasons unknown, those privy to the truth suddenly found the aroma less enchanting than before. As the crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of how to react, the voice from the heavens spoke again. No wonder this is a celestial medicine. Just this single frosty orchid. Even a great Ascension male cultivator who consumes it could likely confirm their pregnancy within 10 days. TSK, how enviable for a great Ascension cultivator to conceive. Hearing this, the male cultivators of Great Ascension bore expressions of sudden alarm. No matter how much they desired offspring, they had no intention of experiencing pregnancy themselves. As this realization dawned, the male cultivators retreated a few steps, reflecting that perhaps they did not truly need such a celestial herb. In stark contrast, the female cultivators present glimmered with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. As Great Ascension cultivators, the prospect of bearing children was already exceedingly challenging, and the prospect of carrying a child would undoubtedly disrupt their cultivation. Thus, many had never contemplated motherhood. However, with the frosty orchid, They could obtain a child linked by blood without exerting any effort. How could this not stir their hearts? Yet, one female cultivator cast a wary glance at her peers, their eyes filled with covetousness. There was but one frosty orchid. Although the temptation of motherhood was immense, it paled in comparison to the earlier opportunity to break through to great ascension. Yan Fei, standing in the back, felt her momentary delight fade quickly into calm. Even if the frosty orchid possessed the power to reverse yin and yang and could resolve the current crisis of the Hehuan sect, there was only one. Such a celestial medicine was already exceedingly rare. One was indeed a treasure. However, for the Hehuan sect, whether it was 1, 2, or even 10 offspring, it would merely be a drop in the bucket, unless thousands of such spirit herbs appeared simultaneously. With this thought, Yan Fei wearily shifted her gaze from the lake center. Perhaps the emotional highs and lows of the day had taken their toll, as her lips took on a pallid hue. At that moment, a hushed, trembling voice from nearby broke the silence. Could that possibly be the frosty immortal orchid, a once-in-a-millennium treasure? No one even glanced in the direction of the voice. They merely sighed inwardly, another cultivator deceived by the frosty orchid. Just then, a serious yet somewhat shy voice chimed in. Sect Master, that is not the frosty immortal orchid. It is the frosty orchid. Though both spirit plants possess the power to defy the laws of nature and reverse the cosmos, the former could elevate a great ascension cultivator to the realm of shattered void, while the latter not only did this voice elucidate the differences in the efficacy of the two celestial herbs, but it also explained how to distinguish between them. Listening to such a detailed explanation, the crowd finally turned to investigate the speaker. Yan Fei turned her head and, upon seeing the newcomer, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, a gentle smile graced his lips, erasing any trace of fatigue from his face. He slightly nodded and said, Master Lu, it has been a long time. The master of Shunxian's sect had already descended from the flying boat, accompanied by Bai Ziyun. Upon hearing Yan Fei's words, he hurriedly returned the greeting, saying, Master Yan. The distance between Shunxian's sect and Hehuan sect was considerable, and he had come here so swiftly for the sake of the elixir without informing the sect master of Hehuan sect. Although there were reasons for his actions, he felt a twinge of embarrassment facing Yan Fei. Yan Fei merely cast a smiling glance at him before diverting her gaze slowly towards his side, inquiring, May I ask who this is? A hint of unnoticed pride appeared on the Shunxian sect master's face as he cheerfully introduced. This is our most talented elder of Shunxian sect, Elder Bai Ziyun. Thanks to Elder Bai's cultivation of spiritual plants and her daily refinement of tranquil pills, the issue with the celestial water of Shunxian sect has been thoroughly resolved. Having a genius like Elder Bai is indeed a blessing for Shunxian sect. Before long, the master of Tianji sect and the master of Qingtian sect approached, greeting him with familiar tones. Many eminent cultivators, maintaining their dignity, merely nodded in acknowledgement to the later arrivals from Shunxian sect. At that moment, a voice from the heavens, laced with mirth, resounded again. Ah, what good fortune for Hehuan sect. It seems they receive whatever they desire. Su Li gazed at the familiar figure within the cloud mirror, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Her voice softer than before. Bai Ziyun is indeed a rare talent in the realm of cultivation. Not only proficient in all knowledge regarding spiritual plants, but also possessing the ability to enhance the grade of pills and even replicate the effects of spiritual medicines. Upon hearing this, Yan Fei suddenly froze in place, his eyes uncontrollably filled with a glimmer of hope, which he swiftly suppressed with all his self-control. He stood there like a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment, his eyes half closed, bracing himself for his fate. Su Li was oblivious to Yan Fei's thoughts. She looked at Bai Ziyun in the cloud mirror and lightly chuckled. Although Bai Ziyun cannot cultivate the frosty saint orchid at the elixir grade, with its existence, cultivating a similar effect frosty orchid shouldn't pose much of a challenge. While its efficacy may not match that of the frosty saint orchid, the plentiful yield would surely suffice. Moreover, frosty orchids also vary in grades. Naturally, the effects of a 7th grade one differ from a 2nd grade one. If we manage to cultivate a 7th grade frosty orchid, then... At this, Yan Fei's eyes widened with fervent restraint as he regarded Bai Ziyun. If Bai Ziyun could truly cultivate a spiritual medicine with similar effects, the future of Hehuan sect would be salvaged. Not merely salvaged, but could even lead Hehuan sect towards a new era of prosperity. He began to contemplate how to maximize the benefits, even if there were spiritual medicines in the cultivation realm that enabled men to bear children. Such a reversal of yin and yang would surely be difficult for many to accept. If ordinary male cultivators were to conceive, they might face unfathomable rumors. If he could transform the surrounding cities of Hehuan sect into places where men giving birth became mainstream, it would undoubtedly attract numerous high-level female cultivators and willing male cultivators. After all, the ability of female cultivators around Hehuan sect to bear offspring was already exceedingly limited. It would be better to take bold measures and forge a brand new Hehuan sect. However, all of this hinged upon the availability of numerous frosty orchids, preferably with Hehuan sect possessing the higher grade ones. With this thought, his gaze towards Bai Ziyun grew ever more fervent. Equally fervent were the gazes of the numerous female cultivators around him, who wouldn't he desire to possess their own offspring painlessly? If Bai Ziyun could indeed cultivate a spiritual medicine with the same effects, what were they still competing for here? Instead of squandering time, It would be better to nurture a relationship with Elder Bai. Bai Ziyan sensed the intense gazes surrounding her, feeling a tinge of bewilderment. Although she had grown accustomed to the respect and even admiration of others over the past 6 months, the fervor in their stares felt overwhelming. She blinked and took a small step back, causing everyone to come back to their senses. The master of Qingtian sect observed Yan Fei's trembling fingertips and his hesitance to speak, understanding that he was feeling anxious in the presence of those he cherished. Despite his evident anticipation, he hesitated to voice his thoughts, fearing he might hear an unwelcome response. Indeed, Bai Ziyan's answer was pivotal for the future of Hehuan sect. With this in mind, he stepped forward, his expression warm yet infused with a hint of respect, saying, "Elder Bai, the efficacy of the frosty saint orchid you mentioned truly captivates the hearts of cultivators." He subtly implied that given the rarity of the frosty saint orchid, one could only wonder if a similarly effective spiritual medicine could be produced. Upon hearing his words, Bai Ziyun, who had been diligently studying spiritual medicines, pondered carefully for a moment, her voice tinged with hesitation. It should be possible. However, to cultivate a spiritual medicine with effects akin to the frosty saint orchid, the presence of the frosty saint orchid itself is essential. As soon as she finished speaking, they witnessed the celestial fairy gracefully step forward and retrieve the frosty saint orchid that had blossomed in the center of the lake, placing it within a specially crafted jade box. In a flash, she was beside Bai Ziyun, her eyes brimming with uncontainable anticipation. "Elder Bai, with the frosty saint orchid, can you truly refine a spiritual medicine with the same effects?" Although Bai Ziyun may have felt shy and insecure in other matters, she was unwaveringly confident in her abilities regarding spiritual medicines. Hearing the celestial fairy's question, she replied earnestly, "If the esteemed one does not mind, I would be willing to give it a try." Upon hearing her response, the celestial fairy hurriedly placed the jade box into Bai Ziyun's hands, her voice filled with excitement. "Elder Bai, please do try. Feel free to experiment." Bai Ziyun gazed at the frosty saint orchid within the jade box, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and earnestly attuned to the spiritual energy and medicinal properties contained within. Everyone watched with bated breath, filled with anticipation. In the next instant, a soft blue light shimmered from Bai Ziyun's hands, and before their eyes, a blue seed gradually manifested. Soon after, a tender sprout emerged, swiftly growing into a spiritual medicine that bore resemblance to the frosty saint orchid in its aura. At that moment, Bai Ziyun opened her eyes and looked at the celestial fairy, a hint of apology in her gaze. "Given the limited time, I could only refine a third-grade frosty orchid." Before she could finish her sentence, the celestial fairy's voice suddenly rose in pitch. "Elder Bai, you are far too humble. Your ability to refine spiritual plants is nothing short of miraculous, making us all admire you in earnest." The other female cultivators quickly followed suit, surrounding Bai Ziyun with praises. Although Bai Ziyun appeared to possess only foundational cultivation, her displayed abilities clearly marked her as a rare talent in spiritual plants, a prodigy not seen in a millennium. Chapter 82. All the sect masters, upon seeing the news on the communication device, furrowed their brows in disbelief. While they might accept that other cultivators from Guyuan sect could commit such heinous acts, the notion that Jiang Menglang had secretly utilized the sect's treasured resources for personal cultivation was utterly ludicrous. The master of Wanjian sect slammed the table with a thunderous sound, declaring, "I have met Menglang on numerous occasions. He is absolutely not that kind of person." The leader of the Qingtian sect furrowed his brows, his expression tinged with gravity. Jiang Menglang possesses a rare celestial root, a once-in-a-thousand-years talent. His cultivation could advance at an astonishing pace. Why resort to such nefarious means? Even the usually diplomatic master of the Tianji sect, who always spoke with caution, could not restrain himself from defending Jiang Menglang, stating, "Indeed, Jiang Menglang is a paragon among the new generation of disciples, with a future that knows no bounds. Why engage in such actions for a momentary enhancement of power?" Upon hearing their words, the leader of the Shun Qian sect finally raised his head from the palm of his hand, his frown deepening, his voice laced with suppressed anger. The master of the Guiyuan sect has actually taken action against Jiang Menglang? He has rendered him powerless? The master of the Hehuan sect slowly withdrew the palm message in his hand, an unusual frown knitting his brow. Jiang Menglang had once stirred the hearts of the leaders of the 6 major sects, all eager to take him under their wing, even without forming a master-disciple bond. The leaders regarded Jiang Menglang with more affection than they did other cultivators. He lowered his gaze and murmured, "Although Master Ning is known for his integrity, he is not without cunning."